Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
To the SCS. We're in day 4 now, with both Velocity and Enigma pioneering their way out of Group A and Group B. We're going to be starting our day over in Group B, where we have Orangutan taking on Reckoning Esports, a battle for second place. I'm your Castle Crabber 3, and joining me is the outrageously handsome ex-warrior Pavlos. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling great, man. It's great to be here. I've already kind of received a really nice welcome from the South Asian scene. I mean, everybody's so friendly, everybody's so hyped up, and no wonder there's a lot of hype behind the teams that we'll be looking at today, right? And I think there's a lot of hype in general for what is to come, because, dude, this is a really insane tournament, right? $30,000 US dollars up for grabs. There's just so much to play for.
You're right, and for me, the topic of hype really comes into light when we look over at Orangutan. This is the new roster, the one that has really had a lot of questions asked about them. They went to this tournament undefeated. They started this tournament undefeated until yesterday, where Velocity were able to beat them 2-0. The first loss Orangutan have ever had on record. The question now is going to be, how do they bounce back? How do they recover in this game against Reckoning?
It's going to be an interesting, right? Because we're looking at two teams that are kind of at the top of Group B. There's kind of like really close contention in that way. I mean, Velocity Gaming, there's no doubt about it. They're doing great. They seem to be like the team to take it all. But then you're talking about the seeding matches when it happens to the second and third place of this particular group, to kind of have a better sort of phase 3 potentially, because when you look at the other side of the bracket, right, you've got Group A, where Global Esports, Revenant Esports is kind of also battling out for that second and third spot, while Enigma Gaming is unstoppable, and you don't really want to face up against Enigma very, very soon, do you?
No, you don't. And so the longer you can avoid Enigma, the better off you are. Of course, in the way our groups are seeded, if you leave the group in first place, then you actually get to miss the first round of playoffs. You get to go seed straight into the second round of it, and so it means you have to show less strategies. You have to work a little bit less. However, it is a reward for having played so well in your group stage. In just a second, we'll be able to take a look, see how this prize pool is distributed. But for me, in this game particularly, I can't help but think that in terms of teams that could beat Velocity, it was either Enigma or Reckoning. I think Full Power aren't quite up to the level yet. And just a sec, let's take a look at this prize pool. Of course, 30,000 smackaroonies, 15k in first place, 7.5 for second place, and third and fourth will both be walking home with $3,000. But we have a few little tidbits here, Pavlos. We've got the MVP, the best RGL, and emerging player all walking home with $500 in their pocket.
That's crazy. And I love that you call them smackaroonies, because all these amounts can smack you in the face. It's a really good prizes to really get, and especially if you want to build up the community, kind of build the teams that are working really, really hard on the scene to make their way sort of in the greater stages, right? I mean, just a reminder, the first and second seed of this tournament get seeding into APAC Challengers, right? So it's a lot to play for, and an opportunity to play in even bigger stages.
And yeah, APAC Challengers, that's the real goal here, isn't it? Particularly if you're the likes of Global, if you're the likes of Velocity, if you're the likes of Enigma, you know that you can be the best in SA. Your challenge now is being able to do it on the APAC stage. Now, you do have players over on Orangutan like Tesseract who have got very close to being able to do that before, back when he had his stint on Action PH. So he does, you have that experience on Orangutan, which is kind of used to the competitive drive. Of course, on the topic of competitive, we do have to highlight a lot of these Indian teams, and for Reckoning, they may be one of the few teams here that will be able to topple Orangutan.
Yeah, all these groups look very, very competitive, and overall, man, I think, as you already alluded to, seeding plays a big role into kind of who is able to make it far. Obviously, coming out first from your group, it means that you are able to withhold some of your strats in your strat book, kind of allow the other teams battle it out, kind of soften them up a little bit, get a feel of how they look like. And as you can see on your screens right now, if you have missed most of the action coming out so far in Phase 2, no worries whatsoever. A lot more action to come. Although this is the final day of Phase 2, this is probably the best time for you to kind of get a feel about what teams we're looking at right now. So in particular today, at least at the start, our focus will be Group B, but overall there's action to be played out all across the board.
I mean, on the topic of the group stage, it is scheduled to finish on the 24th. That's no longer the case. We're extending the group stage by another day. We'll be finishing that on the 25th, which means that playoffs will begin on the 31st of March. They will finish around the 5th of June. And of course, on the topic of playoffs, Pavlos, it's going to be a LAN. That whole COVID era, it's over. It's LAN time, and it's time to do it in front of an audience. I believe the LAN will be in Chennai, if I'm not mistaken, which hopefully we'll be able to cast a few of the games there. It'll be very, very interesting indeed. Look at the standings over on Group 8. Enigma currently taking that first place title. Global Esports and Revenant Esports currently really duking it out for that second place. And what's going to be really interesting, to me at least, is how Team Valor and Prime 5 are going to be able to try and sort of snipe their way into that third place. So if you are Global, if you are Revenant, you really do need to be careful in this position. Over in Group B. Now, of course, this is where our game is going to be today. I believe our second match is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Velocity versus Full Power. So it's a day of Group B, at least what we'll be doing.
Yeah, it's looking interesting and hyper competitive. A lot to battle for. As you said, right? Team Valor, Prime on that 1 and 2 spot. Not impossible to get out of this position. Not impossible to kind of make their way back up. But it definitely is going to be a hard task considering the teams that are on that upper echelon. Of course, you kind of have some teams that you kind of would expect it to perform a little bit greater, like Global Esports, for example. But over in Group B, things do not get less competitive. We've got 3 teams on that 2-win and 1-loss standing, meaning that it's all to battle for at this point, right? These games that they gain today are absolutely vital to their success and absolutely vital for their seeding, and even round differential could make the difference.
Luckily for the teams in Group B, we'll be able to remedy that today. Of course, with that Velocity Full Power Gaming matchup coming up fairly soon, we now have Orangutan and Reckoning, and what you'll find is the losers of both these games may be trapped in a sort of elimination stage where they have to really battle and fight for survival if they want to get that third place title. And if by, kind of, I don't want to say a miracle, but if by a bit of an upset, Velocity do actually get toppled by the likes of Full Power, we could very well see this whole group standings be turned on its head almost.
That's what we really want to see, though, right? We want to see hyper competition. We want to see this scene grow in general, right? Obviously, it's nice to have some like really strong teams, especially one of the ones with a lot of following behind them, a lot of support. It's good to see them kind of grow. But what really makes a scene in general be very successful is if a lot of teams at the lower echelon play are also very hyper competitive, right? That's how you're able to build competition and sort of basically it is required from the teams at the top to stay up to date. Be better when it comes to their preparedness, and also have B plans, C plans, D plans to be able to bring to the table in case their first plan doesn't quite work out, and have adaptations when it's most necessary.
And we take a look at the matches today. Of course, Orangutan versus Reckoning. That'll be followed by Velocity versus Full Power. But I would argue the cake is actually going to be in that third and final match between Enigma and Global. Pavlos, to shed a bit of insight on that matchup. Enigma have tried to beat Global, I think, about 5 times in the last couple of months. They've only been able to do so once or twice. So for Global, this is now a chance to almost get your reputation back, because you were expected to leave this group in first place. Enigma now have that title. How do Global react now that they're on the back foot?
They really need to bounce back from that loss, right? Because, as you said, arch nemesis Enigma are right now on top of the standings. So trying to get that away from them is going to be a difficult one. But whether Global Esports are the Achilles heel of Enigma at the end of the day is yet to be determined. Unfortunately, it's not myself and you to be covering that matchup. But there are some like very talented casters that bring it up right after. So don't worry, we've got you covered here on the English stream. But yeah, I cannot complain about our first two matches at all, right? Orangutan Reckoning right now are on the second and third spot of the group, also sharing the same scoreline of full gaming power, but only due to round differential, they do stand on the top. So the fact that we're starting off the day with a tiebreaker is really exciting.
I'm going to get a little bit technical here, and that is Reckoning. They've been a team for a very long time. They've been established for a very long time. If you're on Orangutan, this veto is actually going to be fairly difficult. Reckoning, they have shied away from the newer maps like Fracture, like Breeze, but for Orangutan, yeah, we saw them play Breeze yesterday, and it just didn't go their way. They got beat by Velocity, I think, 13-8, and that is going to leave a fairly bitter taste. You know, Orangutan, they may now feel obliged to sort of stick to what they know, the likes of Ascent, the likes of Haven, the likes of Icebox. We take a look at the roster. Of course, this is an international roster, and because of that, they've been able to pluck some of the best players from each region. Persia, Ghost, Vibor, Tesseract, and Shooter. For me, the players to watch out for is both Tesseract and Shooter. Tesseract on that Sova, Shooter on that Jet. Both of them have been nasty at how effective they've been on these agents.
And I really like how you kind of want to bring international lineups here in the South Asian scene, right? Bring in Persia from South Korea, bring in Tesseract in from the Philippines, and Shooter from Pakistan also can show the diverseness and the cooperation that you could really have and sort of bridging this region together, bridging it more rather. So I'm also interested to see how comms really work with them, right? Because if you have to work under one language to kind of get things together, that's also a struggle that you need to go to. But once you're through that hurdle, a lot of it becomes a lot easier.
Something that we're used to doing, Pavlos, we're used to kind of casting European teams, right? In this case, what I've learned sort of in these last couple of days in Asia is these guys, they do not care about what the meta is. If they want to bring out a fade in Haven, we'll see a fade on Haven. You want to see a Sova on I believe Fracture, it's only a 2% pick rate, but it's still a pick rate. Someone still decided, some mad lad decided that Sova on Fracture would be the play, and I love the fact that these teams are happy to experiment. We look at the likes of Reckoning, Pixels, Rio, Bad Love, Deadly, and Harsh. All of these guys are bloody good at what they do. Of course, against Tesseract will be Rio, and against Shooter will be Deadly. Two players to really watch out for here.
And unlike Orangutan, these guys are on the all-Indian team. If you're not really familiar with them, I myself have been kind of been looking into these teams the past few days, trying to get familiar with the scene. And as you said, yeah, there's a lot of talent, a lot of high hitters. And that's what really makes this an interesting endeavor. And as you said, meta not really being into the picture, it all comes down to playing your own game style, trying to catch your opponents off guard, and sort of adapt around the game during the midst of it.
And what I think the Orangutan definitely have, which goes in their favor, is they are very quick to adapt. It only takes them sort of 3-4 rounds before they have a very good engagement as to how the opponent's defaults are set up, how they're liking their executions. And a lot of that is sort of eased by the fact that Tesseract's info gather is so damn effective. Even when he goes to info place and doesn't get any info, that all but affirms that the team's on the other side of the map. And we've never seen a bad Hunter's Fury from Tesseract. Even the ones where he doesn't get a kill, he's able to zone oppositions into just fighting his teammates. And we saw yesterday, Ghost was able to have such a strong game on KO, assisted by Tesseract. And Ghost, bear in mind, he isn't the main duelist. He goes to the sort of off duelists like KO. We've seen him sometimes sort of dabble with Chamber. And because of that, it's where the assistance of Tesseract really, really comes to shine.
And I think a lot of this was also depend on comfort regarding specific maps also, right?
Absolutely.
That's really interesting to kind of foreshadow because, when you look at win rates, etc., all across the board, you can notice some distinct weaknesses on either side that perhaps aren't the weaknesses on the other. But there are a couple of unknown factors that have come into, right? For example, Orangutan, when it comes to officials, have heavily been avoiding split and fracture. So if they're left floating for a little bit, they may be in trouble, right? Or it could be the other scenario where they've kind of been preparing it behind the scenes, sort of baiting their opponents to pick it into them, unless the ban comes out, of course. And then there's a surprise because there's nothing you can really prepare for beforehand. There's no sort of anti-strats you can bring to the table, and it's all for you to kind of adjust during that game.
Something I've really liked seeing from Orangutan is we haven't seen them play Split yet. But it's not that they don't play Split. Almost in every series they've played, they've sort of floated Split as that third map. It's just never gone to a third map. So and the one time it did, Split wasn't there. So they've never actually been able to show their Split despite having stuff planned for it. And that's the advantage you get as a new team. You know, your map pool, people have a loose idea as to what it is, but no one knows your strategies on it. And for Orangutan, because of the plethora of experience they've been able to find, kind of plucking players here and there out of APAC, it means that they really will be able to bring some potentially unseen bodings from Split.
Yeah, veto will dictate a lot. It really will. And I mean, we talked about Orangutan, right? We talked about, yeah, okay, their map picture doesn't look holistic, doesn't look like they've been kind of trying to gather everything. But I kind of like this, especially at the lower levels of competition. Kind of keep it slow, sort of keep some of your maybe back pocket double aces coming out from sort of on the down low. Don't show all of your cards straight away. But when you look onto the other side, Reckoning, what I've realized is that Fracture really in this scene is a map that isn't quite figured out all across the board. When you look at other scenes, for example, VCT MEA, and also VCT NA, right? Fracture's been picked up more and more. A lot of teams sort of want to play around it because I think it's a map to yet be figured out even from the bigger scenes. One that is constantly sort of played around with, and it's also very unorthodox considering all the rest of the maps that are being played out right now, right? We're talking about very aggressive defenses. The counter offenses also can be very adaptive. And there's one which is very highly dependent on your opponent's sort of play style, one which is very important. But there's no really need for us to look into sort of predictions at this point because we've got the pick and bans directly in front of us. We're going to have Ascent first up and Bind second. And in case of a decider, we'll be going to the sunny and chill place of Breeze.
This is going to be really interesting. I'm surprised that we see a bind pick from Reckoning here. Orangutan, we've only seen them play it once. But guess what the score was when they played it once, Pavlos?
It's a dub.
13-0. They won that game against Prime 5. So maybe this pick from Reckoning is to make a bit of a statement. Of course, Orangutan going to Ascent. It's one of their most picked maps. It's one of their most successful maps. Still currently at that 100% win rate. And this is over the course of 3 games against some pretty strong teams, the likes of Excelli, the likes of Prime 5. And all of their results have been 13-4. So Ascent is scary for Orangutan. Move to Bind, and for Reckoning, that is going to be a bit of an unknown. This last pick of Breeze, though, is going to be really, really interesting. And I say that because both teams, let's be honest, have not done very well on it. Over on Reckoning, you know, they're kind of sub 20% win rate. Over on Orangutan, they've only played it once. They lost it yesterday against Velocity. And what was, don't get me wrong, fairly close game, but Velocity just outclassed them.
I think Breeze is one of those maps, if you haven't really got a standard playbook around it and you don't have a lot of depth into your strat book, it can become very puggy very, very quickly, right? And so then the aim-heavy teams of the scene can kind of take over. And even though you may have more experience, if you've got a sort of a couple of sort of duelists just snowballing the game, that's how you can quickly lose pace, right? It all plays around that early mid control, which is a very different dynamic when you compare it to the previous 2 maps that we'll potentially be looking at, right? Ascent, and that's kind of where we can put our focus on at this point in time, right? A 62% win rate for the Reckoning side. Orangutan also, as you said, look very, very scary on it, but we can also kind of take in consideration the teams that they had to play against, right? When you're looking about Exeti Esports, Prime 5, Brown Gun Day as well, you're not looking at the top teams of the scene. So no wonder they've done well. But today is where they get tested, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
You're right. And having seen the veto a little bit here, Pavlos, I'm gonna put you on the spot a bit.
Okay.
Who do you see taking this, and what do you think the series score is gonna be?
Wow, really putting me on the spot here. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, right? I think it's going to be a close one, considering the maps don't really favor one side over the other too much, actually. Considering statistics, right? Because in the past few days, I haven't been able to see too many of these VODs. But overall, I think that perhaps Reckoning may have an advantage, right? Maybe seeing a 2-1, it's not going to be a clear-cut victory from them. It highly depends, though, on how it all stops off, right? If Ascent goes completely one-sided for Orangutan, just like their previous maps went, then we might be seeing a completely different score. And we might even see a 2-0 from them.
2-0 for Reckoning. That is a bold prediction.
Orangutan. If Orangutan snowball their first one, we could be seeing a 2-0 from them. If not, and it goes to a third map, I see Reckoning perhaps having a shot.
You know what? You say Orangutan. I say Reckoning. As much as I do like this Orangutan side, somebody has got to be that devil's advocate. So I'm thinking of Reckoning. I would argue 2-1. I think if Reckoning can get us to Breeze, they're probably going to win it. Orangutan did struggle a little bit on Breeze yesterday. But we're going to take a look at the agent selection. I love the Brimstone Breach combo over on Reckoning, but I am on the fence a little bit about Neon. We've seen Neon come out fairly frequently throughout the tournament, but Neon just hasn't had much impact. A lot of teams are really struggling to utilize her properly. Over on Orangutan, it's a little bit of a closer to meta agent select. We're seeing that KO on Vibble, we're seeing that Omen on Ghost, and honestly, Ghost was able to give us an insane Omen yesterday, so I'm really quite liking the agent select from Orangutan. I like how Reckoning is sort of pushing the boat out with this, though.
When you look at scenes sort of kind of pave the way in regards to meta, I think Orangutan is the one that kind of looks to follow up on what is happening in the rest of the world. Although there's one key distinct difference, right? Fade has been picked up recently on Ascent quite a bit, and I think I'm a little bit too much of a fanboy of FPX because the other day they did have a really interesting pick with Fade also coming in together with the KO. They had some insane lineups of taking that early garden control, and once you have that opening, the fact that you can spread your wings across the entirety of the map, it's crazy how much more mobility you have than the other team because they're kind of locked in onto their own spawn, trying to rotate around, and you can really fiddle around with it. And those macro plays that happen across the map can really work in your favor. So having the KO that can throw the dagger, get that information, or even disable some of these early sort of defense lineups on the opposing side can really pave the way.
Yeah, really, really can. I'm really curious as to how this Neon's going to be utilized. We've seen that. I think this is particularly something we saw from Velocity. I think it was Velocity at least. They quite struggled with Neon, and the sort of solution to that was to play really quick with Neon, was to go for these really fast plays, assisted by the flashes from that breach, assisted by the smokes of Brimstone, and you were able to just gun it to a site. My problem with that, though, is while it's an amazing strategy, it really can catch your opposition off guard because we've never seen an agent with this quicker rotation. Unfortunately, if you do it kind of 3-4 times in a row, eventually your opponents are just going to figure out the fact that, hey, it's going to be a fast play wherever it is, just drop your utility when they do, and it really stagnates these attacks. But if Reckoning have a bigger strat book, if they are able to really start bringing out these kind of fakes, these fast plays in amongst default executions, then they could really have a very deep understanding of how to work with this Neon.
I don't know who it was, but it was definitely one on the Orangutan team that had a whiteboard in the background, right?
That's the coach.
I tried reading it a bit, and there were a couple of things that caught my eye. One of the things, it was like, goals for today is ruthless and have fun.
Yeah, it's
great. I love it.
It's great. We were looking at that yesterday. That whiteboard from Sexy is just incredible. And maybe those are those strats. I mean, Ghost is that good on Omen. Maybe he will play it like a Jet. Of course, getting to the pistol round, the Orangutan, looking like it's going to be a fairly heavy list towards both mid and potentially a fight for tree control here, as Reckoning are actually going to allow this mid controls to happen, at least for the time being.
I already see them a little bit paranoid, maybe thinking one of their teammates is the opposition. But moving now towards this A site seems to be a clear coast now, approaching Garden. Not too much interaction found. Fault line definitely will be delaying, but look how they've wrapped around here. It's Reckoning moving into the A main position, but instead, Orangutan want to switch things up, heading over to Heaven. Now trying to switch up these positions as Rio to find their first blood. Aftershock onto the top line. Spike attempting to go down, but Reckoning, they trying to wrap around and potentially trying to split the defenses in two.
Really, really strong stuff now. Tesseract on the flank, good for the first, and this is where Orangutan are able to spring this trap almost, leaving players lurking in tree is going to be a big problem.
Oh, they've already wrapped around. Look at this, moving into the ramp side. Harsh holding up the Heaven side. Persia onto the back end. Shooter as well. They're all getting the shots through, but I'm afraid there's only one left on the Tesseract side. It is going to be deadly. That could potentially be falling soon. Not much health remaining, but it's down to a duel. Spike touched once, but Tesseract knows what's going on. Oh, this could be difficult. Again, diffuse halfway. Deadly is low, and he will have to fall. It's Orangutan to get first blood. It's Orangutan to get the first round on the board.
I really like the circling both of these teams did there. A really nice reaction from Reckoning. They realized that they've lost the control of Tree, so instead they push through main. However, the reaction from Orangutan is to go up through heaven and then treat B main as if the primary focus of where the retake's coming from. That means you can leave Tesseract in a bit of a lurking position, and it really, really worked out there. Yes, it did go down to a 1 versus 1, but Tesseract with the advantageous position is able to deliver. Orangutan 1-0 now, and a bit of an ego to come out from Reckoning here, and a chance for Orangutan just farm a bit of cash as they set their gaze once again to this B site. However, this time it's once again a chance to outmaneuver Reckoning's defense with no one actually on site to stop them.
Reckoning are already pushing through on the backside. If Orangutan aren't quick with the push here, they'll be in trouble. Quick kill found there from Shooters. Pixels falls through the smoke even. Quite a dangerous maneuver, but gets it done either way. B site is under their control, and they already have the numbers.
Now Reckoning, they do have a bit of a flank coming, but it may not be enough here.
They need a pick, and desperately. If they don't get it, they won't be able to take the site at all. And Tesseract in this log position, there's no way they're going to check it in time. Deadly, you can see him already on that side angle. Slick Creek getting the kills. Tesseract gets the job done once more. Shoot it with a triple. And Orangutan line it up without dropping a single player.
And that's perfect. Well, you have to farm some cash, and farm cash they will. Reckoning move to their full buy, and I love the fact we're seeing an early Odin over on Rio. They're looking to get a few kills fairly quickly. I love it. I realize that we do have a little bit of audio desync. That is, yeah, we're aware of it. We'll be able to fix that pretty quickly. Should be able to do so in the next couple of rounds. But for now, we'll have to just persevere, Pavlos. Just as our Orangutan gonna have to persevere being outgunned here.
It's a bit of a spoiler in a way, right? You kind of get, oh, okay, I can hear the sound effect of a fault line. Oh, a kill got found? Who was it? And you kind of want to know before it even happens. So that's an interesting one. But yeah, you're right. High pressure stakes, and Reckoning now with a first full buy. They're playing a little bit more passive than they've played the ones before.
They have, and I like how Orangutan are trying to force these close angle duels because they do have these specters. So it's very fast with control. Once Shooters has completely established it, Deathly gets the opening. It's now down to Orangutan to sort of react here, and I really want to see them use their numbers to their advantage. Unfortunately, they seem to have set their gaze to what might be the worst place possible.
I really like how Deadly just didn't go full aggro there, right? Get one kill back away, we've got the advantage. But now it seems that Orangutan have their sights onto this B position. And thankfully for Reckoning, they've got 3 players lying in wait. Oh! The Yoda comes out from Rio. Splash damage found, but will he be able to find a kill? Yes, he does. Paranoid to his death. But at the end of the day, it's the Reckoning sides that prevail, and they're the ones to get around on the board.
More Ducker, more damage, more bullets, and this somehow, this is impressive to me at least. Rio manages to run out of ammo on the Odin there. I didn't think that was possible, but he was able to do so. And what I really like as well from Reckoning here is that setup with Bad Love. Rio makes a lot of noise, does a lot of damage. Then the swing comes out, and for Orangutan, they just walk into a massacre. Beautiful bait and switch, and a chance for Reckoning to put themselves on the board. In terms of ult management, Tesseract 1 away from that Hunter's Fury. Shooter 1 away from that Blade Storm, and for Shooter, it's going to be an early push here to B.
They're pushing very quickly onto this one. Shooter concussed, but still able to find a kill. Beautifully done, and now they've got the side control. Shooter with another. Oh, this man's poised for more, and he may even want to go for more. The rest of his team hasn't even found entry onto the site yet, and he's already found 2 kills.
Spike planted.
May not be. It's not enough, Pavlos. It's just
He's way out of his depth. He's way out of his depth. It's all over. Before this round, it was all already over. Orangutan lose 1 round and have a statement to make. We're not going to lose anymore, at least not that easily. A beauty of a kill there.
I don't think Shooter was very happy with the way he died last round, and to make up for it, he just guns into that B site there. How on earth he gets that first kill concussed? How on earth he gets that second kill while on half HP with his position? No, is beyond me. But it is just a testament as to the skill of Orangutan now. And Shooter, I love it. He's even hunting for an extra kill as well to make sure that the Neon can't save their rifle. Unfortunately, it will be a chance for Reckoning to at least hold on to a little bit of firepower. But as they go 3-1 down, it's time to adapt.
Yeah, Deadly's just happy he's a Neon at this point because he can run away fast.
Yeah. I believe that's the audio fixed. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, audio fixed. There you go. Thank you, Sky. Hey, that's a pretty good turnaround actually to fix it like a round and a half. But for
Yeah.
I like the fact we're seeing early timeouts here, Pavlos. I think that it shows how much value these teams place on momentum. And Orangutan particularly have been really good at these early timeouts. You see Sexy really talking to the team here. I just love how they don't want to miss their 11:30 ADHD checkup.
I love it.
It's like every time we see it, I pick up something new.
Mate, it's crazy. They've already pretty much done that, right? For me, it's not quite 11:30 yet. You're actually an hour behind me as well, mate. You're in UK time. I'm in Central Europe time. It's an early start, but you know, it's midday in South Asia right now, and you know, everybody's probably having lunch. So yeah, food reports, everybody in chat. Let us know what you're having. I'm actually craving
their ADHD checkup.
Yeah, exactly. They just finished the ADHD checkup. But yeah, back into the game. No more timeout. This is where action may commence because we're kind of seeing the Reckoning side forcing up, and it could really mess their economy up.
Something I want to highlight as well is the coach of Reckoning, Godspeed. I don't think Godspeed is actually signed as their coach. I think he is temporarily coaching for them. I could be wrong there, so you correct me, but I'm fairly certain that's the case here. And for Orangutan, it could be a chance to maybe try and force some strategy here. But the experience Godspeed is going to be able to provide, it means that Reckoning are really going to have some very swift adaptability to their play. And you see, they push into B this time round. Persia does spot them, does a bit of damage, but he needs to be very careful with this tour de force.
I really like how Reckoning have played this particular round, sort of gain control to the extremities, but they're also the reaction to this A site. As soon as they hear movement coming in from Catwalk, they realize, all right, it's time to move an extra player in this position, and that's what they do. Shooter, though, will be starting to push forwards. Cloudburst concealing his position, Pixels close by. Stunned, can he make it out? Dash away, but that's an important instrument to no longer have it in your hands. And now they double back from their initial position, now considering the wraparound towards mid.
Fairly quiet round from Orangutan. They have fought and skirmished a little bit, but they've not really revealed their main intention. There's the opening, and that is a beautiful start.
Reckoning are sort of desperate, aren't they? They don't have the weaponry to kind of play around with this. They only have that one Vandal onto Harsh, so yeah, exactly. You kind of are it's very needed that Harsh is in the right position at the right time. Otherwise, the rest of them are pretty much fighting with toothpicks up against full-on sticks. So yeah, it's not an easy one. And Bad Luck falling here, the wraparound to this A site. We could have seen a backstab coming through from the Killjoy. Didn't quite happen. But there's no need to go risky here. No need to sort of lose a rifle when there's no risk that is necessary to be taken. 5 HP onto Deadly. 1 bullet should have done the job, and it did exactly that. And Reckoning, yeah, they're just going to forge. Harsh with the only Vandal will look to find some further damage. Rio up close and personal, but the crossfire is checked here from Tesseract. No trouble there. So yeah, round will be ending, and Orangutan with a perfect read will be getting themselves a dub.
Well, they do. And what I really like from Reckoning here is the fact that, realizing that they don't have too much cash, they stack that A site really early. Once that first player dies, they just all gun it there. And what I think is pretty cool for Orangutan is the Killjoy pushed onto B. They saw that B site was completely clear, but Orangutan just don't rotate. They're like, sod it, we're on this site, we're going to make it work, and they fully commit to it. Something else as well is Orangutan, that early round was so quiet. It was such, they only were able to see one player at a time. And so, in going quiet, they bait Reckoning into overextending to try and probe for info, and they capitalize off of it, explode to that A site, and get the rounds. We now move into the next buy of Reckoning. The op comes out over on Bad Love, but what good will it do against 3 ults readily available from Orangutan? One away from a null command as well is really going to prove to be difficult to match.
Ooh, very early aggressive maneuvers coming in from Deadly in mid. He does get the trade at the end of the day, but you have to consider how worth it is that 1-for-1 trade. Softening up Ghost and Persia is a good endeavor, but Bad Love here wants to get a little bit more out of that. Shooter is not going to let that go that easy. Lockdown to be enabled. Hunter's Fury to take it down. Quick reaction, but takes down his own teammate. That is not what you want to see, but Shooter regresses and takes charge. Harsh is there to find another kill for himself, but we've got equal playing field. A 2-on-2, and all of a sudden Shooter wants to go in for more, needs to check his left side. That's one! Not quite able to get out of harm's way. Pixel take him out, but we're in for a draw here. Pixels, if you don't check your left side in time, you will get eliminated, and that's exactly what happens. Orangutan on 5.
I love the look Tesseract just came back to Rio there after killing him. or to Persia, sorry, after killing him with that Hunter's Fury. Really. Tesseract, he redeems himself, doesn't he, in winning that 1v1. Does take a player with him. But hey, I guess in Tesseract's opinion, that's just handicap, isn't it? He's making it look winnable for Reckoning. As we move into what's continuing to be a very dominant start from Orangutan. There's just enough for the odd Vandal. There is a few Sheriffs there from Reckoning, but the main thing to highlight is the portals available. They have everything, of course.
Shorter. Oh, okay.
What a dagger from the KO. Just suppresses the Neon there. The second adult's cast.
It's crazy, right? I think Shooter was nearly dead there, but thankfully for Tesseract, I guess he's got his back. He's got his back. Don't worry, mate. I'm next to you. Ghost also there. Okay, this should be a simple one, round for Orangutan. There were capabilities of Reckoning to kind of do something about this. If they were able to find a pick or two, maybe. I mean, they've got some very high impact ultimates, right? So it could have snowballed out of control. It's still traded though, and more weapons can fall in their hands if they're not too careful. Persia's not going to make that easy though. Pixels takes him out. That's a free Vandal that could be picked up by him. But he's solo at this point that his impact may already be over.
I think for Pixels now, the objective is just to survive, to just get to the next round and just mitigate the economic damage. There is a rifle to save, so you do have a bit of teeth to you. But Shooter, I mean, he's like a magnet to players, isn't he? Spots out Pixels, clean, kill, retrieve that Vandal. Is there a world where Pixels wins this?
I mean, they might as well be. If he gets a read on one of the opponents, there's an orbital strike. Oh, is it going to be preemptive? No, Sky smokes. But look at the backstab coming out, though. It may be a little bit slow, coming in from the short side. No time to defuse, even if he wanted to. And that is a death of Pixels right there. Good attempt. NT's in chat. But it's a 6-1 scoreline, and Orangutan had started to run away with this.
Yeah, they're starting dominant, and honestly, for Reckoning, I really want to see I don't want to see him get disheartened. You know, these aggressive plays, pushes through mid. I mean, we saw a couple of rounds ago that push through mid with the Tour de Force. It worked, you know, you've got that map control. I think the issue that Reckoning are facing right now is they're overextending just ever so slightly. And if they can kind of keep it tight, keep it disciplined, this map control can be really effective here. So move to the next fight round. It's relatively even in ult management. Reckoning, though, has a lot of retake utility readily available with that orbital strike and that rolling thunder.
I very much agree with your point there. You kind of want to decide which extremity you want to take control over so you can sort of take over the rest of the map with the freedom of information, right? You have the Brimstone in A main kind of fully pushed fast there, so kind of getting that early info, it kind of allows the rest of the team to be comfortable towards the other side. And you kind of need to balance that throughout the game, right? Not only go for the same push every time. Either you take A main control or garage control. It kind of needs to come in sort of an unbalanced tone.
It does, with a slow push over through Cubby from Trubby here, hoping to at least get a bit of control. And this is what Orangutan do, which Reckoning have to struggle to do, is you see how Shooter stops pushing there and waits for the teammates. That's what we needed to see Reckoning do. And now with a bait and switch setup in tree here, this could really be effective. Luckily for Orangutan, they don't even want to fight it. They're setting to be.
Reckoning must not be over-eager here. They've got very strong ultimates, and fully committing to this fight with the explosiveness that Orangutan can bring out could be deadly for them. It highly depends if they get a first kill here. Oh, but they're highly committing it very quickly. Rolling Thunder coming through. Some damage from the Hunter's Fury, not as much as they would have liked. The tag onto the second, but still, the quick rotation. They're not falling back from this. There's no time to move towards this A side. They need to go for it, and they need to kill. Spike now onto the floor. They need to get the kill to get themselves a push forwards, but they're running out of time. And in this instance, Reckoning expend every single ult they had in their bag to make this hold stand.
Time is a cruel mistress, but in this case, she's favoring Reckoning. And what I really like from Reckoning here, it may be a slight overcommitment, but I do still like it. And that's the fact we're seeing they hit about kind of 25 seconds before the execution. They know where the execution is coming, and they just drop everything. Absolutely everything. this is why I argue it's a little bit of an overcommitment, because that orbital strike did nothing. That Hunter's Fury only hit one player. That Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury was kind of enough. But nonetheless, I mean, if you're gonna do it properly. And for Orangutan, now with the recovery, looking to respond to a mid-aggression.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, very good trade at the start. Yeah, this is the over-eagerness you were talking about, wasn't it? Quickly losing 2 players without the capability of trading. They're taking fights that they really shouldn't, and they are being punished. Well read from the Orangutan side. No reason to play aggressive if Reckoning are going to take the fight to you. And yeah, it's just simply placed for them.
Yeah, and it's this aggression in the, you have the main control. Even if it took 3 players to fight for it, you don't need to fight as hard. And I'm interested to see if there's a solution here for Reckoning. Maybe just go for 2-player commitments instead, and then hold the map control rather than extending past it, and then only really commencing these lurks once you know for sure that an execution is coming. Orangutan now against the Nico. There is a stray Vandal over on the Brimstone as they get ready to assault this B site.
Should be simple pickings. Reckoning pretty much nowhere in sight really. Try and sort of trade some shots, some pot shots through the smokes. The pass is permitted. And the B site now fully under lock in key on the Orangutan side. Shooter maybe in a little bit of trouble, able to take down the owl drone before he's tagged and revealed his position for too long, but there's not much Reckoning can throw at this. This is going to be some dry peekings to come through. Lockdown a little bit too overeager there. Shorter very, very close to the fight. And he's even taking an ever closer angle here. Ooh, not too bad of a shot from Pixels there, but when Ghost is being a sneaky man, when he's going into his ninja endeavors and just coming out from behind there, it's not going to be an easy one from them. Rio also keeping the scoreboard close in numbers, but it's again going to be a very fast closeout of this particular round. Pixels, his position may be known, might go out in a very beautiful fashion, but he goes out nonetheless.
Ghost lives up to his name, doesn't he? And just gets behind them. What I really like as well is after he gets that kill, instantly turns 180, expecting a flank. The only silver light I see for Reckoning here is, for what was essentially an eco, it should not have been that close. Reckoning do inflict a lot of damage onto the members of OG here, and for Orangutan, they do need to tighten it up before they commence doing this against, say, full buys, because if there was just a little bit more firepower in Reckoning, that could have been a very different outcome.
And it just starts to unfold in a way where Orangutan seem to never relinquish this tempo that they've gathered. The aftershock to the side, that's going to force them out. I love this proactiveness. But I love also how Orangutan are responding to it. They don't really care.
Yeah, it's you want to say you want to fight for a position. Yeah, right. And what?
Give it a go. Peek me.
Now Shooter's going to show exactly what a peak is. This is assisted by the Algorithm of Tesseract, and this is now just leading the way, paving the way for Shooter to try and find some heads. And unfortunately for Reckoning, Shooter is bloody good at his job. Reckoning do have a 3-man stack over around the safe side, so this is a very recoverable position. Make that 2 players looking to recover.
There's some sharp shooters here in South Asia, aren't there? Damn.
I told you. I said this on the European desk. I said the best tables are in Asia. I told you they were.
They really are. They really look to be, at least. Yeah, a little bit too far out of your depth there, Shooter. Couldn't quite touch the bottom, and suddenly Reckoning may have a chance. Fighting 2 kills, having a tempo control. Pixels pushing back out, and now there's no longer a pit turn maneuver in place. It's only 2 players up against 4. And they may have been able to do it. Rio is now down. Radlov very low. It just matters if you find this first operator shot, doesn't it? Oh, but there goes Tesseract, the healthy of the 2 members. And there goes Vipho as well. Reckoning will be able to find a 3rd round coming now on their scoreboard. Is it enough, though?
It was a really strong round for the Breach and Brimstone there. I love that flash into mid to catch out the Lurker. And Reckoning, I like the thought process is, if we're always trying to get a Lurker, they're probably trying to do the same thing. So before they actually respond to the actual site take, they shut down the Lurker, and then they set their full attention to this A site. And it works beautifully for Orangutan. it's their time to adapt, and we've seen that Orangutan can adapt very quickly in the past. Let's see if Coach Sexy has anything in plan here for the final round of this half. Operator out on Shooter, looking to duel Bad Love. Shooter, of course, having a fairly good game. Bad Love, a little bit quieter.
There are 2 times when my tummy rumbles. One is when I'm hungry, and the other when I'm about to see some action in Valorant. I think Reckoning of I think it's both this time around, mate.
That's the double rumble. The Richter scales are going off.
It's a double rumble. I'm pretty sure you can hear it from my mic right now. It's quite a big one. It's like drums are starting to hit, and I think drums are starting to indicate the push is about to arrive. Oh, that's an elbow. Oh, that's what you love to see from Bad Love, able to rendezvous out of that position with a free kill to go his way. How do Orangutan sort of commence from this, right? No longer having the KO to flash them in. This will be a difficult endeavor. Rolling Thunder, very preemptive in use. But when you have an Odin in play, you're able to counteract that pressure, even when you can't see them across the wall. Now, they are able to wrap around, though. Ghost finding his way onto the A site, but it will take time until the spike reaches that point as well.
I want to see it from the shadows from Ghost here to try and outflank these members. Already in going to defenders spawn.
No way.
This could be terrible for Reckoning if a Ghost can launch this.
Oh, but both players are looking in the same direction here, so he's pinched in nonetheless. A crossfire setup from the Reckoning side show that the start may have just been a fluke, and they're ready to fight for this game. Persia, a lot to do here. All by himself, high in charge of this position. If you want a clutch moment, this better be it, Persia. Reckoning to move in with all players coming in from the heaven side.
They've still got 2 storm grenades, so an outflank is definitely possible here.
Yeah, but you need to line them up in time, don't you? Gets one. Is that the lineup? Is it accurate? It may be. It is going to be diffused halfway, and it's not going to be an accurate lineup at all. It will be diffused, and we're looking at an 8-4 half time with Reckoning closing up the gap at that bitter end.
8-4 is recoverable, I think. So for Reckoning, that final round actually had quite a bit of impact for them. Also, in winning the last few rounds of the half, it also gives them that momentum that they've been really desperately trying to find for the majority of this series so far. But Bad Love, like as we said at the start of the round, fairly quiet game from them. And, well, they tell us that it's only quiet because you haven't seen me. And 2 quick operator kills around Tang. They just ended up fragmented, split up. And, well, for Reckoning, quick chance to bop them up. We move to the pistol round here. And I'm really curious to see what Neon can do on the attack.
That's what I'm kind of intrigued by, right? I think a lot of these teams are very tempo-based. And when you're on the attacking side, you have a very good control over the pacing. And I think that's what Reckoning were able to do. Orangutan, I mean Orangutan were able to do. But you have to give respect to Reckoning for attempting to dictate some pace, taking space early. But I think Orangutan always had the read. Let's see if they are better suited on this defense side now, as Reckoning look to push through towards this B site. Persia a little bit stand up and create potentially an opening to be made. Now looking to push through from 2 different fronts, and it's a crossfire setup that they cannot handle. Reckoning coming out on top. Persia looking to hold it down, but not quite able to. Pixels also just holding down that line there, and all of a sudden, Orangutan are from the outside looking in with a 1v3 setup.
Bad Love now. Ready for that smoke to fade. What can Ghost do here? He's been able to win 1v3s before, but can he do it on this pistol round?
It's so tough, though. 1 player left in Garage. There's no way you're able to salvage this, right? You peek in, and Bad Love comes in from out. Ghost is wary of it, but this is going to buy so much time from the Reckoning side. Slowly, the spike will start to tick faster. And that's about timing, right? Ghost picks away, and Bad Love comes in from behind. Reckoning with an all-important pistol to close up that gap very quick.
Really, really nice usage from Bad Love there on that flank. To know his presence alone is scary. Doesn't actually need to fight, and then once the timing of that fight is committed to, it's done beautifully. Bad Love, the second we criticize him now, he's really waking up. I think doubling his kill count since we said his name. And for Orangutan, it's down to an eco. A chance for Reckoning to really close the distance when it comes to this round count.
This is about to get exciting, Kremer. We thought this could have been a 1-team show at this particular one. An ascent drive that Orangutan seems to not be giving up on. A lot of strong victories here, but Reckoning isn't looking forward to being one of those teams to fall into that bag. Shooter a little bit in trouble there, not unable to fire his shots with that classic, but still, somehow, Orangutan have players on the B site. But Reckoning have different plans, looking to see control over and spawn, baiting out the players of Orangutan Orangutan to come out into the open, and as quickly as that, they'll take control of the full site as well.
Really, really strong round from Reckoning. It's all they have to do.
Spike planted.
Farm a bit of cash, get a few kills, try and keep players alive. And for Ghost, I mean, he's probably scared the daylights out of Deadly, but nonetheless, it's a recovered round. Reckoning now within 2 of Orangutan, but Orangutan bring out the big guns. They bring out their stopping power, and for Reckoning, their bonus, yes, it is a bonus, but do you risk giving Orangutan a bit more space between you and them, more importantly, them and victory?
It's getting tough. It really is. I think a lot of it depends on how much damage Reckoning are able to do this round, right? The bonus could really play into their favor if they're able to get quite a lot out of it. Neon, fast approach. Maple reads it. Assistance there from Shooter, and now, for the first time this half, Orangutan have the numbers.
Kill through that smoke and able to do so, and I like how Orangutan, it's the discipline from them. They just disengage. They know they have a man advantage, so why risk equalizing? And you see how sort of passive this backline is from them with, the Jets don't spawn for their rotation here. And for Reckoning, as they do also rotate back from their spawn over to B, there's already a 2-player setup. B for the rotation of the Killjoy coming over now means that Orangutan can have a really good read on the plans of this Indian team.
There were 2 things that came into play in that particular round, right? In this particular round, it was the movement from a Reckoning side that was very much telegraphed, with Neon kind of not caring about making the noise, and Orangutan's setup having the 2-player standout in short. Able to trade it out, able to have the Peekers advantage sort of given to them due to the footsteps relay. Rolling Thunder, though, could be all important, but they haven't cleared out CT, and Shooter is there, raining down on them. A quadra for Shooter this round. Seizes control of the game.
You actually didn't need the Rolling Thunder, you just needed Shooter. You just needed a bit of confidence in him. And for Shooter, this is turning into such a terrific game from him. And I really like that rotation. Really, really strong stuff. And what I want to highlight here is that Orangutan are never alone. There's always someone else. There's always someone to trade. And that is why we're seeing Shooter, Tesseract get so many kills. It's because they're always assisted by something. We enter a reinvestment from Reckoning, and they just about can buy. Pixels one away from an orbital strike. Shooter one away from a blade storm. And what looks like a fairly fast hit to A.
It is a contact play, though. One-sided smoke. Oh, Shooter, you might be getting way out of your depth here. The crouch peek from Deadly avoiding the bullet to their head, and that is Shooter, the high hitter from Orangutan, to be extinguished.
Oh, what a paranoia.
There's just too many players, man, and they just can't handle them all. Especially with the 2 angles there. A little bit too far out of their depth, but the Odin starts to do some hitting. Aljoin out, realizing, giving the info that there's 3 in that position. Tesseract going for the swing instead of falling back with the aftershock. Chooses to go for the wrong decision by pushing fast. And Pleasure with a decision to make. Is it a save? Is it a commit? They know where he is. Oh, and the timing doesn't just quite work out for him. So Reckoning keeping things very close.
It feels like Orangutan bit off more than they could chew there, doesn't it? That paranoia was really good. Usually if you see a kind of 3-4-man paranoia, you go, well, that's the round 1. But Reckoning, they just have everyone there, and they're able to just overwhelm the 2 players who took the engagements, despite what was also a very clean entry from Deadly there. I think we're at the stage now where Shooter's feeling confident enough to just swing on anyone and everyone, so that early shutdown is going to work wonders to the confidence of what on earth was that final shot? To the confidence of Reckoning.
It's this high-level competition kind of I was kind of talking about in the pregame, is the fact that more and more teams can become competitive and sort of allow the South Asian scene to kind of prosper. And I think we're seeing more and more of this. I think more and more teams are joining that upper echelon of play. Yeah, okay, we're seeing some preemptive moves, some kind of over-eager pushes, but I think those can simply be ironed out over time. And I think shortly, with the talent that this region has, we may be seeing contention on the international stages as well, which is really exciting to see.
I mean, the topic of making masters has been something that a lot of viewers have been talking about for quite a while here, and I think the biggest challenge, can you beat a MYSG team? because they're the ones who are usually really making inroads at APAC. So if we can see the likes of Global, the likes of Velocity, the likes of Enigma, maybe even the likes of Reckoning or Orangutan, they can beat MYSG teams. If they can dominate MYSG teams, maybe not Paper Rex, but the likes of like Bleed, for instance, they can do that, then I'll be seriously looking forward to what they can do at APAC.
For sure. I mean, take the Japanese teams, for example, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, they managed to get into the semi-finals, mate. Incredible, wasn't it? They gave them nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. They took out on so many teams. I think 3 out of the 4 EMEA representatives. That was kind of sad. That was very sad.
Us, wasn't it?
That was rough for us. But it gives hope to the other regions, right? Where you thought, okay, this is NA, EMEA, and sort of Korea dominance. No, not at all. Everyone can be a contestant in this game.
Bibble going to be able to outflank Harsh once the smoke fades. Harsh, though, needs to press the master with Ghost.
Needs a first, though. Really needs a first, and Ghost is just playing with him. Thankfully, in time, Vipul comes out from behind and is able to find the defuse as well. Orangutan looking to get up to triple digits. What did we got there so far? No, double digits. And Reckoning not too far behind.
What I quite like from Orangutan there is they're also able to burn off the orbital strike. They sort of get it used in, I don't want to say useless, but more of a defensive way, which means that they now go to the next couple of rounds not having to worry about it at all. And that's going to make the afterparts, it's going to make the initial site takes from Reckoning just that bit tougher. And if you can get any advantage against Reckoning, I know for sure Orangutan are going to take it.
I think the pressure is mounting here for the Reckoning side. It's the kind of the tempo that could really play a vital role in this particular matchup, right? If we see sort of Reckoning no longer having a hand in the game, no longer having being really permitted to kind of dictate this pace, they may be in trouble, right? I think you can see that both coaches on both ends are very focused on sort of trying to deliver the game plan, trying to get them back into the matchup, because it's very easy to lose sight of the big picture when you're in these very high stressing situations.
Finnish DDT interview was also on there as well. It's like they've started an interview and gone, whoa, wait a sec. Let's go play a game. We'll be back in a bit. And they just woke up, they play this game. That's Reckoning. They go to this round with a tour de force available, one away from a Rolling Thunder. Over on Orangutan, 2 ults to counter it with.
Yeah, interesting ults. I'm just waiting to see how this one works out. Orangutan can easily just put Ghost, anchor at site right now, and maybe use from the shadow for a last second rotation. That's one way to put it. And I think Orangutan realize they're going to have to play the numbers game on a site, don't go too overeager, which I like. I think they realize what sort of kit they have in their arsenal and how they want to use it.
Damage being done, wrapped down to the speed side.
Shooter with the first. Rio quickly bouncing back from it. You want to see Shooter getting more in that instance. Vipul out. His ultimate may keep him alive for a little bit longer if Ghost is able to find the space, but he needs to check his right close corner. That's one, but does he check it? He does! Deadly falls, unable to find the shot, and maybe the resurrection can come through. Maybe we could be looking at a 2v1 here, and it's all down to Bad Love to recover this for Reckoning.
Tour de force in hand, able to retrieve the spike. It's possible.
They know where it is, right? Surely they're checking it. Oh, and he does get the spike when no one is looking. The dagger is thrown at him, but he doesn't care. He can pull out the knife. He can start running towards this A site, and he may be able to get the plant down as well.
Luckily, all the Killjoy utilities down as well, and for Orangutan, I'm surprised it took them that long to realize that the Chamber's heading to this A site. Now the dagger's gone as well. Tour de force is back online. Bad Love still in a difficult position.
All right, Bad Love, what do you have? Oh, careful though. Go so close. Oh, first shot miss. Second time's a charm. Oh, and now we've got a duel. Bad Love dropping. Oh, looking to mask his shot by dropping. And now Bad Love Draws out the headhunter, and he gets the head down as well. That's why the weapon is called as such. He rips it apart of the body of his opponent, and Reckoning are close by.
Okay, Reckoning. If that was where the comeback starts, then so be it. So what a round from Bad Love, a really difficult clutch retrieve. Yes, it's a 1v2, but it's still a very laboured 1v2. And this final shot, I mean, mwah, it's the coup de grace. It adds that extra flavour to Reckoning now, who go into this next round against the Eco Orangutan with an ult advantage, with a firepower advantage, and now with a bit of momentum.
Oh, Orangutan must be hitting themselves after that one. I don't think they've even got a timeout to make up for it. Yeah, caught off guard. A great flashpoint to completely blind them. Blind as bats, really. And yeah, no, the site will be taken over very quickly, unless Ghost can do something about it. That's a rifle recovered by him. Oh dear, Harsh may be in trouble. No, never mind. Okay, okay. Compose yourselves, everybody. Compose yourselves.
Oh. I quite like how Orangutan, their name sort of makes sense. Like Tesseract, you know, it's a geometrical shape, and you know, he's still good on the Sova, finding those bounces, finding those lineups. So that makes sense. And you got Vibble, which I think means ecstatic, I believe. So that also makes sense. You know, very high tempo player. Ghost gets behind everyone, and let's be honest, the coach sexy. Whoa! So really, Orangutan.
It's the whiteboard diff.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of meaning behind Orangutan here. Over on Reckoning, though, they are making a bit of a comeback, and I would love to see a timeout here. Well, there you go. So, Orangutan really wanting to at least keep the lead. Yes, it's close, but as long as they can just keep a round ahead, they do still have that safety net.
I think it was very necessary for them to go for the timeout here. I think they also benefited from the Reckoning's timeout as well. Sort of slowing down the pace, but I think they now realize, okay, we've lost the 1v2. How could have we gotten that better, right? I think they took two different positions. Well, I think the right decision to make is sort of put their players together and play the trade game, right? You've got the numbers. Don't make it more complicated than it is.
That works.
I like the thought process behind it, but at the end of the day, it's quite a morale sort of hitter, right? It can definitely put you down on the dirt when it comes to that mental state. So. Taking the break, allowing Sexy to sort of give you some good words of encouragement. It doesn't really necessarily have to be a strat at this point. It kind of say, guys, stay composed, don't overpeak, you got this, you're the better team.
Look how fast this attack is up from short. How do you expect it? No, they don't.
Quickly traded though. Hunter's Fury on point. Tesseract gets it done. Hunter's Fury quick in retaliation, not finding the tag he would have liked, although Vipor very, very low. Look at Orangutan's positioning though. Determined it's this A-site push, but now spread out as Reckoning still play in the dark.
Bad Love. Making his way through mid here. Shooter already expecting the flank. It's also the bait and switch ready with Tesseract here.
Tesseract can't play too greedy though, because there's no counteraction that can be made. But look at the aggressive play from Reckoning. Very deep into that tree position. Tesseract dropping, shoot on the top side. And now this is difficult. Running out of time, 45 seconds. Catches them off, but Bad Love gets it done, right? Finds 2 kills, but can he find 2 more? Can he make it a quadra? 2 bullets, has to reload. It's necessary. Close by though, double peek from Orangutan. They seize control, and now are 2 round from that all-elusive victory.
Really, really strong round from Tesseract. I love the confidence he shows there as well. Gets up in with the Owl drone, instantly drops behind Generator. Instantly. Realizing how effective he can be from that position. And once again, really strong round from the Neon to be able to get that quickly up short, to be able to punish that position. And then, of course, you have the Hunter's Furies. Tesseract, maybe a teammate sometimes, but he always kills someone when he Hunter's Furies. And as demonstrated there, is able to get that player advantage for Orangutan. 2 away from victory, Reckoning 2 away from an equalizer. This round, have lost, is crucial to Reckoning's survival.
It do be that, man. It do be that. A-site now control taken over. At least the main entry of it. Lurker stack behind, Ghost, Paranoia, concerned of the push. Deadly finds itself in, dashes forward, Flash disabling him. Orangutan, full control here, spray down across, softening them up. Could be easy pickups for the latter stages of this round, but I think Reckoning got the wind taken out of their lungs because Orangutan haven't let this control go.
look at the lurk through to be here from the chamber. They're going to figure out very quickly that this site is actually uncontested. Now Reckoning can put the skates on, and now look at this push to CT.
It all matters.
Perfect.
The swing, the bot shows his
Oh,
position.
perfect.
It doesn't even matter though. Bad Love switches up that script. They were down a player and now they're ahead a player. We're taking full B site control and even having had third player to come in for reinforcements. But it looks like Orangutan aren't slowing down the tempo. They're looking to take this fight before the third player comes in. Beautiful flash. Is it good for another? Off the top to the side. Pressure to push by. But Harsh controls it. Double digits for Reckoning. They're keeping it close.
What a recovery! In a round where they're a player down, they don't have the HP, they're running out of utility, and from nothing, Bad Love is able to get those 2 kills and thrust Reckoning back into this map. Another perfect flash from Harsh, and it's just a quick little cleanup. Orangutan kicked in the stomach now as they drop down to Sheriffs.
Oh my god. That was incredible. Oh, it's all down to Harsh. Give him the MVP already. I think he just saved the game for Reckoning.
He may have.
That is crazy, man. These moments of excellence from these few players. And it's just so much to be brought out. And now they switch up the pace, right? Keep Orangutan in the dark. Keep him guessing.
Enemy tagged.
A lot of short control wanted by Orangutan, and it's through the smoke. Shooter than a standard chance.
Oh no. There's no way Orangutan let this slip, right? Surely. Definitely sees the aggression of Vibble, but it's only a Sheriff that he has to go up against. Reckoning from the absolute jaws of defeat. They were hanging on by their fingernails, but somehow they survive.
Now it's Orangutan to show signs of desperation. Well-placed utility, stopping the push come forth. Deadly doesn't care about the ends of that nano swarm, wants to gain space and quickly, and he does so. Some players choose a jet, cloudburst dash in. No, a neon is there, plate. Skid your way through the site. Now, you did say it, Sheriff's not going to be an easy endeavor, and one which I guess they can only wish for damage. But Reckoning still very composed, very slow-paced.
Off your feet!
Oh, Rolling Thunder committed. Deadly. That's one. Simple picking. Paranoia to delay. And there comes another. Deadly with 3 kills so far, 1 remaining. I don't think they've got a good idea of where Viper was hiding at. Well, it's 2 remaining. I even forgot about Tesseract. They even forgot about Tesseract. But no, nonetheless, only 1 kill goes to the side of Orangutan. But crucially, it's the round equalization for Reckoning.
Are we going to get our first overtime at Pavlos?
Well,
it won't be the first overtime of the tournament, but it'll be our first overtime on the desk.
Hell to the yes. That's
all
why you
for
bring
it.
me. I bring all the overtimes, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you have somewhere to be, don't invite Pavlos to the cast, man, because this is what is this 3.5 hour cast coming up? All right, let's do it.
Well, if you
We
want to
got
see
2
good
series
Valorant,
as
do
well.
bring me over.
Oh, that's true. If you want to see more Valorant, then Pavlos is the guy to go to.
There
So
you
it's
go.
not management. The main thing going in Orangutan's favor right now is they do have that extra ult, and that lockdown is going to be crucial for retakes here. And without the orbital strike, without the Hunter Streak or the Rolling Thunder, being able to stop that, lockdown is going to be very difficult for Reckoning. Maybe they're going for the element of surprise here.
Oh, shooter spotted. Recon bolt. Did it just connect onto him? Tesseract. Able to find the first kill, crucially enough. Ace site handed over, happy to go for the retake. They've got a lockdown. Tesseract wants to kill though before they're able to close out these doors. Ghost, a little bit of extending there. Viper, accurate, but so is Rio. And now, 1-2. Really? You don't have KO in the fight anymore. Spike picked up. And the play is slowed down. Outrone, no more. Viper, no more chance for him to be rezzed. Bad Love, we know him in clutch positions. We know how accurate he can be, how strong of a menace. 2 HP onto 1. The lockdown will fall. They've got full control over this area. Could be the best decision, but look at the wraparound coming in from heaven. Persia needs to be careful! Bad Love, so quick! And the lockdown didn't even go down either. Rio is low, 1 bullet should do it. But when you've got a crossfire setup, oh, it's a big ask, and Bardov gets it done once again. When it's most necessary, it's reckoning to be on top.
Remember, this is Orangutan's map pick. Havalos, they wanted to be here, and Reckoning, at first we thought they'd be worried. No, instead, they just rolled up their sleeves. They cracked their knuckles and went, all right, we can do this, we can do this. One away from victory now. Orangutan on the precipice of defeat. And with one away from the Hunter Sphere or Tesseract, it'll help in the ability front, sure, but they're down to 3. Spectres, Shooter's gonna glass cannon a Vandal here.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay. Orangutan in trouble. How do they take this control? Very A main, very early A main, lenient so far. Goes to tempting, seeing, okay, is there someone on top? They're basically playing blind right now. They've got no clue. They've given mid fully. They rely mid control to one singular bot. The alarm bot is just there. That's their mid control. That's it.
And luckily for them, Reckoning aren't abusing that. But I reckon the second they figure this out, this is going to spell problems for Orangutan. Forwarded position from the KO and from Ghost here. But what good would it do, particularly now you see how good Deadly can be on these entries? So it begins. There's the flash. There's the early utility. Football needs to be careful.
Oh, they know where he is! And Deadly gets it done. Shooter crucially finding another, but this is where they start to push in. Overdrive available for Deadly if he wants to use it. Oh, but a strike looking to delay. It even gets one kill. Deadly somehow alive through that chaos. But Orangutan need to get that lockdown down, man. They can't wait for it anymore. They're down the player. They need the kills. They need the control. And here it goes. Is the aftershock available, though? One aftershock, and that lockdown can be destroyed. No, Harsh doesn't have it. He's already used it. No, he's used it up against the lockdown! It's crazy. Orangutan need to make it happen with dry peaks. Little to none utility. 3 against 4. It doesn't look good for them, especially when Pixels starts to frag out like that. A quadra for Pixels to close out the game. Reckoning, done and dusted. 13-11 on their opponent's map pick.
What a recovery. Reckoning, they hit that second half and they were a new team. They came out of nowhere, and Orangutan just couldn't adapt in time. Well, what a performance, particularly from Bad Love. We criticized him. We criticized him. We said he's having a very quiet game. He's being outclassed by Shooter. It's what happened. It's exactly what happens. Remember, we've removed the delay from us casters to you guys. This is a delay now between us and the game. And so he was able to hear us, and he went, you know what? I don't like that. I don't like the fact they're saying that way. And so here's the second half, and he just decimates Orangutan.
That is incredible. What a worthy victory. And you said it was like their opponent's map pick. And I think this was highly reliant on how this series is going to go. And I think everybody sort of has expectations of what's going to happen now. I think what was very, very sort of noteworthy to make in this endeavor is that Orangutan did have some really good pacing there. And also very composed in moments, right? Moments you would think that they would play over-aggressive and sort of push through. And they were very resilient with their angles. But the second half coming out here by these guys was just on a different level. Very strong performance from this Indian squad.
I've just been left speechless. That was one of the best attacking halves on Ascent I've seen in a very long time. And don't get me wrong, it's not like Orangutan played badly. You know, they had to recover round after round, but it's the fact they were able to recover round after round, which is what made them look so bloody good. And, well, there you have it. There you have it, Pavlos. 13-11 Reckoning are able to take map 1 versus Orangutan. What does this spell for the rest of the series?
Oh, goodness. I think our predictions earlier kind of described that perfectly in a way that if Orangutan were to have a chance in this one, it would have been a quick 2-0 using the tempo from the first map. And I think we saw that tempo sort of built up early on, right? They had a very early resurgence. But all those timeouts in the middle, all those sort of clutch victories from the opposing side were just too much to handle, right? And yeah, so now it's rejuvenation time. I'm very curious. I think every hope that Orangutan sort of had from their fan side, or from every believer from the Orangutan side, including myself, are kind of put in question here now.
Yeah, and it's not, again. Well, I'll say it again. It's not like Orangutan played badly.
No.
They had that opening kill time and time again, and even that last round, for example, they had a very strong setup. We saw that bombardment of ults, just a cascade of abilities. Somehow Deadly survived that. I don't even want to ask how. He goes through an orbital strike, he goes through a rolling thunder, he goes through everything. Still survives and is able to continue killing. And it's that resilience, it's that tenacity on Reckoning, which is what was able to bring them that victory. And that would not have been possible without Bad Love, a player who just recovered in such a spectacular fashion. In just a second, we'll be able to see the scoreboard, we'll be able to see the MVPs, but there's not a doubt in my mind that Bad Love will be up there.
No, I think everybody sort of lined up there for them, right? I think a lot of performance came in onto the latter stages of that map. I think maybe it's the early morning start. Maybe it's not just us waking up early for this matchup, you know? They need to kind of get the sand out of their eyes, you know? Kind of throw some water on their faces, sort of wake up a bit. But yeah, if we're looking at this type of competition for the rest of the day, I think we're in for a treat, Kramer.
We really are. Honestly, even if the rest of the competition is awful for the rest of the day, that map alone is made up for it. I mean, that I said a while ago, you know, I think it was Global versus Revenant was my map of the final map of Fracture was my map of the tournament. I've changed it now. It's Orangutan Reckoning map 1 for me is the map of the tournament so far. It was just incredible.
It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Not quite sure if we're going to be throwing to a break right now, but Kremer, like as you said, this was a very this is a highlight-worthy map. I think there are a lot of moments, a lot of clutch moments, and as well, I think some indications that other teams will want to take in this matchup, right? How these teams like to play around this map. Ascent is one that you really need to gain some control on the extremities early, but overall, man, it was solid performance from both teams that only one could prevail at the end.
You're right. And we are now going to be moving to our second map, I believe, of Bind, which is a map that, again, statistically, Orangutan, they played it once before. They won at 13-0, but Reckoning, they have that experience. They've played it again and again and again, and now they've got those reps in. They're going to be someone to fear. I believe we are going to a break, so we'll be back in just a moment with what is going to be Bind, a chance for Orangutan to recover this series.
Oh, no, I guess it's not a break just yet. No,
I love how our production just suddenly went, whoa, don't do it.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, they want to see more of our faces, man. Like, come on. I'm joking, no. Honestly, there's a lot to dissect from the previous map. Whether that was the tempo control, I think also the agent selection, right? I think there were a few question marks behind Neon on Ascent. But I think we saw the use cases sort of being shunned quite a bit, right? The use of the wall to kind of split the B side in two, an indication of how Viper perhaps could have been used in that particular matchup, but also to kind of allow a duelist to get into the backline without too much punishment, right? You either peek within the line of fire of that straight line and kind of endangering yourself and potentially a player standing onto the back side of it and shooting you down, or you kind of let an opposing duelist get behind the back lines very quickly without being punished. It's very scary.
It is going to be, and that's something that particularly is going to be difficult on Bind. We're going to go to a break. This time we're going to a break, so we're back in a couple of minutes with map 2 of Bind.
And we are back, everybody, to the Skyesports Champions Series. I hope you guys didn't miss us for the past few minutes. If you did, well, thankfully we're back, and we're here to please you with some more epic Valorant. If it was anywhere close to the first one, we'll be in for a treat. But as a reminder, yes, my name is Pavlos, also known as X-Royer, and by my side is Peter Kremer. My boy, what an incredible first map, but now we're entering a different venture, right? We're entering the home ground of Reckoning.
Yeah. So my biggest worry going into this is that Reckoning, they did take a while to come online. You know, it was only in the second half did you really see how good they were. And it took them an entire half to sort of warm up. If that's the same case on Bind, bearing in mind that Bind is a little bit more defender-sided, I can't help but think that this could be a, dare I say, it's a fairly tough endeavor for them, particularly if they can't come online in that first half. We'll take a look at the scoreboard of our last game, though, just so we can really see who was able to pioneer that victory. And it was actually Pixels who took that MVP spot off of Bad Love. I mean, let's be honest, those orbital strikes, even though they didn't get many kills, they didn't have to, because they were so consistent at zoning out Orangutan. They were just perfect.
And I don't think Pixels was at the top of the scoreboard for the most of it, right? I think it was the 4 kills at the last round that got him there. Yeah. So, yeah, no, awesome stuff. And I think a lot of, like, a high-impact player from the match in general has got to be Shooter, topping up the leaderboard in the entire matchup, right? A very high-impact player. And you kind of see that impact diminish as soon as he's out, as soon as he killed. If he doesn't get a kill in the first few minutes and he dies instead, you can already feel Orangutan feeling a little bit rough.
And something to highlight for, we said during the start of the game that Reckoning is currently being coached by Godspeed on a sort of temporary basis. We were able to get in contact with him. I asked him in the break, is this a temporary thing? He said yes, he's there. He is with Reckoning for the entirety of SCS. So he's been able to add some serious experience to this team. And I mean, we saw in that second half, he was able to really help them strive their way to victory. Two things I want to highlight, actually. First one is Shooter with 7 First Bloods. On that jet, he was incredible as that entry. The other thing I want to highlight is that we didn't see many timeouts from Reckoning when they were on the back foot. So I think that as we go into Bind, if they do start losing, I do want to see a few more timeouts.
That's, yeah, I don't think it was too much of the timeouts. I think it was more about sort of composing yourself in game, right? Because I think they used all of their timeouts anyway, right? You only have 1 per half. Maybe you could argue that it should have came in sooner. But at the same time, I think it's all about sort of composing yourself mid-game, sort of having a clear game plan. Because I think if you consider the mistakes that Reckoning was making at the start, this could have been a lot one-sided. The game would have been a lot more one-sided than we actually saw, right? Orangutan wouldn't have gotten away with so many wins as like they did. They kind of figured out, all right, let's play defense like the attack, because attack seems to be the only way we're winning right now.
For me, that's actually a testament to just how good Orangutan are. Like, the second you make a mistake, they'll punish it, they'll win the round. And so if you want to beat Orangutan, you need to play near flawless. Luckily for Reckoning, I mean, that second half was, the fact they were able to recover so many rounds is really just a show of how good. Even though Pixels was the one who got the MVP, I'm going to highlight back to Bad Love, who, while he didn't have kind of these 4 or 5 kill rounds, it was consistent rounds. And the fact he was able to consistently, even in 1v2s, be able to clutch them out for Reckoning was just instrumental to their success. But that can go the other way. It's a double-edged sword. Because so many rounds did come down to clutches, that can be very hard to mimic as you now move on over to Bind.
And now that we're on a second map, I think we also need to put into consideration the fact, I mean, we've already mentioned it, but Orangutan lost their own map pick, right? And when we, in the pre-game, right, of the first map, we said, all right, if Reckoning are going to win this, it's going to be a 2-1. It's going to be a close one. And I think we said that because we thought the first one was most likely going to go in favor of Orangutan. And the rest of the match would have been dictated how much of a snowball that game was. Well, it wasn't a snowball by all means from either side, but it was Reckoning to win it in the end. So whether they have any hand on Bind right now, it has to be a victory from very early on, man, I think, because if you let Reckoning seize control too quick, that's where we kind of see the mid-game jitters come by from Orangutan.
It is, and for Orangutan, I would really like to see a little bit more aggression on their defense. We saw that once they sort of probe to get player advantage. Once they have that man advantage, they just back off. They sort of play for the back line rather than holding the control that they just attained. Instead, they're a bit fearful of losing that man advantage, so instead they back off. They play the sites. Even in that last round, even though their buy wasn't great, we saw there was no presence on mid at all. And it sort of shows that they can be a little bit fearful. What I'm really interested in actually is the fact that even though Reckoning won, that damage that's near nothing.
Yeah, it's the same.
1K comparatively, that's really really quite little, and it just shows how close this game was.
And the fact that only 6 rounds out of the 24 that were played out were objective wins also is a testament to how fraggy these games have been, right? How much of these have been sort of dictated by the aggression and the gunfights that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
And a lot of them sort of occur right at the start of a round, right? When the defensive team sort of is challenging control either of Garage, right, or of A main. That's when we kind of see the fights being taken on. I think Orangutan had a different approach to Reckoning. I think Reckoning was very much more aggressive with those plays. They were kind of like, hey, we want this area. We're going to take it. And they literally throw everything at it, even though if they run out of utility by the end of the round, they don't care as long as they seize control of what they set their eyes on. Orangutan was a little bit more passive in that way. I mean, I really preferred the way Orangutan were playing it, but you cannot ignore that Reckoning just won gunfights that's what many would consider too difficult to win.
And again, they just did so with such conviction. And for Bind, you do have a little bit of a quicker rotation time on your attack, but for me, Bind is going to be a test of raises. And I think now we do bring out the raise. I'm really interested to see if we're still going to be seeing the likes of, say the Neon over on Deadly, or if we're going to see a little bit more closer to meta agent composition here, because we're in SA. Everyone, what 3 things in SA, Pavlos? Everyone's really really good at aiming. Everyone's really really confident with themselves, and they don't care about meta. The fact that we've seen the bravery from these teams, even in group stage, even in games that matter, they're throwing compositions out that we're not used to seeing, and it means that they can be really hard to anti-strap. So I'm really, for me, the most interesting part of this is going to be that agent select.
Yeah, it also, the agent select is a big one. And I think meta at this stage, I think we've also seen it in other regions. I think you and I have been covering Northern Europe recently as well. And we've had a very smart Valorant person, Yassine, he's been well rehearsed around esports for a very long time, said that the game is in a state right now where everyone can play anything. There are many variations of comps that can work out. And that's where teams that are sort of like their niche plays can be most effective.
Yeah, and what I also think, because anyone can play who they're good at, who they want to, it really favors teams like Reckoning, who, for instance, Bad Love, once he's really feeling it, once he's on his comfort hero of Chamber, once he's doing well, he looks unstoppable. And something else I want to really highlight, and something I wouldn't mind seeing on Bind it, is that Brimstone Breach combo. It was just lethal. And even when you combine those ults, it's unstoppable, frankly.
Yeah, we saw it paired up with Hunter's Fury a couple of times also, when everyone's concussed, can't really run out of dodge, can't really escape it. You can really punish a lot of people without endangering yourself peeking, getting headshotted, right? You don't want to do that. But you get the best of both worlds, right? Get the kill while there are stunned up, concussed, etc., but also not really endanger yourself and take the risk. But it is fairly expensive, if you don't end up getting a kill, if you're a little bit inaccurate, either with Hunter's Fury or misplacing the Rolling Thunder, or misplacing either the Orbital Strike at that point, it can be quite expensive on you.
Just a second, we'll be able to go live into this game. But before we do, Pavlos, are you going to stick to your prediction of a Orangutan victory, or are you going to come to my side of the force, and are you going to think that Reckoning might be able to take this?
So I would love to say, yeah, no, Orangutan are going to lose right now. No, Reckoning going to win. I think their chances have decreased. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But since we're both opposing sides of this field, I'm going to stick to my initial prediction.
Right,
Although I did say it's either going to be 2-0 Orangutan or 2-1 Reckoning. The fact that there's no map win for Orangutan means that my second prediction will kind of come into play. But no, Orangutan, you've got it. You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, I'm sticking to Reckoning, but I am changing my score prediction. I am thinking 2-0. I think that Reckoning are probably going to be taking this series here. Don't get me wrong, the first game was so close that these predictions may matter for now. Something else to highlight as well is we were able to receive your feedback that you were able to give us yesterday. The delay between us and you guys in the chat is very little, if anything. So if you have any predictions, do let us know. I know we're not supposed to, but we do keep our eye on the chat anyway because we're special like that, Pavlos.
We're special like that. It sounds like what it sounds like what our parents told us when we were growing up. We're special, but it turns out we were just not suitable for the world in time, at least. Anyway, besides that fact, I think with Valorant we need to talk about, really. And yeah, as Kremer said, feel free. Open up that chat. Tell us what you think, who you're rooting for, your predictions, etc. We may be able to feature a comment, as in mention it at some point if we find it interesting enough. So yeah, be creative, be friendly.
Enough. Tell us a joke. If it's funny,
tell us a joke.
Give us a Valorant joke. I would love a Valorant joke.
Yeah, or a pun, wordplay.
Yeah, I've not heard too many Valorant jokes. I'm sure they're out there, but I've not heard too many.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be too bad, like dad jokes type of vibe.
No. If they're bad jokes, they're amazing. So even better if they're dad jokes.
No, yeah, I guess. Fair enough. It's a distinct taste, isn't it? It's a distinct taste.
Just the same with the head-to-head games, you don't have to see our ugly faces. But we're going to move into the agent selection first. Let's see just who's going to be playing what and where they're going to be playing. Of course, it's Bind. The question is, how is Bind going to be played? Let's move to the agent selection.
Yeah, Bind is going to be a really interesting one, man. I think when you look at the both sides and the experience they've had, obviously Orangutan are less rehearsed in the official scene. They haven't really playing too much of it, at least in this constellation. But it's a different endeavor for Reckoning, right? They've been around for a while, and Bind has gone either one way or the other, really. They haven't really seemed dominant for it too long. They get a couple of wins. One of the most noteworthy ones was against Velocity Gaming. It wasn't a victory. It was 9-13, but I guess it's a team that you really need to sort of put into consideration regarding the outcome of this tournament, right? Another one, Enigma, one of the favorites, also 9-13, by the way. So I guess they do like that scoreline. But what I kind of want to bring out at this point is the fact that you played against probably the best teams in this region already in this tournament. You've already got a feel about how this map is going to be played. So a lot of feedback can be taken from it. A lot of notes can be sort of put into play. And that's what we kind of want to see. Has the work behind the scenes come out for them? And will they be able to perform this time around?
And when the top, the thread's kind of lonely, isn't it? So you have kind of like top, I want to say 6 teams in sort of SA, and they're fairly clear cut, the likes of Enigma, the likes of Global, the likes of Velocity, etc. You end up with them all knowing each other's play style. Hey, Global like doing this, Enigma like doing this, Velocity like doing this. And so I reckon we're probably at the stage where Reckoning probably have a fairly established play style, but Orangutan, as a newer team, they're still in the unknown. Pavlos, I made a mistake. I did say, tell us a joke, and everyone's just flaming each other's teams in the chat. I thought we'd have a really good joke.
Oh, no. It was going so well. Going so well.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to hear cheers, like, go, like they had spam the static to help Fnatic, type of that kind of thing, kind of thing. And we're not getting that, are we? All right. Well.
Someone has us. They said everyone else doing the casters, no one else. How are the casters? I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing, Atlas? You doing good?
I'm doing all right. Having fun casting SA Valorant. Yeah, it's good to be here.
we finally got a pun. What do you say when the main character of National Treasure gets angry? Cage triggers. Thank you very much.
I can tell that you enjoyed that joke way more than I did.
I love these. I love this.
Oh, that is crazy. All right, yeah, no, we're getting a little bit more response here, but yeah, I'd like to kind of, but since there's a small delay, apparently, I don't know if it's a case of players not readying up or not. It happens, you know, it happens in tournaments, online stuff. What can you do about it? I kind of want to get your opinion on this tournament as a whole, man. You know, teams competing.
Yeah.
Who's the? Just talk to me as if I just arrived to the scene, which I pretty much have. This is my first day.
Yeah,
but
it's
how
welcome
would
way
you
back.
describe this region to me?
Something I really like in the kind of SA scene, and you get it in APAC a lot. We don't get it in Europe. You don't get it in America. You sometimes get it in South America, which is each team has some proper support. Like they're, you know, even now, you know, we see in the chat, everyone's so nice to each other. Like there's like proper kindness in this scene, and yeah. The even the players, you know, they're all approachable, they're all kind, they're all friendly. You know, you can go up to Tesseract, you can go up to Pixels, you can ask just anything you want, and they'll reply, they'll give a genuine response. I mean, we did yesterday with Godspeed, and yeah, he's been wonderful at sort of helping us understand these teams. So SA is like a big family, and this is like in-house games. Everyone knows each other, everyone's friendly. It's great. I really like it here. We're probably going to be casting more SA, by the way, if you can't tell. So, hi, guys.
Yeah. Hi. We're here. And we love being here. So I hope you love us too. All right. Let's look at the agents, though. Without any further ado, let's look at... Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Never mind. we kind of got a little bit thrown away there. I believe it's a Raze, Brim, Sova, Sage, and Chamber on the Orangutan side. And we've got a Raze, Sky, Breach, Brim, Chamber on the other. So... it's not quite a mirror comp. It's a Sage instead of a... Okay, so we've got a Sage and a Sova on the Orangutan side, and we've got a Sky and a Breach double flasher on the other side. That's interesting.
Pros and cons on both sides. I mean, you've got the heal from the Sage, but we've seen, you know, double flash is a painful comp to play against. A real painful comp to play against. So I really like seeing that. From Orangutan, I like the fact Tesseract's staying on the Sova, but we've seen how effective he can be on it, so that doesn't make sense. And as we mentioned before, introduced in Europe, you know, Valorant is in a stage where you can play who you're good at, and for Tesseract, he's about to show us exactly why, with an early hit to be to defend against.
A lot thrown at him so far, able to avoid it. Barely. Tesseract barely scaling away with his life. But how impactful will this approach be, right? Orangutan sticking here. Oh, Ghost may be in trouble. Check your left. Oh, they haven't. They perhaps have over-rotated, though, because look at the TP taken out from the long side, now moving into showers, and the A site is open. It's Baron.
Retake now. It's going to be a retake here for Orangutan. They are a player up, but that will be leveled pretty quickly once that spike goes down. And the main downside you have from Orangutan here is there isn't much retake.
Oh, when you do say util, Icy and Incendiary thrown at their feet here in showers, but crucially, Orangutan haven't dropped a player yet. A couple of them kind of low, could be picked up quickly. There's a classic in the play here from Rio. What? Excuse me?
Okay, just accept it.
Well, the wall does come out. This will at least diffuse it halfway. Oh! He didn't even mean to get Tesseract there, but he gets it done. Ghost falls as well, attempting to go for the defuse. Fist bumps all around. Bad Love enjoyed that round.
And if I'm on Orangutan, I start getting a little bit scared, a little bit worried. Oh no, Bad Love. He's doing it again. He's not cooled down. Look at this. I don't think he even meant to kill Tesseract there. I was like, oh, sorry, bud. Nibble. That gets finished off. Reckoning, they take the pistol round 1-0. And a phrase I love is when you were good enough at the game, Pavlos, you make your own luck. And for Bad Love, it's a hell of a pistol round.
I really love that saying, Crum, I really do. But I think that's Reckoning sort of carrying the momentum onwards from the previous map, right? They've also got themselves this pistol with a better weaponry, of course, would potentially be looking at a 2-0. So yeah, Orangutan looking for some damage, paint shots, accurate, short into this side. They know what shooter is, man. They're going to pre-fire. It's a matter of who sees who first. Guiding Light also indicating the positioning. Early presence from Orangutan here. Heavily contesting. Oh, they're falling back though. What? Orangutan?
Did Orangutan do anything to sell that fake other than go quiet?
No, they just went quiet.
Oh, Orangutan, that's a blunder. This is the first tactical blunder I've seen from Orangutan, period. So,
Yeah, they've done pretty well so far, haven't they?
yeah, but this is rough, and, well, they're going to get the site for free. They're
Yeah,
going to be mighty surprised when no one's there.
This is one for the blooper section, you know?
Yeah.
This is one where you start to hear music like... Exactly. What happened? I mean, it's a pistol round, right? It's not one that you'd expect them to find too much, and you kind of have to take risks. It's not that bad, right? It's a pistol round. It's okay. It happens. They thought maybe a Reckoning was pulling their leg, really, because they did that the previous round. The quick rotation coming in. I guess they didn't really wait for it. But they can't take too long here if they want a few kills. It's crazy to me that Reckoning still have a lot of utility, right? Guiding Light coming through, Tesseract. They're going to find some damage, but the rest of them are quickly cleaned up by Pixels. They just called in the janitors and they swept them off their feet.
Yep, 2-0 lead, and for Orangutan, I mean, even though there was like the odd blunder there, at least it's out the way. You know, they've got their blunder out the way. They got it over and done with early, and now they get to move their buy round. And so as they're not doing it on a buy round, I think they'll be fine. As Reckoning are going to be playing bonus, we're seeing a judge on Deadly, and we've seen how quickly Raze can cover the distance between them and you. I think Judge is the perfect weapon for this. I think it'll be quite apt if we are able to see Deadly get point blank with this Judge.
I want to see it happen. He's going to use a double blast back pay. Oh, it's going in! Fault line was perfect. It's unfortunate no one was out in the U-Haul angle, right? By the way, for you, is it U-Haul or lamps?
U-Haul.
Thank you. Same for me. Everybody else in the EU hates me for it, but let's go.
Well,
Shooter, close by. We're EU, mate, so I guess the EU is halved into... Ooh, Persia. There you go. They've got weapons this time around, and they're getting the better of them, although Harsh, infiltrating the backside of the A site, has a choice to take it to spawn.
I love this. And without using the teleporters either, Orangutan, they're going to be fairly perplexed as to... well, what's happened now? They have a pretty good read. We're going to see the flank going up from the long hair from Vibor. Oh, spike down. The Raze is still able to flank.
Yeah,
no
but
longer. I like
yeah,
this.
no, I really liked it from Deadly sticking around, but the fact that everybody takes the TP, they're not taking the risk. They'll blast back on site. Orangutan should be able to seize control without too much problem. Deadly, that's not the best weapon to deal with this. Oh, Rolling Thunder though, could it get it done? Oh, it's incendiary! The Rolling Thunder pushes him into it. That is just ugly. Now, commit to the defuse. Oh no, he's not going to stop defusing this, is he? Oh, he should have done though! And he pulled the trigger, finds another, but it will not be enough. Although it's quite an expensive round, it's one that goes to the hands of Orangutan nonetheless.
It should not have been that close though. It had no business being that close. Tesseract is able to get the Hunter's Fury after winning that 1 versus 1, but for Reckoning, what a round! What a round indeed! To be able to make Orangutan bleed that much is really quite impressive. And, well, for Reckoning, now a chance to bring out some proper weapons, and you see the economic damage this is done to Orangutan. Spectres have to be brought as a judge on Persia. I mean, hey, it worked for Deadly, maybe it works for me, right? There is still that Hunter's Fury, which for me is going to be a real good.
Alright. Let's see. Quite an expensive one, wasn't it? Lost so many weapons, and now they kind of have to hold it back with lesser ones. They're forced to play these close angles, but knowing Deadly, knowing the side of Reckoning, they're going to use utility to quickly clean these out. And the passivity from them is actually great, because Orangutan have already shown that they're kind of uneasy about how Reckoning kind of traverse this map.
Can we appreciate that Orangutan, they're the only team that have done a team kill in the tournament, and they've done it twice now. So there's not much love between these players, apparently. Tesseract, really nice ping there, is going to reveal quite a few players. The dart will land a little bit short, but here's that Hunter's Fury to try and shut down these players pushing early on.
That's the judge, man. it's come in. Hunter's Fury as well. They're getting the job done, no problem. Tesseract! Oh, a marvelous triple. And yeah, Rio, you're out. Okay, equalized by Orangutan. They needed this round.
Yeah, they really did, and doing so in a clean fashion as well gives them that cash injection. It gives them that bit of momentum, and more importantly, it builds that confidence back. You know, Tesseract with a Hunter Streak that for a moment looked like it wouldn't work ends with a kill on Pixels, tacking up the second player, allowing him to chime together that 3k here, and it's just one target to the next. There's nothing too intensive, and it's a nice way to sort of ease yourself into the map here. Over on Reckoning, they move to their next buy. A Bucky comes out on Deadly. I like how Deadly's really bringing out the shotguns here.
He's committing to it, and I love it. I love the commitment to it. Ooh, again, we're seeing early aggression towards the U-Haul side. Something we saw in the first vestiges of this game. But this time punished. Pixels, Sheriff kill. They've got lesser weapons. Oh, Boombot getting it done. Going in for more. Shooter, stop it. Illegal works here. Yeah, they can't get away. Oh, Rio! What on earth was that? Goes out with a bang, but goes out either way.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he dies there. The fact he was able to get that little bit of damage at the end is going to be a real big confidence builder. And so long as Reckoning are feeling confident, Orangutan aren't safe. Really nice round regardless, though, from Shooter. Being able to get a kill with the boombots, we rarely see that. And then using the paint shells to cover his swing to back sight there. Really like seeing that. We're going to see the Tour de Force come out over from Orangutan early on Persia. Over to Reckoning, they have that orbital strike. They have those Seekers. One away from a showstopper as well, with Ghost one away from a Resurrection over on Orangutan. So it should be roughly 3 ults on 3 ults here, as the full buys look to match one another.
That off angle is never going to catch you off guard, is it?
Yeah.
It really never is. Oh, Chop plays it. At least he gets information. Doesn't go for the stun. I'm not quite... No, they didn't check it. They spot Ghost. They've got no clue he's here. Oh, now they do. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Still, though, Reckoning on top. They've got the numbers. They've got site control. They choose to move in towards Showers and wrap towards Short. Deadly very deep in this position. It's checked, and he's taken out. Rio, though, the next fight. Oh, Tesseract gets it. Doesn't read the second. And there's a showstopper from Orangutan. With a better read here, this could be a dub. But they need to get themselves onto the spike, otherwise Reckoning won't be forced out into the open. That's a mistake they want to force. Blast pack. That's ahead! And now they touch it. Aftershock delaying it. Incendiary as well. Have they bought enough time? Showstopper. And it gets the job done in the nick of time. Orangutan on top.
Is it the nick of time? Oh, it is. And Orangutan with 4 now are going to be able to start crafting that momentum. I really like this early push from Shooter. But I'm very surprised that we're seeing Love kind of mess about with his knife, mess about with his utility when holding an angle when you know your opponents are pushing there. And Shooter, I mean, he punishes it beautifully. And I mean, ends it by, well, stopping the show. Timeout called here from Reckoning. Again, I like the fact we're seeing the early usages of this timeout, but as they go into this kind of 6th, 7th rounds, they don't have too much money and their opponents have an ult advantage. 2 things which are really going to cause them to struggle a little bit. Godspeed.
Do you know what that name reminds me of?
What's that?
Great Scott! You know, Back to the Future. Don't know why. It just does.
Again, another reference I think I'll understand, but I appreciate it.
I mean, if anybody else just has seen the Back to the Future movies, you guys are legends. You really are. Those are classics. And if you haven't, go and find them.
Cult classics.
They're must-watches. They're binge-worthy movies.
Yeah. Timeout finished. Orangutan now looking to shut down the eco of Reckoning, and it's not too bad at eco. Yeah, there's the odd weapon. Pixels kind of umming and ahhing about a Vandal here. I really don't want to see a Vandal from Pixels. I really want to see just a Sheriff here, because you're going glass cannon with that rifle, and it's not going to do much. Your Operator's already out on Persia. It's good for getting a few kills here or there, but that's going to be really tough to match.
Well played shot dart. Deadly, replenished. B-site hit. Tesseract, wary of it. Still runs away with it. He gets phantomed. He gets dinged, but still stays alive. Keeps it going. 2 players spotted, and I think Orangutan have responded greatly in numbers also. Ghost wanting to go for it. He doesn't need a swing. They'll come into him. Wants another. Spray done up against Sue, just a little bit too much though. And the Sheriffs do get a bite out of it. Harsh His death is imminent, and it comes sooner than he would have liked. A quickie puts Orangutan 3 rounds ahead.
Dare I say it, Pavlos? Is this just going to be a repeat of Ascent, where Reckoning look really dire for like the first half? They hit the second half and they'll wake up. Like, is this just a game of defense, maybe? For Persia, I'm glad that he's been able to save that op as well. Now it's been established, you've got some credits behind it as well. So that extra safety net means you might be seeing the Chamber get a little bit more aggressive with that operator, particularly when you are against a full buy now and you know your opponents won't have an operator to match it.
A distinct difference from the previous map, though, is that it was Orangutan to win both pistols. Reckoning on this time around, and they're still behind. It seems Orangutan have better control when it comes to these full buy rounds than they did over an Ascent.
They really did here. I like how Reckoning are sort of setting their games to be here, just trying to potentially catch Orangutan off guard. They've been really quiet with their approach as well. This could be an explosion to the side here.
Rolling Thunder, knocking up one, Orbital Strike to delay. Well placed.
I love that.
Interrupted. Refused entry, but Deadly wants more. He's going in. He's going through the sky smoke. What are you doing, Deadly?
That's bold.
Very. And now they drop players. Rio onto the back end of things. Still able to find kills, but Biphole, highly impactful. Ghost out of the shadows, getting the job done. Orangutan look in control.
I'm surprised we're seeing Deadly push that, particularly when you have a Sky who has a flash. There's no reason to not be flashed through that smoke, because that orbital strike, that's brought you about 3 to 5 seconds where Orangutan aren't expecting you to push. And the fact he even died there at all was just pure reactionary stuff from Orangutan. It wasn't an expectation for someone to go through it. Deadly maybe getting a little bit too overconfident. I would love to see him reel it in just a little bit here.
I'm wondering how Reckoning switch up the pace here, right? I feel like they've been... I don't think they've been testing the waters enough, man. I think they just find control. Orangutan sort of sit back onto the site and let them approach. If they use ultimates, they'll use ultimates right back at them. They're struggling to find early peaks, early movement advantages, and you can't win rounds like this.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's a pistol round this time around. It's Sheriff Spy, but...
What I quite like is that the Sheriff buys of Reckoning look stronger than their actual buys, because the Sheriffs make them be a little bit more disciplined, and the second they slow it down, they're catching out Orangutan. Minute left on the clock, and it's still a 4-on-4. Flash out, here comes the push, then he has Hero Vandal. He's caught out Viphole. Lovely 2K.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Only some damage onto Viphole. 2 kills to be found, actually, not that bad, but I'm sure they would have liked more. Good response from Orangutan.
There's not much time left in this half for Reckoning to adapt now. They've got about 1, maybe 2 buys in them before we're going to start seeing Orangutan really start to dominate this half. And you look how confident they are at the moment, calm, collected, but they are being so fast with these reactions to how Reckoning are posing these attacks. Reckoning only need 3 rounds. 4 would be preferential, and we're going to see the first operator invested now over on Bad Love.
Oh, I love to see it. That's why Chamber's just so strong right now, right? Unpunished, getting a kill, falling back out of that position. And Reckoning have no response. And that was the duelist, Kremer. That's who they relied on gaining the space early. What do they do now?
Rio trying to get a bit of early control here with Reckoning on a 4-on-5. But it's recoverable. They've got to walk into a stacked A site as well. And Shooter, he's expecting the high ground to be taken here. It's a beautiful setup from Orangutan. And credit's due. Their defense has looked a morsel so far.
The question is when the Seekers will be used. Will they wait to be point-blank rage onto the smokes to kind of go for an aggressive push to the backside? No, it's preemptive. Orbital Strike, denying the plant. Pixels out into the open. Slows position, telegraphed, and now needs to go for it once more, but it may be a little bit too late. Every single player, apart from one from the Orangutan side, has already rotated. Recon Bot finding a tag, Vipor finding one, Rio looking to bounce back from it, but it seems Orangutan are getting the better end of this. Now the TP, but that's why you leave one player stranded towards the B site. There's no way you expect him to be in Garden right now. You're going to go for the plant, and there's nothing you can do, because that is Ghost coming out from the shadows and getting the kill. That round is over. Nothing Bad Love can do.
Really, really strong stuff. And those are two little snippets of play which show that we are dealing with some of the top teams in the region. The first one is Bad Love holding the angle. His teammate going through the teleporter to bait the operator shot out. Bad Love gets that kill. It makes it a little bit closer to a victory for Reckoning. But then you see that, you see that Orangutan, one of the best teams in the region, they know how quick the rotation times are on Bind. They leave Ghost in Garden and just not only stops the plant, but more importantly, does so when there isn't enough time left. Reckoning now, they have one buy left of this half for the penultimate round of this first half, and they have to do it without any ults. Yes, Pixels is one away from an orbital strike, but you still need to find a way to establish that.
Just a reminder for everybody tuning in right now or not quite sure what this tournament is all about and what these teams are competing for. There are $30,000 on the line. And essentially, also, a qualification to APAC Challengers. VCT, man. Quite a big shoes to fill here.
Who trained you?
Okay, well. And also considering these two teams are equally matched when it comes to the scoreline, right? On the leaderboard in Group B, they're exactly on 2 wins, 1 loss each.
Something that would really help Orangutan here is being able to get a decent round difference. If they are able to recover this series, do so with a good round difference, then that's where you can start putting some space between you and the player and the team below you, even if you are on the same win-loss.
And you can also be very comfortable, right? Because after this, it's going to be Velocity Gaming versus Full Power Gaming. And Velocity Gaming hasn't lost the match so far. While Full Power, they're at the same exact score that Orangutan and Reckoning are in. So if you're able to make a big round differential, you could clearly get yourself the second seed advantage.
Yep, you're right. And for
left.
Rio, very slow push on to B here. Tesseract could be caught off guard.
One enemy remaining.
Who am I kidding, Pablos? Who am I kidding? Nothing catches Tesseract off guard. No human, no soul, no body. Orangutan, 9-2 in the league now for Reckoning. A difficult position to be in. A real difficult position to be in.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Oh man, now the questions start to be to just come alive, right? What do Reckoning do? For this half, it's kind of late. Right, we're seeing desperation and weaponry. Bucky for Pixels, Judge coming up from Deadly. Although I'm expecting a quick U-Haul hit straight out of the bat. Vandal Spectres. Okay, there is something they can make out of it, but this time around they're moving in towards Showers. Orb taken, Showstopper, an all-important ultimate together with the Orbital Strike. It is not over till it's over. But they need this win to stay in the game because a 10-2 difference is just one too big.
Once again, there's the opening, Pavlos. It's just downhill from here.
Deadly is lost, and the Showstopper will go down with him as well. Hunter's Fury preemptive in use, not really finding the tag from the B site. Reckoning need this plant, but Orangutan are so good with balancing their utility. Throwing an Incendiary, after a Paint Shell, after a Slow Orb, after a Guiding Light, making their lives so difficult. Pixels, though, makes his way out of U-Haul, getting well, keep on finding these kills. Rolling coming out a little bit hard, eventually getting this right down is what they're looking to do, but they need to be careful of their back line. Player, in short, quickly to approach, but Persia needs to keep up this pressure so they don't turn their backs. But the Sova's going all the way around. No, he's not going towards short. Has to greet from spawn. So much time will go past. This is putting a lot of faith into Reckoning right now.
Tesseract really took a slow rotation here. Persia needs to find a kill, and he needs to find one quickly. Otherwise, right now, Reckoning, they're just going to run down the clock. They're so disciplined, you know that's what they're going to do.
Tesseract needs to move in. Harsh is low. That could be doable. But his position isn't even known. He can simply come in from behind. Rio gets one. Tesseract can't really account for his right in time. At least Reckoning get the final round of the half, but the lead is quite fierce.
9-3 has been recovered. We've seen it be recovered, and it's something that a lot of teams have been able to recover. But, Pavlos, big but here. Can they do it against Orangutan? Can Orangutan's attack prove to be as formidable as their defense? Because that was a masterclass on how to defend Bind.
For a second there, I thought it was Sexy just pointing at his screen there. Look at this.
do this more. Do that less. Points to the whiteboards. You see this? Ranked in scrims. Do that.
I think very key point to make there is that Orangutan were very, very slow on the rotation, kind of expecting that Reckoning will also kind of go for the last minute pivot to the B site. That didn't really happen, but I really hated the indecision of being super deep into hookah and then deciding, okay, I'm going to go through spawn. No, you shouldn't do that. You can't, when you're at such a disadvantage, when you are out of time, the best thing to do here is kind of go for a pincer maneuver into short. There's no other way, right? Because you're one, going to run out of time. Two, you know you're at a disadvantage. You at least may try to catch them off guard.
You're right. And for Orangutan now with a... Well, I mean, this pistol round will decide it, right? Orangutan win this, then they're in a beautiful position. If they don't, they're going to sweat a little bit here, aren't they? You know, if they win this, Reckoning are in deep trouble.
There is this one thing called the 9-3 curse, Kremer.
That's true. That's very true. Do you think the curse is active now? Does because we set it as casters, does they cancel each other out?
I have no idea. The caster's curse works in a mysterious ways, and so does the 9-3 curse. All I know is that it doesn't care for your feelings. It doesn't care who you're supporting. It will make you tremble. It will make you shake. And it's one you cannot underestimate. But with all shenanigans set aside, this is quite a sizable lead for Orangutan, which with a pistol win here, it could mean the beginning of the end in this map. And also indications that we may be seeing a third. We may be going into Breeze, man.
I would love to see a Breeze between these two teams. I really would. But I'm still on the fence because I need to see this first round. I need to see a buy round with Reckoning on the defense before I commit to something like that. As the Orangutan prepare this assault through A.
Push comes forth. Incendiary, drop, fault line, perfectly placed. So much damage to be found. Ghost ends up dying in that trade, and now they're looking to find their way back in. Spike left in no man's land. Orangutan are looking to struggle here. Can they find the kills necessary? Two players hiding out in lamps. Spike recovered. Do they go into the TP though, or do they move on to the A site? That's the big question. And Reckoning are also trembling in fear in this one. Lovely flashpoint, completely blinding out Purger. Vibhor also has to die, and this is Reckoning seizing control, putting pressure on them, touching the Spike. Tesseract only getting one, but can't do much up against the remaining four of the Reckoning. And that is a pistol that will go their way and keep their hopes alive in this map.
Something I want to highlight is once that Spike went down, I think 4 Orangutan players were left alive. All of them had less than 40 HP. They were so low. And Reckoning did such a good job at staggering them and just damaging them without dying. It's just damage, full back, damage, full back, damage, full back. And it meant that once the retake came in with a man advantage, they just wiped the floor with Orangutan there. Pavlos, this is going to be a close game. Calling it now. 9-3 curse is absolutely real. This is going to be a close game.
We saw the team sort of struggle on the defense of Ascent, and I think the script has kind of switched here on Bind, right? We kind of see them struggle on the attacking side more, which is a really interesting dynamic considering the pace that they like to create.
Lovely flash from Rio there. Does damage if he gets the kill. That's all he has to do. Gets the hell out of there, accompanied by the chamber, and that's that. Player advantage.
Job achieved. Nothing else you need to do. Although you can consider a couple of players are very low and need to be healed up. And that's, again, the kill Ghost anyway. Ghost lurking a little bit too far there. And yeah, Reckoning should be able to pick this up without any issues. Unless we see some mad plays come out from the Orangutan side. They really need to step it up a notch if they get a dub here. Fault line delayed. Well, timing of it. Oh, the aftershock. I'm sorry, Tesseract, but you're going to die there. Yeah, it happens. Archer's got the lineup. Doesn't matter if Rio's low. He's not going to be challenged here. And there you have it. This is Reckoning. Closing out the gap to 5, Kremer.
Oh, Fabulous is happening. Oh, it's happening. We're going to have a really close game again.
30 seconds left.
they haven't even killed anyone. I mean, retrieving the Marshal is the thing for Persia. Yeah, like 1 kill, 2 kills, that'll be alright for them. But the main thing that they want on Orangutan right now is a spike plant, but that looks really unassailable.
And there you go. Persia out. And Reckoning didn't actually drop a player either.
No, they didn't. It was just incredible stuff. And for what is now going to be Reckoning moving up to play their bonus, if they even if they lose this bonus, if they make it close, Pavlos, they're going to be in such a good position. Such a good position. And for Orangutan now, they need to make this as clean as possible. Just as clean, it keeps as many players alive as possible.
This round has a lot of gravity. Reckoning need it. Oh, this is a fast one. Oh, a little bit too overeager though, and they end up losing upon it. Orangutan seem to seize control. This aggression has been seen before. Desperation comes in when you have less to work with. And Orangutan are more than happy to get a win like this.
It would be. For Orangutan, it's what you want, isn't it? Your buy round gets converted. Something that Reckoning may end up changing here is they went a little bit too aggressive. It's the same trap they fell into on Ascent, right? Where they get an area of control and then they just push a little bit too far. And it's Orangutan who will there to punish them when they do go too far. Now they have rifles. There's no operator for either team. There's no ults for either team. So once you do have that initial map control, it's going to be so valuable to hold.
Standstill across the board.
Smokes down.
Might not be for long though. You can see Orangutan.
Molly.
They found a front to push forwards to. Incendiary will be blocking them. And it's done enough. The response from Reckoning is immense, though. 4 players already on the A site. Oh, can they get the plant down in time? Aftershock coming forth. The commitment not there. Pixel shutting down Vipor. They've broken the wall this time around. Reckoning, they're doing such a great job here to deny this. How do they sustain it, though? Spike alluded to once again. Lamps control is all they require.
Look at the HP of Reckoning as well. They're hardly scathed here.
And Badlov gets another. Orangutan very much struggling. The only way they get control is they push towards U-Haul, and Tesseract attempts it, but no cigar. Shooter wants to go for it again, but no way this works out, right? Fool me once, shame on me, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay, Shooter gets the better end of it, though. Persia is low. So darn low. Steps on a thorn and he dies. Spike touched once again, trying to force him out to the open. Shooter is the one called out though. And this is Reckoning, taking back what was theirs, taking back control, and the 6th goes their way.
Oh, I've lost Reckoning. That was a really good defense as well. And I want to highlight how good they are at avoiding the utility of Orangutan here. Once the initial kind of execution comes in, you usually see the kind of preliminary defenders fall to about half HP, kind of with 1/3 HP, just so they can back off and that they can join the rest of their team without fighting. In this case, Reckoning, they sort of anticipate where the util's landing and they just avoid it completely. It means that they can be dinked by these phantoms and still survive. It means they can play these range games with such effectiveness. For Orangutan, they move to the best buy they can muster, but they're buying down to 0. The Tour de Force is going to assist them and aid them in this endeavor, and with no operator on Reckoning, it does give an extra level of range to be played for Orangutan, but with a Showstopper also available, and one away from both an Orbital Strike and that Tour de Force on Battle and Pixels, this utility spike we're going to see from Reckoning is really going to come into play sort of halfway through this round.
Let's see if that comes into play. Reckoning are really playing around with this double flash setup, man. It's very difficult for Orangutan to play against it, right? Because say they gain a slight A-site control. Imagine having a guiding light after a flashpoint, after a guiding light thrown at you. You can never feel comfortable to get that spike down. And even if you do, you're always scared a push can come in from the sidelines, especially when you can't get U-Haul control, when you can't get Showers control either.
Right, with I love how passive Reckoning are being as well. They know the Tour de Force is out, so they're just fanning out, they're hiding, they're being passive, and they want Orangutan to execute where that close range fight is going to ruin how effective that Tour de Force is.
Alright. Let's see how this one's played out. As he said, Tour de Force enabled. Showstopper, though, from the Reckoning side. Orangutan very passive. I remember this approach, man. Very similar to how Ascent was played out from these guys, but there's no mid-area quick rotation for them. It's a different dynamic this time around.
False negative. False negative with that birds, and now that's going to cause the rotation of the chamber. Showstopper comes out, and
30
it's nowhere
seconds
near them.
left.
They commit to it, but they find information, so at least they managed to get the rotation in time, now towards their B site, but Orangutan need to move in quickly, or else they won't be able to get in at all. Spike find its way to the site, and it will get planted, Crema.
That Aftershock won't do enough damage. It won't do any damage, actually. A 5-on-5 retake now against a fully established Orangutan. That's got to be hard.
Shooter goes for a very aggressive peek, and it pays dividends, and now falls back to the safety of the site. Orangutan seems to have seized control. They haven't at all on the attacking side so far. Shooter, again, gets it done. Ghost as well. They've set up crossfires, challenging the elbow position. Harsh.
Worthless.
Single survivor so far. Or at least attempt to make this a close endeavor. Fault line, maybe to give him some more space. Running out of bullets, though. Find hot ledge, shoved up on his face. Orangutan on 11. Very dangerously close to closing out this map.
Yeah, the sole survivor cursed with second sight, and for Orangutan, not only do they come now just a skip and a jump away from closing out the map, but they're doing so with money, they're doing so with guns, and you look at their ult management, they're going to have everything online apart from that sort of force, which was just able to help secure them that 11th. Over on Reckoning, they do still have that orbital strike. They're going to be one away from a Rolling Thunder to sort of use with it. And come this round, I will be very surprised if we don't see the Chamber bring out that Tour de Force.
Teleport ready.
I love the
Very aggressive. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
It's a good adaptation. But my thought right now is, do you leave Bad Love on his own right now and spend the rest towards this A site? Is this the best decision? You
I
do
would
have
love
a
to see
trademark in
someone
the
with
hookah. Yeah.
May pay off, though.
Careful there.
It may very well pay off.
I think Orangutan have a gist of what's going on. Bad Love, do you stick around for more? Does. Even goes for a wider swing.
That is so ballsy. Shooter. He was holding that angle for most of the round. He was going to get out of there, though. But Reckoning's 4-man stack on A may be about to pay off.
It may as well. Not much time, but the safety of playing around this short area means that they can also move into the DP quickly, and it won't be punished as quickly. So it's all down to this push. Orbital strike available for Orangutan. When will it be used? Yuhor cleared. Now they can get the spike down. Incendiary at their feet. Can't get it down safely enough. Reckoning have salvaged so much of the utility. They can spend it right now at the last vestige of this game. Chamber still at the backside of things. Deadly finds an angle. A perfectly placed shot by Deadly. 2 kills goes his way, and now there's no time to get the bar down. Desperately looking to find this kill here. Shooter with a headshot, throws down the showstopper. Will it get enough? No. Part may be committed to, and it is going to fall just in the nick of time. Also, Shooter is able to balance the scales now, but it's still a 2-on-3, and Reckoning sees control. Orbital strike can be expended to the last vestiges of this round, but still, it seems they want to challenge this area. No, they move into the site instead. Bad Love toward a force at hand, holding out that angle, but it's all down to the fight here. Shooter
Player standing.
finds only one head, not good enough for the second, but Orbital strike will delay it in further. Bad Love dies! Viphor gets the second as well! A tremendous clutch from Viphor puts Orangutan on map points.
That was literally just the roles reversed from a sense. Reckoning, they had that round. They had the 2-man advantage. They only had to stop the plant, and the round's over. There was about half a second left for Orangutan to stick to that plant. They do just that, and then the orbital strike comes at the best possible time. What a round from Viphor. More importantly, what a setup and defense of him from Shooter to allow Viphor to be in that position. Incredible round from Orangutan, and for Reckoning, they've been sent reeling.
Oh, yeah, Bad Love gets out of his depth there, but man, oh man, we needed that round. We really needed to see that. The thing is, it all came together from the start of it as well. It was a full-on 4 versus 5 fight. Crazy. And the lesser weaponry is starting to work out. Orangutan have found control towards this B site now. Shooter left behind. But still, the TP from Persia is just perfect. Orangutan are so close to ending it here. And they do get the spike down in time. Rolling Thunder just isn't going to do it. Persia, bullet to the head, a coup de grace. And that is Orangutan evening out the scoreline. 1-on-1 on maps. We're going to Breeze.
I am so impressed with the recovery from this Orangutan side. They just decimated their opponents there. And more importantly, they were able to keep adapting in time. So Reckoning were not able to make the comeback. They were able to make on Ascent a hell of a performance and a very, very well-earned victory. The ROSA team able to deliver.
Goodness, man. I think that's the adaptations we really needed to see by them. It was kind of the defense that lacklustered on their side, but this time around it was strong, man. It looked like their opponents never stood a chance, often kind of disbalancing them by holding on utility to the latter stages, but also putting pressure to the sides where often you kind of even get a pick without even being punished, man.
Yeah.
You can't just do that. You cannot just do that, but they pulled it off and it looked clean.
It really did. And, you know, on the topic of players who were able to kind of get a kill without being punished, I want to highlight a round that stands out to me was B-Site, Tesseract hiding in that gubby. 2 players decided to go fairly quiet out of hookah, and Tesseract spots the gun barrel of the first one and is able to get both kills. He didn't have any teammates to support him. That was just Tesseract out-maneuvering them. I think, again, you know, back when we saw the fast rotation from Reckoning, they'd left Ghosting Gardens to just catch them off and cancel the plan. And it's the huge mind games that are played from Orangutan here, which were able to help them craft such a convincing victory.
It's insane. It really is. And I think this series only deserves a third map, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we're able to see it back and forth, I think we're seeing some very distinct strategies coming out from them. The approach actually was very similar from the Reckoning side on the defense that we saw also on the Orangutan side. But the fact that they had those flashes instead of having, you know, that extra, that extra sort of gunpowder to be brought into the table. The lack of being able to play aggressive in those moments is kind of what costed them. But I want to see more. This just makes me more thirsty for more.
They're that good, frankly. They're that good. And now we move to Breeze. We saw Orangutan. They can take a loss in their stride. Can Reckoning? Because this is going to be our deciding map of Breeze. And, you know, Bind is about both teams are very good at. Ascent is about both teams are very good at. Breeze, though, is about both teams statistically are really quite shocking at. So this is now going to be, it's quite apt to sort of end it on a Breeze. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who's able to emerge victorious in this.
You know what? I want to give props to Orangutan on this map, okay? Right? Because they did play up against Velocity in that matchup. But yeah, we'll be throwing it to a break. I'll let you guys rest up, hear the music as you chill, vibe, get yourself some drinks or some snacks to watch the next match win. Because if the first maps looked as any good as this one did, then we're in for a treat. Yeah. We're in for a treat. So see you there in just a bit. Keep the tab open. We'll be back soon.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
We are back, everybody, for the Skyesports Championship Series. My goodness, the first two maps did not disappoint off today. What a rally we have seen. Reckoning versus Orangutans. It really has been a treat. And now we get to see and witness the decider. Breeze. My boy Kremer, by my side. This is going to be an action-packed map, isn't it?
It really is, honestly. I'm kind of glad we get a third map as well, because this has been a hell of a series so far. Both Orangutan and Reckoning have been playing out of their minds. You know, map 1 was something to behold. We hit map 2 and Orangutan, they just ascend, frankly. They play so bloody well. Now that we are going to be seeing just what Reckoning can sort of do as we move to Breeze, they do have a lot more experience on Breeze than Orangutan do, so that may favor them a little bit, but neither of them have a particularly good win rate. I think for Reckoning, it's kind of 1 victory out of 6. It's certainly not a stat you want to boast, but when it beats the 0% win rate of Orangutan, I mean, hey, why not?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. This is the battle of Breeze, essentially, right? A battlefield where they're not really too used to, but I think we can reflect first on what just happened earlier, right? Because unlike the first map, this was a slaughter in favor of Orangutan.
It truly was. It truly was. And, you know, Shooter taking that MVP doesn't surprise me at all. He was so effective on those entries, particularly surprisingly, he was effective on those entries on the defense as well. He was really keen on going quite aggressive. And I think the big separation between Orangutan and Reckoning is like Orangutan know where to stop. Reckoning, if they push, they get a kill, they'll keep pushing till they've won. Whereas Orangutan, they will happily settle for map control, and they will happily settle for just being able to sit back in a favorable position.
You're very right there. I think the distinct difference when it comes to these comps is that Reckoning Esports sort of rely on taking fights. Obviously, you have flashes, but that does only so good, right? So much good. It only works out in your favor if you're able to swing out and actually get those kills, which means you also commit to fights that you're not quite sure if you've actually succeeded, if you will have success in, considering the force that Orangutan was coming at you. But when you look at the side of Orangutan, the way they played around, they had the Sage able to slow them down, which just highlighted the impact the Paint Shells had, highlighted the impact the Shock Darts had, as well as Brimstone's Incendiary. So all of these key pieces together worked in unison perfectly. But it seems that Reckoning relied on gunfights too much, and there were fights that they simply just couldn't get.
No, it truly was. We look at the stats here, and I mean, that speaks for itself, doesn't it? A lot more one-sided than Ascent was. Orangutan, they really were the ones who just drove that home. And the main statistic I want to look for here is actually the frag wins. You see how when it came to, we've seen it on Ascent as well. These teams are like godlike aimers. So when it comes to actually winning via objective, there's no real reason to save, because it always comes down to clutches, right? It's always a 1v1 or a 1v2. It's always winnable for either side. So there's no point backing off and saving.
No point at all. No point at all. We often saw some rotations kind of being left aside, right? There always was that extra player in case of a last-minute rotation. But we get to see some of the stats regarding the head-to-head here, right? Deadly, Shooter, both of them high impactful. The duelists, essentially, of the teams. I think Shooter, this time around, although he was like tremendously impactful, I think it was more the team coordination that was able to come alive, right? He had a lot of kills coming into Ascent, a lot of fun kind of first entries, a lot of first bloods, as you can see. But I think the reason of the team's success over in Bind was more of a team effort.
It truly was. And what I quite like about head-to-head is that both Deadly and Shooter, neither are scared to jump off the jet and move to the race. And for me, that makes this head-to-head quite relevant, particularly now we move to Fracture, where KO has a lot more impact and a lot more prevalence. So, sorry, for Breeze. And I would love to see if we do see the same duelists actually move away from the Raze and go to the KO. That being said, we have seen races a few times on Breeze. It really is going to be entirely down to preference here.
It really is. So, walking into this one, I guess we've already kind of talked about agents in this particular one, but we are talking about Breeze this time around, right? Obviously, we kind of felt the different dynamics from Bind and Ascend already come into play. No really quick mid-rotation to come through. You kind of have to commit to a TP in that way, and the sort of response you had from the respective teams and keeping one player there, which either will pay dividends by you able to catch them off guard on the final second when they do attempt a plant, or you have a player stranded and irrelevant for the rest of the game if the commit actually comes through to this side. So when we're talking about Breeze here, we've got both of these world combined because we've got a big mid site as well, but also very long rotations.
And these longer rotations, for me, are going to be a huge factor. We saw how Orangutan, like, the only proper blunder we saw them do was that sort of second round rotation where they left a site they were about to defend. That was a kind of recoverable mistake, or semi-recoverable, in the sense they were able to get back in time to sort of have a fight. If they do that on Breeze, there's no way back into the round. So it's going to really be quite difficult, particularly for the defense, to get engagement as to how your opponents are playing, which puts even more pressure on your Sovers and more pressure on your info gathers to be able to get info, make sure that info is right.
We've seen a fair variation of agents being picked up in Breeze. A lot of teams are kind of testing out, okay, how do we work around this? Ever since there was that controller shuffle, everybody was like, is still Viper the #1 pick here? Yes, it is. It is, undoubtedly. Yeah. Even with the nerfs, you know, you need to stick around. It's a must pick. The impact you can have. I think the more conversation that comes in is whether you do choose the KO over the Sky, and also what Sentinel you want to go for. Chamber has been a popular one, kind of being able to leave him and anchoring a site has been very, very strong. Quick rotation also and unpunishable pushes is something that you look at. But we've also teams kind of take the Cypher route, right? Because the camera with those long distances can gain so much information that is really important. Also double tripwire, really, really cool. So seeing how these two teams sort of adapt from the last times we've seen them play on this map will be interesting.
Let's head into the agent selection, though. Let's see just what is going to be planned. Let's see if we are going to see the emergence of that Cypher. Personally, I'm still against the Cypher. I think that static utility is really sort of falling out of favor in the current climate of Valorant. But that being said, your ability to proactively get about is going to be a lot more valuable. Hence why I'm more expecting a chamber here. It also gives you the option of that double op setup, which, if you're having a good defense, can be outstanding.
You know what I just thought? We saw a Neon played out in Ascent. I'm pretty sure we may be seeing it here. Let's have a look. Have they adapted to that? Let's see. Oh, I'm disappointed. Okay, no Neon. Anyway, though, it looks pretty simple, right? And I think it's a mirror comp. Yeah, it is. Pretty standard. You say they don't rely on meta, but this looks pretty meta to me.
Yeah, I just, from what we've seen in SA, this is surprisingly normal. I'm expecting fades, I'm expecting ciphers. Hey, get a Phoenix in there, why not? But this is actually quite normal. A mirror matchup as well. I quite like seeing that. I think Vibor, I've seen particularly, has had some incredible performances on that Viper. So I would love to see a effective performance from them. As for the likes of the KO duel, particularly Ghost as well, he's had some really nice performances. It's when it comes to the Chamber and the Jets, I think that Reckoning have had a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, you're probably right. What will interest me in this particular matchup is the rotations. I think a lot of what we've seen already did come down to that. But, you know, players are getting readied up, a lot of focused faces, all of them kind of ready, knowing the impact that they can have here in this particular one. Knowing that this is the final countdown for them. Both teams, 2 wins, 1 loss, both of them fighting for the 2nd and 3rd spot. I think 1st is a little bit out of reach right now, considering how strong they've been. But man, this is insane. Let's have I hope everybody's ready for it. I hope you guys have got snacks. I hope you guys called your friends to watch this match, because this is turning out to be a very, very, very exciting one.
I'm going to put you on the spot again, Pavlos, a little bit here. Not quite in terms of Valorant, though. As everyone has kind of rightfully picked out, you do look very similar to Zlatan. Can you do a Zlatan accent for us for the pistol round?
I cannot. I cannot.
Okay, well that's out the window. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. I tried.
Thing is, he's Swedish, but he doesn't sound Swedish.
It's like a proper transatlantic accent, isn't it?
Right? Yeah. Something. It's something. I don't know what to call it, to be honest.
I like how as well when people try and decipher our accents, some people said I'm either American or Australian, and they could have got further away from how far it is. But the pistol round though, Reckoning going to be starting off with a fairly slow push through shortly to engage with Persia for this B site.
Persia, so close. Rendezvous away. No, doesn't want to take that. Doesn't want to take that risk. But they have to really give the B site over with only one left behind. Battle of maybe in trouble. It's not checked. Okay, now they do. And that's some damage inflicted. Ghost finds it through the wall. And now Orangutan may be finding things opening up for them. A couple of players a little bit low here on the Reckoning side. Pixels, one of them. Very key. Up close. Will get spotted, quickly shut down. Orangutan still on top, deadly. Looking to push forwards, hides his head away from danger and still are on top here, keeping it close. Tesseract keeping the bullets flying towards his opponent's direction. Spike touch, putting pressure onto Reckoning, needing to peek out. Rio gets it one more time, and the defuse hasn't even commenced halfway. They need to commit to it, and quick, but they overthrow them with shock darts, but I don't know if they have enough time here. They barely do.
They've got it. They're
just barely. Very close. But they got it.
2 seconds remaining. Yeah, in Valorant terms, that's ages. That's an eon in Valorant terms. But I am very impressed with Tesseract here. I really like the use of shock darts. And yeah, once again, the Sove duel is going to be so instrumental as to the success of both of these teams. And that's a bit of a trick shot there, wasn't it? Off the wall. Tesseract opening up with the pistol round. And Tesseract has had some really strong pistol rounds this series.
They were tremendous, man. Very, very good. All right, let's have a look at this one. Now that Orangutan have been able to find this first round, I think pistols have been a key and vital part of their win, of their success. But most importantly, is being able to figure out the buy rounds for them. I think that's where they struggled on the first map, especially on defense. And that's where they lie right now. Early mid control. Pretty much leaving the A site open. But, you know, they're looking to rotate very quickly from site to site. Very fluid maneuvers.
They really are. And for Persia now, this is going to be a very lonely defense of this B site.
Gets one and gets out of there. Not too bad.
Avoiding the ping from the Owl drone as well.
But now they need to go in for more. Spike will get planted. Reckoning. Not an impossible feat. Deadly softened up by the fragment. It's a matter of timing at this point. Rio, shock dart kill. Bad love though. The interesting one in this fight. He's made noise. They don't know. Headhunter out. That's a head. Looking for more. Spectre out. Spray down across. Not the finishing blows he would have liked. Ends up dying. And it will be in vain. Orangutan get themselves a second.
An electrifying start to this map thus far. 2 shock dart kills in 2 rounds, and these Soblers are really getting their impact. And even when it comes to Owl drones, being able to zone out these chambers, being able to zone out these defenders, means that Orangutan's retakes have to be on point. And thus far, they have looked pretty bloody good. But for how long Pavlos is going to be the true test here. Reckoning they move to a full, well, they're going to move to the best buy they can muster. And for Orangutan, it's a chance to play a little bit of a bonus.
It's a matter of damage at this point. But I think this gives us room to also talk about what this means for these teams, right? Being so close, you could kind of say that these are rivals at this point. Okay, all right. If he would have gotten a second there, I would have been panicking there, Kremer.
Yeah, likewise.
Watching here.
Early aggression here. Reckoning. Oh, Persia, clean kill. Orangutan looking to shut down yet another round of Reckoning here.
It's still hold strong though. No struggle, no fear. Spike collected. Whether a plant is executed, that is a different endeavor. Quite an unlikely one as well. Persia doesn't want to go for another swing. There's no need, mate. There's no need. Just his presence is enough to deter his opponents.
Destroyed.
The damage being done here, reckoning. I think a spike plant would be perfect here. You look at the lurk from the Viper. This really could be effective now, as we see a continuation of just Orangutan trying to
30 seconds
outmaneuver
left.
one another here. 30 seconds left. Persia, wary of the fact this B site is still contested, but they've lost sight of Rio.
He slid away. Nah, they spotted him, mate.
Last player standing.
Nice attempt.
Spike down B.
Spike dropped.
10 seconds.
It's all over.
left.
Rio's just prolonging the inevitable here. He's just wasting everybody's time. Well, no, he's got it down. All right, Orangutan 3-0. The Reckoning force fly on the second round did not pay off as they would have liked.
No, it didn't, and it means that you delay your full buy, right? And so now we're going to be seeing the full buy come out. Orangutan already 3-0 up, and what you find when you go for the second round force buy is that the players who die in the second round, players who die in the third round, they're able to reinvest to rifles. We see that from Tesseract, we see that from Shooter, and it means that this full buy now is actually going to have a harder time quenching that bonus than it would have had, you know, if it was done a round earlier. We do have a Hunter's Fury available on Reckoning, though, to maybe try and help them with this early attack.
Early movement coming in here from Tunnel. And that's quite a lot of information to gain, but you do have to pay for it with mid control. Hunter's Fury, only good for one singular tag. And Orangutan just move out of the position they've just gained. How do they position, though? So confident to keep their players near this A site, man.
I really like this confidence, you're right. And with Orangutan having... They realize they don't actually have to fight Reckoning, because Reckoning, they've been chokeholded.
Double door setup here, though. Shooter, this is when he comes alive. He's been spotted. Does he go for it? He's committing, and he finds the head. So beautiful. He wants more, but he recovers it. And Ghost chimes in as well on the other side of the map. They get it done. So passive at the start, but then decide that the mid play is where it all comes alive. Their confidence to go for these fights, insane! That was a buy round from Reckoning, and it just doesn't work out.
My lord, was that an effective round. And what I think is quite interesting from Orangutan is we say when they go aggressive, they never overextend. The second we sort of start driving that home, Shooter pushes for the second player as well. He does have the assistance behind him. It does mean that Ghost can challenge the short member, and it's really Orangutan looking to just pilot this game. We are going to see a timeout here from Godspeed, the coach of Reckoning, and I quite like the fact that we're seeing early timeouts. For Reckoning, though, I don't really know what needs to change, because Orangutan haven't mimicked anything yet. You know, it's been constant aggression because they've been dictating the tempo. It means that we never actually see we never actually see them do something more than once. And so beating that setup can be so hard.
You can see the pressure on the faces of the Reckoning players right now. So much on the line, really, right? I think they both have the capability of actually making it past Group B. But they're also competing with Full Power Gaming that has exactly the same score.
So I want to highlight, look at the ult management. Harsh, Tesseract, Ghost, Persia, Vibble, all are going to get their ults up this round, Pavlos. This is going to be such a huge power spike from particularly Orangutan that even if Reckoning make this round close, even if they do damage, next round they're going to be in huge trouble.
And this could quickly snowball out of control. You can quickly see how all these pieces form a picture together. The puzzle is forming. Reckoning, though, determined. Marshall, not the best defender out of that position. They still drop one. Headhunter gets it done! And just the Vandal appears from behind. Yeah, you guys, if you don't have eyes at the back of your heads, then what good are you? Only one player dropping out Orangutan, and as you said, Krummer, 3 ultimates appeared this round.
This is, but Shooter and Vibber are one away from this as well. Oh, Reckoning, this is not the start you want. And this is a serious gut punch as well. Ascent was so close, Pavlos. Ascent was such a contentious map. And Orangutan, they hit bind, they look unstoppable. We're now on Breeze, and they're just carrying over that momentum. Yes, there's the null command on Harsh. We know the Tour de Force on Bad Love. We're not going to see Tour de Force come out yet, which means that on Orangutan, they actually go for the double op setup here.
Oh, this is such a fast play here. Not quite working out, though, because Persia, is able to fly in one, but Shooter not quite good enough to hold on to his own position. Now the A side is in contention though. Vince is all by himself, unless Goss can stop them in one of these fronts. Looking for the pre-fire there, but Pixels gets the recovery onto the site, may even be able to get the res up on his teammate, and that puts Reckoning heavily on top this round, with double the amount of players alive than Orangutan have. Make that 1 against 4 as Rio swings out and takes down Tesseract. Persia has got a lot to do here.
They win as Pavlos, it may be the play of the tournament.
There's no way. Surely
High
not.
ground.
Reveal the position though. Shots flying his way. Recon as well as a fragment. They know exactly where he's hiding out. Gets one. But he needs to be careful because there's one bit peering right behind him. He takes it and gets it.
Oh no.
He's running out of time, though. Even if he makes a miracle of finding those 2 last kills, he won't have time to defuse, and he knows it. Backs away from it. He realizes he's put damage on the economy of Reckoning. But that's all he must be happy for this particular round, because that's all he's getting.
I mean, even in unwinnable situations, Persia manages to make it look winnable, and and if it looks winnable to us, it looks winnable to them, and that is how we're going to see Orangutan really start to preserve this confidence, this momentum. Persia had no business getting the second kill here. 7 bullets in the chamber, only need 6 of them, and that only needed 1 of them because it was a clean headshot. And even though Reckoning were able to take that round, Orangutan, they didn't even burn their ults. They actually profited an ult because Shooter and Vibble got theirs online.
Oy, oy, oy. Well, at least Reckoning get the say in the matter, right? At least they find their way back in. Now they can kind of try and pull a few rounds together, but it's this consistency of, of lining up these rounds. You need to be able to make it go on and on. But you're right. We didn't quite see the ultimates built up from Orangutan being put into play. And that's what I'm guessing they'll try and do. Whether it's just the Viper's Pit taking the A main control very early or the B main control very early also. Well, the KO ult, I'm pretty sure they'll want to use that for a retake. And that's why you kind of see already Ghost playing it fairly back on the A site anyway.
Yeah, and with Reckoning now, they bring out a Tour de Force. I like the fact we're starting to see the Tour de Force be activated because they've realized that Orangutan wants a double op setup. With that Tour de Force op last round, now they know there's going to be something. And getting that early Tour de Force gives you a way to counteract. I mean, Breeze has such a big open map that these snipers really are favored. Deadly, one away from a Blaze Storm as well, which may help with the arsenal of ultimates over on Reckoning, but against what is going to be a plethora of abilities on Orangutan, probably an early use of the Viper's Pit as well. And there it is. How do they plan on zoning Vibble out of this pit?
I don't think they will. I actually kind of like it, but at the same time, they kind of left the Viper on her own towards the B site. So at this point, Reckoning need to figure that out, whether that means they push by elbow, where they kind of commit to a mid push as well, but that's kind of at the expense of some utility over the double doors in case kind of they get pushed up from behind. So this is what they're actually doing. I like it. Good adaptation. And I don't think Orangutan have responded in time. They really haven't. They're now going to push towards the B side. They don't care that there's a Viper behind them. They're just going to commit to a spike plant, aim towards spawn instead. Or not. They're not going for it yet. They're taking too much time. And they haven't accounted from the push for coming in from behind. Viper's Pit of their own. Now they can hide within it. And now the spike may go down as well. They just need to find the right opportunity. They need to find a kill first. They're not comfortable to get it down yet. That's the kill they needed.
That's perfect.
Oh, but all of a sudden, Orangutan got on 2 kills. Shooter ends up falling. Rio wants another piece of this pie, but it's still a 2-on-2. And there's still a Viper's Pit to work with. They don't even plant in that direction. Shock dart, so down accurate. Pixels is so low, but Ghost has to die. Rio, though, he's being a sneaky man. Onto the back end, flash over!
Oh!
Goes with a
Oh!
headshot, a triple this round, puts Orangutan on top, and retrieve a victory, putting a 6 on the board.
It makes that last round seem like a death rattle, doesn't it? What a round from Ghost! And to be able to not only shut down the Viper, but to then find that final kill on what was, just a thimble of HP. I think they had about enough blood to fill a shot glass, and that was it. And they were still able to do it. Orangutan now really looking to start firing on all cylinders. This is one turbocharged, double supercharged power of mass. And, well, if you are an orangutan fan, then today is the day to celebrate because they are looking unstoppable.
You can't stop them. It's not feasible right now.
Get out of my way.
Reckoning did near everything right. It felt like they just lingered a little bit too long to get that spike down. Maybe they should have put it directly in the Viper's pit and not really worry about the Viper so much. It's debatable because then you would have had a thorn in your back, right?
Mm.
So difficult to make the right decisions when you're under so much pressure. We're looking at a different case scenario this time around. The A site is perhaps what we're looking for, but I really feel like Badlove wants to push up now towards tower, but not really going to happen. They may move towards this A main position, but thankfully for Orangutan, they've got plenty of players here just waiting out.
Just has to be careful in the middle. Call out, Shooter covers him, and that's the opening you want.
And he repicks the same corner. They need to be really scared about how they want to approach this. They do double back from that and pivoting towards the B site, but there's still defenders there. It's not as if they won't find a challenge when they get past.
And here's the thing with Reckoning as well. They lose that player, they just gun it. They get out of there. There's 30 seconds left. There's no time to go back. It's be or bust. And with the KO already joining this Tesseract on the rotation, the Orangutan, they read it beautifully.
And Persia still hasn't been contested. They don't know where he is. Pixels will try his best to get it done. Badlove getting another. Now repositioning, but the time is against them. Orangutan, they've got all this under control. They just start to breathe normally here. They can start to calm down. This round is theirs, and they know it.
Reckoning are like a book, face up in the wind, the pages flapping from side to side, and Orangutan, the pass-up eyes, picked it up, read every strategy there is, put it down and walked off. And for Reckoning, everything they are trying is just being met with unrelenting force on Orangutan. Shooter still with a Blade Storm to accompany that operator. Rio has had this Hunter's Fury, and he's held on to it for quite a while now, so I would love to see it used fairly soon to try and garner some form of advantage, because right now, Orangutan are looking unstoppable.
You can say that again. I'm just waiting for you to say that again, by the way. They look unstoppable. I'll do it for you.
I thought you were going to chime in, but
no, that's fine.
They do look unstoppable, though. Shooter, clear opening. Player down.
I'm just wondering what Reckoning can do, right? Because they've struggled so much. And Orangutan have gone for different approaches pretty much every single round. Okay, this is very familiar to what we saw the previous round, though. They look to close my mouth as I speak. Oh my goodness, though. Tesseract just reads it. And Persia, fine opportunity to find the sideline. Distracted. The spike in no man's land. Orangutan seemed like this map was theirs to begin with. And Reckoning should be nowhere near them.
Just so clean. I don't think anyone on the right side was even damaged that round. What? Pavlos. Shooter just eradicates Rio, and it's going downhill. It's seriously going downhill for Reckoning, and it's going downhill at a unstoppable pace. You look at the old usage. Shooter still with that Blade Storm, Rio with that Hunter's Fury still not used, but now the next cycle of Orangutan abilities are starting to come. Ghost one away from a null command, and that's really one to watch out for, particularly when it comes to stopping the momentum of Reckoning here.
Reckoning right now can't start thinking about the long game. They need to think about this round by round. Start figuring out, okay, well, this is how they're adapting. Let's just win a round, okay? We're far behind, but this is doable. Put your heads together. They did it before. And if they find more kills like this, it may be just doable. And to Suri, preemptive, but gets two, including his teammates! Oh, but he gets another, so that counteracts it. But it's still a 2-on-2 endeavor. It does make it level. Oh no, Persia has no clue. That's his demise! And now, without them just realizing it, the B site has been opened up for them. Shooter. All to yourself to try and keep Orangutan in command. That's one! And now it's control over the cross towards the B site.
Shooter may have read this as well.
Reading the elbow position.
Timing.
Rio.
Oh, it's perfect!
Gets read like an open book and gets his head ripped apart from his body. Shooter, what a clutch.
The head falls clean off of his shoulders, and Shooter, calm, collected. You see, he's not like dancing from angle to angle. He's just being so calm. Rio, what a hunter's fury, and it's just negated by the pure power of Orangutan. I don't know what to say.
I don't think Reckoning know what to say.
I don't think Reckoning know what to do. They're not your old one to kill.
Oh,
I'm dying.
goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's worse, Reckoning stroke or Kremer?
or one of your casters dying on stream. I have to apologise for that.
Oh,
Orangutan, prepare another specialty sites.
Somehow Persia lived there. Tesseract not able to find a kill, and the fact that Persia is low, this could be doable, but he still gets a kill, and so does Goat. The turnaround is here. Shooter gives them no chance. They let them get a little bit of confidence just so they can shoot it back down again, putting them to the dirt. Orangutan look unstoppable, and they just want to solidify that second seed spot in this group.
And I mean, they're doing so in a pretty convincing fashion. Rio's left in a 1v3. He's got a swing into an awaiting chamber on and off angle with an op. It's like it couldn't get any harder for Rio here. The only bonus is that Persia is low on HP, but that just means it's one bullet from either player here.
Good luck, Rio.
Well,
And
you're going to need it.
There he goes. Orangutan 10-1 now. This has gone from a close game to a very one-sided game to an absolute slaughter. Pavlos, welcome to the mosh pit. This is nothing but a bloodbath. And I mean, for Reckoning, what do you change? Nothing's working.
No, nothing is. I think Orangutan have also been having the perfect responses, right? We haven't seen Reckoning fully committing to a site for a while. I mean, we've kind of seen it on the A site. The B site, not really. They kind of wanted mid-control first. But this time they did it, and Orangutan was so fast. Just look the other way.
Enemy kill.
Bad Love just needed that. Without it, they're hopeless. That was a tour de force. Persia gets it done as well.
I don't know what to say, Pavlos. Reckoning, it's not that they're playing badly. They're making the right decision.
Shooter knows! Look at this! Oh, he's so wary of it. The fact that he dies doesn't even matter! But maybe this is doable.
Standing.
Oh, never mind. Tesseract just puts their hopes and dreams in a locket and puts stones in it so it sinks and throws it to the deepest ocean. What can Rio do? Snakebite at his feet. His feet are burning up from the toxins. And Tesseract, for good measure, puts a bullet straight into his heart. 11-1. From a close series to a complete domination from the Orangutan side.
Playing against Orangutan is like swimming across the Atlantic with 2 cinder blocks around your waist. Like, it's you can't do it. You just can't. And it's turning into, we said it before, Reckoning are playing badly. They're making the right decisions. They're going for defaults. They're going for these executions. They have these mid-splits. They usually have a lurker as well. It's just like waves against rocks. They just break once they make contact with Orangutan.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Have you ever seen an 11-1 comeback? You know what? I've seen it in my matchmaking games, but whether we'll see this in pro play, that is a different endeavor. And by the way, that was my team in 11-1, and then we lost. That has happened. It's not easy.
I'm trying to think of how many ranked games you've thrown that I've been in. Not too many, thankfully, but
No, I've actually played pretty good when I played with you, I think.
yeah, you did all right.
Maybe?
Yeah, I think you may have
don't
carried me,
remember.
actually.
I'm doubting that, actually.
I'm trying to gas you up here, Pavlos. Play along
Yeah,
to it.
okay. I'm good at the game, guys. I swear. I'm definitely not goal 3.
God, you said it out loud. Okay, it's like
In and out of plat, okay? I'm allowed to say that. In and out of plat.
like a revolving door. Alright, it's like it's set up for a split onto B here. Deadly stacked up with the Viper, trying to at least be in a position where they can trade one another.
Ooh. Deep in mid, and the audio cue's handed over. Oh no, this is going to be a dirty read, isn't it? There's going to be a dirty backstab. And there's nothing he can do about it. They've got full spawn control. And now it's just a simple pincer maneuver onto the site. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Look in front of you, look behind you. There is enemies absolutely everywhere. Overwhelming them, suffocating them. And poor old Reckoning are in a hell of a lot of trouble. Fragment before their eyes, bullets lining up between them. Orangutan on map and series points. Who would have thought?
It's like Orangutan have evolved over the course of the series. You know, they started as a little fledgling. They've been, struggling to get the odd kill here or there. They then sort of hit their adolescence where they're looking pretty good. But now we're in their sort of final stage, their final form, their final evolution. And Mum picked me up. I'm scared, frankly.
I thought you were going to bring out the reference, "Don't hug me, I'm scared," but that's another story.
Also, that a hug with an orangutan sounds pretty fun, though.
Yeah, it sounds it will transform quickly to chokehold. By the way, Badlove just got 2 kills with a headhunter, just like that. Just want to point that out there. Not too bad. Actually, Reckoning have done stuff this round, but is that a short-lived victory? Oh, Spectre shot on the long range. Is it really that brutal? At least it's a 1-on-2. It's doable for Reckoning, but you really have to stretch it out, don't you? You really have to win this flawlessly for the next 11 rounds. This could be one for Reckoning, and it is. Okay, they get it done. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it helps, right? They get to shut them down, but it feels like a silver lining. It feels like a death rattle almost from Reckoning here, because they go into this next round and Orangutan, they can eco for as long as it takes. They can wait till they have 5 ultimates. They could literally just play the next 5 rounds as an eco, go for a huge ult dump, and then just wipe the floor with Reckoning. Now, that's a very real possibility. Even now, Reckoning, their money isn't great. They still need to survive. The pressure's still on, despite the fact that, on paper, this should be a fairly easy round.
I hope I didn't cast the curse when I said, "Oh, I've seen that one once been turned around before."
For God's sake, Pavlos, what have you done?
What have I done? Let's have a look. Reckoning, getting one. Shooter, bouncing back with a Marshall. He's so darn accurate with that gun, man. It really isn't fair. And Badlove has to be scared to peek it. Tesseract getting it done with a share of Headhunter and Persia as well. Suddenly, Orangutan have the numbers. No way. Not like this. Badlove able to rendezvous away from that. Although he's damaged his feet, he's still leveled the playing field.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, the turnaround.
I don't know what to say.
They really have, haven't they? It seems like Tesseract has also got a very fond idea of where Rio is hiding out. He's even got an owl drone. He doesn't even need to use his peeking position.
This is for the series, Pavlos. A 1v2 for the series.
Oh, Rio. This hurts. Finds himself a better gun. Shot through the box. Oh, that has broken his Kevlar, hasn't it? Tesseract gets it done. And so have Orangutan. Oh, rejoice, boys, because that was no easy task, and you made it look like that.
The Orangutan make make Reckoning look like this sort of feckless, idle, ramshackle of a team. But the reality is, Reckoning, they actually played quite well. It was just a Orangutan who decimated them.
A 20-minute game, by the way.
20-minute game.
I think it's more along the lines of 25, but still, congratulations to these guys. They really, really do deserve the victory. Orangutan take it home, which means they also find their way on, on a greater pedestal, right? Later on, we'll be looking at Velocity Gaming against Full Power Gaming as well, who, we're looking at Full Power, who have gotten the same score as, who at least had the same score as Orangutan and Reckoning Esports. And if they get the dub against Velocity Gaming, we'll have a 3-way tie for 1, 2, and 3 spots. But that will also mean that Reckoning Esports have no longer any hopes in qualifying. So yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting one. And man, this was the perfect way to start off the day.
It truly is. And we do so with an incredible best of 3. Really, really strong stuff from the members of Orangutan. I'm going to be very interested to see the scoreboard, actually, because I'm still kind of unsure as to who really was the heavy hitter on Orangutan, because it felt like all of them did well, right? All of them performed. There was no weak link in the chain. And, if they can do that consistently, then this is going to be a magnificent team.
I think it was the extremities of the chamber being able to control it so very, very well. You have to give props to Persia for that, man. Like, such an insane performance, really. Leveled up. And Shooter, the Pakistani god, honestly, amazing. Unstoppable. It looked like Reckoning could have never dealt with it.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I just kind of think that, for me, this solidifies Orangutan, rank 2 in the group. Like, that series was as convincing as it gets for me. Velocity Warriors beat Orangutan, they get rank 1. Orangutan rank 2. The question now comes to Reckoning of Full Power. Who gets that rank 3? And I don't think they played against each other yet. So when we do see that game, that is going to be the Group B decider, in my opinion. On Group A, it's going to need a few more games before we can really get that sort of horizon marked out. But the sort of sculpture of Group B is really starting to finalize, and this is turning into some Marble Greek God.
Yeah, it really is. Group B really being the group of death. I think it highly depends also on how Velocity is challenged also, because I think we've seen them as very, very strong. They've already beaten Orangutan, right, who is potentially contending for second spot. So I think clearly Velocity may be a bit too good for the rest. But the battle for second and third spot is still on, right? It's not over till it's over, and that's what we'll really be looking forward to.
Categorically. Pavlos, do you have any sort of like closing remarks of that game? Because for me, that was honestly, it was Orangutan just getting better and better the more they played.
I think it was also the Reckoning's inability to play Breeze. I think they didn't quite have the understanding of how you kind of need to place the Viper, how you kind of need to pay attention to mid. The double door setup that multiple times Orangutan had wasn't exploited. And also, when did we see a push come from them towards tunnel, right? When did we see them push tunnel? We didn't. They didn't really go for these pushes, which really, and multiple times tunnel was left open by Orangutan. Multiple times it wasn't covered. So there was potential for them to kind of take a A-sided push, whether that was a combination of double doors, whether that was main, together with opening up the door from tunnel. That would have really helped them up a bit. So there's definitely room for improvement, which is a good note for them. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't bring it to the table today.
Yeah, especially with Coach Godspeed, who, is so experienced with this game. So, they're going to be able to identify this pretty quickly. And I imagine they'll patch up those gaps very quickly indeed. We're going to head a look at our scoreboard here, where we're going to be able to see just who was able to help craft this victory for Orangutan. Something else I want to highlight while we're quickly bringing that up is the fact that because of Orangutan, map 1 close, map 2 best, and map 3 perfect, it makes me think that Orangutan actually won that veto. They won that veto. Leaving Breeze in for the third map may have been a little bit of a trap, actually, that they left for Reckoning to pick up on, and they triggered it, allowing Breeze to be the third map. For Orangutan, then it becomes a matter of just get to Breeze. We only need to win one map, get us to Breeze, and then we've won. And that was exactly what happened.
the thing is, we could have never told that it was kind of a veto won by Orangutan there. Because if you look at the history, it was only one official. It was a loss against Velocity. Obviously, it's a loss against probably the strongest team in this group, if not one of the strongest in this tournament as a whole, right? There's not many teams that can contest for that title right now, I think, from what we've seen so far. So yeah, still a very interesting one. But let's have a look at the scoreboard. As you said, let's have a look at who was high impactful. Persia, no surprises there.
No, none at all, frankly. His chamber was unstoppable. And that's something else I want to highlight as well when it comes to mastery of the map. We saw Persia sort of given a lot more responsibility on B than Bad Love was. Sort of Persia was given these sort of high ground-esque wide angles to hold, whereas over for Bad Love, it felt like he was a lot more passive, he was a lot more reactionary, and because of that, I meant Persia had a lot, was in a better position to dictate the tempo, and that's why we see more First Bloods than Rio, who's the MVP over on Reckoning.
And whether that will be continued for the rest of the tournament, I guess we'll see. I think this also puts a lot of hope into Orangutan, really, trying to put mixed teams work out in this scene isn't a very popular one. You either kind of have either all Indian teams, maybe all Pakistani sometimes. Having this mix-up, really, is something that you're really not used to. And I'm glad they kind of put this together, getting the best of all worlds, and it's starting to succeed. And with the support of Sexy in their backline, like sort of helping this team sort of mentally prepare, as well as getting some strats on the board, we see that there is a strategical depth that Orangutan have that Reckoning couldn't match today.
You're right. They just couldn't. And luckily, Pavlos, that is but a third of the games that are going to be coming up today. Next up, we have Velocity, the Titans of Group B, looking to take on the newly formed Full Power Gaming, having Full Power just straight buying out exploits, are now going to see what they can do now against their old, sometimes people would say bitter rivals of Velocity.
Yeah, it's the battle against the Indians versus the Pakistanis. I love it. It gets very personal. I know it during these matches, which also means there's a lot of entertainment value behind it, and you know, some rivalry, right? Because Full Power Gaming, although they were a little bit down with rounds, they also are contending for that second and third spot. So getting a dub today, even just a map against Velocity, could make the trick, could make it happen, and try to scramble that third place spot. But ideally, they want that win, and then they could be fighting out even for first place, because then there'll be a three-way tie.
It really could be. And I'm going to be interested to see if we do tiebreakers, or if it will sort of come down to round difference. There's only one way to find out, though, and that's going to be how the next couple of games will evolve the course of the group. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will have Velocity taking on Full Power.
Lovely.
30 seconds left.
player standing.
So close.
One enemy remaining.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Mm. I can't help but think it'll be a little bit more one-sided. Full Power, I think they have the potential to upset, but they're only going to be able to upset if Velocity are the ones who make the mistakes. This is Velocity's game to lose here, and I think if there ever was going to be a apt way to upset them, it would be against Full Power.
Apparently, they couldn't hear me in my intro statement because my vMix was muted. But
good job, Pavlos.
We're fine. We're fine. All right. Let's have a look at what we have here. Velocity Gaming, of course, versus Full Power Gaming. We've got the Indian versus Pakistani showdown. One where, I mean, I'm sure a lot of fans are looking at right now and saying, okay, who's better? Who's doing great? But let's just ignore the rest and just say that in this match, we're looking at a tournament favorite as well. Velocity Gaming so far dismantling opposition. They were even able to do a very grand job up against a team which we just saw, right? Orangutan, who seemed on form, really. So the fact that they were able to do a really good job against them means that, yeah, we're in for a treat when it comes to these guys. And I think we won't be able to see their full potential until playoffs, really.
You're right. And as we look at the lineup of Velocity, MW1, Right to Ace, Hell F, Death the Maker, and Amaterasu. I do struggle with that name. I do apologize. I think it's Amaterasu. They're trying to throw us off with these complicated names. And the main player I want to really watch out for is MW1, whose kind of character we've known them for at the moment. Surprisingly, Pavlos is a Neon. We've seen him on Neon quite a lot, actually. And I think the highlight game for me would be MW1, who played that Neon on Fracture and was really able to deliver against Orangutan.
I think what's really evident in this point is that still Neon is one of those agents that people are still not used to, right? You have those dashes. The fact that she was that she was buffed, kind of people say that she was fixed. The fact that you can kind of have like 0 velocity and still dash either diagonally, right, anywhere, is really strong, right? So when you peek corners, point blank, catching opponents off guard, it really helps with double peeking also. So if that's something that the team really wants to put into consideration, it's super strong. But for the Full Power Gaming, we've got a different story, don't we?
We do. We've got King, Musab, Pokemon, Storax, and Abdur. These guys, again, used to play under Exploit, but were recently picked up by Full Power. And this is, once again, why I want to highlight how cool the SA scene is. Because Full Power, I believe, are currently on bootcamp, and that bootcamp was lent to them by another team. Isn't that cool? Isn't that
That
sweet?
is crazy nice. Yeah, that is so nice.
It's so nice. In Europe, if you asked to do that, you'd get told to go away.
Yeah.
And
it put very kindly, obviously.
very likely to go away. So this is really, really awesome. And again, it just shows how nice the Indian scene is. Sorry, the whole SA scene, actually. It's not just Indian. So really, really cool stuff from there. We take a look at our Veto. Velocity going to Fracture, and considering how good MW1 was on Neon last time we saw them play, doesn't surprise me at all. Full Power go for Bind, which is kind of interesting because their results on Bind have been pretty good, but it's also one of Velocity's better maps. So really looking to flex their muscles there. With Haven being our decider, they can't help but think that that is definitely going to be favouring Velocity, with Full Power only really listing to Haven kind of once or twice, and in that time they're only able to win once, having lost 13-6 to Orangutan.
But this is really cool, man. I think throughout the scene, Fracture is heavily being avoided, but when you look at Full Power Gaming, that is simply not the case. They thrive on it, and I think it's a key piece of their success, really, if they're able to make this happen. Although you could also say the same here for Velocity. No wonder they want to pick it. I think we're looking at two teams in this group that play Fracture the most. So I guess Velocity have got something extra to prove. It's like, you play Fracture a lot, we play it even more, and they're going to destroy you. We're going to destroy you, essentially. That's the statement they want to go for. But, Crema, I'd like to ask you, I think I might be putting you on the spot a little bit here, but where do you think this map pool can kind of favor one over the other?
For me, I think it does favor Velocity. In this case, I think Bind is going to be the only position where Full Power are really going to be able to start making some inroads. If they can make Bind so convincing, then Haven is going to be a bit easier for them. But again, this is Velocity's series to lose. You know, Full Power really need to come here at full power. They can't risk any charge up time. This needs to be strong start to finish.
It kind of feels like Full Power Gaming cannot afford it to become a Haven matchup, because that's where maybe you can lose all hope in the series. Like, if they're ever going to win the series, it kind of means that they need to pick up Fracture, and quick, right? Trying to get that 2-0 out of there, because if it goes to that third map, yeah, Velocity Gaming should be able to get it.
I think Fracture may, dare I say it, be a little bit one-sided have lost. Just a little bit. I don't think that the members of Full Power, very much, Fracture, it's a map they've played a few times, sure, but they just don't have the experience that the likes of we've seen Velocity have. They have actually played against Velocity on Fracture. They have actually been able to play kind of similar to Velocity on Fracture, similar play styles, but I don't know if it's enough. I just don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, I think we talked earlier in the pregame. If anybody was with us during that time, we kind of dived into Fracture, and we kind of were thinking, okay, why is this map heavily avoided in the scene? Obviously, the two teams that we're looking at today are kind of the exception, but Fracture is a weird one to figure out, constantly evolving, and it also has to do with the fact that it's a very different to the maps that we have so far, right? The aggressive stance that you need to take on the defense, especially if you want to have sort of a sentinel play in there, it's unorthodox. And the fact that Chamber has been so heavily meta, it's been kind of a wild ride with unstable rounds where teams may be able to have a first pick in there and still not able to get the win. So let's have a look at the agents and what they're really going to be looking like in this matter. Thankfully, no delay on this end, and we're having a bit of a switch up here.
I really like this. I'm going to be seeing a fade out of Pokemon. This is accompanied by a Breach Brimstone combo. It's my favorite combo of the game, Breach Brimstone. We have a Raise over on King as well. Velocity, they've looked at that and have decided to not copy it in any way, shape, or form with a KO and Neon instead. Now, these teams have played against each other before, Pavlos. They played against each other a couple of months ago, back when Full Power was known as Team Snakes, and Team Snakes were able to take Fracture 13-5. This, however, I believe was before the addition of both Fade and Neon. So there's been a lot of meta changes since then. We'll see if Full Power can keep the prowess they were used to be able to boast on this map.
So what's really interesting to me is the fact that we've got a distinct change in kind of how these two teams will want to play it. Neon, I think, is very good with these long rotations, sort of catching teams off guard, the fast pace that you can create, and also kind of push forwards. I think she kind of takes both the role of a jet, but also as a lurking anchor, which is a really interesting dynamic. On Fade, on the other hand, she is waters that have yet been explored to the fullest of extent. So it could definitely throw Velocity Gaming off guard, but considering a map like Fracture, if she isn't there as soon as the take is over, as soon as like post-plant positions are kind of taken to the sidelines of each site, she will have less and less impact. So the importance of Pokemon to be at the right site as soon as Spike goes down. So the importance of a quick commit to the post-plant is very, very important for full power.
Having seen the veto and having seen this initial agent select, who do you think is going to be taking the series, Pavlos? And give me a map score.
I think Velocity Gaming can still have it, and I still hold strong to that 2-0 mentality that we were looking at earlier. But I think Full Power Gaming bringing out Fade, bringing out that caveat, could have a chance. So I'm also going to throw another score at you, which is very similar to what I threw on before. If they don't win this first map, they're going down 2-0. If they manage to get it, they could have a chance.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You say Velocity. Again, I'll be devil's advocate. I'm going to say Full Power 2-1. I think that they probably lose Fracture. I think they could probably come back for our second map. I think come our third, there may be some serious momentum for them. But they need to make sure that Fracture isn't a complete stop. They still need to really find themselves still trading. Otherwise, Velocity are just going to wipe the floor with them and just continue that to the end. If you're in the chat, I'm sure you've noticed I'm also in the chat. So is Pavlos. I know he shouldn't be, but hey, we are. Who's going to stop us, right? So if you have a prediction, do let us know. We do read it. It will be nice to see. Me and Pavlos, we're completely disagreed on who's going to be winning. So you guys can be the decider. Who will be taking this, Velocity or Full Power? Let us know the map score as well. I know the odds are probably with Velocity here, but I'd love to see an upset.
Everybody does. I think the previous one, some could consider it was a slight upset. Even though I think the two teams were very hotly contended. But I think we're already seeing the focus faces on each side. That is what you really like to see. Starting to get those talking up onto the server, trying to get those that morale up. We're looking at a very strong matchup. We're looking at Velocity Gaming, who right now is 3-0 on the group, looking to top it up, while Full Power, on the other hand, battling it out and see if they can reach the second and third potential spots of this to see if they can move it into grand final playoffs.
All right, and the players to watch out for at the moment is going to be Deathmaker. When he is playing well, Pavlos, he is unstoppable. This man can one-man carry when he feels like it. Velocity, though, looking to start with an early push over to B.
A very early start and a very aggressive one. Full Power reacting to it in a way where they do control the arcade, so they at least have one of the corners to work with. MW1, though, wants to make sure that is no more. Musab getting the first pick out of there. Deathmaker holding down the back line, catching out rotations, but it's still Full Power to get most of the kills here. Deathmaker keeping up the pressure. One of them alone. Consider who wants to go in first into that. It's the meat grinder of Deathmaker, and he's made you into mincemeat. Goodness gracious me! And now Full Power rely all of their forces onto one. There's nothing Musab he can do, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of Velocity. What a way to start off this map.
I told you, Pavlos. I told you. This man can 1v5 when he feels up for it. And Deathmaker, he doesn't even need the Headhunter. Half those kills come from the Classic. He's just that good. For Velocity, that is a scary precedent to set that Deathmaker's feeling it, because if that is the case, then FPX, they need a solution, and they need one bloody quickly.
They damn well do. They absolutely do. I mean, okay, we're talking about a piss around over, but... Oh, okay, let's see how this one works out. That's a perfect play that you kind of expect from a Neon and a Breach, right? Fault line across, flashpoint as well. Just dash into it, quick kills. That's what you really want to see. Health, though, caught out. On point flashpoint from Full Power's side. Well, that's all it's going to be, as Ritter is able to get two quickly. Is that? Storax, Headhunter in hand. Can he find these heads, though? 3 positions also held. Can hear the movement from Ritter. And we'll have to die to him as well. Triple kill for the Brim. And that is Velocity Gaming 2-0.
Full Power now. They moved their full buy, though. And this is where we're going to start seeing an attempt at a solution. But yeah, right now we've seen hero plays from 2 members of Velocity, right? MW1 clean opening, the DM in the start of the at the pistol rounds. What does it mean? Who else is going to show up? You know, is it right to Ace? He's been consistent. Amaterasu, do you want to join in? Aleph, why? You know, why are you here? Why not? Why not? Because this side have been packed to the brim. They're like one of those suitcases that you shut and then know you're never going to be able to shut it again because of how much stuff is in there. That's the power of Velocity Gaming.
I was so certain MW1 was going to go full guns blazing in that play. Oh, Deathmaker, stop it! No way you find another. Oh my god, why is this so easy? It shouldn't be this easy, man!
He's too good. He's just too good. And, well, for Deathmaker, that'll be a quick 2 rifles the wheel. That spike will go down. The full power just save? Is there still the chance to save it?
Oh, there's no way they can. MW's got the off corner, finds himself a Vandal to work with. Man, this is a bonus round!
Oh, shit.
This is just a bonus round, Velocity! How can you do full power like this? This is rude!
This may be a stomp, but I'm going to call it fairly early. Deathmaker, absolutely so, is the one to kill. And with that, the Tour de Force comes online. Oh, God. If he's that good with pistols, if he's that good with rifles, what on earth is he going to do with a sniper?
Insane.
FPS, down to the next DK.
And another one. Deathmaker's 7-0-0. Switch up those numbers and he's 007. Deathmaker. More like the new James Bond.
Death. Or Maker. Just call me Maker.
Call me Maker. I create death. Pretty sure that's Hades. Greek god of death.
Does that make Velocity his Anubis and Cerberus? I suppose they're Egyptian, but still applies. Right, so Ace, good for the first.
Oh, the rotation is good from full power. But the bullet work from the Velocity game is even better. Lining up all these shots. Abdur trying to make it happen, but it just won't. Very clean. Every single one of the players of Velocity Gaming got to kill this round.
As casters, we don't usually have much control over the game. But Saul's made a very valid point in the chat, and I think it will make it fair. Can we just make Deathmaker only use a Headhunter? I think that might be the solution here to give full power a
Give
chance.
him a chance, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you know, Riot has recently sent me over the start game button. I haven't received a button that kind of changes other stuff.
Cast
Like
the start game, please.
yes, so I have that button. You know, you get it once you get onto VCT, obviously.
Yeah, we just don't press it.
You just don't press it. Yeah, but I don't have a button that just makes Deathmaker only use a Headhunter. It just won't happen. Well, what's interesting here is that they take the site, really.
My God.
Deathmaker's just making it look easy, man. He's in a death range. He's in a shooting range. And for some reason, it doesn't seem like full power are able to shoot back at him. Stunned as soon as they see him. Trembling beneath their feet. 5-0 Velocity Gaming, come on. Come on.
Is this just going to be the Jubilee game for Velocity? Like,
Give him a chance.
Or for Deathmaker, frankly. It's doable. It's still very, very winnable for full power. Something to highlight is that they do have 4 ults readily available. They just have a full buy behind them, so if there ever was a time to beat Velocity, now would be it. But 5-0 down, you need something to change, fast.
Deathmaker's on the Spectre, by the way.
You want to play? Let's play.
With a Tour de Force as well.
Yeah, that's probably why. I mean, he probably a Spectre from one of his teammates, and he was like, okay, I'll pick that up. I'm going to have Tour de Force anyway. And gets an easy pick. Pokemon is pushed out there, but literally has gained nothing apart from information that at least that corner isn't inhibited by anyone.
Deathmaker slightly hunting for a kill here.
It's so dangerous seeing him maneuver through the map.
It's like watching a lion, right? Stalk and spray. It's like, you know something horrible's going to happen, but you're like morbidly curious to keep watching.
Yeah, just waiting to see when he will pounce.
Yeah.
It's a matter of when rather than whether at this point. Okay, Pokemon. Ooh. Oh, Ritter has no face, but neither does Pokemon anymore. Oh, ripped off his shoulder, Starex though. Also has a Tour de Force. Without any smokes now to hide away. The spike plant will be a difficult endeavor. Musab with the Sheriff still traded out. Deathmaker very much present in the game, but King with a judge is here to judge you. 30 seconds.
30
Amaterasu.
seconds left.
Oh, check your right side because Thorax slowly closing in, and he will be able to get the kill. And Full Power find themselves around.
They do so in quite convincing fashion, actually. I'm pretty pleased with how they were able to wield Storax there. Sort of allowing Pokemon to be the first engagement, then switching it out so that the Tour de Force has a bit more space to wield. And I mean, nothing scarier than a Judge at Tower, right? So if that's what is required to beat Deathmaker, then so be it. And, well, they just outflank Amaterasu to end there. Full Power put themselves on the board, but unfortunately for them, 5 rounds on the bounce, Velocity, they have money to reinvest here. Interestingly, they don't bring out an operation.
Go, go, go.
I think this also shows the importance of having your Brim alive to take a site. The ability of kind of smoking a lot of these entries, how much comfort it can give you, how much comfort it can give MW1 to kind of move into the back line. So the fact that Ritter died early may have been the reason why Velocity Gaming didn't really stand a chance against that Tour de Force.
Off your feet!
Oh dear. Well, Rolling Thunder won't be affecting anyone. It seems like MW1 is very much pissed. Close by, Rolling Thunder, drawn, and has to get shot down. So much thrown at MW1 there. They want to go for the spike plant. Can they go for the commit? Orbital strike!
Oh, I love that.
So impactful, finding all of the kills here. Still, onto the back end. Abdora keeps it going. Ritter looking to hold on, but he's up against 3. Surely not. Left side covered, 7 bullets. That's another head! Now only 30 points of health remaining. No way, Ritter. He's been given a chance. They know where he is, but it's his round to lose now. Switching around. Oh, Pokemon repositioning.
30 seconds
Is that
left.
the right decision? He's going to hide away now, but this is allowing Ritter to move out of this position. He's low. He shouldn't be allowed this space. As soon as he hears the drops, he's going to peek. No way, right? Knows he's close by, and will be able to catch him off guard. Ritter had no clue where that was coming from, and Full Power are able to scramble up a second.
Genuinely, that is a very chaotic round, and I love how CS calling a timeout now. Something to highlight, Pavlos, is in the kind of SA scene, there is a caster called Sia, also a caster called Sleepy, both of which are disturbingly knowledgeable about the game, both of which now help out at Velocity. So Velocity have a lot of game sense behind them, and the fact they're calling a timeout, having lost 2 rounds, don't get me wrong, 2 rounds that are close, is really impressive to me. Something else to mention as well is that was one of the most chaotic rounds we've seen so far. 2 orbital strikes, 2 rolling thunders, a Nightfall gets deployed. We also see, I believe, the Neon ult as well. That's 6 ults thrown at what's essentially 2 players. And the fact that Full Power are able to both circumvent them, then deploy their own, and then further it by continuing to do damage off the back of it is a really, really good round for them. And I like the fact that Velocity called a timeout afterwards, because that was one where they were essentially just outreacted.
I also want to see what the economical struggles look like also, right? Because, yeah, obviously you invest a lot in that. Only 1 was remaining at the end of that round. Yeah, exactly. So look at the money on each side. Credits, you can barely kind of expect Full Power to be buying up fully next round. They probably can if they can save a weapon after it. But both sides are looking pretty bleak. So if Full Power are able to get a really good win here, they should be able to close up this gap. Otherwise, they may be in a bit of trouble, and Velocity Gaming could get a little bit further away from them.
Pavlos, we're being uncultured. It's right to ace, not right. We're being told off.
Sorry!
Right to ace it is. Right to ace falls to Musab on that note. Ella able to trade though.
Still, Velocity Gaming lose most of their players here. Seems that Full Power are able to get most of these kills. Pokemon getting it done. And I'm afraid Deathmaker's the only player remaining. With, yeah, not much space to work with, no spike either, no teammates. It's a lonely world out here for him.
Deathmaker now. I like how even in a 1v4, even with a headhunter and no armor, it looks winnable for him, right? The spike's on the other side of the site, but Deathmaker can still win it. Look at him there.
Yeah, that's not right.
Prowling through this opening.
6 bullets, 4 players.
Hey.
Oh, 5 bullets, 3 players.
30 seconds
No way,
left.
no way. The timing is everything here. The timing is absolutely everything. Oh! Barely misses the mark there. Okay, settle down.
Okay.
Full Power actually finding some strength here.
They are, and I think they've figured out what makes Velocity so good, which is Velocity. They are some of the best aimers, I would say, in APAC. Yeah, quite a bold statement to make, but they're just incredible with their aim. And Full Power have found that so long as you have a teammate with you, so long as you can trade, so long as you're taking unfair fights, you're actually in a pretty good position. You know, Deathmaker, 13 kills in just 8 rounds is frankly horrific, but you can slow that pace so long as you have someone to trade all the time, so long as you're using your utility effectively.
Wow, this is going to be fast. Deathmaker finds the first kill here, and they're going to explode onto the site. Smokes can now settle and pave the way to move onto this site. Perfectly done. Spike will definitely go down, but be wary. Rotations are very, very quick. Pokemon through the smoke! Extinguished! Might I say fainted. Now 3 against 5. But the trades are still falling into the hands of Velocity Gaming. They can play the trade game all day long. The showstopper cannot be good enough. The Velocity game is too spread out. Masab, live King, able to trade it. He's got a decision to make. Does he go for it? Or does he save these Vandal?
Deathmaker finishes the job, and there's the Velocity kind of strike back. And for me, it's Full Power. They get a little bit too confident. You see that early peek into B here, you forget that you're against the Neon. You can't hold your utility. You either bring it out to drop it then and there, but you can't stagnate with it. And when you're trying to peek off the back of it, that's where we really see the openings come through. And on top of the fact, you're against Deathmaker. If you're peeking, you're killing someone. If not, you're dying. And for Velocity, 6 rounds on the attacker fracture. I'd argue kind of 6-7 rounds is enough.
I wouldn't be too bad. Oh, that is just rude. But a little bit too greedy for Full Power, to be fair there. Vault line was the only way to take them down there. And yeah, they did. Perfectly so. Through the smoke. These trades are freaking weird, man. But still, Velocity Gaming getting the better end of it. B site will be taken over. Right to Ace does die. King. Yeah, goodbye, mate. Nice try. GG.
Yeah, get out of here. Really strong stuff from Velocity, and it comes with the support network, right? You know, Sia, such a talented coach, and on top of the fact that you've got some incredible aimers, and when DM isn't the one delivering, you've got MW1. You know, he's also able to just wipe them. For Full Power, we don't really have a player who's playing amazing. You know, we don't go, oh, there's Pokemon on 17 kills in the first half. You know, it's they're doing it as a team, and while that can be very effective if your team is doing well, when you're on the back foot, it can make coming back very difficult here.
A key distinction to me from how Velocity Gaming were approaching this round at the start, right? It was simple matter of fault line, dashing in with a Neon, early space taken. I think the way Full Power have kind of adapted towards it is also preemptively throwing utility. So what Velocity Gaming are now doing in adaptation to that is that they're holding back a bit. See what Full Power throw at them, so they can then react to it. See? That's an early kill. Where do you find an opening? The B side, but that may not even matter! MW single-handedly steps all over them, puts them in the dirt, and the A site is now theirs.
We're talking about the wrong player, Pavlos. This isn't the DM game. This is the Velocity game. The second it looks like it's one player carrying, MW1 chimes back in, Amaterasu right to Ace, LFA all chime in, and they show that this may look like Deathmaker's doing well as he marauds his way over to this B site, but it is more than just one man and his big gun.
Well,
just so good.
That didn't take long. That didn't take long. Okay, Kremer, earlier today you asked me, okay, what are the hopes for these guys in the internationally representing, getting into VCT, sort of maybe getting it into the international stages like Masters, for example. Velocity Gaming looks like a team who is talented enough to do well in those type of events, man. I want to see more of these guys. I want to see stronger competition around them so they can evolve also, because I feel that there's still more elements to arrive with this team, but they definitely have the fundamentals to get far.
I honestly don't know. I love how DM is alone right now on me with them both crunching on him. The whole team goes off and does their thing. DM just distracts. And look how good a job he's doing. 3 players committed to fight him.
Oh, well, at least it's full power this time around to get a kill. But what does that matter when you actually lose an entire site? Storax unable to find that second shot, crucially misses an opportunity to seize control over this, but they've got a full stack of ultimates here, and Velocity Gaming know of this, and definitely are taking charge, looking to push past it. Showstopper coming through, wary of Amaterash's position, will get the kill. Orbital Strike, that will do it. There's no way you're stopping the defuse. Fragment, maybe to find King here, but it's just a little bit too wide. Full power, throw everything they had this round, and will be able to solidify it.
Switching sides.
Now, Full Power are doing a very good job at recovering. You know, they're not tilting, which for me is a really good sign. You know, they're sort of trying to take the tempo. We saw, you know, a 3-man push through A main there. They realized that they just need to savor a bit of momentum. And I think for me that's going to be crucial in moving through this series. But for Velocity, you know, 8-4 on your attacker fracture, it's really not too bad. You know, we're hyping up DM and MW1 quite a bit, but the reality is Full Power have responded about as well as to be expected, really. They're not playing particularly badly. Now that they're on their attack, we'll see what they can do, because remember, Velocity top of the group, and there's a lot of real to anti-strat, so Full Power may very well have something in store for us.
Faithmaker already coming in with a headhunter. Velocity Gaming perfectly balancing it, but in a matter of a second, Abdur and Masab are able to find themselves their first kills. Flash over. Oh, Amaterasu! That shouldn't be allowed. A blind man can't see.
Okay.
Okay. Stabilize maybe for Full Power. But there's one player remaining for Velocity Gaming. And he will not be shy from clutching this if he's given the opportunity. Nope.
Asshole.
Pokemon says, I got a Pikachu. And we'll be able to take him down.
I really like how we're sort of seeing Fade be played as a bit like a duelist, really. I kind of would think that compared to Neon, at least, Fade has a bit more of a place sort of in the midsection of the team, and used a bit more like a Reina to be able to trade your teammates rather than being able to actually fight them. But in this case, we're seeing Pokemon retake the front lines here, and it's actually working admirably. Full Power with 5 rounds here. Sure, no one's doing a Deathmaker, no one's doing an NW1, but as we mentioned, right now the victory of Full Power is coming as a team, and that's really allowing them to start bulldozing their way into the second half.
It's definitely a step in the right direction, that's for sure. But whether they're able to keep this up now towards this B site, Full Power seem to have gotten the right idea. It's Velocity's Gaming's response I'm looking at. The deep push into A main kind of gives them the information that, okay, nothing happening in that direction. Trademark as well towards Dish also gives them a fairly good understanding of what's going on. But soon they'll hear all these audio cues. And MW1 is able to get 1. Good enough of a trade for a shorty. After all, that only cost 200 credits. So let's see if the response is good enough. Still, Pokemon carrying it on, feeling a lot more comfortable now with site control. As Velocity Gaming now approach towards main, Deathmaker gets it done once more. Amaterasu moving in again, another headshot for them. No way they make this happen, not with pistols. King finding a sideline, a very crucial one as well. Knowing of Abdur's position, instrumental. But Abdur in and out of battle. No reason for the full commit. They're waiting for King to come into the picture as well. The lineup is there, and the round is for Full Power as well.
It's like orders restored, isn't it? But you need to, you can't take away from Velocity there. That round was a lot closer than it really should have been. And for MW1, really showing the effectiveness of Neon, being able to get to these close angles way before they're expected to be covered. And doing so with a shorty is just unstoppable. King there, ready with the bait and switch, absolutely wrecks them with that Spectre. But now you're against the full buy of Velocity. This is where Velocity put their foot down. The question is the door going to shatter, or are they going to be able to hold the window open?
Ow. I think Deathmaker had that coming, to be honest. He was able to deliver a lot of those himself the previous half. So now that he's got a taste of his own medicine, not too bad. Okay, Velocity Gaming not lost for them, but they've got weapons, man. They can't lose it quick. They seem to be putting a lot of faith into the A site positioning of one singular player. Damage. Okay. Velocity Gaming squaring things up. And they even go in for more. Abdul caught. He's back against his opponents. Bullet to the back of the head, and now we're looking at a 3-on-4.
Storax trying to wield the Headhunter. Even if it's fractionally as good as Deathmaker, then this Headhunter is going to be something to fear. There's the catch out, and now this is very doable. That B site, it swings open. This becomes so winnable for Full Power all of a sudden. 20 seconds left though.
Polarized across two sites now, and one in the middle looking to rotate quickly. MW1, very crucial position. Oh, but now won't be able to hear anything, but it's a good thing he can see. Musab will be able to find the bounce back. Vandal found, looking to fire him away from the plant, but it will be committed to. And all of a sudden, Full Power have full control. Might as well rename the name of the team. Health Spotted Pokemon has come alive this game and is doing a splendid job of keeping their team close.
I'm genuinely so impressed with Full Power right now, and we're going to highlight it again. No one is doing as good as Deathmaker. No one's doing as good as MW1. But when it comes to team play, that's where Full Power are looking immortal, Pavlos. They're doing so well, being able to trade one another, being able to time these executions, being able to catch out these members is exactly where their strengths are, and they are wielding it to a masterful degree.
Early aggression coming out from Velocity Gaming. That's what you kind of expect with a Neon out.
Out of charge.
Oh. Right to Ace. Getting one. MW1, though, has to 4. So look how fast they want to go for this Phantom. They know they're at a disadvantage weapon-wise. At least try and increase their gun power capability. Onto the Ace side they'll go, and they'll greet little to no resistance.
Planted.
Velocity Gaming need to make this expensive. They can't allow Full Power to gain all this control that easily, man.
Follow-up. Storax slashed off the angle. There's that teamwork. There's that teamwork right there, and it's just so effective.
It's a chokehold.
They are isolating Velocity. They are literally spanning them out and holding them just at gunpoint, one at a time. And sure, Deathmaker's good. MW1, they're not just good, they are brilliant, but they can't 1v5 consistently. And so long as FPX are making that's the only option for Velocity, then they're going to continue just tearing apart this attacking half.
Oh, man. Deathmaker just has to respect that now. He can't stick around in the positions that in the previous half he probably would. Pressure increased. Scales level. And Velocity Gaming can't really afford to be over-aggressive here. Deathmaker for an arcade swing. No one will be there, though. Nothing to be greeted. It's the B main approach that perhaps needs to be on the lookout. Having most players on the A site might not be the right read, but as we look at the spike positioning, this Rolling Thunder is going to be a fake. I love it. It's going to be a fake, and it's going to be bought by Velocity. Velocity are going to quickly run towards the B site. You can already see it. 2 rotations, and MW1 is out of the equation. Spike hasn't been collected, though. Rolling Thunder to delay. What a response from Velocity. And now
from Amaterasu.
Yeah, and now they're on the A site as well, but Full Power have doubled back towards B again. No, triple back towards the A site. What's going on?
Fair enough.
30
And
seconds left.
at this point, Velocity, they're dazed and confused. They don't know where the attack's coming from. They've just split it 2 and 2, and they're just going to hope they have players in place to defend it. With Storax going so quiet, the attack lands with 20 seconds left.
Orbital strike, though, will be wasted onto the site. At least they'll guarantee it's clear, and then their ability of getting the spike down will be great. Storax, plant in the middle. The perfect plant for them. Musab needs to be wary of it. Flash drive. Musab gets it, and so does Abdur. Velocity Gaming lose out on a prime opportunity to seize control, but they miss that chance and now need to put their hands up, surrender this, and save these goddamn weapons, as Full Power will be seizing the lead for the first time in this map.
And they do so halfway through the second half. It's late, they're a late bloomer, but what matters is the flower, not the stem. And for Velocity now, with a save, sure. Then they might have it on wheels. I mean, yeah, it's nice, but Full Power, they just outmaneuver it. And this is after what was a tremendous response from Amaterasu. Being able to counteract the Rolling Thunder with one of his own means that Velocity, they have time to rotate, but it's that hint of a double fake from Full Power. It doesn't need to be convincing. Just the hint of it is enough to get Velocity to almost break their ankles or turning on their heels so much. Another timeout is called, and it looks like right now, for FPX, they're just in the minds of their Indian counterparts.
For anyone that has just joined, let me take you through a roller coaster of emotions, right? Let me tell you what this game was all about. Velocity Gaming had a very good start. Seemed to have everything under control. They beat the bonus, they managed to gain a sizable lead. I think it was a 4-0, and they looked unstoppable. They even managed to be 5-1 at some point. Not too bad. They ended the half 8-4. And then everything started to change. Everything started to crumble. The moment they got onto the defensive side, Full Power seized control and have played perfect Valorant. And now they're the ones on top. Velocity Gaming haven't won a round this half.
Yeah, and for good reason. You know, it's Full Power who are just playing so well. And once again, individually, Deathmaker wins any 1v1 he takes. MW1 wins any 1v1 they take. But Full Power are doing such a good job at making that not the case. It's never a 1v1. It's either you're stunned, you're flashed, you're 2v1. They swing on you in unison. It's a bait and switch. You're in an afterflood. They're playing the time. There's never a direct fight. And the second Full Power piece that together, Velocity have been on the back foot since then. And on your defense, how do you force someone to fight you?
Remember what we said about if Full Power Gaming have a chance of actually winning this series, is by going 2-0. They have to win Fracture. Otherwise, Velocity Gaming can probably take over Haven.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's too much of an argument you can make around that. And it seems they're on the right trajectory. They know over this, man. They know how crucial it is to pick up this map, and they've done a splendid job so far. But they've slowed down the pace. The question is how Velocity Gaming will be reacting to this. Fault line there, ready. It's a bit of a waste, though. It's only to delay, perhaps. No swing to come by from them. We're looking at two players with frenzies here on the site.
What I really like is the rotation. Look at that. Back across roads, back to their spawn. Full Power. They hear that fault line. They realize this could very well be a stack. And they've read it
30 seconds left.
Realizing you're against pistols. Why split up? Do what you're good at. Stick as a team. Isolate these players. 20 seconds left. Neutral deployed. An assault to be.
Oh, goodness. 2 ultimates used. And that is MW1 out of the equation. That is King. Crowned a champion. Elevated above the rest. And now, the B-side take has been committed to. Spike planted, Deathmaker. Operator in hand. Health will have to die. And Mr. DM here maybe just brought to his own death. Phantom, a better weapon for these clutch positions. Knowing of King's position, knowing of Abdur's. Finds one, can't reposition in time. Perfect crossfire. Nothing to be done. Double digits. And who would have thought we'd be seeing them first for Full Power?
10-8. Velocity now. an ult advantage, sure. As I wanted to highlight, they do have that tour de force ready and able to be brought out here. This is alongside a orbital strike, which could very well help get them to a site. And if they can just help retake, that could really, that ult's really going to come in handy. Over on full power, though, they're 1-0 from a tour de force of their own. And Storax has had a fairly quiet game, but once again, we hardly notice it because full power they're not individual players. Instead, Storax, if he's alone, he's baiting. He's trying to draw attention. And you look at the positioning of Velocity, it's worked beautifully.
MW1, a very aggressive maneuver there, and it will not pay dividends. Try to go through tunnel, but got caught up. I can respect him trying to bring out something unorthodox, but full power, they know what they're doing here.
Yeah, they really do. They have done their homework, and it really shows. Deathmaker is now forced to go aggressive, but Pokemon's already in a position to outflank him.
Look at the ramp push coming in right now. King will have to fall, and so will Musab. Amaterasu gets it done. The turnaround, finally, something goes in Velocity's way in a matter of a second. Cross sides of the map. Spike positioning has been totally known at this point. Deathmaker, knowing where his opposing chamber lies. Amaterasu only 6 points of health.
One enemy remaining.
Health gets it done.
Down B.
And there you have it. Velocity, finally get a dub, man. Finally get it done. Ooh, okay, Storik's gonna make it spicy at the end. But still, keeping close score, they're not done with it just yet.
Yeah, and for full power, I think they sort of spread their forces a little bit thin there. They do split up a little bit too much, and it is punished. A quick line up there. That little two-game Hatsu was just perfect. Now we sort of hit no man's land. We're sort of in the mud, we're in the trenches, and it's where we're going to see a proper slugfest between these teams, because was that round a death round, or was it a shot in the dark? Was it a Hail Mary, or was this the start of a recovery? This round dictates exactly what it will be, with an early tour de force kicked away.
Oh, okay. Quick trades coming out. King, he's in charge. There's a reason he's named as such. Coronated due to his raw skills. A site, though, is where they're heading to. Orbital strike. Still, space for Abdurrah to move up the stairs. Not coming in time, not coming in the right position will mean they're still in control. Oh, dear. Goodbye, Amaterasu.
Usage.
The perfect use of it, man. They know exactly what they're doing here. And it's no other than Mr. Deathmaker to attempt the impossible. And 1 and 3 for the equalizer. Slowly inching into this A site. 2 in main, 1 on site. How do you even isolate them? If you get one, there's sure to be one to turn around the corner of the other side. That's an elbow. Switches to the left, but not in time. Abdur is there and says goodbye. Full power on 11. 2 away from closing this out.
Potentially the penultimate round of this map. And remember, I believe this is Velocity's map pick. They chose to be here. This is oh god, this is Pavlov's. This is Velocity's map pick. That's just clicks with me.
You only just realised that? It's crazy.
It's like when you're driving and suddenly you remember you're driving. You sort of go, whoa. It's like a snap back to reality.
Wait, you've had that?
Yeah, like you go on like autopilot and just like remember what you're doing.
Yeah.
Full power now. A 2-0 becomes, oh my god, a 2-0 is a possibility. Velocity are in deep trouble.
The only way full power win this, like we said, should be a 2-0. We've seen map picks being exchanged. Whether to see that again is a different endeavor, but first we need to see this one closed out.
Util usage, look at MW1's HP. He hasn't seen anyone, and he's almost dead. Full power set their games back to B, and it's the one position Velocity aren't looking at.
There is a trademark in place, but no way that buys enough time. Oh, they're even moving in tunnel. Oh, I already feel bad for Deathmaker. Oh, it's a matter of timing. He's able to get away.
There.
Okay. No longer in the open. Seems like they're kind of wary that someone is holding that out. Yeah, okay. Well, Deathmaker was, no more. Oh, this headhunter has to be accurate as we saw the first 5 rounds. Considering these are 2 solo defenders, really.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder. Oh, that's the headshot. Out into the open, but can't quite find it in time. Pokemon finding it. One within the smoke. Sight under the control of Full Power. But Rolling Thunder maybe to deny Incendiary as well. This is looking to stop them from getting the plant down, but they still can. It's not impossible. Not at all. Incendiary finding a kill somehow from right to Ace. MW1 close by. He needs his kills and fast. Still not good enough. It's all down to health, but he won't be able to survive long enough to kill any of his opponents. Full Power and map point on Velocity Gaming's map pick.
Their teamwork is just impeccable. And I'm gonna use that round as my main example. Is you have full Rolling Thunder goes out. You're able to get the plant. You got your teammate covering you. You then have your teammates get the first kill. You get the second. Another teammate gets that third kill. Then better still, you've got a kill from your utility from a teammate. It's incredible. The teamwork from Full Power here. And individually, here's the thing. Individually, Velocity are better. They are better players. But it shows that this is not a game that's purely about aim. Sure, it helps, but that's not the only factor.
As a defender at this point, you cannot afford to go for one-for-one trades. And we just saw that. Deathmaker going in. All right, decent pick. Not too bad. But he also died. It was also costly. Oh, goodness gracious me. The A site is open. They just walk in. They simply just walk in.
Full Power. Slowly encroach the safe site here. And for Velocity. Yeah, it's a 4-on-4, but it's going to be another retake for them, this time without any else to assist them.
And this is for map point, by the way. Losing this, Velocity Gaming lose their map pick. Imagine the demons you're facing coming up into this one. Thinking you can be the sole holder of that first place. No, this could very much change. The first map of the series is proving this. Oh, Kalat! At least make it easy for them. At least give him a chance. But Storax, no, denies it. Triple kill for him. Amaterasu, maybe to keep things close, but at the long distance range, you have nothing against Musab. Full Power, 13-9. Destroy Velocity.
What a game. And that shows you brain over brawn, Frank. That is brain over brawn. What a performance from Full Power there. And we went into this sort of going, okay, Velocity win this. They're able to push up. They're able to sort of establish themselves at the top of the group. I didn't anticipate Full Power just winning. And that turns this all on its head. Because then it's going to have 3 teams at 2-1. Full Power at 3-1, and then the games tomorrow, they're no longer seeding games, they're survival games. Full Power, you've ruined my predictions for the group, but my god, if it means being able to watch this, keep doing it. My lovely co-caster's muted himself as well. Again.
Oh, yeah. I'm great at this, aren't I? I really am. Yeah, no, we're looking at buy next as well, right? And that is their own map pick, so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable. But I will allude you to the previous series, right? Both teams took on their opponents as map picks in a way, so still a long way to go. This is not over, but a step in the right direction.
It absolutely is. And as we now sort of prep for what is going to be our second map, I believe, of Bind. Correct me if I'm wrong, with Haven being our decider. And honestly, that is just going to be such a good series. I can't wait to see what Full Power have in store for us and how Velocity are going to recover. We'll be able to bring you Bind in just a quick moment after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, I do apologize.
No.
Right, sweet. Back in just a jiffy.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Right here.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
All I can say to that Red Bull advert is cheers. However, there is something I was able to do, which was at the start of last map, kind of 3-4 rounds in, when Deathmaker was doing Deathmaker things, I was able to get a screenshot of mine and Pavlos' reaction in just pure disbelief at how good Deathmaker actually is. If your predictions in the chat are correct, well, the majority at least, we'll show you. It looks like all of you predicted a Velocity comeback on map 2. So if you're right, then you'll be able to see what Pavlos looks like when Deathmaker is going around killing everyone. So that's something to look forward to.
I had no idea you had that. I feel intruded on. I feel violated.
Yeah. Of course, I'm your Castle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful X-Warrior, also known as Pavlos. That was a hell of a game from FPX. I mean, they just dominated Velocity. Bear in mind, having gone, what was it, kind of 7-1, 6-1 down, they just woke up, and their second half was just impeccable. So we now move to Bind, and I really think that this is going to be a really close map.
No, we were definitely saying that, okay, if they're ever going to win this matchup, it's going to be a 2-0 for them, and they've already gotten the first. Something that I think we kind of said when we were prefacing it earlier, we kind of said it in a way that we were like, it could happen, but it probably won't, and it did. And it was really, really good from them. Yeah. And I think the fact that Velocity kind of lost tempo in the way that, you know, the reason why they were so dominant at the start were due to the picks that they were getting, right? They were getting early numbers, therefore they were able to open up sites quickly and explosively taking sites. It was never macro play, though.
Yeah.
And when it came to macro play, it seemed that it was always Full Power Gaming that had control, always them that had the upper hand.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard just so we can really see who was the real standout players. Of course, Deathmaker, no surprise there on Velocity, but Pokemon on the Fade really was able to impress me quite a lot. And it was Fade being a bit of a frontliner, which is something we're rarely seeing. Bear in mind, Fade's such a new character, we're not quite used to seeing the utilization of Fade just yet. So being able to really see how Full Power have implemented her to their strategies has really been quite interesting. And the fact they were able to do it with such supreme teamwork is really something to behold.
It really is. I honestly don't think it was just... I think a big part of it, was Fade trying to gain that early information of where you're kind of pushing, because Velocity Gaming, more often than not, kind of had their players together and they kind of committed to push. The delay potential that Fade had was massive. And I think that was why kind of the macro player Full Power Gaming on those rotations was as good as it was. But I think you also need to give credit to the rest of the team, right? Because they didn't falter too much. Obviously, you didn't have the star power of Deathmaker on the Storax side. But still, being able to put faith in him and being an anchor on these sites is a crucial part.
And you look at the stats, and it shows just how close this was. So I want to highlight is the headshot percentage. You know, it shows, on Velocity, they are the better aimers. Kind of facts. Deathmaker and W1, they're just incredible. So in headshot percentage, yes, they're going to be higher. Damage, they're going to be higher. But Full Power, they win as a team. They perform as a team. And it's really starting to show now.
The fact that Velocity Gaming had 0 objective wins is also a testament to what I said earlier, right? They go for the kills. They don't go for the objective. And it also shows in the damage. They had more damage done than their opponents did. And that is just crazy to me, is the fact that I think they were focusing a little bit too much on the necessity of getting kills rather than kind of wrap around the map properly. And I think the fact that Full Power Gaming were able to realize that quicker is why I think they fully deserved that map. But Bind is a different endeavor. Bind is going to be a way different situation, I think.
Yeah, I think Bind also has quite a good place to teamwork. We saw Orangutan particularly were very good at spacing out their teammates and very good at wielding them. And that was what was able to give them such a positive result. Full Power, if they can do the same thing, Velocity, while their aim might have a bit more to say on Bind, I'm really interested to see Full Power's response to this. Bear in mind, Full Power picked this map. They wanted to be here.
They did. They absolutely did. Oh, goodness gracious me. I kind of feel like Full Power Gaming also, I mean, Velocity have a good chance of actually winning Bind also. I think a third map is not an impossible feat. But like we said, if Full Power Gaming were going to win the series, it was going to be in a 2-0. So, yeah, I don't think they want to see Haven. They'll be throwing everything they've got at it. And considering the stats from both sides aren't looking too bad either, I'm still kind of in the same bandwagon I was in before, right? Yeah. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, really. There's not much I can separate from because the fact that we saw Fracture means nothing to how Bind can be played out. Yeah. It's a completely different world.
There's no transferable skills, is there? The only transferable skill is teamwork and aim. Teamwork, Full Power win. Aim, Velocity win. So it's really going to be interesting. I love this veto because of how different these three maps are. You know, Haven in itself favors individual play, more so than Bind, more so than Fracture. So if it does go to Haven, I can't help but think that Velocity are going to do very well. But Full Power, will they let it go there? This is... Actually, now we look at the depth of this veto, it really shows that there are some proper masterminds on both teams who have crafted this.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's a fight of survival, really, to find your best way in. I'm surprised we didn't see Icebox at all today.
Yeah, Icebox isn't liked too much in this region. I know.
Why? Is it because it's too warm?
I know in Europe, in like SCA particularly, Icebox is picked all the time. If there's a series, Icebox is being played. But in SA, at least in the games we've cast, in games I've cast, I think we've got Icebox once, maybe twice, if that. Yeah,
I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe we should ask some people. Why don't people like Icebox that much? Is it the snowmen? Did the snowmen do something to you?
In the chat, why don't we see? In the chat, why don't you guys like Icebox? Also, please don't spam. I hate timing out people. It doesn't make me very happy. That being said, I guess the great power comes great responsibility. But for Full Power, this Agent Circle is going to be interesting. I'm interested as to whether or not we see a random composition. Where it's one of those, for instance, like bringing out the Fade, you know, are we going to see one of those, you know, random ragtag collections of agents that actually look really good once they're being played, but on paper look really random? Or are we going to see something a little bit closer to meta? I know Velocity, they quite like keeping it quite tight, keeping it quite close. But, you know, Full Power, that goes, this is the underdogs. Why not? Try something new.
Yeah, I think Bind is also one of those maps that versatility can come in the most. I think you can have a lot of viable options here. And it's kind of indicative of what Full Power Gaming have played it so far, right? They played this map 7 times. They've got 6 different compositions on it.
Yeah.
It's that crazy. They've tried everything. And I think Velocity Gaming stands at a very similar point as well. So, yeah, no, anything could really happen. The last time they probably played something that was stuck there was during the Astra meta, but she is no more, so you can't expect her to go. They went with Fade the other day, which is with a contrast to what the KO of Full Power Gaming. So yeah, I think we may be seeing a Fade again, which is exciting.
I would like to see a Fade. Fade's fun. Fade's good. Fade brings something new, and it makes our lives very interesting. For me, I want to see Deathmaker. I don't care what agent he's on, just bring me Deathmaker. It probably will be on a chamber, because we have seen chambers on Bind quite a lot, and he is bloody good on that chamber, so everyone loves seeing a Deathmaker. But will he stay on that chamber? Will he go to something that can be a little more survivable when on its own? For instance, a Jet, which has to disengage just a little bit more frequently. Or are we going to see something like a Raze, which of course on Bind is sort of the main duelist to watch out for? Gonna have to wait and see. I imagine it'll be MW1 going to the Raze, and then Deathmaker sort of roaming, probably as a chamber. But as you mentioned, you've got minds like Sia, like CP, who are way smarter than both of us, who have probably got something planned.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there's a lot to be prepared at the in behind the scenes. But man, I think a lot of people are wondering what's going on. This time around, it's not me holding a giant button saying start a game.
Start game, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I misplaced that. I can't quite find it today.
Yeah. I've lost mine as well, so sorry, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not starting the game today, apparently, no. Yeah, we don't know either what's going on. I'm assuming that it's taking some time for some players to ready up for XYZ reasons, but it's okay. We vibe together today. We vibe together. And to be honest, I've been getting some very, very good vibes from you guys lately.
Yeah, they're really nice.
I've only been here for a day, and the love we've received is insane. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, like
it's really amazing.
Yeah, and bear in mind that we come from. I never thought Europe was a toxic region, but like comparative, it really is. Like it really is. And so being able to even if it's online, if it's LAN, if we can make it to LAN. On the topic of us getting to LAN, we'll probably have an update for you tomorrow. At least a definitive answer tomorrow. For now, we are having a few issues, but that isn't set in stone. We are going to head into the select though, so we can no longer waffle. We can no longer fill in with random stuff that comes to mind, and we get our head-to-head between Helef and Pokemon. Now, Pokemon, of course, on the fade for me was just something to behold on a Fracture, but Helef on that Sky is something that may have a little bit more universal usage.
Yeah. It's a back and forth, really. I mean, we could either see both, but I think what also can be brought out from these guys is a KO in this instance. I think there's a possibility we'll be seeing a fade head-to-head in this map in particular. Although we haven't seen Full Power Gaming go for such a comp so far, I think there's a high likelihood they will try it against Velocity today. If they do, I'm not quite sure how a mirror matchup will look like, considering that Velocity have already tried it out. But yeah, I think we'll be in a treat, and I think this head-to-head is very important considering the impact these two players can have for their respective teams.
On that note, there is someone we need to thank, and I'm very sorry for not actually bringing this up earlier. We did loads of thank yous yesterday. The other person we need to thank is Mimosa, who you may know him from essentially just spamming Twitter, but he is the sole reason me and Pavlos are here. Like, the sole reason. Any contact email, any person to message, any person to chase up, he's the one who directed us. So, like, if you're happy we're here, then thank Mimosa, because he is entirely... Without him, we are lost. So, he really is the guy who's made this all possible. So, yeah,
the real MVP.
The real MVP. And, I realise that sometimes contacts don't get shout-outs very often, so... I would have gone to change that here and now. So Mimosa, I'm looking at you, bud. You're awesome.
Really are. I don't think I've ever talked to you, but through Kremer, you're awesome, mate.
Through Kremer, yeah.
Yeah, through Kremer.
We've got another head-to-head.
Yeah, it's all been me. Another head-to-head. Okay, this is for the chamber pick as well. Also influential. Quite. Deathmaker, very strong. I think he felt quite frustrated. He wasn't able to carry his team to victory the previous one. Obviously, the dynamic of Storax and the team is not as influential as Deathmaker is. It kind of feels like Velocity kind of rely on him to get these kills. But still, yeah, it's interesting how Deathmaker's kind of transitioned from the duelist role into the chamber, considered as a sentinel. But it kind of makes sense. Chamber's pretty much a duelist at this point. Changed my mind.
He is a Deathmaker's playing him, that's for sure. And it does show a very big difference in play style. You've got Deathmaker who runs around, he rolls around the map. He sees someone, he kills someone. It's a simple life as Deathmaker. Whereas Storax relies a little bit more on his teammates. However, that has a flip side. If he does die, then he will have someone to trade him, which is, as we saw on Fracture, what was able to give Full Power that edge over Velocity.
Fun. Tech issues. Don't you love them?
That's why we have the pause. We move into the agent selection, though. We have been able to remedy them. We do apologize.
I only had to complain about them, Kremer. That's all I had to do to get the agent select out.
Say the words tech issues, and bam, it's fixed. It's just fixed. Yeah.
Wow. It's a fade. I knew it. I freaking knew it.
It's something new. I like it. Both Helef and Pokemon are going to the fade as well, which is quite interesting.
Am I seeing this right? Are we seeing also a Sky coming out from them? Yeah, we are.
So Sky, I guess that means a lot of flashes available for a lot of blinds, a lot of near sights available for Velocity here. Over on Full Power, actually for both teams, no, Full Power particularly, I really like the Breach Brimstone combo. Really, really strong.
So remember when we saw Bind earlier, right? When we saw the kind of the diff between having a Breach Sky over a Sage Sage Breach, I think. It was the fact that you were with a Sage, you're essentially able to delay and able to throw utility at them and kind of make it inevitable. They take damage without any confrontation, without any risk taken. Fade will kind of act in a similar manner, right? It's enough of a distraction for the rest of the kind of utility to be thrown in, as well as can be used as a potential flash or kind of a way that some players will be distracted to look another way to potentially try and shoot that utility so it doesn't affect them. So I really like the pick. I'm just not sure how it works coordinationally from each side, right? Is Sky a good choice to have? Is it a necessity in a pick, or is it not? That's a big question.
Well, luckily we no longer have to ask questions, but it's time for answers. And as we move on to Bind Velocity, we'll be starting on the defense with Full Power on the attack. Having struggled on the attack of Fracture, we'll have to see if that struggle is going to continue ticking over now as Velocity fan out into a default to match that of Full Power.
Right, straight into the matchup. Attack side for Full Power, defense for Velocity. And it seems we may be having a stack up now towards Hookah. Sticking around though. Full Power pushing out towards B long. Confrontation though from Storax. Oh, inaccurate. Deathmaker gets the better of him. We're already seeing the chamber diff, man.
Oh boy, Velocity. Player up. Chamber on half HP though, as the rest of Full Power. They're actually going to continue making a little bit of noise outside of B, but the reality is it's all a ruse. It's a complete fabrication as they slowly but surely just re-establish themselves and re-equip themselves to potentially head over to A here.
Moving into the B site, perhaps, is what they'll be looking at. You can see pulling all the resources together. Pokemon dies. A lone soldier without his platoon can't get revenged. Helif holding it down onto the Hookah's side. Velocity getting the better of him. Alpha's just having a lot of fun today, isn't he? And I'm afraid Abdur, even though he's going on a venture to go towards the A site, he will be able to make it out, actually. A potential spike plant, but Amaterasu will make this so difficult. It actually throws a Trailblaze. I would have expected a Guiding Light to kind of cause Abdur out into the open, but the spike will be gotten, at least for Full Power. But up against 3 and there's corners, it won't be an easy endeavor. So, Velocity, get the first round.
Put themselves on the board, and here's the thing, when you do aim as good as Velocity do, you are going to win most of the pistol rounds you take. However, Full Power, their strength is as a team, and I think defaults like that don't play to their strengths. I would much rather see them, even on the pistol round, just go for a push together, one where you have utility to back you up, one where you're able to trade one another. That's going to be the biggest impact for me. And for Velocity, I mean, individually, they'll take those duels any day, particularly Helif, who has a wonderful, wonderful first round.
That's what you need to get back into the game here. Full Power already winning their opponent's map pick. Velocity need this. Otherwise, Full Power, it's a 2-0, right? And we'll be potentially looking at a 3-way tie at the top of Group B.
Grenade!
Now, while you two are continuing to be deployed.
Ooh. This is Full Power with a force. And getting the kill there is absolutely perfect. But they do move away from it. Not going too greedy here. And it could be for good reason. Velocity have spent so many players in this direction. It's a matter of timing until they second guess themselves. But they're moving now from B long.
How's being done? Velocity, they may be caught by surprise there. Amaterasu in a bait and switch. He may not be able to help Helif in time here.
Polarized per 2 sites. 2 on each end. Amaterasu, one of the crucial aspects of this one. King holding it down. Triple kill for him. Sight taking over. That's what they need. And the numbers advantage.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
The second that spike goes down, full power, they sort of rise to their element, don't they? And with Velocity now on the retake, yes, Deathmaker's still alive, so let's be honest, the round's still in contention, but the bait and switch is there.
One enemy remaining.
This is perfect. Doubling up your players. Finding strength in numbers and catching them off guard. Full power paid that to perfection. And now have equalized with a beautiful force.
Really, really strong round. And the force buys, there's some serious risks, you know. When you do commit to a force buy and it doesn't work, you're not having proper rifles till sort of round 4. And in this case, at risk of giving Velocity another huge lead, like, you know, FPX, they go for it, and it works beautifully. Strong execution, and they punish Velocity for going for that sort of setup where the second player can swing, because it means you can just force them both into a fight. Velocity, this is where you sort of have the game of chicken, and Velocity, they don't want to commit. They don't want to go for the follow-up buy. Instead, it's down to an eco, and a quick handoff to give full power the lead.
I think the pinches were slightly inaccurate there. I think he wished for them to go in a little bit deeper, and they would have found a lot of damage. This is Fade again. Clearly showing that there's people nearby. You don't want to go swinging in like that, but somehow runs away with his life! Pokemon! He's thrown a ton of Pokeballs at them because, quite frankly, they are no more.
And for full power now, this is where there's this is where the tempo changes. You need to go up against a very early operator in the hands of Deathmaker, and that early operator is going to be the main thing to watch out for. Of course, over on what's going to be, I would argue, would be a fairly aggressive round from Velocity. With that operator, you want to show it early on. You want to make full power scared. So if we see this early peak, then we might be able to see a follow-up where Velocity just go for a bit of a land grab. Over on full power, there is still that Nightfall available, and with that being mimic on Velocity, I want to see this Fade be a little bit passive, just so you have it for either the aftermath or the retake.
If I was Velocity right now, I'd be scared.
Bring them down.
This cannot be fun. Horn's available on both ends, though. There's been a lot of debate on how impactful this ultimate is. I personally think it's super strong. But it needs to be in coordination with other things as well, right? Because it kind of eliminates one of your key senses, audio. And you want to make sure that you take advantage of that. Whether that is with a user from the shadows, the kind of TP behind them, and them having no idea that you're there. I mean, obviously there's no Omen in play, but something as similar as that, right? Double blast pack in, them not having any clue, you know, kind of infiltration during that. So coordination is very much necessary. So if you find Fade a little bit weak in your matchmaking matches, it's probably because you're not coordinating.
You're right, and the fact that we're seeing so many teams sort of treat Fade like a single duelist, kind of the wrong usage. You see this Nightfall here, and it just sweeps the site clear as the follow-up attack goes through. Deathmaker reveals himself. Stormax, though, able to keep it level.
It doesn't cover the long position, though, which means they can take advantage of that. But instead of Pokemon hanging around for too long, they take TP. They find themselves onto the site, but they need to get the spike down 10 seconds, and they've got it. Surely they've got the plant here. And now it's a 3-on-3 with full power having control over the site.
Full power backs off, and as we said, an afterplant, it's their elements path loss. No ult available for either team now. A serious testament as to how good can you aim. How good is your teamwork here with Velocity slowly inch their way to this A site.
I would have preferred if one of the rendezvous positions was short, but Storax is able to get it out of there nonetheless. 30 points of health. Troubling. Oh, it could be so quick! Deathmaker swinging out, and it's all down to Pokemon. We've done it before. A bit uncomfortable. Oh, Deathmaker's just too strong. Just side swing it. Run and gun it. And Velocity equalizing the score. This is a close game, Kremer. One that we needed.
Let's be honest, you put Deathmaker in a 1v1, regardless of the gun, regardless of the weaponry, regardless of the HP, the armor, the positioning, Deathmaker 9 times out of 10 wins it, doesn't he? And the fact that he's able to isolate those 1v1s, once again, it's where Velocity shine. Velocity, they aim better than FPX, kind of period. but it's the teamwork of FPS where they get the edge. And so long as they have someone with them, so long as they have that extra utility, Full Power are going to be really hard to topple. Deathmaker, though, having won the clutch, brings out the operator. Double judge on Velocity being considered right now. It's going to be a double judge setup. Tour de Force comes out from Full Power in hopes to try and challenge the operator of Deathmaker over on B-Lock.
Right to ace, Judge. Oh, the perfect weapon in that position. I know you're a big fan of the Judge, aren't you? In these circumstances. They keep the B site open. They're putting full faith onto right to ace right now. This is hilarious. Okay. Can it work out? We've seen it do wondrous work so far. Arking, you're dead. You're dead. One shot, one kill. Oh, Deathmaker keeps it going. They're back, Kremer. They're back.
This is worrying. This is really worrying. As Full Power, they are ready to hit this B site, but the issue is now this breach is very alone here. Also secured. It's going to open up the orbital strike. Do they risk committing it though? There's the opening, and now I think we do. 35 seconds left, and this B site ready to be besieged.
30 seconds
Flash point
left.
available. It's not over till it's over. I know Full Power thinking in this way. Orbital strike also available. If they find the right positioning, the right defined placement, it's going to be there. Velocity already rotating. Play and spawn already. They get it out in time. Incendiary onto the site. Footsteps forwards. They know. Audio cue. Oh, out of the shadows though. That's preemptive. That's over Riga. And they have to fall because of it. MW1 though holds on. Last back to the side. Paint Shields as well. Out into the open. Abdul wins it. But the Paint Shields get it. No freaking way.
Huh. The martyrdom. The martyrdom from Velocity. It's just perfect.
Kamikaze.
Deathmaker, he shows up and thinks, oh, where'd everyone go? Oh, there's a spike here, I guess I'll defuse it. Velocity, they take the lead at 3-2. Full Power. That is a round I mean, it's a round recovered. They almost snatched it from the grips of defeat. But it, well, unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough there. Really nice and well-placed paint shells.
Oh, well, this game has turned on its head, hasn't it? Full Power all of a sudden do not have the control they once had and are forced to deal with a lesser buy. Deathmaker rejuvenated once again. Somehow survives that fight, but gets one, gets out. That's the important part.
Deathmaker trying to find an opening here. Already on 19 HP, tanked down fairly low, and with Full Power already a man down. More importantly, the fade. That Nightfall would have been instrumental to the success. But look at the flank here from Velocity. They know it's an attack, and they already have players in position to shut them down.
They know over the orbital strike though, but they still fall victims to it. King kills Deathmaker. Oh no, this is very aggressive. I'm not sure if I like it, but let's see if it kind of works out for them. It might do, but it's still a one-on-one. Way too risky, way too far out of their depth. It's a one-on-one. I mean, no health is more than capable of making this work. Full health up against 30 HP, perhaps. Wrap around towards showers. It's 28, it's 26 if it's even worse. Storax, what are you doing? Out into the open! And Health will find it.
That's 2 1v1s now, which have been... Actually, I think 3 1v1s this game. That Velocity have been able to win and convert it to rounds. Full Power. They are getting so close every time to converting it. They get to a site. They get that spike down. They get into an after plant position. But consistently, Full Power are able to snatch it from them at the last moment.
I love praising teams when doing well, but I also need to do the other thing as well. Yeah. The opposite.
Yeah.
Full Power had full control of the site with numbers advantage. Yeah. They had no reason to push past their own smokes into unknown territory and to just expend their ultimates. It was too risky. Yes, they traded out equally, but when HP-wise you're lower than your opponents and you've got the control that you do not push in those situations. And they get punished by it.
Storax, clean opening. But we've seen how inconsistent Full Power can be when working with a numbers advantage. Can they hold it this time? And already MW1's on a flank. This is 3 times now MW1 goes for an early flank, and it's not really been countered.
Incendiary is perfect though. Delays the push. Dave Mecha positioned at the right place to stop this from happening. Still not able to find his shots. Doesn't look like a lot like Deathmaker. The right to S is there. Deathmaker falls. So do the rest of his team, apart from one who is making the wraparound from shore. Storax is there to stop it. Full Power are mad about the previous one. Know of their mistakes and want to bounce back.
And it's finally a chance for Full Power to show that they still have someone behind them. Really clean opening, and while right to Ace is able to really make it look contentious for a second, it's Pokemon who seems to be the he's like the gift that keeps on giving for Full Power. Even though he isn't, you know, kind of head and shoulders top fragging, doesn't have to be. It's the impact of the kills that matters here. If you look at the remaining members of Velocity, they just don't have the money. You know, both teams have gone blow for blow. You look at all the rounds they've won have been defuses. All the rounds they've won, they've lost so many players, they just can't afford to reinvest.
Teleport's gone.
Storax is just so smart to just wait for this. He should have brought on out the headhunter there. Oh well, mistakes are made. But I think they just realized the B site is pretty much open. Realizing one is in hookah, dies quite quickly after that. It's a simple endeavor from now on. B site can just be controlled. The unfortunate event of it is that they've lost the player. But if they mitigate the rest of the damage, they should be fine.
Yeah, they have. And now with Full Power, a player up, spike down, Velocity exits here certainly aren't a bad call. Yeah, being able to catch out the odd player, being able to save the odd Phantom, the odd Van will certainly help. When you're this close in a round count and economy, every kill matters. Every credit matters.
Also, don't want to give out away on too many orbital strikes. Too many orbs, to be fair. Oh no, the timing! Pokemon retrieves it anyway! And he wants more. Give it to him. He'll get it. Pokemon is just having fun.
Pokemon is just having fun. And I'm gonna like put a pin. I said Full Power are the better aimers. We're going to put I said Velocity with the better aimers and Full Power with the better teamwork. I'm going to put a pin in that because right now they're looking really evenly matched on both accounts. Sia calling for a timeout. Again, this is something that Velocity have done in the past. I really like the early timeouts. It means that you don't give up too much momentum before you have at least a game plan to move off of.
You can see there's pressure. You can see they're challenged, and then you can see that there's a problem that they need to solve right now, and that is kind of consistently figuring out their opponents. A lot of their responses have been pretty good. Obviously, this round wasn't one where they were meant to get a victory. We're talking about a Sheriff buy. But, you know, the score is now equal. Meaning that this next buy round, well, with 2 rounds left in the half, essentially, scratch that. If 4 rounds left in the half. They want to make sure, at least, that they head in this into the next venture with the right foot forward.
Yeah, it is. And as we look at the ult management here as well, Velocity are going to hit quite a power spike here, with the Orbital Strike and the Seekers just 1 each away from coming up. Musab 1 away from a Rolling Thunder. The power spike's really going to come up this round. However, that entirely depends on how we see the ults used proactively. With Showstoppers available for Velocity, there's already an Orbital Strike on Full Power. It's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to be used to try and zone out these operator wheels.
Okay, well, Boombot will damage up. Does more damage than the Showstopper, to be fair. And that is MW1 out. Not having the fun he was having at the first half of Fracture, is he?
No, he's not. And instantly Full Power. This is kind of 2-3 rounds now where they're finding the man advantage consistently. And Velocity haven't really been able to put their foot down. They haven't been able to stop them. It's been it feels like a downward spiral here. And the closer we get to the precipice, the faster Full Power are moving.
They can now expect that the positionings of Velocity are now polarized, right? Split in 2. 2 players per site. And they do elect to go towards the B site. Health. Making sure they don't push in too aggressively. Haunt is available though. And could use it for the delay. Seekers are going to be initializing this. The switcheroo, though, looking to follow them into Deathmaker, and that's exactly where you want to follow them into the orbital strike, able to get away, or maybe not so well. The side is theirs, and they've got the numbers to save for it as well.
That they do, and Velocity just need to back off and save. They don't have the cash. They don't. You know, you look at the creds on HLFF, you may need to squint a bit because there's nothing there, Pavlos. This has been full power, waking up and looking like they are ready to play. The Sky Amaterasu limps, beaten, battered, and bruised away from the safe site. Full power take the lead at 5-4.
When you say full power, I kind of feel like, yeah, we're going in, full power, rock and roll, baby. Yeah, that's the vibes I'm getting for full power right now. They're actually feeling that. That's actually their vibe.
The rock stars of SA Valorant. Potentially.
Full power. Would that be a good rock band name?
A good band name. Full power.
Full power. Would it be like hard rock? What genre would a full power be?
Oh, it would be metal. It would be metal.
Metal.
Yeah, full
Metal.
power.
Does sound right.
I'm trying to think of a cool name with Chennai in it to make a band.
Understood. Oh. Well, they're definitely seizing the advantage here. 5-4. Velocity may be in trouble here, economically at least. Let's see if the stack comes their way.
What about a small indie sort of acoustic guitar band called One Night in Chennai?
That's actually a good name.
Pretty good band name, I think.
That does sound very indie, doesn't it?
It does. Amaterasu pushed out the first angle, able to catch out Pokemon though, but it's trades that are going in favor of full power once again.
Yeah, the only Vandal they really have is the one on Amaterasu right now, so they're heavily relying on him getting the kill. So King getting out of harm's way, 40 points of health, gladly to do so. Oh, one Sheriff shot would have killed him, but he's just so quick on the reaction timing.
That they are.
Bait and switch. Look at that. Bait and switch.
Yeah, and Velocity, they're just on the wrong side. I wouldn't mind seeing Velocity save again. Like, their money is just being pummeled here. And Full Power have done such a good job. Bear in mind, the difference between Velocity and Full Power, Velocity, when they were winning, it was getting close. It's coming down to 1v1s. Full Power, these rounds, they've kept kind of 3-4 players alive, and it's allowed their economy to thrive.
30 seconds left.
Grenade!
I even love how careful Full Power are playing it. Like,
Yeah.
They know they've got control. They've cleared corners. Still want to make sure that Hookah isn't in the contention. Yeah, Storax just going to be a thorn, really. An annoying one. One that they can't get rid of. At least they guarantee they go equal at halftime here, Full Power.
And I think they're going to go for more. I think they're going to try and punch harder than just equal standing. Remember, even though the rounds Velocity won, they had to win them in retakes. You look now as we enter the penultimate round of this first half, and Full Power have a huge ult advantage. Yes, Deathmaker's one away from a tour de force, but you look at the money of Velocity. If Full Power win this, then going into the next round, all Velocity are going to have is their weapon, is their ultimates, is their abilities. They're going to be on Sheriffs, they're going to be on a tour de force. It's not going to be pretty, and frankly, Full Power, they're not here for pretty, they're here for best.
Oh, yoy. Storax, he's mad Deathmaker had taking the title away of the better chamber. He's feeling a little bit more comfortable. And again, second time running when it comes to the buy rounds, it's Full Power to get the numbers advantage. Right at the start. Oh, MW1 is out of his depth, isn't he? He's going to swing this. Oh, no. I don't feel any good thing about this. Still a one-sided trade. Considering Full Power of everything they need. Oh, no. Do they check the left side? Still, traded. 3-on-2, favoring the Full Power side. They can just take over the site. Horde's expended, but they still have a lot more to work with.
It doesn't matter if it's a trade Pavlos. Full Power a player up. It just doesn't matter. Nightfall isn't going to land. The Rolling Thunder certainly will, though. And that's going to delay the attack of Velocity even more so. Pavlos, this is where we're seeing Full Power really come to shine.
Oh, dear. What does Velocity do here? That reveals where Pokemon is. Forced to swing with an opportunity, shutting down Musab. Storax, rendezvous away, sticking it. Oh, they're going to full commit this, aren't they? Oh dear. Oh dear. Will it be on time? Will it be on time? Will it be on time? It will be. Kill found, but Velocity somehow get it done.
Last
That
round
round's
in the half.
snatched from Full Power, frankly. Full Power, I don't know what they did there. Just sort of took their eyes off the ball, and it's down to Velocity who punishes. Really, really strong stuff there, and I think that Full Power. I'd love to see a timeout actually, because I reckon they're going to be kicking themselves because of this.
I kind of feel that the best play for Full Power there was kind of control lamps. Right, I kind of felt like they were just way out into the open, kind of wanted to take the trades early. But when you're up against a Sky and a Fade, you don't really want to be caught out into the open. You want to have assistance from your team. So, yeah, it doesn't quite work out for them. Full Power, fully aggressive this time around, opening space with Showstopper. It's respected. Flash coming out. Oh, no. MW1 is surrounded. Spike is down. Numbers advantage. He really is bullied.
Tour de force available for both teams here, and there is still an orbital strike for Velocity, so they're not out of this yet, but in a 5-on-4 retake, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. Chamber diff. Once again, Deathmaker's not going to like that. He's done so good on the first map. He's done so good so far, but this is a turnaround. This is Full Power. Looking to prove why they may be the better team and top the standings of Group B. Get to buy-in deeper into playoffs. 7-5. They have a great start to the half.
Yeah.
They've got a 2-round differential.
And they get to go to their defense, which when you have played sort of as well as a team as Full Power have, the defense is sort of going to favor you. On the flip side, you have for Velocity, Deathmaker, MW1, they're very effective duelists, so being able to have them on their attack gives them a bit more freedom to sort of push, kill, and move. So I quite like I quite like seeing that switch. I'm interested to see if 2 rounds is enough of a buffer in order to keep Velocity back.
Sort of copying right to Ace's stretch there. Kind of loosen up a bit, because it's been getting quite tense, hasn't it? All across the board. Deathmaker finding the first kill. That's what you want to see. Musab bouncing back at it. Flashpoint delaying it. Aftershock as well. No one can see. No one can see. Hell, finally, given the ability to open up his eyes again.
Enemy remaining.
And the fact that Abdul falls, it means that Velocity may have got a way to close up the gap very quickly.
Though, they do still have King, and they are still pushing into King, so I'm saying there's a chance, Pavlos. I take it back.
The only way he had a way back in is finding 2 kills with 2 headshots.
Yeah, or finding the element of surprise, but
yeah,
just didn't happen.
Not going to happen.
Just didn't happen. You look at the investment as well from Full Power. I like how that gamble of going for the force spy only happened on their attack. On the defense is a little bit more cautious, you could say. Drops away Nico. Also, they've got the rounds to play with. You know, they're still in the lead. You give up the lead, you go equal pegging, then you bring out your full buy, you win that, and it's down to Velocity to make the next move. At which point you're 8-7 up. So I like the sort of thought process from Full Power here. But I would like to see them do a little bit of damage, even if it is just an eco.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of sort of situations where the Full Power Gaming squad can come alive here is by finding damage. I think the reason why they did so, I guess, better than expected on the first half was due to the fact that they won the second round force. I don't think they're in the position to do that again. I don't think the pistol round was as close for them to get enough credits to kind of invest in it either. So Velocity winning both pistols here have a very splendid chance of actually catching up and even overthrowing. Full Power have to tread carefully here.
Yeah, and as they do kind of conspiratoriously try and craft an opening, I would love to see if Velocity are able to use this momentum to their own to their own standard. If they're able to use this momentum and keep it going throughout the half rather than allowing full power to sort of shut it down, similar to how they did kind of 5-6 rounds in on the first half.
I love how this is just setting the pace right now. Tech pause, kind of keeping everything grounded, allowing everybody to breathe in and out for a bit. But there's tension there. You can feel it.
I tell you what, talking about how Velocity can mount a comeback. I think we're on a weapons grade hopium at the moment. Like, we're probably halfing on it right now. But I would like to see a map 3. I really want to see how these teams do on Haven.
Considering that Full Power have already surprised with what they've been bringing out, I wouldn't be surprised if they could surprise. I said surprise too much. Yeah, very surprising. It would be a treat to see them also bring out a change in Haven and do better than what was expected.
Yeah, I tell you what. Let's while we are here, there's how we are on Tech Pools. You have no clue how long this is going to last. There are a lot of people watching. So while I believe it's just like the Velocity they have like the zealots who show up to every single game and watch every single game. So to you zealots, to you Velocity fans, to you Full Power fans, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. You'll do very well. What about you, Pavlos? You enjoy the day? It's going all right.
Enjoying my time. First ever casting in SA.
How'd you like SA Valorant?
Oh, it's splendid. Passionate.
Yeah.
It's passionate.
It's very passionate. That's very true.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the thing is that the fact that there's so many strong hitters, I think there's also room for it to kind of grow over time. I think the more and more these teams get the chance to compete with international rosters and also kind of maybe bring in like some coaching staff from outside also to give an extra perspective, can really help this scene to prosper. I really think that the talent here is very much capable of reaching heights of potentially international events, etc. So VCT APAC is the first step, and obviously the first and second team of this tournament will get seeding into it. So that's what you really love to see.
I'm going to quickly take a moment to sort of share the pain we have, Pavlos, which is we did a very lovely shout out to Mimosa at the start. It's the whole reason we're here. He gives all the contact details. He was asleep. Didn't hear a single word of it.
Oh,
God damn it! Also, it's like it went from like he must have slept from like midday to like mid-evening. Who does that?
I don't know. I could be even worse after this. I'll probably go to sleep.
Our sleep schedule's ruined. That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make to SA Valorant.
Yeah,
the Tech Force has ended. Full power. Ready to defend with a very heavy ace stack.
I'm glad we're back. Had a few tech pauses today. Hope we don't have any more. Velocity very fast on the take. Push towards showers, but Full Power are pushing themselves, and they're the ones coming out on top with kills.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
E-code?
E-code? Maybe. Not yet. Don't call it yet until it's over. MW1 finding Musab, isolating them. Suddenly Full Power have found themselves stranded. Oh dear, Store actually can't miss these! Store actually can't miss these! And he does. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Bit of damage being done. King needs to stay alive here. He does have teammates to join him, but they need to hurry up.
He doesn't. Yeah, and MW1 reads it. Full Power. It found some damage at the start, but I'm afraid when they isolate themselves, it's never going to work out greatly for them. Information given for Abdur, pre-fired by MW1. Very nice shooting by him, by the way. Survives with only 6 points of health. Equalized by Velocity. And at least make sure Chaos didn't come their way.
Yeah, we return to order. And as we move into now what is going to be the full bite of FPX, I am kind of morbidly curious as to whether or not we see some aggression from them, because their fracture was very much reactive. So they see Velocity push, and then they just get players in position to flank. Whereas Velocity, on the other hand, it was a matter of taking map control. And with Bind being a map where map control is sort of paramount, I want to see Full Power sort of change their weight a bit.
All right. Velocity have switched up the tempo quite a bit here. Now slowing down a bit, kind of traversing into that B position. There's a double man stack up as well here. I think spotting out only one of the two. Rendezvous as well. Might give them false security to push by, but no. They've changed their minds. Pivot towards the A site. Now inching forwards as well. Guiding light coming in towards Lambs. King also looking to assist. That is Abdurrah falling. Expecting the push. King is there to stop it. Still trading equally. Musab gets it done. King, no way you push through the smoke like that. Helif does, and so does King. But it means that only King will die from that one. 2 on 3 full power at a disadvantage, knowing where Ritter is. Right to ace. There we go. Amaterasu gets it done. Velocity seem to be in control.
Amaterasu, a hell of a response there. And Velocity, they take the lead. You know, they scrambled for it a bit at the start of the map. It was instantly responded, but they're back in kind. Full power, they drop to an eco. What will the solution be, though? Because right now, full power, reset, Velocity start building momentum, and they're going to start using this as a chance to maybe craft their way to getting us a third map. Oh, look at the, we have a new graphic now. If you want to know the score, Revenant versus P5. Revenant took it 2-0.
That's crazy. All right. Sort of expected, perhaps, people. But quite a dominating victory, nonetheless. Velocity with full control, full power, lose their players very early. I think an elbow's been spotted. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Apparently people missed health there. Anyway. Oh.
Did we lose our teammates? Full power! Then there was a one player! What's happened?
I don't know.
It was an eco, so yeah, fair enough. But
yeah. Well, it's Velocity starting to run away with it.
Was that us removing the delay?
Honestly,
I could have been actually.
No, I don't think it's the delay.
Can we check?
Because it's still delayed, right? It's still we're here around like seconds, a lot. I'm not finding my words anymore. Yeah, we're here a few seconds after from where we stopped, so
yeah, okay.
It's definitely not removed the delay.
So the delays between the game and us, the delay between us and the chat is non-existent. They hear us live. God, that's a daunting thought. We could say some horrific stuff. They can't stop us. You see the power you give us, Sky. Not that we would, but honestly, looking to push that lead a bit further.
With great power comes great responsibility, and also banter.
I can hear our production crew sweating right now. Like,
what are they going to say? What are they going to say?
Right now, a talent manager, head in his hand, going, "Oh God, we've hired them." But here we are, Velocity in the lead. Do you see this going to a third map, or do you think it's going to be ever so slightly? Do you think a comeback's going to come through from full power?
Oh, there very much could be a comeback to come from them. I mean, they're not a team to not find a comeback, but I think they need to find some comfort and kind of slow down the pace a bit, because we saw some awkward pushes come from them from time to time, pushing through smoke, sort of not playing together, not waiting for rotation, so you kind of have a numbers equality, or at least kind of advantage really in certain points. So yeah, it feels like they may be getting ahead of themselves, so I'm glad a timeout comes out, try to calm those nerves, because when you're in those high pressure situations, obviously you're not going to think as clearly. So I hope now they'll be able to play the Valorant they know they can play.
Velocity, though, currently with a 2-round lead, but that is nothing in the grand scheme of things. And for full power, with the operator brought out Storax, this is easily recoverable. Deathmaker has had a quieter game for sure, but once again, it's the team, it's Velocity, have really brought it together now. And in an early default, they're going to try and garner this early advantage.
King is so sneaky in the angle he's holding. Velocity. He's holding back a bit. Ooh, that's Elf. Getting it done. Could be the spray down. FPX getting the better of them though. Full power. All over them. And that is Velocity now at a numbers discrepancy. And Full Power seize control and spend 2 players per site. But we may be looking at a 2-on-2 duel now towards a safe site. Uh-oh.
Storax.
Uh-oh.
Blank. Point blank! Misses a point blank!
How was that missed? How? Still want to defend though. Orbital strike. It's early. It's super early. They're going for the swing and they get another kill. Pokemon swinging out. We're down to a duel. How did this happen?
30 seconds left.
MW1 faking the plant and taking a wider angle up door, playing it slow. Here's a spike once again, and now is its time to wrap around.
Spike planted.
Expects the left side corner. Blast back to the side! MW1! The smile on his face! He knows what he did!
What a shot! But that wasn't a Velocity's victory! That was Full Power's loss! They go from a huge advantage, and they flush it away! Storax! We rarely isolate players for doing badly, but Storax, that is a shot you cannot be missing.
This do be cray-cray.
This defense from Full Power is really looking quite shaky now. And with no weaponry at all, they have a tour de force, but it's sheriffs and the odd judge to back it up. Velocity, they've looked flawless on their attack so far, and with an ult advantage as well. With a tour de force to counteract Storax's, what good can he do with this?
Full Power has done just too many mistakes now. Pressure's gotten to them, and that pause did nothing. Only at the start. It's painful to see, considering how strong they were in Fracture. The potential to make the opposite possible, you know? You start to root for the underdog. But, yeah, Velocity are punishing them for the mistakes, rightfully so. And their ult economy is perfect.
Yeah. I like how they're even committing the tour de force to rounds like this as well. It shows that they're being really disciplined about it. They're really trying to make sure that they don't allow Full Power to get even one more round here.
Line to delay. Full Power. They need magic that Velocity were able to bring out earlier. They need to find it. Find the source of it. Make it their own.
Catch them.
Amaterasu. Close by. They know of it. Reaching this seems near impossible. Especially at this lacklustering weaponry they do have. Swing out. Shot missed. Opportunity missed. Second time's a charm. Not even the third, not even the fourth. Health just says, be quiet. Sit down.
Sit and shut.
Exactly.
Full Power. They have a little bit of util to wheel with, but the firepower just isn't enough. Abdur, judge in hands. A youthful gleam in his eye. Fortunately, has gone out. Amaterasu finishes the job. Velocity hit 11 as they start preparing themselves for the bright gaze of Haven.
Is this the beginning of the end of this map, man?
Yeah.
It feels that they need to break. They need a break. This is crumbling. Obviously, that previous round you don't really expect something from them, right? You can't make a case about of them being able to win the previous one. But the ones before, man, the buy rounds, I don't understand them. I don't understand them. I feel like they've lost composure. I don't think they have their heads. I think they're just too stressed out.
Yeah.
Not as composed as they should be. And now they're just dropping players, even when they have advantages though. Pokemon valiantly gets another out into the open though, running out of bullets, but thankfully just enough to get another. Down to a 3-on-3, and with the Rolling Thunder available, this is not over.
This is absolutely not over, but Velocity, 3-on-3. Ult's ready to be deployed. Showstopper comes out. Is it enough though?
Oh, he doesn't check the right side. Oh, somehow still alive. No way. TP's away. TP galore. Velocity will find the A site open.
Fast rotation from Musab. Fast enough though. Flashes from both players.
Perfect flash as well, but Amaterasu pushes by.
Oh no.
How is Velocity so good at these clutch positions?
One enemy remains.
One coming in from short. Both of them win their trade simultaneously. And that is Velocity on map points.
Match point.
Velocity go 12-7 up. And full power, it feels like having given a tremendous effort on Fracture, having started the map so damn well, they've sort of hit the second half, and it feels like they're running out of steam. They're running out of momentum. And Velocity, they're just continuing to plow on ahead. Any kind of doubts in their mind, we said, group stages, best of threes. They're not sprints, they're marathons. And Velocity seem to be the primal creation of a marathon runner right now as full power.
Ooh. As simply as that, Velocity get it. Well, I mean, it's just a simple trade. Oh, Maker all the way around the world. There's no off guard. Back's turned against them. Velocity with an advantage here. B-site control to be taken over for sure. They've left the spike behind, though. That's going to buy time for full power. But whether that is enough, that is a different question. Deathmaker circulating around this. It's so dangerous. Full power within the... No, they need to tread carefully. Masab entering, just questioning why haven't they planted it yet? What's going on? Guiding a light, illustrating their positioning. This is so tough. Hell finds it. It's a trade. But Abdur, this is where you need to be high in charge of this position. Bose, a simultaneous swing, and they get it done. Look how they rejoice. That's what you need to see if you're Velocity. They get it done. Equalize. We're heading to Haven.
What a game by Velocity as well. I mean, it's just consistency. And it's the fact that they don't have to do anything particularly strenuous. A lot of it comes down to taking an Angel, falling back, waiting for the reaction. Take an Angel, fall back, wait for the reaction. Go for the execution. And by the time they're in execution, regardless if they have a player or not, it's the same sort of rule as to what we saw on full power, which is so long as that spike goes down, you can be a player down and you can still win it. Something which they were able to do, recovering 2v4s, 2v3s, 4v5s, again and again and again.
It's insane. They look like a different beast. But at the same time, I'd like to say Full Power Gaming also looked different. I wouldn't say they were a beast in this one. I think there were a lot of mistakes that could have been prevented. And I think the sheer pressure that... I mean, there are forced mistakes and there are mistakes, like general mistakes teams make, right? A lot of the mistakes weren't forced. Right, although there were quite a lot that Velocity was kind of putting pressure on them and kind of trying to bait them out into positions that were uncomfortable. A lot of them were just Full Power Gaming, just kind of closing it off a part of their brain and, you know, kind of zoning into a moment that they should have kept an open mind.
No, really, that's the case entirely. And for me, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this translates to Haven, because Deathmaker had a fairly quiet game. You know, he wasn't doing the sort of 27, 35 kills we're sort of used to expecting him. For me, Deathmaker's having a bad game if he's under 30 kills. And in this case, he was. But it was the entirety of Velocity that were doing very well. You know, you're seeing Right to Ace, you're seeing Hughes being able to perform. Halef has had some standout rounds as well. Amaterasu, the same case as well. Which means that MW1 and Deathmaker, they sort of go onto the back burner just a little bit.
All right. Well, time for a break. See you right after just a few minutes. So we see you on Haven. Be there.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Welcome back to the SCS. We just saw Velocity mount a bit of a comeback on Bind, shutting down Full Power. And I tell you what, it looks like Velocity still have a fair bit of gas in the tank. Full Power definitely slowing down towards the end of that match of Bind. We move to our third and final match of Haven, and we can take a moment to look at the MVP of Deathmaker against Pokemon. You see Deathmaker, less kills, but here's the thing, Velocity, they were a lot more uniform. Everyone did well, whereas on Full Power, you do have a few players trailing behind, like Masab and Abdur.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of the other stats were also a bit mismatched, right? Because Full Power Gaming did hit like really well. A lot of those moments they found themselves like ahead during rounds, but often gave away on advantages due to like simple missteps, over aggressions, etc. So I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of it was also very close comparatively. But you're right. Musab, for example, didn't have a really good game. Often you don't see Musab being the influential player in this. You kind of expect him to be the supportive flash in. But yeah, he wasn't really given the space to do all that much. And when you want to make the best of a 4-5 squad, when you are, especially on the defense, where Full Power was kind of looking to sustain the advantage they gain on the attack, you kind of need people to pull their weight all across the board.
You're right, and as we move to Haven as well, where you're going to find your players are going to be a lot more spread out, your rotation time is going to be that little bit longer, it's going to be much harder to be able to work as a team. You individually need to be on point. Velocity, they've shown they can do that. It's now time for Full Power. You look at the damage split as well. On paper, this is actually a very close game.
It is. Like I said it before, right? A lot of it was very equal considering the way these two teams are playing. But I think Full Power underestimated their own strength, right? Their strength of playing together, sort of playing back. It didn't look how Fracture was. So I kind of want to see that being brought back to life, right? They had a few minutes to kind of rest a bit. They're definitely a team that is more than capable of doing it, which is why I kind of high expectation from them. But yeah, Velocity Gaming did punish those mistakes, and that's where you have to give kudos to. So now heading into a new frontier, Haven, a different pace of a match, is one where, again, we'll have to see the defensive side stand for its own.
And as you look at the veto as well, with Haven being our decider, we allude back to the statistics. Haven is a map which Full Power have had success on in the past, but they've only played it twice in kind of recent memory, including a 13-6 loss to Orangutan. Over on Velocity, these guys play this map all the time, with the most recent kind of map I want to highlight is the game against Orangutan. Yeah, we saw them play it just a couple of days ago, where Velocity were able to beat Orangutan, and we just saw a few hours ago just how good they are. Of course, everyone predicted a Velocity victory over on Byte. That was correct. So Pavlos, your reaction to Deathmaker being very good will be on Twitter very shortly for you guys to all check out. We'll show you in just a moment, and/or we'll get the Sky guys to post it onto the main channel. However, we're about to head in game. In just a second to the agent selection. We do have a quick pause, I believe, before we can go into it. So
it's all good. It's all good.
Just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
Yeah, you get to see our faces. I think that's good enough. But overall, yeah, man, I think this is being a day that has been building up slowly. Actually, no, it started off very strongly. To be fair, it wasn't a rampant sort of progression. It's been high hitting since the very beginning. So if we end on a weird note, it'd be weird, if you know what I mean. If it ends on a weird note, it'd be weird. Yeah, English. I think I'm also failing in that way. But no, like if you consider the third map we saw in the previous map, right? It was a 13-1 after a series was devastatingly close. So if that is repeated once again, I wouldn't quite expect that, to be fair. So Full Power Gaming essentially have two things that could happen to them right now. One is that they continue in the same way they did and actually crumble under pressure, and just the nerves get to them and they don't do as well as they should, and it sort of unravels against them. Or they're able to bounce back and play the game they're able to play, just like we saw in Fracture.
We head over to the agent selects, and I'm surprised to see the neon on King here. I think that I feel like King had a little bit more impact on pretty much every agent he's played this series, apart from Neon. I'd have much rather see him sort of stay, even on the Rays, to be honest. Over on Velocity, it's sort of standard for them. This is the same composition they've been running for a while. Something I want to highlight, though, is they don't have any static defense past the kind of two trademarks on the chamber. So that may mean we're going to have to see some fairly late rotations from them.
It's a mirror comp, which is interesting to me. Apart from the fact that we've got a Breach instead of a Sky on the Full Power Gaming side, I think there are a few debates that can happen. Yeah, just the switch of the flashes. I think there's something to kind of consider regarding the impact these two agents can have. I think Sky is more sustainable, but once you have a sight, just the Breach is so difficult to be up against in that post plant. So Full Power Gaming need to make sure, at least now that they're attacking, they find that entry. If they do not, they may be in trouble.
Yep, and what I'm really interested in is the fact that you have an Omen, a Sky, and a KO, and in this case a Breach as well. The amount of flashes you have, if you include Paranoia as a flash, which kind of do, is frankly disturbing. So if you are having to defend a site solo, you are going to be very blind indeed. And also, alongside a Neon, it really opens up the door to go for some very fast rush-like plays.
Epilepsy warning, by the way.
This whole map comes with an epilepsy warning because we are about to see a lot of blinding.
Yeah, let's see on which side it will come through first, right? Players readying up. Close endeavor so far. Each team winning their opponent's map pick, but now it's the decider. One which, statistically, we would expect Velocity to come out on top. But we've seen upsets happen before. Will they happen again? Hope you guys are ready for it, because we're jumping directly into the matchup. Velocity on the defense and Full Power on the attack. Kremer, let's get the show on the road.
Let's get the show on the road indeed for Full Power. It looks like a bit of an early spread and a little bit of control through mid, potentially to Garage here to start. Over on Velocity, it's down to the lone Omen to stop them.
King, slow on his approach so far into Garage. Looking to arrive with teammates, but yet to find contact. No one close by, but they do move towards the C-long position. And Velocity have left it kind of open, right? Only Garage contention. Musab gets it done. Right to ace is no more. Sight is theirs. Full Power can commit to the spike plant. Now they must not overstep. Play the post plant.
They really, really do. Velocity now, as they spread out, try to commence this retake. There's the kill, and that could be the opening.
King is left behind here, but it means that the rest of the team is unfended for.
Ooh.
King ends up dying, and it's all down to Musab. How did it unfold like this? No, goodness, no. They had control, but they seize it once again. Velocity are smiling. They know what they've done. They know what they've achieved. They've crumbled full power, and now they're looking to move that momentum onto Haven as well.
It's a pretty messy round. It's actually a very messy round. However, Velocity, they're still able to convert it, and that comes with that maneuverability from the Neon. You sort of see how quick they're able to get into the flank and assist Amaterasu there. And for King, it's just instant trades. Really, really strong stuff. And, well, Velocity in just the first round showing the effectiveness of the Neon on Haven. 3 kills for MW1, 2 for Amaterasu, and 1 round on the board for Velocity as we see that infamous second round force buy from full power here.
We've seen these rounds work before, and full power actually achieved them. Will they be able to do it again? Deathmaker with a headhunter. Won't be finding contact. I mean, he spotted out a couple of players, but the rest of them are actually very in close proximity with an MW1 going on a stroll, going on a journey. We'll be able to TP out of there, out of harm's way. Replenished by teammate. Full power though, aggressive onto the C site. King crossing forward. That's a shot found. Right to Ace also chimes in. But again, full power with the numbers and site control.
Plant will go down. Velocity, another retake, having to get underway here. And full power. Their force buys have been so deadly. I'm interested to see if Velocity have a response to this. If they even dare attempt to retake here.
Uh-oh. King stunned up. Ooh, somehow he avoids it. Abdur getting it done. And health, all that remains, 3 points of health. And it's Abdur to get a triple by the end of it. Full power. It's the second time we've seen them on forces. It's really rare to see them work, but for them, it's worked 100% of the time today.
Abdur, he's alive with 3 HP, but what matters is the fact he's alive. As long as he is alive, he has the power to shoot and the power to kill. As full power equalize over on Velocity, they once again don't feel emboldened. They don't feel baited into what would be a third round force spy. Instead, they drop down to the sheriffs, they drop down to the ghosts. There's the odd bit of armor on Deathmaker who can put out the headhunter, but that's it in terms of firepower.
Getting out of dodge there, full power. Crippling Velocity the previous round. Back to pistols, back to square one. I don't think Velocity will be troubled, but they've been able to come back from difficult scenarios before, somehow getting out of that fight alive. You got to respect that. Pokemon out of his depth. What you really want to see if you're a full power fan. Spectre has been recovered on the Velocity side, but it's garage control they're going for. Musab all by himself. Isolated again. That was Velocity with the numbers. No way, right?
A problem for full power here is that with all 3 members sort of around Garage, getting back onto this site to hold the afterplant may actually be very difficult.
I'm out of here.
Oh, King comes out of the shadows though. Dash away. That's another head. Health ends up falling. Yeah, distracting them. A wall, carving the site in 2. And that is full power, keeping it going. 2-1, finding the lead.
Velocity now with a chance to bounce back now, move to their full bite against the bonus of full power. And something I really want to highlight is how effective the Neons have been for both teams now. We're only kind of 3 rounds in, and we've seen some impeccable Neon plays from both teams. But the Neons actually top fracking for both teams as well. You look at the ult management, Abdur Storax, MW1, Amaterasu, both 1 point away from bringing out their respective ultimates. The most impactful one I want to watch out for is this Neon ult to see just how aggressive these Neons truly want to be.
Inching towards the B site.
We're good.
Looks like they'll be able to enter. King given access. Vandal just superior to the Spectre. And space has been granted over. Look at Velocity reacting to it, though. 3 players onto that B-Link position in full power, yet to commit to the full push. Expecting them to be towards the other end, but they're just simply not. Abdur, spike down. Now it's a trade game. Now is when the fight comes in. Because Velocity are looking to move in. Piece by piece, cover all these corners. But Storax, he's playing the long game. Oh, Health nearly read it. Nearly was smart enough to retrieve it, but isn't quick to the trigger. Abdur looking to save it. MW1 is so darn low, and so is his teammate. There goes the head. Slap bang it between the two eyes. And full power on 3. Keeping it going as soon as Velocity have a buy.
3-1 now for Velocity. Yeah, I mean, it's not a particularly pretty round, but as you mentioned, you know, it is still just Spectres here and there, so you aren't expecting this to be too impactful a buy, but still, it would have been nice to do at least a little bit more damage here. And you look at the money of Velocity down to pistols. MW1 does have that ult. Right Space is ready for from the shadows, just one away at least. But we haven't seen anything from Velocity that's actually been able to stop full power. The one round they were able to win, it was a retake. They're still losing these sites, which is proving to be a big problem.
Right to face has actually got a spectacle at the start. MW1's aggression will be punished. Overdrive expended. And pretty much didn't get anything out of it apart from softening up one of the players. Aggression shown here from Velocity. Desperate to gain something, I guess. It is a pistol buy. Paranoia will just allow them to silently creep by towards the A site from the shadows. A site is theirs, man. I don't see a world where they drop this.
Spike.
Full attack coming here. Musab ready with the follow-up to delay at least. And it's another retake for Velocity. Another 3-on-4. Deja Vu giving us a very strong sense right now.
Guiding light. This is all they have. Amaterasu forwards.
Ooh!
No way. Header from right to face. Get themselves a killer piece. But Pokemon is there to stop them. And just like that, full power on 4. Very strong looking.
That's a difficult position, at least for the moment. But Phantom proving to be deadly when wielded by Pokemon there. And I mean, if you are on full power now, it's just a matter of trying to mimic this again and again. Right to waste. That was a nasty opening. But Pokemon only able to get a 4K. They're also able to shut down the Neon ults without the Neon actually being able to do anything. So MW1 finding himself a bit zoned here. Full power up against a full bite, but they've got 4 ults readily available.
Guy's falling. Let's go. Shock it.
MW1. Quite a sizable kill. Set to get there. An impressive one. Abdul trying to find their way back out. But Velocity have done a lot of work here. MW is up for blood.
Enemy remaining.
You can smell it. And he finds it again. An injured Abdur ends up falling to his arms. And that's a triple now for MW on Musab. A lone soldier on a venture to attempt the impossible. But without any space control, without any comrades. A near impossible feat. Amaterasu, first player in contention. Won't be able to check it in time. And that's Velocity. Keeping the leash close.
We're finally seeing Velocity as well start essentially wielding this defense to a little bit more of a a defensive standard. You know, most of their defense has been offense, and because of that, they have been risking quite a bit on these initial kills. That was the first round in a while we've seen them be a little bit more passive. And yeah, MW1 is peeking out through mid, but this time he's doing it with support. It worked beautifully. Deathmaker brings out the Operator. Storax is going to bring out the Sword of Force. So we are going to see a duel of snipers here. But for full power, they do have that sort of economic cushion now to risk going a little bit more aggressive.
Full power. Pushing towards this A site. Deep positioning from Velocity to kind of gain that C-long is clear. I'm amazed they spend 2 to that position. Would have thought maybe 1 would be enough. Kind of place the chamber a little bit deeper instead. Maybe for a quick rotation, a quick backstab perhaps. But full power, move on towards the A site, could take advantage of it. Seekers will give away all that is required. Guiding Light to bait it out, but still a standstill. The first hints of rotation are now just starting.
I like how full power have just like turned 180 here. Speaking to Deathmaker, there's the opening, but the bait switch is still yet to be triggered.
Oh, MW1 gave away his position there. By using his utility, it didn't delay, it just showed exactly where he was hiding. And now the C position can be fully taken over. Spike goes down, full power with control, and they've got two very important ultimates to work with if they want to carry this over.
I love how there's still this Rolling Thunder crying from this out there just to buy some more time. There's that Rolling Thunder, the Omen unable to get behind with from the shadows, and instead it's just a desperate attempt to buy time for full power here, and it's working.
It's looking to delay. King spraying down across the smoke. Health finds cover. King keeps it going. Pokemon has his teammates back. Full power, poised to get themselves on top, in control of the reins, and we'll be getting a fifth after this. What a monstrous performance by them there. What a monstrous performance. I really like the wraparound from A to C, really. I think they kind of gave it away, kind of tried to sell it very early with a lot of commitment towards the short position. And as soon as the Seekers came out, it was kind of like, okay, maybe we should back out. They know most of us are here. And it wasn't as if Velocity moved out of position. They had two very strong players, like, holding out. But it just didn't work out.
Take this.
More util continuing to be deployed here, and for full power, I like the fact that they've now started going being a lot more quiet for their early rounds. They're no longer going for these kind of fast pushes, these fast grabs to get a kill. Rather, doesn't work this round. Amaterasu on the close angle, instant flank ready for the second contact is made on this A site.
Death Maker. One known for his operating prowess. Oh, Helith might be stumping in front of him. That's one. Flashpoint having to move out. Still with another. Velocity looking to keep it a close score. Deathmaker rejuvenated. A quadra for him. Keeps Velocity back in the game.
Really, really strong round from Deathmaker. And I mean, who better to call upon, Pavlos? Who better to call upon? We know Deathmaker is good. You know Deathmaker is good. But it's only a matter of time before he wins. He's like a volcano, isn't he? Yeah, you sort of see the rumblings, the seismic counters start going off. There might be the odd geyser that goes off. But it's when he erupts, does he properly erupt. And I don't think we've seen that eruption yet. It's a solid round, but that may just be the start of something more here. Full bite comes out from full power, but that economy they've worked so hard to build, is going to start getting very low very soon.
It will indeed. May become a little bit troubling. It's actually a close one, man. A very close game here. No one really seems to be in control of this. No one seems to be in the driver's seat so far. At least both teams have a hand on the steering wheel. And the car's just swerving. It will be most comfortable. If Full Power get a dub here, that would be pretty good. Guiding Light out. Gets both of them! Are you kidding me, Health? Deathmaker also holding out in mid. It just shouldn't be this simple. And they're just making it look easy.
MW1 finishes off Abner and well, Full Power. That's a difficult position to be in, to say the least. Velocity now, 1 round separates them and Full Power. And as we start entering the dying breaths of this first half, it's still up in the air as to who is going to be able to usurp one another. Who is going to be able to take the lead as we enter the seconds? And right now, it's all to play for. Deathmaker's waking up, and for me, that's going to be a real big difference maker, particularly on the attack, when you need that total force, when you need that operator to sort of surgically remove players from Full Power one at a time.
I am in awe, my man. The resurgence from both teams. It seems they're both a little bit shaken. I don't think Full Power Gaming sort of expected to lose the way they did on the second map, but I think also Velocity didn't think that Fracture would be so hotly in favor of their opponents.
No, you're right, and it's surprising you actually. God, you look at Star. I see it's really passionately giving that that feedback, but I'm kind of lost as to how Full Power need to respond to this, because the way Velocity are playing this defense is so reactive that they never have a static position of where they're playing. You know, Deathmaker, he's speaking mid, he's speaking C, he's speaking A. There's no way to predict it, which means that Full Power have to rely on their own strategies to just commit them and hope they're in the right position at the right time. Like, again, they're going for headlong control. Once again, didn't work last time. They go for it again as a gamble. And this case, it's now only Helef who can hold them back. See the instant recall from the chamber, a quick rotation now, but it may be too late. It may just be a retake now for Velocity and a 5-on-5.
Overdrive from King. Fault line though, stunning them up. King is crossed. Sight given over. Velocity respect it. Happy to go for the retake here.
Spike planted.
Teleport's ready.
Maker trying to find an opening now. Comes close to King. Not quite able to remove him though. But Full Power hold firm.
MW1 from above. He's been so highly impactful when it was most needed. It might be needed once again to find that equalizer. Dropping below, the flashes are perfect with stuns as well, but he does get killed from hell. Elf getting himself back in. It's a back and forth, but now we're remaining with just one player per side. But Abdul makes sure he's the final man standing. Chaos pursues, but he prevails.
I mean, for a moment, Velocity, it looks like they're out the round, but you just blink and you miss it. MW1 and Amaterasu, they both are able to chime in, get a few of those retake kills, and suddenly it's down to a 1v1. Fortunately, Abda, he is as strong as ever, able to bring that 6th round to Full Power, guaranteeing at least a draw in this first half. But we both know Full Power, they want more than that. They're hungry for more. We're going to be seeing them try and duke it out, battle to try and get this kind of 7-8-4 lead here. Tour de Force comes out from Velocity. The money is still pretty good for them, so we are going to be seeing weapons. Question is now, how do they use them?
Oh, Deathmaker, that's what he needs. Close out that gap. Keep it equal at halftime. Velocity want to stay in this. I remind you, this is an India versus Pakistan game. At least it feels like it. There's a lot of pressure on the line. And considering if Full Power win this, it will be a contention for first place.
Teleport's ready.
That is quite a high reward. You get a buy-in. You don't need to play the first stage of knockouts. Well, just like that though, Deathmaker does end up falling. So at the end of the day, it is traded, although prolonged. V taken over, King concussed, suppressed rather. Spike not committed to, Paranoia hits 3, and that's when they move in! Amaterasu denies it. Health also pushing forwards, Velocity completely amp up the pressure here. Full Power had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Velocity right up on their case.
This is now where Velocity look to try and sort of put some distance between themselves and Full Power, but I can't help but think that, despite kind of these early openings from Deathmaker, we've still not seen him at full power, right? It's more setups, it's taking on a lot more of a team-based role, whereas the sort of Deathmaker we know and love is a player who runs around and kills everything that moves. King on that Neon, going for a very early piece of aggression, avoids all the utility, but Amaterasu instantly there to trade, on for a third hit, pulls out the null command, double flashes his way out. Is it enough? My God, it's enough!
Where on earth has Amaterasu been this entire game? That is tremendous. Single-handedly puts his team on his back. And thankfully, Right to Ace is there to help him. We are square at halftime, 6-6.
I'm starting to think this is a game with overtime entirely possible here. As Amaterasu, look at this. That double flash just perfect, and Right to Ace is there to assist him every step of the way. Goes to pistol round now, and I can't help but think that, honestly, this pistol round is really going to help dictate the winner of this map. It's going to be so instrumental.
I mean, you say that, and then probably we'll be seeing Full Power Gaming draw out a force on the second round and win it. And then it's not instrumental anymore. That's kind of that's kind of how the entire series kind of felt, right? Things that should be the way that kind of things that should be falling into place just simply aren't. It's a very unstabilized game.
It is, and Velocity, they're trying to capitalize off of that by going for this kind of contact play outside of A. Trademark's being destroyed. Storax knows they're coming, but just knowing they're coming doesn't mean you can necessarily stop them.
Softening up one of them at least. Heal could come through. Pokemon, where was that? In mid?
Without a lurker, maybe.
All 7.
Yeah. Ace starting now to take over. Paranoia could buy some time. There's a guiding light from Health, though. Abdur first to open things up. Abdura too. Right to Ace wants a piece of this pie, though. Everybody joining on the fray, but Amaterasu is just dancing circles. Pissed around for full power.
And a really clean retake as well. I like the fact that once the chamber sort of knew they were coming, rather than trying to bring it down to a 4-on-4, instead, backs off, does a bit of damage, and then just continues to fall back until the rest of full power are there to commit to the retake. But Velocity. Now, we've seen some very brave force spikes from full power. Also, Velocity, they don't want to do that. They drop down to the eco, they bring out the frenzy, as the odd bit of armor on Deathmaker so we can use that headhunter. But it does mean that full power are going to be up against rifles sooner. So the chance of building the economy isn't quite going to be there, and it puts even more pressure on trying to keep every player alive here.
Pressure's really mounting on. Velocity not going for the force, though. They know there's no need to do that.
Blinding.
Considering how everything has transpired the previous rounds and maps, all is possible, and every step needs to be accounted for. Velocity do find a Baron site of the B site, but aren't happy with it. They're gonna move towards A. Storax has got the full read on it as well. Double it up. Reinforcements now. King so quick to react to it and just join in on that fray. And that is full power without an issue, taking down the pistol round of Velocity.
Really, really strong stuff once again. And for Velocity, that round was just a matter of getting it over and done with. Get it out, don't worry, and then just focus on being able to get to this spy round. Bring out these rifles, and then wield these rifles now as if this is the first round of the half that truly matters. And because full power committed fairly heavily into the anti-eco, it's just 5 Spectres. We're not seeing any sort of stray Vandals in the mix, which means our Velocity are really going to be able to endeavor to get these early duels at long range.
Oh, well, they do check the Carby at the end of the day. Pokemon. Well, that remains under the C position. Guiding light, stunned up. Oh, dear. Doesn't look good. It seems like it's a Velocity round if I've ever seen one.
Deathmaker. Clean kill here, but that Spikes isn't down. And for Musab, I'm very surprised he's risking a peek there, even though he's on a Spectre. Just waiting to try and catch out the odd player here. Backsoff actually joins
Wouldn't be
his
too
teammate.
bad. If Musab gets away with a kill, then it'll be a 1-on-2, and potentially a Vandal will be picked up if in the right position. They're kind of entertaining the idea that it's a wrap towards the A site, sort of taking a gamble. Understandable, but it just simply isn't. So yeah, this is going to be a free round for Velocity.
Yeah, I would like to see full power. Maybe even go for a few exits here. If they don't actually commit to the clutch, I'm surprised they actually went.
Oh,
to
they're
A.
going for it.
Yeah,
They will commit.
I'm surprised they went to A. To be honest, there wasn't much to convince them of a fake.
I guess they wanted to stay ahead of their opponents, and I guess they got ahead of themselves. Guiding light, delay, don't check the left side.
Ooh.
Storax. At least they make this deadly. They take down all but one, which means all but one Vandals are saved. Are not saved.
And even though they're, that economic damage is really going to start stacking up, particularly if the game is... If it's another 6-6 half, economic damage is going to matter so much here. And for Velocity, yeah, it's a chance to gain a bit of momentum, but does it really count if you allowed Spectres to do this much damage to you?
Well, it's definitely a way that full power can continue to have this control, but we saw them falter on the previous defensive side. whether they're able to stay resilient and not make too many oversteppings. Excuse me, Abdul? What?
Okay. Okay. I've learned to accept it, Pavlos.
You guys can't see my camera, but my face is... my face? No, my mouth is wide open.
Yeah. Your face is also wide open. We're completely perplexed. Alright.
Like Pac-Man. My face is wide open like Pac-Man, you know? Triangular mouth. Circular. Yeah. Ooh.
That's perfect.
All important as well. Alluding to the idea that he backed away from it, but sticks to position nonetheless. Aware of the C-long angle, King gets it. Full power on top. Doubling him out of players. Deathmaker to the side. Position illustrated as right to ace, ends up dying. Guiding light just shows he's still sticking around. And with spike control, full power, don't need to push too far. And this time they know it. Don't risk it, guys. We've done it too many times before. Not today. It's a one-on-one trade at the end of days. Storax gets the opposing chamber. Full power on 9, running away from Velocity with 2 rounds difference.
It's another just complete domination from the members of Full Power. And once again, their ability to trade is just so strong. For Full Power, look at their money, Pavlos. There isn't any. Yes, you look at the ult management. Deathmaker, Amaterasu right away. Still just a hop, skip, and a jump away from being able to get 4 ults available for Velocity. But using them alongside Spectres, Frenzies, Classics, that's not what you want to do at all. Storax goes for the ult this round, and more likely than not, that's going to be able to start thriving and start to get an economic padding behind it.
Dark cover will at least buy some time. It seems they're going to push directly through it, though. That's a bad decision to make, though, when Abdul is there to still trading out. Full power at a numbers loss. And one of the players stuck behind, which means that Storax is isolated, would be able to get out of the way in time. He will not. Deathmaker gets it done, and has an all-important angle to hold here with his weapon. Tour de force, ever so strong. Guiding lights, attempting to get him out of there. Trailblazer now coming in turn, but they're both picking it. They know where he's going to come from. First shot missed, but the second one won't. Deathmaker, a quadra for him. He really is coming alive right now.
Yep, and he goes into that round without his ult. He has to get a kill, then switch to the ult, and then go from there. And honestly, it's a absolute dominant performance from him. As we were trying to mention, Storax is going to try and build some economy behind that op. Unable to do so, investing the op last round and losing it this round. Now look at what it's done to the economy of Full Power. They're buying down to 0, just as well as Velocity is. And while Storax does have the ability for the tour de force, does he risk committing it this round? I imagine he does, but Full Power is still going to be a little bit on the back foot here.
It's a back and forth, man. Full Power seem to have control at first, but when it comes to these battle rounds, when Full Power on the defensive, it seems like they kind of lose out on it a bit. D-site now reached. Musab slots Amaterasu. Do they cross to the A-site this time around? No way, right? They commit to the resurrection, but that gives an opportunity for Musab to get a kill onto Deathmaker. This is a very, very confusing round from both sides. Velocity yet to commit to the spike plant.
Now that spike's going to go down. It's a fairly late commitment to that spike plant. The Seeker's already out. Going to make this retake pretty strong for Full Power here.
And very quick as well. King, from the challenge, Kim's out, and he's just distracted for too long. Velocity getting the better of them, but Abdur with a triple. He's turning it around. All down to Amaterasu. Such explosive rounds at the start of this game. Can you make it happen again? No reason to peek. Spike hasn't been touched. Now it has, though. Is mid being checked? Yeah, there's a tour de force. And that is where Amaterasu falls. Full Power, demand respect. If Velocity bring out shenanigans, they're the ones to control it.
10-8 now, Velocity. There you go. That I was about to say, we need to see a timeout. Sia reads my mind, Pavlos. That's how good he is. He reads everyone's mind. And now for Velocity, a real pause here, a real moment to think, what do you change? What do you do next? What can you do next? Because it feels like even when you're on sites, even when you're going for these plants, every ult you commit Full Power have something in response. And considering how infrequently we've seen them play Haven, they have really given us a proper showing here. And I'm actually quite thankful that despite going into this as underdogs, I'll admit something Japan lost. I did sleep on Full Power a bit. I said the 3 groups in Group A, or in Group B, sorry, need to worry about, are Velocity, Reckoning, and Rangatang. Yeah, Full Power have come back to prove me wrong, and they're doing so in a spectacular fashion.
They really are. I think also Velocity this time around lingered too long in B. You get the you get the res up. You've got the space. You've cleared out B-Link. At least plant for B-Link and get it done with, right? They've set up. They also had set up crossfires. They had players deep in B. I really do not know what they were waiting for. Maybe to make sure until Amaterasu is back in case Full Power just kind of commit to it quickly. They committed to it quickly either way. It just baffles me a little bit.
Yeah, and as we look at the ult management, Full Power, they still have a From the Shadows kind of up on what is the match Neon ults here. Velocity once again attempting this mid take, and I mean, hey, they got to the site when they tried to push B. But here's the thing, every second they take Full Power, this sewers control is going to get more and more prevalent, and they're going to have more and more info off the back of this.
I'm not sure I like this. I'm really not sure I like this. Because that leaves Pokemon undefended. But it's not contested. Oh, the overcommitment to the rotation. The overcommitment. I'm not sure what I'm seeing right now.
Full Power may be feeling a little bit flighty. A little bit flighty here, considering Velocity haven't actually left mid.
It feels like they think that Velocity is a type of team that will just rush. So you might as well have everyone there or no one.
Yep. And they're going for a heavy stack again. This time, though, they've started the right site at the right time. It's certainly unorthodox, but it works.
Overdrive, not used to its best of abilities. King gets it done. Health and Amaterasu looking to bring it back, but Abdur, when he's got the whole line to hold, it's not going to be an easy one. What a response from Full Power. I may be questioning it, but I may be the one in the wrong because they're the ones that proved that it is possible to make it work.
It's a really weird game of cat and mouse, but Full Power, they come out on top. 11-8 the scoreline now. Velocity, more importantly, don't have enough cash to justify a full buy. They need to drop to pistols. They need to hand over match and series point if they want any hope in mounting a significant comeback. A force buy here could spell their doom, and instead they've given the Vandal to Amaterasu. They've allowed him to be the main impact while they also hover on Sheriffs here. There is armor, so retrieve weapons are going to do damage, but the firepower is with Full Power. The ults are with Full Power, and the confidence is with Full Power now. Velocity, a player down already.
Velocity. Ooh, yeah, okay, Abdur. Getting the opening. Sheriff kill for right away. Oh, dangerous. Could have been another. But not too accurate enough. Musab joins in. Hell finds a Vandal. Won't be able to be a long-lived endeavor for him. We're looking at a 12-8. Full Power suddenly are in full control. 1 round away from closing out this series and making the upset possible.
1 round away from beating rank 1 in the group and turning every stats, every projection, every prediction we thought about on its head. And it's done so with some masterful teamwork. You see the difference, Abdur really waking up now, and Abdur just delivering. He has had a very quiet 2 maps, but now he's in his element. There's no stopping him. The Seekers are available for Velocity, but what good will they do? It's an early default. They try to find anything, any weakness in the Full Power defense, but right now, nothing has been able to prove Full Power mortal.
Again, interesting approach. Sort of short control for the A site is still under the presence of 2 defenders, while leaving the control of C Baron, Trademark, towards a C tier positioning, and Pokemon just holding down Courage. Their priorities are clear here. Okay, Trademark now pushing forward. Okay, Amaterasu getting a kill into Pokemon. An all-important one, but I'm feeling a rotate here because Deathmaker's so far deep in A long.
I've got your trail.
Oh, Abdul. It's the Seekers out, though. Spotted.
Oh!
Abdul! 2 kills, and now the status has been equalized. Rotation's looking to come in from both ends, but at least Full Power have a site control.
There is still a Rolling Thunder. There is still a Neon ult here.
Spike
I'll take
planted.
it back. There's a Rolling Thunder. Do Full Power use it in this 2 versus 3? Velocity, they've had time to dig in, to get into position, but is it enough, Pavlos?
A one-way smoke now really helping Velocity's chances. Are Full Power not committing to it? Are they wary of a backstab? They are. But this is buying time. Rolling Thunder? No way. They've got an operator. There's no way they're going for it. No. They're not. It's a save. Velocity hold on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're saving as well. I really do, because it's money is going to become so important here. You look at the economy on Velocity. You know, MW1, he's got $500 in the bank. Every kill here matters, and Storax realizing that is now just hunting for exits. See the follow-up investment here, and for Velocity, just about able to bring out rifles. This 2K from Abdur as well. I mean, it just shows how good this Omen's feeling at the moment. I'm interested as to Full Power to see if we see some more aggression, because when they do push, they are able to sort of decipher where Velocity have poised themselves. In terms of ult management as well, they do have 3 ults on Velocity right now. That is momentarily, though, because Right to Waste and Amaterasu are about to bring theirs online, but there's still no operator for Velocity, and because of that, Deathmaker is sort of muted for the time being.
MW1 opens it up. Pokemon, I think his positioning over in Garage has very well been telegraphed, and I think they've been trying to open that up very early. And it's successful. Full Power have got a lot of ultimates, though. They just need to be well timed and followed up with kills.
Oh, this rotation.
I don't like it.
This is a bad rotation.
I don't
Velocity,
like it.
They've got a site for free.
So many times Full Power just rotate without a hint of movement from the opposing side. They just rotate because they feel like it.
The equalizer does help.
It does. But there's an ult command. But no way this is happening. King is found another. Abdul looking to push through, guiding light at Storax so quick. Deathmaker though is getting it done. Unable to use their abilities, they need to win this out with raw gunpowder. Looking to get above Storax. Such a good position. Touches it one time. Spike to be touched once again. From the shadows. No, Storax with another one. Storax, you're insane! What? And you give your team the dub. Full Power switch things up and now have made a 3-way tie in Group B.
What a round from Storax! A 3K that comes out of nowhere. He only needs 1 kill there. You know, 2's perfect. 3's, you just don't expect it. You don't predict it. You have no reason to. But Storax just delivers. Where did that come from? It doesn't matter where it came from. What matters is it came. And for Full Power, that's an upset. A 2-1 victory against Velocity to show that Group B, it's not a party without Full Power.
It really isn't. Many people counted these guys out, but after this dub today, goodness me, we're in for a treat. This Pakistani roster really delivered when it had to. And yeah, I mean, there was a lot of criticism. There was a lot of sort of maybe some underperforming players in the second map. Maybe some mistakes also made in regards to macro plays, also just kind of micro plays also, you know, kind of pushing when they shouldn't. And they recovered this one. Yeah, there were some questionable decisions, but the raw gunpowder from the chamber coming out right at the end was exactly what was necessary just to close that map.
No, it truly was, and for I mean for Full Power, that is a well-earned victory. For Velocity, that is going to be it's going to leave a bitter taste. Let's be honest, because that was a round, it was a map they really should be winning, but frankly they just don't, and that's after a solid performance for the members over on Full Power. Pavlos, what does this mean for the members of Group B going forward?
I'm not quite sure because I think round differential really pays dividends here. But it also means that at least when it comes to match scores, these three teams are equalized, right? We've got Velocity Gaming, we've got, let me tell you real quick so I don't get it wrong, we've got Orangutan, and we've got Full Power Gaming, all with 3 wins and 1 loss in the bag. I mean, they've got 9 points all together. And essentially, it comes down to rounds to who will be getting that first seed.
Yeah. And it is going to come down to rounds. I think there are a couple more games to be played, which may help sort of space out the standings a little bit, but not to the point where it doesn't matter how teams are standing in round count. So I think for Reckoning as well, right now, if you're Reckoning, you need to pray that either Orangutan Full Power Velocity lose another game. Otherwise, they're going to be going out. But I think by the way the matchups are planned, I think Orangutan still needs to play against Full Power, which means that it is going to go down to round difference. And that is really going to be the true test of these teams. For me, I'm now really looking forward to seeing how Full Power are going to fare against Orangutan. That is going to be an incredible match. However, that is all me and Pavlos have time for today. But that's not all for today in terms of matches. We have Global Esports up next, taking on Enigma. I believe your 2 casters for that will be both Sam and Tanya, 2 very talented casters who you can look forward to. Frankly, way more talented than us. So an upgrade, if anything. But before we do, I believe we still have some stats to show.
Do we?
In just a second. I don't know if they're ready yet.
Just a second. Well, either way, man, it was a really impressive game. A really impressive game all around. An impressive series where I think both teams have a lot to learn because obviously it's not enough to just win. It's also being able to, in the group stage, right? It's all about being able to build yourself up to be able to be unstoppable in playoffs. And I think Velocity Gaming have a lot in them. I think they definitely are a team that can frag out more than the rest, but I think some distinct elements in their gameplay can now be sort of unraveled and kind of take it, kind of perfect the gameplay.
Someone has kind of pointed out in the chat, and they're absolutely right. Orangutan has actually already played against Full Power. It was the opening game of the whole group. We just didn't cast it. What is going to happen instead is we have Full Power taking on, I believe, Reckoning, Velocity against Excelli, and then Orangutan versus Union. And so because of that, it means that round difference now is crucial because our top 4 kind of big hitters are now no longer playing against each other. So that makes this round count even more important. Thank you for pointing that out. We don't mean to get it wrong. I do apologize though. With that, let's take a look at the standings. Of course, you've got Abdur against Deathmaker. Abdur with a phenomenal performance on Haven.
Yeah, I think what is very notable to make is the fact that Storax was undermined due to Deathmaker's performance earlier on. You could have compared sort of Deathmaker to him multiple occasions, and it was shadowed most of the time, right? But this game in particular is where he stepped up. Multiple times found earlier frag kills to kind of open up their opportunities in certain rounds, having the numbers advantages to be able to macro around it accordingly. But also, the clutch in the end is where you can give him most kudos for because he single-handedly took that round, man, all by himself. No one else was in command of that at all. Yeah. So, yeah, very good stuff, very promising stuff from the Full Power Gaming, but I believe this is not all we'll be seeing from these 2 squads. I think they still have a lot more to bring.
You're absolutely right, and I just can't wait to see what they do bring in the future. I believe we'll be able to head to a break. Thank you all so much for supporting us in the chat. You have all been absolutely wonderful. And of course, we are going to get things wrong from time to time. As you can tell from the accents, we're not from this region, so there are a few things we don't know. You've all been wonderful enough to point it out without being toxic in any way, shape, or form. So we really do appreciate that. And I know for a fact that our colleagues will appreciate it as well in both Sam and Tanya. So in just a moment, we'll be able to hand them over, give them the reins. But for the time being, Pavlos, do you have any closing thoughts of Full Power versus Velocity?
Oh, it's an interesting one, right? Because we're heading over to Group A. Power Velocity. Honestly, I don't know. Wait, no, Power Velocity is Group B. Excuse me. You're right. I don't know, man. It was a good one. It was a good one all the way around. Both of the matches today in general were 3 mappers. Both of them impressive, both with their ups and downs. What I can say and kind of put a general note of it and maybe put a ribbon on it and kind of ship it out is the fact that I'm impressed by this region. I don't think I expected this high level of play. There's definitely room for improvement, but that's a good thing, right? That's what we really want to see, and that's what we're looking forward to for the upcoming days of this tournament.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And with that, we will be back. I believe, Pavlos, we're back at the same time tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong. Unfortunately,
no, I'm not back tomorrow.
You're not back tomorrow? No. We do.
But the stream is.
The stream will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. Unfortunately, at the moment, because of the way we've added another day to the group stage on the 25th, caster allocations is a little bit on its head. In terms of team, what times games are being played, at the end of the stream, we should have a schedule. That'll be the most updated one. So that should be the one to watch out for. And then tomorrow when we're live, you'll be able to see the kind of layout for the day. So kind of start, ends of streams, so when you're going to get the best idea as to what games are going to be played when. Of course, when the LAN comes around, it'll be a little more easy and a little bit more set in stone. Unfortunately, we're just not there yet.
Indeed. All right, well, let's close it out then. Let's take it to a break. See you guys after the break. Well, the other casters will see you after the break, but we'll see you around.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
remaining. Spike down.
those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Skyesports Champions Series presented by AMD, powered by Router. We are back with another banger of a match. Two big matches today. Went all the three maps, Tanya. And I'm looking forward to how it's going to be progressing in this last matchup of today's stream. My name is Lucifer, and instead, along with me, it's going to be Star Tanya. We are prepared for Global Esports and Enigma to see what they're going to be bringing in, but I still fear it's going to be a long day, Tanya.
Absolutely. Even I'm expecting a scoreline to reach out 2-1. There's no way we are expecting 2-0. And let's be honest here, Lucifer. We were talking about it back end as well, that the players are going to take the revenge. And this revenge
Oh,
battle
yes.
might turn bitter, rather sore. Because you've seen sore battles entire day. Now it's the time for to taste something bitter. And I'm expecting something strange happening.
I agree with you. There's been a lot of upsets that's happening day in and day out, where we saw right from yesterday itself, where OG took their first loss, and then after that, we saw the loss also here for Velocity, which was unbelievable. But again, I did kind of think of it, but we'll talk more about it as we rightly heading into the matchup itself in terms of who's going to be fighting against each other. As we said, it's going to be Global Esports versus Enigma Gaming, Tanya. And we had those upsets day in and day out, and Full Power as well, making sure they upset their opponent, right? We did not think that will be happening, but I did predict when we saw the first match, me and Crips, we did think Full Power, this is their first start of the day, and we might end up seeing them, they get better throughout the tournament, and that's what they did.
They are creating new benchmarks every single day, every single map, indeed every single round. They are trying to create something unique, and I believe every single passing day is going to give them, either the losses are going to give them the reason to learn something better, and talking about the victories, they are learning what they are good at. So I believe the match today is going to be the match of the equals. And let's talk about
Oh,
the
yes.
lineups. Global Esports, what do you have to say about this team, Lucifer?
I mean, big name, and this team has stuck to each other through tough times, through storms. They have been together and they've delivered day in and day out. They have seen their ups and downs, but they've never given up. Not in their gameplay, not within their team, and also they've always took their fans to another level. I mean, given heart attacks, that is true. We have seen unexpected, but it is something that keeps us on our toes, right? That's what Hellranger, Kappa, Lightning Fast Skills, and the main man SK Rossi being the duelist. But there's been switch up. This is one of those rosters, Tanya, that I've always looked up to in terms of changing things in the meta. They've brought in a no duelist setup as well on Ascent.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to what they're going to be bringing in new here.
Well, if there's something about, I would want to specifically talk about Enigma Gaming, the team which comprises of Antidote, Excali, Raw Fuel, RVK, Rexy. Nothing unique because we have been spotting them over and over time. But the player to get fueled up immediately is going to be Raw Fuel Show with the aces, and the aces are commendable with full HP. And sometimes, yeah, you do tend to lose your HP, but still, those aces are memorable for time to time.
This is one match that I was looking forward to. As you said, from time to time, I think this Enigma versus Global Esports matchup itself is creating ripples around the community and also is a match sought out for. And I'm looking forward to how it's going to be working out for both these teams. And yesterday, before ending as well, I said this is the battle of the bulls. And who's going to be coming out stronger, I don't know, but it's going to be, I would say, a very intense and a very held out back and forth battle in between these two. But how long is going to be going, it's only going to be witnessed through the time as it passes. But Tanya, if I ask you, right, this is the team that are going to be facing against each other after the souvenir, so they're going to be looking forward to that revenge. As you started off, we will be doing more discussion because first and foremost, it's the map veto that can change a lot of things. Right out of the gate, Enigma are going to be picking up Ascent, and then we head over to Split, where it's global choice, and they've been pretty damn adamant as well as strong on that. And then the decider comes through as Haven, which has a lot of ups and downs. But thinking about Ascent, Tanya, what's coming in your mind?
Well, that one day when Global Esports went in with three initiators, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do this trial and error against Enigma Gaming.
I agree with you. I mean, that was an experiment of sorts, but it also kind of paid. And then we are looking forward to how it's going to be working out today. But that is one reason I want to see what happens here on Ascent from Global Esports. Even though this is Enigma's choice, but Global Esports always they've experimented on Ascent, but also have kept their strong strength on Ascent. Whenever they've had mistakes, I think Ascent is a very reliable map for them. But later down the line, when we're jumping into Split, right, being the second map of the day, if Enigma have a really good run, which they've been having, I mean, we remember they had only one map loss here, Tanya. They've not at all lost any of their victories till now. They've won matches, but one map, because I think that was let a little bit loose, and you cannot hold them strong on that. Prime 5 did play it out better, so you need to give credit where it's due. So Enigma, I don't think they're going to be making any kind of those experiments, because they know Global Esports are a name to be taken down. If you give them space and you know their players, they start looking forward to getting a lot more in terms of their confidence built up. Every player is looked after for in terms of a team gameplay and synergy. They just keep building on it.
And talking about Split in particular, we very well know that the win ratio for Global Esports on this map of Split is 52%, and for Enigma, it is going to be 46%. And that is how I believe that Global Esports have gone for this pick. And starting on the attacker side, they have to create with some combos. We are going to see some raises play, some breach play, and unique plays as well. We cannot predetermine anything. So let's see how
Yeah.
the map of Split is going to end up to. But for sure, we are going to head on to nothing but the map of heaven. What do you believe? What are
Uh-huh.
your expectations there?
I mean, that's a decider that we'll be looking out for. So I'll kind of keep it in the Pandora's box until we head over there and try to figure out when is it going to be a split, a 1v1 situation. I'm sorry, 1-1 for both the sides. But I do want to add on split before we jump into Ascent itself, that it's also one of Enigma's strong maps. These teams have gone back and forth. Enigma have seen a couple of defeats over there, and that's the reason their percentage over there is hovering around 50. Same goes for Global Esports. Their sought after and very strong map when we started seeing their early days was Split, and then it started falling apart. But now they've again started doing it. We saw Kappa playing brilliantly. So I'm looking forward to how it's going to be panning out. On the other end, Enigma, they're one of those teams who comes on Split with a zero initiator. So now keeping Split on side, coming back to Ascent, which is going to be the starter for both these teams. This map is kind of equals, and I really like it. Right, it's a vanilla matchup, a vanilla map. We've seen it play out throughout the community for a long time, and that's the reason I think this map itself, somewhere in my back of mind, I'm feeling like it's going to be a map of an overtime. What do you feel?
Well, map of overtime, I believe I will have to see the agent selection, because that is how easily we
Hmm.
will be able to predict about how they are going to play on the attacker's side. It is all up to the agent selection, because Global Esports have done this as and when required. They have done this trial and error.
Yes.
If we talk about yesterday itself, they had a clean sweep 2-0 and the scoreline of 13-1 on the map of Breeze. With that finisher from Global Esports, I was expecting that map was going to join in, but it is not.
Hmm.
So they do have some plans with the map of Split, I'm sure.
I'm ready for it. I'm looking forward to it. But right now, let's just jump into it and see what's going to be happening on Ascent. I'm looking forward to it. But before that, we're going to be holding you. I know everybody is excited for jumping into the matchup itself. So first, we're going to be taking a look at these two crucial players from both the sides. I mean, Rafael and SCS. These names keep coming up. Even though these two players don't play in a particular matchup, right? We kind of tend of giving reference to them because of what they have done. Look at that. 127 kills on Rafael. SK with 111 KD ratio. It might not be like out of a brain blaster that kind of tells you okay 2-3 KD, but I would say that does not matter if they're able to play for the team. But what matters is going to be the first blood. So that tells you, right, Tanya, that they're those players that play for the team and find those opening flags and create space.
And something funny that I feel is that even after better KD compared to what Raw has, more MVP cards was procured by SK Rossi. And talking about
Hmm.
Rexy and Kappa, well, they are pretty head to head, but somehow I feel that Kappa outweighs Rexy a little. And talking about first bloods, sure, it is Rexy, but talking about in particular Kappa, the average combat score is high, but KD ratio is just matching up to the mark. Now, really, this is a pretty confusive state where we can say that one player is above another. So that is why we call it head to head, neck to neck.
Hmm. I agree with you. I mean, this is quite interesting from both the ends of Kappa as well as Rexy that we are seeing. But there's a slight switch up also from Enigma, right? Rexy mix in matches, as we are seeing RVK coming in playing the initiator role as well. He's picked up the Sovar very well, and that time Rexy jumps into a Sentinel, or maybe Antidote jumps into a Sentinel. So that's where I would say more pool Rexy has compared to Kappa. Kappa generally tends to run around the initiator itself. So that's going to be very interesting, even though these players come head to head against each other. But how will they be faring on Ascent to start things off? What are the agents going to be coming through? Antidote can go in for the controller, and Antidote can go in for that Killjoy as well. But what is he going to be coming in here as that IGL? Because as we said, right, Killjoy on Ascent is also very crucial. We've seen that played out, irrespective of how many of our discussions we have. That is kind of a meta that some of the other players will still tend to keep it because of the damage dealing utilities that Killjoy has. So let's see how it's going to be working out. But on Enigma's end, I think there should not be a lot of changes. I don't think Rafuel will be jumping out of the jet and picking a chamber. He still should be on the jet, and there's double initiator setup coming through with Sova and a KO, and then we'll be seeing Antidote on that Omen. This should be the general spectrum of their agents. But on the other end, Global Esports, because they've switched up so much on Ascent, right, they keep making us wonder. I think that's their benefit point, right, that in case that an opponent has figured out a counter strategy, we have played many agents. So what do you think you're preparing for?
That is going to be the question, and indeed one of the biggest question. They exactly know how to retaliate, how to reciprocate, and they have got
Hmm.
entire study of each other. So let's see what have they prepared, because Enigma Gaming is a team which have not even faced a single loss. And this is exactly what we said
Yes.
when the team Velocity started playing. But by the end of the day, they lost against team FPX, though FPX played very well today. So are they
Hmm.
again going to have a deja vu moment, what particularly faced by VLT? Or
Oh,
Enigma Gaming
yes.
is pretty sure about. They want to go clean sweep into the upper brackets.
I agree with it. Now, this is going to be a very close point, especially in these group stages, right? Even though we saw Enigma got their victory yesterday and they've qualified to the phase 3 land stage, it's not about just that. It's about you also jumping into the upper bracket round 2. So, whichever team maintains the streak and stays as the top seed for that specific group will be having a chance of qualifying and then be worry free for at least the first day of the phase 3. And they'll be watching the other teams on how they'll be playing. Now, this is the matchup where it can be decided. If Global Esports are able to take down Enigma, then it's going to be Enigma a little bit worried on their last matchup, because that way the top seed can go either way. Maybe Global Esports in their last match also capitalize. Maybe Enigma have a different situation. So it can swing either way. But Group A, right as of now, does not seem so dangerous as Group B, where we are seeing 4 teams that are looking forward to qualifying over there. I mean, it's also the race for top seed. So it's getting very interesting, both the sides in both groups. But today is going to be Enigma as well as Global Esports starting off on Ascent, the revenge matchup again coming here. What are you feeling on this, Tanya? Because it's a start of a revenge which happened, right? Because in Souvenir they had a flawless run. Now as well, Enigma have had a flawless run. But getting to a revenge point where then Global took down them as a trio, and now again looking forward to facing them on the server, kind of I'm a little bit nervous. Even on that, I'm here sitting on the desk and I'm not playing at all, and I don't know why I'm nervous.
Well, I believe there are going to be some breathtaking moments. There are going to be
Hmm.
goosebumps here. There's nothing that is going to be very clean sweep, very easy. Everything will have a retake. It is the fight of the equals,
Yes.
no doubt. Comparing the group, the Enigma Gaming is on number one. Global is still struggling to
Exactly.
climb up, and they do have competitors without a doubt. But this map can change the scenario about Global qualifying, even though on position two towards the next stages. But Enigma will start to fear there. But ultimately,
Hmm.
we do hear we do say the slogan coming in from Enigma as well, fear the Enigma. And talking about GE, they have been fighting, they have been winning. So what you said for
Oh
the start, I
yes.
think it retains, but till the end of the day, that it is the fight of the bulls.
I want to know what our audience is also thinking about in terms of how it's going to be happening on Ascent, so they can start dropping in their predictions. And I want to ask you in the meantime, how do you feel this series is going to be panning out? I'm not going to be talking about Ascent, but the entire series. Is it a clean sweep or is it going to be the long way?
uh yeah, the audience need to answer that, because I and Lucifer are pretty sure that there's nothing called clean sweep today. When the big bulls
Yes.
fight, we do reach towards the third map, and I believe that
Mhm.
map is going to be the map of heaven. And I totally forgot, Lucifer, who is going to initiate on the defender's side for the map of heaven.
On the map of heaven, it is going to be Enigma who are going to be starting on defense. So they'll be feeling very good about that because of an not the advantage, but at least because now we are seeing, right, the defensive side of Haven has kind of worked for the defenders because they get the chance to aggress and get a little bit of an aggressive control, if you would want to state it like that. But on the other end, and global esports are not going to be giving them that opportunity. But yes, it's something that we have to sort out for until if we any have a chance to get to the decider. But now with Ascent and Split on cards, I still have zero clue of what's going to be happening. But as you said, it is going to be a long run when equal start of fighting. But Ascent is such a map which has swung either ways for both these teams. Enigma have their fair share of defeats, as well as Global Esports have had their fair share of defeats. So let's see how it's going to be panning out as we were discussing about the agents itself, jumping into the agent selection, where you're getting me a chance to see if there is any switch up coming through. Okay, RVK jumps into the Cypher, where we were thinking about who is going to be playing in that Killjoy. Cypher is not something that I expected, but it does come through. Excali is going to be going in with a Sage, and they're just playing with one initiator. This is a surprise, truly, because any time that I've seen Enigma on Ascent, it was always a double initiator play, and now they switch it up with just a single initiator and bring in a double sentinel role, which is getting kind of long gone, right, Tanya?
And once again, global initiating with the triple initiator setup, was that a practice match to play against the Titans? Because this is the fight of Titans where the practice is all done and dusted. They did get the victory, and now it is time to perform. Let's see how this
Oh,
triple
yes.
initiator setup is going to go through, because I was expecting Rossi to go ahead as a duelist jet, and we might get to see that Rockfield versus Rossi operator shots, which has been quite too common. But now that is not happening. What comes to your mind?
It's still going to be happening. That's what is going to be. That's what I want to know. Because as you said, even though it's not Jet v Jet, it's Chamber v Jet. After Jet, if you would want to put up any other operator, it is Chamber right now in the current meta. So this is still going to be happening. The op fight is going to be coming in, but Astra meta also coming into the play is what I'm very interested in. And Global Esports are the one who are leading the charge. Ascent has seen its omen days from a long time now after Astras. Now, very few players and teams get that Astra in, and Global Esports, you can count them in that pool, and they're going to be bringing in their fight on Ascent with Astra. But I'm again confused on how Enigma is going to be playing, because packing the heat is Global Esports with a triple initiator setup. Heavy utilities is what they have. Enigma have a chance to slow things down, but is that going to be enough? Because they are the ones who have to start off an attack, and that's what they have to be worried about. Without any delay, we're going to be jumping into the game. Enigma are going in for an investment of Ghost here, as we are going to be starting the show off 4 Ghosts on Global Esports end to try and defend.
And the defenders' way is quite clear. As always, Global Esports sticking to the same pattern. Chamber, the Rossi, the man himself will take care of the mid. 2 players on A, 2 players on B. And here we go ahead. Enigma trying in to go through the mid. Let's see if this is going to make a change or no, because Rockfuel was spotted. He did tank up a little bit of damage, but that is not going to stop Team Enigma from entering.
Enigma, they've pushed up mid. They always like mid control, but right now, can they actually hold it off? There's a trademark over there, and also 2 players looking right towards market. But in the meantime, Skills is getting damaged up as he wanted to push up A main. Unfortunate, but it's just only 1 player holding. That's going to be Antidote. They're looking forward to fighting him. 2 players push up and finally eliminate Antidote. That was very crucial, but right now the trademark which was there at market, that also gets destroyed. In the meantime, Lightning Fast, immediate switcheroo, making sure that nobody also has a chance to push up trees while they were attracted to a J main. Change their attention, but look at the hole coming in. Global Esports slow themselves down, but what was that counter wall coming through? Raw Fuel is good for 2. starting off strong on an Enigma.
He was definitely good for 2, but now he's taken down by lightning fast pretty quickly. Now low on HP, one player. It is going to be not the fight of equals. Here we do have a superiority of numbers for global esports. They are pushing in through the mid.
30
But
seconds
little do
left.
they know that side A is already preoccupied. How are they going to make their move? They are going slowly and steadily. Excali, the first one to enter through the gardens, might be spotted, but Skills is still focusing through the mid area. Here we go. Skills, as soon as I say that, he was focusing. He is going for some gravity wells,
One
and
player
before
standing.
he could have done
10
anything
seconds
else, he was taken down immediately. Here there's enough time frame to plant the spike, and here we go with shot darts.
Let's hope Rexy finds him, goes up close to Rafters, but lightning fast jumping around with a 4K closes the first round. Global Esports making their composition work, but the hold, that was the one you have to kind of commend. Even though Rafuel, with the help of the Sage Wall boost himself, takes 2 players. I know it's not a counter wall, my bad over there, but against the wall is what he used it over there. But the way the time it was played, but again, the way Duo was also held from Global Esports is the reason that you're seeing that they won these fights. Rafuel might have won some solo duels, even though he was being assisted, but they were also concussed at the same moment. But Lightning Fast, as well as his teammate Skills, they were playing together. That's the reason the immediate trade came through. And even though they were able to plant the spike, it's nothing that they have won the round. 4K here for Lightning Fast to start things off. And now they're going to be having a chance to buy up.
Chance to buy up. Already there's a Vandal spotted, and Raw Fuel again trying to peek through mid. Same pattern repeated, and this is going to be a little costlier because there's no healer on the other side. And here we go with the recon. The information that was required slightly has already been relayed, but Rossi had different plans. This time he's not going to take care of the mid. He is going to go take care of the main, and here we go. Last man, Raw Fuel. What can he do now?
A quick wipeout is what we are seeing here. This round is gone. Skills, he's about to spot the spike, and Rafuel, as he falls, it's a flawless that we are going to be seeing coming in for Global Esports. This is what we said. It's a heavy packed setup coming in from Global Esports. For Enigma to push this, they need a lot more in terms of very strategic rounds. And I think in Pistol, it's very difficult because you have fewer utilities to play with, and it does take a toll on the attacking half of it. But now they have a full by Tanya, so I think they should be able to try and bring things back. But the best part on Global is they lost nothing, so they're not investing anything as well. This is going to be their bonus.
The shields upgraded, and now the bonus round. How are they going to make the most out of it? Because it is going to be a full force buy coming in from the side of Enigma. The positions have been compromised already, but do they know about Skills? Antidote trying to peek in. Yeah, definitely might be able to take down Kappa, but there's one more player. Skills waiting for it, and here we go. The hopping Antidote is taken down.
And saves. Skills is able to save himself out danger, but Lightning Fast makes the mistake. Thought he could kind of find some players as they were exiting A main. He himself gets punished. So now we are back to a 4v4 situation. But still, things started off really brilliantly for Global Esports. Nonetheless, their bonus can still work out because they slowed down Enigma's game. But look at the spread coming in from Enigma. They've also understood that they cannot lose this by. Kappa gets spotted. They wanted to take him down, do some damage, but he's backing off. The sound is being heard through trees. Excali, he's about to just peek up, but on the other end, it might be a timed aim in push as well that can come through because they all round tagged Hellranger, and yes, they're going to be able to take down Hellranger. There's one player watching from Rafters, that's going to be Skills. The recon reveals him, and Rexy through the cage. He's going to be eliminating him. Very crucial over there, and now the side entry is there, but still, Kappa, he's on Rafters. He's calling in his teammate. That's going to be Rossi. But look at that positioning from RVK. Not only one, he gets the second and fifth round. No, a much needed round for Enigma in their full buy. They did lose one, but still, Tanya, they won the round.
And they had to do it. They had to do it somehow. I like the positioning of Skills. They did not expect here that Skill is going to take care of the wine area and the players are going to be spotted. And rest was done by RVK, taking down the last 2 players. Pretty quick gameplay jumping in from the side of Enigma as well. Losing 1 player, they did not lose hope. And I believe this is how they are going to continue to play. And on the other side, Lightning Fast is going to stick to an SMG Spectre. Let's see this changes. How are they going to build up to? And as soon as I say that, site is still on the side. Players are trying to reach in, and Rossi is not going to delay his aim. Not only once, but also twice. What is Rossi up to?
Rossi gets 2 for I wouldn't say that it's like hard work. He just timed it perfectly. Oh, AWK finds that. That was just timing. Both of them swinging over there. But look at the swing. This time, Skills gets this. Again, numbers not that great on Enigma. 2v4 situation for them. They have to control things. But to get this round under control itself, they need to find 2 more frags. And then they can talk about a 2v2 situation, getting an equalizer. But Global Esports, they're making it work. Rotation. The spike is making its way towards A. It did take some time. And they can have a chance here, Tanya, to enter. But it's all about the timing and how they clear it. And finally, Lightning Fast is looking in the direction. He's thinking that A main should be the place. And this knife detects, gives the presence. Skali somehow manages to dodge as he was pushing back himself to Vine.
And these pushes, how are the vision going to be seen? Ball widely placed. Harvick is going to push out due to this fragment. Now the time is ticking. They need to make a move now, but Lightning Fast still holds a better angle. Now it is all up to the last man, and as soon as I say that, I will have to take my words back. What a gameplay coming in from Global Esports once again. It is going to be a good round 1, and also this victory has led them towards 2 ultimates.
This round was not mostly utility based setup coming through. I mean, yes, initially, like SK Rossi got the advantage where there was a fault line and then he got a chance to swing. The timing was just perfect for him. That was the setup, yes, with the utility. But everywhere else, where Skills picked one and then you saw even towards 3 where Lightning Fast and Skills were still holding it out, it was a swing. Before that, they used the utilities, but it was not just enough. But right now, Enigma have been pushed to an eco round. Shock darts coming through should do the damage, but again, SK Rossi is the man who's starting it on Global Esports end.
Rossi drawing the first bloods and is now taken down by Antidote with the sheriff. But on the course, it is all about RBK. How long will he survive? He is spotted. Wow! He is able to get that one. Is flashed for a while. Lightning
That's
Fast.
gotta
It is
hurt.
going to be Vandal versus Sheriff, who is going to take down who? And the battle is won by Global Esports' Lightning Fast. It was fast though, and again, they did win one more round alongside one more ultimate. What are your expectations henceforth, Lucifer? The way Global Esports are trying to defend it with 3 initiators, it is Rossi for sure getting those early picks, already outnumbering them, but still, it does take a lot to win the round.
It does take a lot, and right now it looks like Enigma might just have it, but same goes for Global Esports. 4 ultimates on the cards. The 5th one also, 5 all ultimates coming in for Enigma. They have to be careful about it. Excali and Antidote 1 far away, whereas on Global Esports end, they have 3 right now, but there was also a player who's just 1 far away from his ult top. Recon should give away their position. Time themselves, hides them, but they've made enough noise that they have the clue that there are players that tiles. But still, it's still another slow round. They do not want to lose their bye. But Rossi with his ultimate, this is what we talked about. And Rossi is not stopping. He gets dented and finally gets eliminated. But look at this raw fuel. He dashes right close. He managed to dodge himself from being eliminated. But look at the confidence on raw fuel. He's not even thinking of, I would say, kind of backing off from the fight. He's like moving back with his teammate, but still picking the fight in that trail. But right now, Skills, he spotted AWK and still is able to eliminate him. I didn't know why AWK peeked over there, but still, he wanted to cover his teammate. But in the meantime, Spike gets planted. Raw fuel surviving with just 2. And he's holding off maybe a backstab that can come, which Kappa is thinking about a little bit, but then now regrouping with his teammate, trying to make this 2v3 possible. But look at this, there are 3 ultimates which we were talking about, but none of them are looking forward to a post-plant positioning except for raw fuel. Antidote can make the jump in case he thinks this is not going to be easy for him to recover the round, but he's swinging in for the fight and he's good for 1. Rexy comes in help, and still not an equalizer, but another round on the board for Enigma.
Rexy, do you believe he just came in for help? He came in to finish and get the round, grab the round, snatch the round. Somehow for a while, 2 versus 3 is still doable. They had the potential to do it. But the plans coming in from Enigma are now also put on the table. There's so much more to see. Rossi not being able to get so many frags out of the tour de force, but now this is Operator. And Rossi with an Operator is like ace of clubs.
I mean, he used his tour de force previously itself. He did get 1, but after that did get eliminated. Now Kappa's position is revealed, but there is a counter. The Kappa is trying to get help, but Rossi immediately gets put down. His Operator is out of the board and out of business for now. Oh, that's a huge one. The ultimate, it did delay the entry, but still look at them. They're trailing around the first and the second lane. Raw Fuel and Antidote holding it off. Two players right now on site. Excali making use of the resurrection. So this round is and can be costly. Hellranger eliminates Excali, but look at this. The last player who's trying to run away. Kappa with the judge was good for one, but that's all. AWK puts him down. Did not even get to the site. They were battling it out way before. Enigma, I think the composure to just hold out at B main over there, close to the side, was a good call. Rather than pushing up, if they did make that mistake, they could have been eliminated.
And to my surprise, there was nothing unique coming in from the side of Excali. The typical wall boost, getting the information, other players rushing in through the markets and the main, getting frags, getting players down one by one. Now that was a very costly round to lose. After losing that round, they are going to stick to some small guns, except for Lightning Fast, going in for the Vandal. Here we go. The players are looking extra committed towards site A, but the spike is on B. B is empty.
Oh, that can be a misread now coming through. Raw Fuel is the one who's dragging the distraction, but Lightning Fast and Kappa are able to pick one each. One through tiles, one at A main, but Antidote finds the trade and he's just immediately backing off. And this has caused them quite the rotation. Hellranger spots while they were getting inside B side, but is unable to find anything. A close on Excali towards B defender side with the wall, but look at Antidote with this late lurk. Puts down Lightning Fast. The weapon he had is now of no use, out of commission, and make sure Hellranger is also with 3k. Now it's all up to the last player, who's Kappa. Aldron coming to check him. The door, it's bursted. Ooh, he's pushed up Kappa, he's made the noise. And the battle right now was not, I would say, push immediately to eliminate. Rexy was easily able to win that duel against the opponent Sova. Not too easy also.
Yeah, not too easy. And this is going to be the third consecutive round going in the favor of Team Enigma, equalizing it to a 4-4. You know exactly what is working for Team Enigma, which previously they went all 5 stack rushing in. Now they have realized that they don't need to do that because of 3 initiators on the other end, all players being revealed at a time, and then they are taken down in no time. So now they are sticking to the basic split of 2 and 3, and I like the positioning of one player still holding near to the main area, and if any lurker joins in, can be taken down. And that is how triple was accused by the player of Team Enigma. Somehow this equalizer has not only got them to the fair square table, but also towards 3 ultimates.
You know what Enigma Gaming is doing better here? Reading global esports. They'll love to get aggressive, and that's where everything is kind of moving away from global esports, the round as well, the players as well falling one after another. So you need to give comments to Enigma Gaming, and also that in the first half of this 8 rounds, after losing many rounds consecutively, they are the ones also getting consecutive rounds for themselves, and that is a good position to be in. And also get 4 rounds in their attacking half is already a great start for Enigma. But global esports, now they have to make sure that this spilled beans gets recovered. They should not let any more of these rounds spill over to Enigma's favor.
Talking about on the favor, where nothing is going to work, because now this is going to be the equalizer. 3 ultimates on global side, 2 for Enigma. And now if you have a look at Raw Fuel, walking in the open, there's nobody to stop him in the mid, and now he is just trying to go for some pot shots. Might be revealed through the mid, not risking it through the smokes. You do not want to do that mistake happening. Skills is realizing that there is a momentum being picked by Enigma through the market.
This angle is just too crazy coming in from Skills. I mean, he has a great opportunity to pick up a player. But Enigma, this time, they're not getting the aggression that they're trying to read. Global are just trying to hold angles, not passive ones. You can see how forefront they are on their angles. Lightning Fast plays towards B main. Skills you already saw at Strays. Hellranger holding towards 3. And you can see SK Rossi all at A main. Heavy with this operator. Right now, Skills getting a little bit too aggressive. He sees that his pixels was out and somebody wanted to spray him. But now the cover was also there. Skills with the gravity well wanted to pull Raw Fuel. But Raw Fuel with his dash backs off. But the panel is going to be good. But the null command coming through, it denies them any kind of further utility usage. And now they have to try and go for a named duel, which is getting denied. SK Rossi with the operator is already looking towards market, trying to eliminate Raw Fuel. Let's see if that's going to be successful or not.
all about aim game now. And talking about aim game, RVK is able to outnumber them, and also Rex is going to join in the league with only 10 seconds. Do Enigma have enough time to plant the spike? They do have the spike control just in time, just about time. Now it is not only the fight of the guns, it is also the fight of the members being alive. 2 versus 4, not going to be easy. Are Global Esports planning to save? Do you think that is happening?
Yes. They lost rounds consecutively, right? And now they've bought some heavy weapons. And there's an operator on SK Rossi. I don't think they want to lose that at this moment. But I really like this weight game coming through from Enigma Gaming to get the control of B side. Otherwise, they could have hard rushed. But look at this. I mean, some exit frags. They know how crucial this operator can be in the upcoming rounds. They want to go for a hunt. Hellranger putting himself up at Vines. He's reading the sound cue coming towards A main. He will now get a clue that somebody's on the hunt. Rofuel also making some noise. Rossi looking through the window, but summing up the round. Okay, Hellranger, he quickly wants to grab attention of us by picking up that last kill. So not just two, there were weapons drop coming in from Enigma on Rexy, as well as you saw one player just drop Excali. So 2 weapons dropped after the round. And 2 weapons were able to be saved. But that round was not something that I thought would have kind of gone to Enigma's ways, because there was utilities coming through, right? But 2 players, as you said, getting outnumbered from RVK, both of them lined up for him at second lane. Jumping back into the game now.
Jumping back into the game, and the game is of Enigma trying to jump into the side. Here we go. They are going to rush in. Rofuel has got his plan. Dash and entry. Boom. He does get the entry. But look at the site. It's already controlled by 2 players coming in from the Global Esports side.
What is that madman spray coming through? But Skills times it perfectly. Chimes in, gets 2 of his headshots connected with that. But look at Excali. He goes on a killing spree. Takes 3 players out. Hellranger with the Vandal that he had saved. He capitalizes, gets 1 player out of the board. Skali is super low, but they're reading the position where Rofuel might be hiding. The flash is going to be good, but still he capitalizes. Oh, Rossi is getting a difficult fight over from Rofuel, but still is able to capitalize with his headhunter. But look at Excali's position. SK Rossi is in a chaotic confusion. And Excali, he's going to be able to put him down, and that's going to be a 4K for him as well. And now taking the lead and pushing it to 2 rounds is going to be Enigma, and they have 3 ultimates also trailing right behind them to make the further round successful.
Absolutely. Now the thing is, for the first round, not only did they save an operator and a Vandal, but were able to get those 2 exit frags. Now here, what were they up to? Through the flash, Rofuel getting a frag, Rossi going in with the headhunter frag, and Excali is the man to watch out for, man. With his wall boost, with his some angles, with the holding sights, and here we go. I believe that has to be Kappa in action. It is indeed.
Yeah. Odin, Sova, they're a love story made in Ascent. There's nowhere else that we get to see it. Oh, this is a big gun I kind of missed. But yes, it's op battle. We kind of detected from Rofuel, but... Oh wait, no. Rossi was in a Vandal. My bad. Antidote wanted to badly take that trade, but Rossi backed off in the right moment. But he's still looking forward to posing up and trying to take a duel over here. Antidote can have the opportunity, he just needs to wait. But in the meantime, Aldron coming in, checking mid, gets denied. RVK's position kind of known. They are trying to push him out of the position, he's trying to hold off. Can this make that successful happen? But in the meantime, look at Rexy. Hunter's Fury comes in from his end. Antidote, he chimes in at the opportunity while they wanted to search for the other players at B main. Punishes Rossi, and now Rofuel is back on board. So this is an uneven battle that can favor Enigma. Oh, RVK. That's a brilliant positioning for him.
Where is everyone?
Today the players of Enigma are playing more on the positioning rather aim. I do not defy that there is any deficit in the aim coming in from either of the side. But the position are way beyond the aim. The angles that they are holding on to, it is pretty unpredictable. And this is going to be the last round. We are going to expect the ultimates being spammed now.
Yes, we will be looking forward to. I mean, Global Esports, the previous time they fared in Ascent, they were pretty damn good. But now it's against Enigma, right? And we already talked about it. Enigma, they're right now coming up with aggression. They're coming up with something that they've lost. And that's what they're trying to recover. 7-4 is the scoreline. Already 2 defaults active, and there's 3 more ultimates. on the backpack of Global Esports. Raw Fuel is again stationed up. His presence is going to be detected. Again, lightning fast in skills. I'm loving this duo towards A-main because they're able to maintain the control. Let's hope they find some more control, but right now they're backing off. Look at that ultimate coming through, the Rolling Thunder. It just hits one player, but they've not spotted the player. RVK trying to grab the attention and trying to go back, and now look at that. Casting their position, but Antidote was waiting for the opportunity. The distraction, the bait was just too good. But lightning fast and skills, they make sure that Antidote does not survive. So the trade is going to be there. Rexy, oh, he had the spike. He wanted to give it to his teammate and picks up a pattern that was Raw Fuel actually. It was again towards A main that he had pushed up. Does successfully get one, but look at this. They're cornering lightning fast. Spike. It is going towards B. Wait, now this is the opportunity. Both of them have made noise. Xkali also knows that Hellranger is up close. Both of them right now going on a 1v1 duel. RVK in the meantime is just trailing behind. Xkali wanted to make sure his backlines are clear before he picked up a fight. And now Hellranger is just backing off. He does not have any utilities except for his weight on the fault line. 20 seconds on that. But Xkali with that swing times it perfectly and eliminates Hellranger and brings us this to a 2v1 situation.
I told you, today the limelight is not for the duelists. Today it is all about Xkali going in as a Sage, holding a good angle, getting a side control, planting the spike, but now it is lightning fast, so need to make sure he not only gets the side entry, but also get those 2 frags and timely frags. He is trying to make a move, and from the board, he is spotted by Xkali, the man to shut him down.
Wow.
And here we go. The sides are going to be switched,
Switching
but
sides.
I believe the duelist was a major miss on the defender's side for Global Esports this time around.
I agree to that now that they've switched to the attacking half of it. But still, Tanya, I am holding my, I would say, thoughts strong because they have a very heavy utility based setup. That should have also worked for them on their defensive end, but it did not. Enigma were able to drain utilities from Global Esports round after round. You saw, right, Hellranger when he was there for the duel in a 2v2 situation, which was a 1v1, and Xkali and him faced off. His utility was completely empty. There was nothing that he could have played for. Whereas Xkali, he was able to clear off his backline and be worry-free. And I'm pretty sure Hellranger would have gotten the call that he's put up a wall and propped it up. The first half is done. Enigma on a very big lead. On the attacking half is what they picked it up. And now they're looking forward to making sure they close this map off.
Without the duelist, how are they going to push in? And on the course, Xkali not only on the attacker side, but also on the defender side, is going to get a good angle, is going to go for the classic push, and is going to get a frag for himself. Now the players are looking a little committed. Spike is still in the open. Even after the commitment, they will have a long time to go ahead, grab a spike, and here Enigma will not stop. RVK in particular this time around got a double already.
It was a 3-man setup at A. Basically a death trap. 2 sentinels and 1 initiator to give them information. I'm pretty sure the pistols were seen. The right clicks right now coming through. Rafuel is coming up to help his teammates. Stop that. Does dodge it, but Rossi is good for 1. He's good for the second. But RVK with the 3K is going in for his 4th. But Kappa puts 2 players together down, but he's just surviving with 18. But look at where the spike is. They took all these battles for no use. And they've just wasted time right now.
30 seconds left.
That is what I was mentioning. They are committing to site A, but the spike is long, far away. Even after they win the duel, still will they have enough time to plant the spike? And now, let alone time. They don't have flares. They don't have HP. And I really don't know the lineup and
wow,
the observer.
Kappa.
I
10
appreciate
seconds
the
left.
observer to capture this Kappa's lineup, and the lineup is going to make sure that this is not going to work. No bait work against Enigma, and Enigma gets the victory here.
It would have worked, Tanya. It would have worked, but there was nobody at B. Unfortunate for Kappa's try, but it was of no use. Enigma reading their opponent really well. I really like it from both the attacking half as well as defensive half. RVK was looking forward to his 4K over there, but still does not matter. He was able to hold the site very strong, and then he gave his teammates time to, I would say, regroup, especially Antidote and Rafuel playing together. And look at it, we are getting closer and closer to close this map off. It's not yet done. There is an anti-eco advantage on Enigma's end where they are going to be playing on Spectres. Just because of this one way, they're unable to push up. But look at what Skills is trying to do. Again, causing a distraction. He's the only man towards A main. I don't even know what that play is because he's the sole controller for the team. If he's down, he's done.
Can't use that.
Oh, Rafiul trying to dodge, trying to run away now. He's good for one, but they're trying to stun him, trying to eliminate him. He's good for one before he goes out. Antidote position is also seen. He uses the paranoia, and now they're paranoid. You can see random shots there. With Kappa, when he's clear and his vision is completely
One enemy remaining.
clean, he's able to take one. But in the meantime, it's the last player surviving. That's going to be Hellranger, as his teammates have all fallen down to the Spectres of Enigma. He's looking forward to another one as he had picked up for himself. But his Spectre does not work as he had picked up his opponent. So that's going to be double digits coming in for an Enigma. A 10-4. What a choice of map, and what a way they're delivering the scoreline towards Global Esports.
I have a question for you right now, Lucifer.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to put you in a tough spot, sure. I believe everything that Global Esports are trying to do, they are doing it into the best of the fashion, best of the matter.
Yes.
But do you believe the way Raw Fuel is sticking to get those entry frags? I mean, for now, they are not allowing defending frags. Wow, that is already creating, outnumbering them. From here henceforth, what are the changes that shall be done by Global Esports to get at least few rounds into their pocket?
It's a full buy right now, and I think they should have the upper hand just because of the better weaponry. But it's all about the timing. Enigma are the ones who are catching them at the right timing. And you saw there is somebody from Enigma's end always trying to save. It was the similar strategy when we saw from Global Esports when they wanted to go a little bit aggressive. But look at him. I thought he would have backed off. He would have gone down from the wall. He's not giving up his wall at all. He's going to be still there. But Rossi is the one who's thinking of backing up now. Because of the wall, there's so much time being wasted. In the meantime, Spike trailing, and they're looking forward to committing A itself. So it's going to be a tough one. Again, a 3-man setup at A. Double Sentinel is what they're trying to push up, where they have a 3 initiator.
Scally once again holding on to the angle and trying to get some frag. Rexy is pushed away. In the course through the nebula, the players are going to rush in, and here we go. The players are revealed, and as soon as I say the revelation, so does the kill feed pop in no time. But this time Global Esports have outnumbered everything in every possible manner. But Raw Fuel, what is he up to? What is he fueled up with? 1 versus 2, is it doable? And it was just 5 seconds. They could have played time, couldn't they?
I mean, they could. But again, Rafiul was committed to a duel over there. He was just backing off. Rossi caught him while he was trying to cover himself with a Raptor's position. Nonetheless, a good try coming in from Enigma because they dropped the majority of the rifles. So it's a kind of economy damage that was done, which is going to be surely affecting them, I feel. There might be a couple of half shields that we see. And yes, not only a half shield, they're going to be having a Bulldog on Kappa as well. Whereas Enigma, there is one judge on Excali, and he kind of goes chaotic with it, Tanya. I mean, not going to be beating from the back, but he's going to be loving that judge play. Let's hope he finds something, but Global Esports is not going to be giving it that easy.
Sure, they're not. They are trying to recreate what they did already. No hard commitments, no hard push through the mid. The players are trying to join in through the market area. What is Enigma up to? If you have a look at Excali, he has got an entire site control for B. Rockfield is already on the movement towards the exteriors of site B, but lightning fast trying to push in. Now B is hard committed. Excali with the judge shall be able to get at least one. Who is going to peek down who?
This is the trap they're walking into. Excali takes 2 huge ones with that judge. Ouch, they're lined up.
Out of charges.
That was amazing, wasn't it? The flash right on time. Judge right in front of the face on time. And they have outnumbered the players of Global Esports. Rockfuel is still sticking to the same site control plan. Kappa trying to get within the site, gets the site control in no time. This is going to be a duel between skills and RBK. As soon as I say that, RBK is also taken down. It is all about antidote. Will he go for the save? Nah, I don't think so.
I feel like he's going to be going in for the save because he just has 50 crits. There's nothing else that he can do. I mean, go for some exit flags, best case scenario, but that's not even going to be easy for him because he also has a half shield. And on the other end, they're going to be trying to hunt him. So it's not going to be an easy single peek that they're going to be giving, and it's not going to be solo duels that Antidote will be having. He needs to pick his angle, and that's what he's thinking to do. But the next round is going to be a little bit that difficult for Enigma because of one Cosmic Divide as well as the Rolling Thunder. But also on the other end, it is going to be a weaker buy for them. They're not going to be having the economy to go in with the full rifles. Losing another round for Enigma. After their two, I would say, pistol and anti-eco rounds, now Global Esports with their full buy have gotten 2 rounds back to back. But Excali, this judge, it smacked 2 heads right open.
And I really believe now global esports have starting to realize that wherever Excali is boosted with that wall or a good cheeky angle, we don't have to enter there. So now
I
slow
told you,
mode.
right?
Yeah, we did have a discussion.
Excali
about
loves
this.
this judge. No shenanigans this time from Excali with that judge. But Rockil with his blades storm, he's trying to pull one, but oh no, he fell short of his blades. Aviki good for one always with the Sheriff delivers. But that's the end. Numbers nowhere close for Enigma, not even the weapons. Ultimate's not committed, so this should be a fairly clean round. But Antidote he's making costly with that one weapon he saved. Farina hits them, gives them the entry to and the chance to recover a weapon. Excali thinking right, closes off B-May, now has the opportunity to attack the attackers on site. He's pushing up. It does hit lightning fast as well as Kappa has utilities. They're going in for him. Dual skills gets one. Kappa, that was brilliant timing to peek out of courthouse, gets another, and the only weapon on Rexy which he did not expect was that Marshall, and he did not get the time of day to react. 7-10 now being the advantage for Global Esports and not using any ultimates. They have another round to push through and get it, maybe a 10-8 scoreline.
For sure. And I believe the 3 initiator now are starting to work in on the attacker side. Sure,
Yes.
did not work wonders on the defender side, but very well working on the attacker side. All the information required, whether they go split, whether they go together, all the information is totally absorbed, and then the plan is created and very well executed. This is why be the coach. He is trying to reanalyze or reassess exactly what they were doing on the attacker side and needs to recorrect. He is trying to sort that out. That is what I believe.
I feel like YB is one of those calmest coaches, right? I mean, you cannot see any kind of reaction from him other than that he's talking to his teammates, making sure that you are on the right track. You're just losing a couple of rounds. You're giving them the opportunity to get those things done. And also, you see the switch up from Global Esports, right? Now they're playing together as a team. Starting off from the pistol round, they were a little bit split apart. They were trying to execute here and there, and they started funneling down and eliminating players. Now that they're trying to play together, it has been working down, but they're fearing this full buy and raw fuel. He's picked up the operator. There are 3 players, Antidote, Excali, and Rexy, who are close by to their ultimates. But on the other end of Global Esports, if Lightning Fast finds the day and gets 2 early frags, he's going to be having an opportunity, and also for his entire team, having 5 ultimates. That is something that I'll be looking forward to, but also a little bit worried for Enigma.
That is going to be the mass destruction. We can expect graves, let alone graves. We can expect graveyards. Now, raw fuel
Fuel.
thinking.
Ouch! What was that timing? I mean, raw fuel, I don't even know if I should call it a bait. He saw the nozzle and then took up a shot. Then he heard the noise that there was somebody else trying to spin. He tried to back off, but right now, they heard this mid play, mid push. They're trying to hold it off, but look at this. The Rolling Thunder comes through, pushes players of Enigma back, and they've given them space. The right thing to do. You do not want to be concussed and trying to take a battle. Antidote gets pushed from Kappa. That's something that he did not expect. And they're trying to control the numbers, give them an advantage.
Outnumbering might cause an advantage here, but the gravity wall was exactly where Excali got choked onto. Now it is going to be 2 versus 4, and as soon as I say that, it is all
Headshot
about the
angle.
last man standing. RVK, is he going to get any tag flashed and taken down? No! He doesn't get any time, and the buffer that was created before the switch, I believe that is all being covered in no time. 1 ultimate was used, not 5.
Exactly.
With 1 ultimate, they were pretty quick with everything in terms of execution.
And they did not allow Enigma to use anything of theirs. So Enigma are also going to be having some of them under control, but they've lost a full buy. They lost the operator on raw fuel. This is looking a little bit shaky. They're having a shakedown from Global Esports. And as we said, it's going to be cutting close. That's what is going to be happening. Ian lightning fast. This time he'll be having a chance either with the kill or either falling down. But looking at the buy, it should be fairly favoring Enigma as a global esports in this round. Raw Fuel further away from his ultimate antidote as well. And Rexy, he's just one away. I think we've hit a quick stall, making sure there are no issues from both the teams' end. We'll be diving back into the game itself. But do you think this equalizer is possible now that the scoreline of 10-2 has seen?
Well, I had a difference of opinion when there was a switch. I believe that Enigma
Oh
with
yes,
Excali,
8-4.
it was so amazing to watch, treat to the eyes. But now I believe the treat is turning a little hot, and I do like spicy stuff happening. Global is trying to create those, add up those spices into the recipe on the map of Ascent with 3 initiators on the attacker's side. They are doing commendable work, getting those early frags, getting control over the side, and not only that, they are able to also choke down a player like Excali, who was doing everything that was required on the attacker side. Now, choking into gravity well is the last thing any player would have wanted to be done, but immediately he was taken down. And with little to no HP, with the last man standing, a flash was wonderfully enough with the double peak coming in on the other hand. So I believe this is a comeback sure. I am expecting a 10-10 score line real soon.
I mean, we were talking about it. This Ascent matchup for both the teams is good. They have a better fare in terms of percentage of winning the map. So it is kind of enabling both of them to not give up their fight at all. They are pushing through. But how long? Which team is going to be making sure they get it? Both the teams looking cool and composed, right? None of them, I would say, even shedding a single drop of sweat. That tells us that they are ready for this battle and it's working out for them. But how long? If the first map is itself strenuous for both these teams and it pushes to an overtime, then the next upcoming map, it can swing either way. But now I see what Global Esports is also trying to do. This first map choice is Enigma's, right? And if they're able to take them down, then next map is Global Esports, which they have fared well. Even in the matchup where they lost against Revenant, Global Esports were able to pick up Split. So that confidence Global Esports has.
I would totally agree to that about global esports does have that sort of confidence, and now talking about confidence, I believe they are into a pretty comfortable position with confidence alongside. They might be able to reach towards where they want to, and aim is always for the score of 13. And out of nowhere, do
For
you
both the
think?
teams.
For sure, both the teams.
For both the teams.
Out of nowhere, Lucifer, do you think we can expect an overtime happening in this map of Ascent?
I predicted it when we started off. Come on, these two giants, they're not going to be giving up the first map so easy. They're going to be battling it as if that's their do or die match or a decider match or a serious point. They're not going to be giving up Ascent. Both of them want to make sure Ascent is one of the strongholds because, as I said, right, this is a vanilla matchup and it kind of plays out in every battle, right? Any matchup that you see, Ascent is one of those maps that is almost always seen. I would say even sees a lot in terms of pick ratio for numerous teams, even though now that we're seeing Fracture and Breeze coming in being the changes, but we saw Fracture and Breeze also being banned out, Icebox also not being here. So those kind of changes that we could have seen in terms of an entire play and also the meta itself is not seen. But Enigma as well as Global Esports, not giving up. I mean, I don't know, even if this is a pistol round for Enigma, I don't feel like that this is going to be an easy round for Global Esports to take up to get their 9th point. Enigma are not going to be making it easy. If it was Rafuel having his Blade Storm, on the other contrary, it would have been even more difficult for Global Esports to snatch this.
Now that is too much to ask for. 5 Vandals
Yes.
against 4 Sheriff. Dreams do come true, and Thrifty is always an amazing to watch. So I believe that Global Esports have partially already won this round because it is a save round, and you very well know Thrifties are not very regular. But on the contrary, I contradict my own statement. Thrifty from Enigma is a doable chore.
Sometimes we do have to take back our own statements, Tanya. That's how it is. That's how these players play. However, we want to try and figure out, okay, this is a good buy. They should be winning it. It does not pan out in that manner. The Moolah Allah that teams are going to be fighting out. I'll be looking forward to how they're going to be getting there because now, especially in this phase 2 itself, Even though we thought that there is no group of death, teams are evenly balanced in both the groups. Now that we are actually seeing the matches, it's close cut. Nobody wants to give it up. Unfortunately, there should be some issue that's getting corrected in the background, which is giving us time to kind of think through. But finally, I guess we are jumping back into the game. I think we should be setting the timer to off and then jumping right into the game. I mean, much awaited. Now, after building so much, and now both these teams making us wait, I can't take it anymore. They brought us so close to a very intense moment, and now immediately they've kind of slowed down the game. I mean, I guess in the meantime, chat can also start making their speculation of what they think of how we are going to be progressing. But in the meantime, I want to ask you again, Tanya, about Rexy, right? Now he has one far away from his Hunter's Fury, and he has a Marshal. And we have seen some crazy picks from a lot of players, especially certain times, mostly duelists. But there are other players as well who play Sentinels, and we have seen who can play controllers as well, who hit those crispy shots. And when we talk about crispy shots, both these teams come into mind. Do you think Rexy will have the opportunity to get his ultimate here with one shot connected on the opponent, taking a player out? If it does, that can change the entire momentum of the round.
If it changes at all, I believe it is doable to at least take down few guns, and big guns lost is equal to economy drop down, and we are back into the game. The split
Yes.
is 4
Enough
players in the
discussion.
B. 4 players in B and 1 in the mid. What about A, Lucifer? I'm concerned.
It's a risky move. I mean, they understand they don't have a great buy, so they've given up A. One or the other side is a risky move. They've taken up. If it's going to be A, let it be A. If it's going to be B, we are ready for them. Now with that it's A, you can see they are still worried. They know it's not going to be that easy, but SK Rossi with the operator on the attack, it's getting even more scarier for me every second. But this fairly should be right now a 9-10 because retake on a pistol round is difficult. But if you want to see somebody making it happen, I think you can place your bets on Enigma.
Here we go. A player trying to enter right into the face of lightning fast. Will Rafuel be allowed is the question. I want my answers pretty quick. And I get my answer though. Not from lightning fast later, but sooner or later. The thing is, the players are falling like fleas on either of the side. Enigma with only one player remaining.
Rafuel? Did he recover a weapon? I guess so. I'm not too sure. He's just. Oh, yes, he did! He grabs the operator out of the hand and he is making sure he holds it. He gets his 3K now. There's no chance for Kappa. I mean, in all the chaos, I tend to not get that. But Rafuel, he was sneaky over there to recover that operator. That was crucial. And we were also talking about Rexy with that Hunter's Fury. He did not get it with a kill. He gets killed and then gets his ultimate. Crazy. What a round coming in.
But it is all about Hunter's Fury at the end. The round was long lost. We did realize at the moment when the round started. And now it is going to be the immediate double ultimates being activated from the side of Global Esports. And it is going to be a triple as well. Well, Abir is saving the fort finally. And it is all aim, all guns. Let's see who's going to take down whom. And here we are. We're taking down lightning fast. A lot of ultimates already invested. They cannot afford to lose it somehow.
The hold was good. The pick was there from RVK, but it was just not enough. And now they have given the chance to get their player on the foot. And it's back to a 5v3 right now. And look at them. They're backing up. They don't want to have a battle at all. They're giving up the equalizer. It's okay. But they don't want to give them the lead. That's the plan coming in from Enigma Gaming. An opportunity which could have been there, but too many utilities being dumped at your end. It kind of confuses you on what battle you want to do. That's what happened here. That's all. And Global Esports, they're reading this. They're understanding that mostly this should be a save coming through because they're not hearing any kind of sounds, but they're also being very cautious about it.
Global Esports are trying to hunt them, and now on the contrary, instead of taking them down, they are being taken down pretty furiously. Round 1, equalizer joins in, and this is exactly during the pause we did predict and Rafuel with that operator, and this operator I believe does belong to Rossi. And
yes,
now,
it does.
It is interesting to watch. Somehow now it is equalized. Now neither of the team can afford to lose a single round because everything gets counted henceforth.
Rossi's trusty operator has been taken away, and Raw Fuel, it's in a comfortable hand, and it's not delivering a round, but it's still doing the damage. Getting into another round, they're buying up, they're trying to force the hand on Matter. Raw Fuel gets concussed with the fault line, but is still looking forward to the operator shot. Rossi, he's also looking forward to the same angle with his own operator right now, which is bot. And now let's see who's going to be better here. And Raw Fuel, he predicted that slight peak and gets that and runs out of it. And now the operator again being dropped. So I think Rossi will not be happy. He gave away his lucky operator. I feel so. It is lucky. Very lucky to him.
Let's see if that luck is going to be carried towards next round as well, because talking about this particular round, it is a 4-stack push, hopping in and Excali. Well, it was supposed to be a Sage diff. That did not happen, but now 0 Point is going to reveal some locations, and here all the utilities are being used, dumped in on the site, and the site is under the control of Global Esports. In no time, they are going to plant the spike. The frag are being taken. Hunter's Fury being invested. It's going to delay the plant of spike, and let's see if he's going to get a frag. Yes, he does take down Hellranger.
30 seconds left.
Skills is also low here. That's something that they can play around with. They have 2 more ultimates. Rawfuel from Bladestorm from Rawfuel. AVK, look at him. He's at Vines and nobody had shaped that. Oh no, Rawfuel falls, but Rexy and AVK trying to pick up this round still. Rexy gets a 3. It's the last player right now surviving. It's going to be lightning fast. He's still stuck to a generator. Shock touch coming, doing the damage. He isolates the fight with AVK. He's good for 1, but the shock touch, the second one can do the damage. 3k here and a 3k there, but it's going to be a 4k for Rexy. And it's a better man on an initiator of a SOA, clutching the round, not giving back the lead. This is what I said. Lead would not be given back. That's what Enigma were inclining on. And make sure they can convert that round.
And Lucifer, the operator, is saved. The luck continues. Do you think it is going to favor Team Enigma furthermore?
I feel like this operator had some lucky charm, which from Rossi's hand shifted to Enigma's hand. I mean, they did not get rounds immediately, but it's still working out. And also Rexy was just too damn good. That Hunter's Fury was brilliant. But lightning fast as well. He delivered over there. Through the smoke gets 1. That was something that we did not think about. But lightning fast still did not stop after that, right? He isolated a fight with AVK. That's, again, him going the bejesus out there to eliminate players to clutch the round for his team. But it's getting too close to comfort for both these teams.
Too close to comfort, and the lead procured by Team Enigma is also too close, and that can be recovered in no time, because the way Global Esports on the attacker side, by regaining the information, going for the retake, getting control over the site, they have been playing it wonderfully well. Let's see for how long Global Esports is going to continue to do so the same way, because
very long
timeout is over. We are jumping into the game, and look at Raw Fuel again sticking to the operator play. But what is Excali up to? Is he going to start without a weapon?
Here's one thing I still want to say, Tanya, that Raw Fuel has not popped off. He is still delivering. So Raw Fuel, if he starts off, it's going to be difficult. And he also has his Bladestorm. If something goes haywire, he's having a chance to immediately switch up to his Bladestorm and try to fight it out. Let's see if they'll be able to do it. Rolling Thunder as well as Hunter's Fury back online for Global Esports, along with the Null Command on Lightning Fast. The opportunity against inclines because of the number of ultimates that Global Esports has, but it's all about the timing, and also the Sentinels able to withhold from Global Esports pushing up. Wall again buying them time. Rawfuel's position is known. They want to eliminate him. He's just trying to dodge it. Gets tagged once. Oh, Excali was close to also getting tagged, but right now he's understanding there might be just players who are coming up close. Rawfuel also setting up. Gets healed as well. Because he did get tagged once. The Null Command comes. They still have to break the wall. Finally, they're breaking the wall, but there's 2 pings from this Null Command that has already happened inside Beaming itself. So, some amount of time has been wasted.
Down B.
Oh. Looking like bodies everywhere. Kills being taken down one after another. players not looking that great. Lightning Fast picks up one, but it's now a 2v1 situation. The man who can clutch is going to be SK Rossi. He sees RVK. Back open to him, but the same thing is what Excali sees in market, and that's match point.
That's match point, and Raw Fuel with the operator is going to continue. I don't know for how long, if this is going to be the dead end for the map of Ascent. We are going to head into the map of Split. To the viewers, what do you think? Who is going to take the victory? Because we have seen Global Esports regain the momentum on the attacker side once.
Oh.
So do you believe, Lucifer, by any chance they can do it twice? Because on the other side, not only do they have bigger weapons, but also 3 ultimates to face.
They have a chance, but on the other end, on the contrary, on the other multiverse, you can see Ixili versus Union Gaming currently going on, where Union Gaming have picked up their first map. Let's see what they'll be doing on the second, which is going to be Split. But the round has also started right now, where Enigma are on match point on their defensive side. Global Esports having a tough time to execute their attacks, but also it is because of the round differential that Enigma were able to create. But this, the bait and switch, Kappa, he's given the call. Immediately look at him shouting that Raw Fuel is right now at Pizza.
Cage triggered.
But that's not enough. That was just a bait. Antidote is still over there. Oh, I like the switch up, but nobody's falling for that trap.
Nobody is falling for trap, and they are trying to stick into side A. And over there are a total of 3 players to contest. Now, this is not going to be any easy. Wall is going to buy time, and this is the game of time. And the players are being revealed. And Antidote with the peak shall be. Couldn't afford to look back for the smoke right on time. The Lightning Fast the advantage. And here we go. It is going to be a 3v4 situation, and Resurrection
market
comes
is
to the
open.
action.
Excali runs away. Rossi had entered. Oh, Excali! Does not matter. He's still trying to control the round, trying to get the numbers equalized. Does get it. 3v3 situation, but the spike carrier is inside. So this plant is coming through. Now the retake, it is still possible, but they just have one ultimate and they use it. This is what I was looking forward to. So they get all the information. Neural theft is up. There is no ultimates on Global Esports. This retake can be actually possible, and Enigma can have a chance to close it out. Rossi, he could have given away his position, but he's able to dodge with the last moment. Does get pinged, but oh, Rossi! He did connect his previous shot, but RVK right now trying to make it work. Excali has fallen, but Raw Operator has still not been dropped. He's still looking forward to connecting the dots. RVK gets it closer. Now it's a 2v1 situation. The last flash gets used. He sees the player. Hellranger able to isolate the fight. The health not that good here on Lexi, but he's able to clutch. And this is done. Ascent goes. Wait, no! There's no time, I presume. Global Esports saves themselves. The clutch happens because of Hellranger. Oh! Just 1 second, Tanya. 1 second is why Global Esports are able to breathe for another round.
And this breather has regained them tour de force coming in from Rossi. Now, the mid-market resurrection, everything was pretty timely, except they did not keep a watch about who else is walking through the market. And Hellranger trying to survive for as long as possible. Rexy taking him down. But he was playing for time, and I believe that time did work wonders on the favor of Global Esports. And now it is going to be a 5-stack push towards Enigma. And this is risky. This is risky.
That round was risky. That was a chaotic round. I mean, what's it with that operator buying through? Now, it should find one, but Lightning Fast, he's just gunning over there. Never stopped his play. Rossi with his 2d4, gets one. He's looking forward to another, but look at how low Rexy is. He's tagged up. As soon as they took his name, he's gone. And Rossi right now with a 3k pushes his team to an overtime. And we are jumping in. Did you think? Didn't you even have the slightest clue? I mean, sorry. Did you even think that Global Esports will let you go and win this map so easily? Again, sorry. I should tread lightly on those words. It was not easy.
You are overwhelmed with the situation that we just saw.
Yeah, exactly.
And this time, overtime definitely leads you to those moments. And now what I'm expecting is Global Esports are able to regain the pace in terms of losing the rounds early on, but again, match up to the level. Let's see how many overtimes are we going to witness here.
Oh, yeah. And we were just talking about it, right? 13-13, I feel like it's still on cards. Global Esports calling immediately a timeout as they have run into overtime. They're going to be having a chance to quickly discuss and also replenish themselves with any lost energy on this overtime, because all the valiant efforts that they put up until 12 rounds from both the sides, defending as well as attacking, withholding from Enigma to close it off. Now they have to right now sum things up and pull that map out of Enigma's hands. If they're able to do it, now splits in the recent time, as I said, global esports have had a stronghold. But Enigma, they're not going to be letting it go away. They're looking forward to closing it. They were the ones who reached match point first, and they have that capability to close it out. But they're not going to be giving easy fights for both the ends. And just like we were overwhelmed, the timeout is also.
Oh well, this round with overtime, this map with overtime is going to sees one of the map into their name, which is that team going to be who is going to pocket. It's going to take just 2 rounds. But having
Mhm.
said that, we have seen a good comeback storyline written by Global Esports, and with the way SK Rossi is still sticking to the same pattern by getting a frag and no dashes. But still, he does have rendezvous to work out with. So I believe
Yeah.
play pattern is not changed for Rossi, and that is somehow Team Global Esports are able to match up to the scoreline being created on the other side.
I feel like Rossi, we've seen very less of his rendezvous being used on Ascent with that chamber. He was just as aggressive, and now that he does not have a tailwind, I think it is kind of giving him even more confidence of just going in for aim duels without thinking twice that he has a safety net with that rendezvous. I mean, I think there was just twice or thrice that I got a chance to see SK Rossi using that rendezvous. One was towards A main when he took up a sorry, I guess trees. He took up a battle, got a player out, and then immediately rendezvoused out and teleported towards A main. That was just because of his position. The same thing happened, I guess, from market to tiles. He did that rendezvous. So just a couple of instances, but not a lot more. Everywhere else, he was just ready for the same duels. And 22 frags just as raw fuel. I mean, delivering from both the sides, those top fraggers and main duelists. I mean, irrespective that there's a sentinel card on the chamber, it's still a pseudo duelist, and I'm pretty sure the entire community is there to accept that. Let's see who's going to be faring right now as we are going to be kicking off here at overtime. The first one in between these two teams. God knows how many more.
God knows how many more is something that interests me more. And here we go with the mid push where Skill is already holding on to it. Will he be able to get the opening frag though? And the players do look committed towards mid, and site B from the side of Global Esports is highly populated compared to what the mid is right now. It is all
Mhm.
relying upon skills,
Oh,
performance, and as soon as I say that, lightning fast is also joining the action.
brilliant one. The first one comes through. They should be able to find a lot more, but Excali delivers, comes up huge. And look at this, the wall, the slow up, just not only to make sure the numbers are always up, but also make sure that they regroup easily. Now look at that. It's immediately players being attracted and they're moving towards me. It's only SK Rossi here. It's going to be very crucial for him to hold this very strong. He is right now on site, hiding at hell. He also has his rendezvous ready with the operator. But that rendezvous is nowhere else. He's not going to be there. He's still at Raptors
Yeah.
itself. He's not gone too far. Gets the first pick. Oh, shock dart lineup coming through, but it manages to miss away. But Excali picking up the kills. He's able to get AWK back online, but Rossi is trying to put down players and get the numbers under control. Odin, can it do anything? It's getting damaged as well. Kappa might now receive a lot more, but he's able to dodge the shock dart. Hellranger and Kappa delivering. Excali, the man who got the resurrection and the ultimate, delivering a 4K to close it out. Back and forth is what we are seeing. He's able to
Switching
switch up the
sides.
fight.
Match
Took
point.
one at rafters and took one towards trees. He's able to closely switch over to a 180 and still deliver for his team. Another chance for Enigma to close it out. But Global also looking forward to another chance to push it to another overtime.
On the attacker's side, Excali is always the key player to watch out for. May it be post plant, may it be pre plant, or may it be if we talk about angles. And right now, we have Global Esports on the attacker's side. Raw Fuel with the operator looks pretty ready. This time, it doesn't have SK Rossi's lucky operator though. But he's trying to extra peek, and now this sounds a little
Ion works for
risky.
him still. Ion works for him. Oh no, it did not. My bad. I called it too soon. But Rossi, look at him. I mean, his rendezvous are not far away. I just was talking about that. He does not use his rendezvous a lot. And he does not the operator. I mean, if you would have thought that it went out, oh, the timing, lightning fast and Hellranger pushing from mid, that was just brilliant. The spike did get dropped, but they're able to recover it. Now they're trying to head over to side. So the door gets closed on them, but RVK is still able to find one. He's trying to break the door. The flash is going to be there. Hellranger pushes up, takes shot. That difficulty is being eliminated, and Rossi with his operator. Not his, but this time picks up raw fuels and eliminates.
Switching
Gets
sides.
this team to another overtime. We said 13-13 is the scoreline that is possible, and it did happen.
It did happen. Many more to follow. Let's see how many are we going to witness today, because neither of the team is ready to lose their control over the map of Ascent. And this is OT or OT. SK Rossi being the top fragger on the team. Of course, you can see that on the screen. But now we are going to look something beyond that, and that is what is Kapap to. Well, I believe that is the basic. I did not spot him taking away any frag though. He is holding a big gun though, but no frag spotted somehow. The push is again coming in through the mid. Skills is holding in.
Rafuel and Xcali's mid push has been great, but this time Xcali has the spike. Now that's what is worrying me. If they kind of lose the spike, he'll be out in the open and they might start pushing up. Skills again holding the stairs angle. This time not asking for lightning fast to push up and check mid. Up on the other hand, making sure he checks every corner. Look at how cautious they are being in checking every angle. They know there can be a difficulty. Oh, lightning fast! He's able to dodge for a second over there, but Skills is reading this right. Rafuel, I mean, he also needs to wait for the opportunity. Both of them right next to each other on the wall. But okay, Skills right now taking a little bit of a different positioning towards stairs at a defender spawn. Time. Rafuel gets it, but at the same time, Rocky finds one on Rexy towards trees. And now look at this! Rafuel, he changes the entire game now. He has the opportunity. Hellranger is the only one on side, and they need to make sure they eliminate him. Then the game gets the fight out. But Hellranger, he knew and he was ready for the fight, but Xcali, he just went for a slight peek and then capitalized on the opportunity. Immediately pick up the battle in the second. Just waited for 1 minute second. That difference of a second, like Hellranger created previously, it denied him this round or the whole deck.
Kali on the attacker side, there's nobody to stop him. Well, he is able to get not only some frags and losing SK Rossi. I believe that was also too much to believe. And through the flash, RVK is going to get a frag there. It's all about the last match and surviving no more. Again, a point of lead for Team Enigma. And on the defenders, we do see some weaknesses hopping in, or maybe Global Esports overpowering them. Let's see how they are planning to execute.
Timeout. Why be immediately calling it? This is the second time Enigma are on match point. They'll not be getting these kind of chances to win. Let's hope they have managed to clear and convert it. But again, loving the play coming in from Xcali and the Sage. The way he's able to switch things up. I'm pretty sure everybody over there are going to be spamming the hell out of Battle Sage on Xcali. Because this was kind of seen from Rexy on Split when we jump into, but bringing it here is a surprise, I'm pretty sure, for Global Esports. This is not a meta that we have seen coming in from them. Why be worried again? Because he knows this is going to be very crucial. Split can swing either way. Enigma have had their fair share of defeats in the past few times as well on Split. But still, we'll be holding out on that discussion later on. Ascent is what we are looking at. It's getting in cutting so close, Tanya, here, that it's nerve-wracking for both the teams.
Well, I really enjoy Xcali on the attacker side as a Sage. I would really want one more overtime hopping in. Let's see if that is going to be the part or no. And I'm not being devilish or brutal or something, but it's just I'm having fun. And casting is fun. And I believe the players that are putting up the show is nothing less but extreme amount of joy to us.
Oh yes, for us it is. It's a sight to be witnessed and a complete fight to be enjoyed. Xcali this time with a different wall because of the concussion, messes up his slow up, but still has the control of sight for his teammate. But lightning fast, look at him, he has stairs control. Antidote's paranoia, it does not get anything in terms of maybe getting a player parallel or something, but look at the way they've blocked. I really love this play coming through. 3 players on site. I don't know if they have the entire information, but they're isolating players. RVK on the backstab, Xkali again starting things off. They have to find a way to push through second lane, but they are worrying for the other players from where they can come through. From Raw Fuel was ready with his operator. From Defender Spawn, Antidote picks up one player. And now the numbers are no more closer. RVK picks one. It's about to be the last player. Kappa trying to make it work, but Alexi puts him out. And with the team ace, it's going to be Enigma closing the first map in their name. It was their choice and they had to do it.
Nonetheless, I did get to see the frags coming in from the defender side from Xcali in particular, but somehow the show put up on either of the side was amazing. I mean, overtime on the very first match. Now imagine what is Split going to deliver, not only us but also to the players and viewers. Because and I have no doubt. We always tend to say that the map of Ascent is always equal for defenders as well as attackers. But I personally believe now it is turning into a little extra attacker friendly. Is it so?
It's all about how teams tend to play, Tanya. I mean, we see, right, certain times Enigma were going aggressive, then they got punished. We saw even Global Esports going aggressive, they got punished. I would say the majority number of tacker rounds that Enigma have won is just because of how they were able to make sure Global Esports were confused, right? Because of that, they wanted more information, even though their setup was more in terms of a utility based, but it did not happen. But now it's time to take a breather, so for us as well, because we did think about it being an overtime, but the overtime going this way was not presumed. So let's take a quick break and meet you on the next game.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Hey door.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.
I think none of us are going to be able to sleep today. It's going to be a long and grueling series. Welcome back to the battle between Global Esports as well as Enigma here in the Skyesports Champions Series. I mean, the first map was brilliant from both the sides. None of them wanted to give up, but Enigma, it was their choice. They wanted to make sure they close it, but because we're talking in between, right? Split can swing either way. But before that, we'll also be diving into the details and scorecard as well. But Tanya, how close was it? I mean, kind of you're getting better on predictions. Do you think so?
Well, first of all, I was not expecting Excali on the Sage factor. And
Yes.
let alone Sage, I believe the way he was getting good angles, not only to peak, but also on holding. And on the attacker side, I believe the best Sage play ever spotted into the entire tournament from phase one
Oh,
until now. It is all about Excali. At least I'm going to memorize it for several days. And here we go ahead with the scorecards.
your MVPs, it's going to be Raw Fuel and SK Rossi. Nothing to take away from them. As we said, they did play out brilliant. 27 kills on Rossi as well as 26 on Raw Fuel. Their AC is also very close. That's going to be 268 and 276 respectively for Rossi as well as Raw Fuel. 7 first bloods on Rossi and 5 for Raw Fuel. But the other players also delivered from every member. You can see nobody, I would say, has kind of had a chance of failing. But there's a couple of instances that I do want to drag your minds to and highlight. It's going to be Excali on that stage we were just discussing. That's a pick that we never thought it would have a chance. I mean, it has been seen on Ascent, but the way Enigma were running the composition, Sage was not presumed. And that was a nice switch coming in from them, especially to withhold Global Esports on their very aggressive utility blaze setup. But also 12 assists on Excali. So he's been a part of 37 freaking kills. Same goes for skills on the other end. I mean, he was not 37, but 32. He also has 12 assists. Hellranger has 10 assists, 15 on Lightning Fast. So there's been a lot of, I would say, assistive gameplay here, and it had to happen, right? Because Global Esports on their end, they had a very utility based setup which was giving them those I would say advantage. The flashes then giving an advantage to your peaker, might be Rossi, might be skills as well. We were seeing Lightning Fast was helping him set up. So these assists were running back and forth very much on Global Esports end. On the other end, Enigma, fairly, they also have their fair share of assists, but round is where they counted their hands on, and especially that buffer of 8-4 gave them a breather, especially in their defensive half. But also Global Esports gave a run for their money, and Enigma and Global, both of them are fighting for the title spot of top one seed on Group A.
And Enigma is a team who has not faced a single loss. So let's see
They
if
wanted to keep it
it
like
is
that.
going to be, yeah, if today is the day where they are going to face a loss of one, or Enigma want to be the ruling one on number one position, totally cemented, nobody to upset them.
Let's see if that is going to be happening. I mean, when you start a chance of having a flawless victory, you kind of grab attention of too many teams to take you down. And I feel like that might end up biting Enigma later down the line. Maybe not here in phase 2, but that's something for them to worry and prepare on, and I'm pretty sure they're doing it already. Global Esports on the other end now are jumping into Split after the grueling battle that they put up on Ascent, which they were also very close on, but that defensive half, for some reason, they were just getting a little bit too aggressive. Enigma were able to read them out very well, and Enigma were the ones who converted 8-4 half. I still cannot, I would say, conclude and be okay with an 8-4 half, especially on the attacking half when it is Ascent. But Enigma making it happen tells us that, again, anything can happen on Split. Now, this might be the agent composition that we are seeing on Split again, but also it can change. It is generally a double sentinel lineup without an initiator that we see on Enigma's end. They have a fair share of controllers that they play around with. But now stats as well of the map. Before we jump into Split, you can see damage being done from Global Esports is better because there were so many utilities, both damage dealing as well as the weapons. But on Enigma, it is just 1k, so they still played and fared out better. Headshot percentage also that you can see, it's going to be 32% lesser for Enigma. But look at the frag wins. That does tell you, right? They were able to win many rounds, and that's the reason you're seeing them also conclude in their choice of in their map of victory.
And I believe frag wins is one of the key factors where Enigma is sounding a little extra stronger. That is like exactly 4 points stronger compared to what Global Esports is. For
Uh-huh.
sure, the damage dealt is higher. For sure, the headshot ratio is more. But objective victories is also going on a little outweighing Enigma. Global is
Mhm.
outweighing Enigma right now.
Half
So
of
now
it.
on the map of Split, what do you expect? Like, I'm expecting a double duelist setup hopping in from the side of Enigma, because I like the way how aggressive they are, and they are very sure of about what they want to do, how they want to do, and when they want to do.
On Split, it's still confusing just for the fact that we are going to be seeing Global with their pick, where Kappa is going to be switching into the Sage, and he's just exceptional on that. He's just too brilliant, and I've my brain is sometimes unable to kind of figure things out of how Kappa is able to pull that off. He's a sage, and we were just seeing Excali now that both of them have that capability of doing it. I'm just wondering if it's going to be again Excali coming on the stage or Kappa, and that's the reason it can swing either way. But as we predicted, I feel like we are not going to be stopping on Split. We are going to be heading over to Haven, where I feel like Global Esports can have a tough time. Their Haven has not been that good, but they were a pretty adamant and a strong team on Haven. On the other end, Enigma are making sure all their maps work. The percentage might be a little bit better on the stats when we talk about it in terms of the win ratio for Global Esports, but that's because they've played numerous maps, numerous times Haven, numerous times Splits. That's the reason they have a 10 fair share of advantageous victories. But Enigma on the other end, they're also cutting close in that stats. But Split going either way is what I'm predicting. But again, I think there is a surprise coming in. I feel like Excali can jump in with anything. He can bring in a Neon. Who knows, maybe a Yoru. That man is just How would you put it in a way that sounds good for Excali? He's a madman. Yeah, that's all I would say.
Well, madman or no, not madman, that is how you say, that is how you presume. But what I assume is, I would want to see him play more of Sage, because undoubtedly
Battle
he has done a
Sage.
commendable work there. Let's see if that is going to be a case of scenario or no. But before that, we do have one more head to head discussion, because I and Lucifer have got so much to talk about the map of Ascent, the way how Enigma ruled over global
Mhm.
esports without any duelists. I believe that is not working against Enigma, at least for global esports.
I mean, this is still group stages, right? So you have so much to
True.
experiment with. And the global esports, I think that's what they do want to do. They don't want to have a set meta that they bring into every map, because we are seeing, right? Some teams do like it. They're going to be having one duelist who's going to be playing the duelist everywhere. Then there's going to be one initiator, then maybe a double initiator setup, one controller, and then a sentinel player. But global esports, it feels like they're one of those teams who want to keep switching in the meta. But there are other teams also who are doing that. Full power as well. Now that we are seeing them, they are switching up their meta. We saw Musab, who started off with the Jet on the duelist, but when we concluded the previous matchup, he got in the initiator, he played the breach over there to close on the last map. And that tells us, right, you shouldn't be limited to one agent or one role itself, and you can be versatile, which kind of creates a chaos on your opponent's mind. And now that can swing either way, both for global esports as well as Enigma. These two teams has versatile players on both the sides. But as we were talking about head to head, now let's take a look at who's head to head we are going to be talking about. It's going to be both the IGLs, Antidote versus Hell Ranger.
Antidote, well, it is going to be a little extra average combat score for Antidote from Enigma. And on the other side, if we talk about Hellranger in particular, two IGLs, and these head to head comparison is something that literally you talked about insomnia, and this gives me insomnia, because the moment I keep on thinking about it, who over whom, and I cannot defy. And this head to head comparison coming in from Skyesports, is whoever is creating these cards from the production side, you literally are putting, you're not allowing us to pick one player or other, you are just equalizing the players. And we are watching out into the next map about how Antidote versus Hellranger is going to work in the next game.
I mean, I feared when Antidote got the operator, which got dropped from raw fuel. Then he picked up a kill, but the timing was there. Lightning fast and Hellranger pushed through market. Otherwise, Antidote could have been another spree of kills. But this does tell you, right? The stats so even and close tells you that both these IGLs are leading as they are an example. So they're showing that this is how you have to play, but also being an example for their team. But also on the other end, then we are jumping into Excali versus Lightning Fast. I mean, recent changes coming towards Lightning Fast has been brilliant. I mean, we were seeing him on the Sentinel. Certain times he was switching up to the Initiator, but right now he's gone full out blowing up in terms of his gun power. That's going to be because he's picking up those duelists, especially loving on the race gameplay. So now Split enables you for that race to come through, and you can see first bloods on both Excali as well as Lightning Fast, very similar, 17 and 16. Kills being better from Excali, and I would say especially how he's playing on these variety of agents is one of the reasons he's able to pull it off. I mean, he does not fear, right? Just like we talk about SK Rossi, where he is very good with his operator and entry fragging ability. Excali is one of those players who plays for his team. In case there is a difficulty, he just props up those kills. That's why he has a fair share of better kills with 144 and 120 on Lightning Fast. But again, those stats just give you an idea of how strong these players are and what agents they were playing. And there you saw a glimpse that Neon was there on Excali.
Yes.
Again, it can come through here. That's what we are speculating to be. Do you think that's going to be happening here, Tanya? Or is there a Euro pick coming in from Excali? Because, I mean, there can be a meta that is set on stone, or like there can be something very good. But Excali is the one who makes these weird picks and makes it work for the team.
I wouldn't make you wait furthermore, but I do expect a Rays play hopping in. And
Mhm.
let's see who is going to pick Rays, because I ultimately would want to see Excali as a Rays as well, because we did see that. And he changed it for the
Mhm.
requirement of the team. And that is something very rarely a player can do. And they have been learning a lot. They have been doing enough. And they have been learning to be versatile. And that is how the team wins. You need to switch to what your team requires.
I agree with you. Everybody is doing that switches. But I mean, I've been not confused so much after seeing the first map of the changes happened from Enigma. We presumed that Global Esports should be bringing in the lineup, right? And now I am presuming the same lineup should be there from Global Esports, which they have had a very good control of split on, with Kappa on the Sage and again Chamber coming into play and things like that. Lightning fast on the race. So I still feel this is the meta coming in from Global Esports, but they can change it anytime. Same goes for Enigma Gaming, where we thought this, especially because Ascent was there, agent meta with double initiator setup, KO coming in, Sova coming in on RVK, but that all changed. Cypher coming back on RVK was a surprise. That can happen here again. RVK can come in as a Cypher as well, but again, he can switch up to a different agent. So the possibilities are becoming endless to speculate what's going to be happening. But this prediction, right as of now, I want to fare it towards who is going to be winning this map. From my cards, it should be Global Esports on paper of how they won their victories. What about your thoughts on that, Tanya?
Well, I think this is a revenge map. This is the
Mhm.
rivalry map, and at no cost, Enigma is going to lose their strings. They are going to make
Oh,
sure of
yes.
they win at 2-0 because that is how they lost. So that is
Mhm.
exactly how the revenges are taken. Without any further ado, we are going to go ahead with the agent selection. Please walk us through, Lucifer.
Okay, not some crazy picks coming in from either of the teams that we predicted. That's how we are going to be seeing it. Skills on the Astra, Lightning Fast with the Race, Chamber on SK Rossi, El Ranger with the Sky, and Kappa. We already said Sage coming in from him. He's just too damn good on that. But Rexy, he's the one switching up to the Sage and taking it away from Excali. But I'm not at all, I would say, uh, disheartened or unhappy about it, because he's coming in with the race. We're going to be seeing him pumping up those bullets, trying to go in for more closer judge place with that race, and that's what he's known for. Raw fuel with the chamber is what I was looking forward to. So the op still coming in action on his hand, especially if he gets his ultimate. The 2-day force can come online, and this was what I was saying. AWK with the Viper, so it's a double controller setup and no initiator. This is how Enigma like to play, and they have found success. But yes, after their, I would say, continuous success on split map, they were also taken down a couple of times. And as you said, right, when we saw them fight off previously, and it was a clean sweep coming in from Global Esports to deny them an entire title and the grand finals champions trophy. Enigma are not going to be giving them an opportunity right now to walk away with another victory. This is an avenge that they're going to be taking here in the Skyesports Champions Series.
The Avengers are ready, so are we. And Avengers in the face of Team Enigma. Well, very
Okay.
one nicely placed,
Yeah.
Lucifer. And particularly, we are going to see Excali into his basics. That is his roots for sure, going in as a race play. So I would want to see that how is he going to get those entry frags, if at all not entry frags, sure. How is he going to get those required frags? No, and as always, we do tend to say the duelist is responsible for getting those extra frags, increase the KDA. And now SK Rossi is still going to stick to the same meta, but apart from SK Rossi, he's going to have a total support coming in from lightning fast.
Let's see how this map is going to be faring against and for. As we start off here, 8 seconds on the clock. This is a decider for Global Esports, a series point for Enigma to close it all out. Map 1 was in their favor. Starting it off, again, mid aggression coming here from Global Esports. They're looking forward to making it a quick one, but look at this. This precipitate action was missed from a long time, but they tried to make it happen here, but AWK was ready with his sharp classic right click. Fine show, he's looking forward to another one, but that flash, good timing from Hellraiser.
A timely flash, a timely frag, and Excali is waiting for the players to enter, but the plans are changed. The players are on the move through the mid, and Skills is already placing all the stars required about how to get the site entry. There is a little bit of commotion happening from the side of Global Esports. The movement is real through the zip, through the lines. The players are already up and joining in. They are
They're going to
trying
be
to
having
enter
a
the
chance to
site.
get in. Oh,
Last player
Rocky
standing.
barely surviving, but they clear of the side. This round is lost. Rossi, he's the one who opened it up, Tanya. We did not get to see that how it worked in his favor. He took up a battle with Rafuel and he made a damage to him. And that's the reason Rossi managed to push up ropes, and he had the chance that he was able to help his teammates towards wins. And immediately as they were coming up, he made sure that nobody else were trying to push up, and he provided the necessary cover. So Global Esports start off a little bit stronger. Even though the first pick went in the favor of Enigma, the round was Global Esports.
The entry through the ropes was a little commotion creative, but whatever they created ended up in their favor. Once again, Rossi has already initiated the battle, but will they be able to win the war? Because if you have a look at the split, once again, same pattern is to be repeated through the ropes. The players are trying to enter in, but before that, Skills is already here, getting a single. Hellranger following the second. Boombot
player
sent,
standing.
and Rexy is also taken down. Global Esports are literally trying to take revenge of whatever happened on the map of Ascent.
This is why we said, I mean, Split is faring well for Global Esports in these recent matches that we have been seeing, and that's the reason. And as I said previously, the data is not looking that great for Enigma in their recent matches. Before that, they were also having a stronghold here. Rafuel being the last surviving player, just looking forward to a couple of frags here and there, but the spike is nowhere close to him. It's already planted at B. So anything him trying to do here is just trying to go for his death, giving away his life and giving away another round, which is already lost.
Is he going to dig a grave before he is going 6 feet under, or it is going to be an immediate stuff? Now that is the only question that remains, Lucifer, because everything is almost sorted, everything is almost done, and he
Ouch.
is going to dig Rossi 6 feet under, bury him down, but still the round is gone. 4 players are going to survive, and Raw Fuel sticking to defusal for no reason.
I mean, he knew that he was losing that, but there's again, I know I did speak about it in the start itself, which we had missed, right? That dissipate action coming through. It was used when we started off in the pistol round at mid, coming in from skills. I was wondering what was just happening because we kind of missed it for a long time. And Skills is the one who's the top fragger for their team. 3 kills, no deaths. Rossi on the other end, he has 3 kills, but he's fallen down once, and that was because of now death. Rafuel doing that with his headhunter. I'm bad on that. But right now, it's going to be Enigma with their full buy. Xkali propped up on the wall, Nexi helping him out, and immediate quick 2 frags, and they've denied B control for Global for now.
Xcali missing those boosted walls, and Rexy as a savior is going to provide him as and when required. However, but Lightning Fast is in a big trouble. As soon as I say that, the tables turn pretty quick. Lightning Fast taking down Antidote on the rope. Risk is not yet down. He will be spotted, taken down, and now it is all up to the players. Where are they sticking on to? The spike is highly committed on site B. It is going to be a 1v1 aim duel. Both the players are in full of HP, except for utilities. They have been already utilized.
4v2 situation, and the weapon advantage is favoring Enigma right now. They should
One
be
enemy
easily closing
remaining.
this round. Xkali finds the
Spike
spike
down,
carrier,
B.
eliminates him as he was trying to push up B main. And it happened, right? They wanted to swing either way. Hellranger trying to just do last burst of justice, trying to find a couple of players, but Xkali with the 3k closes the round off and gives the first one for Enigma. But again, Enigma have to be worried in terms of not giving away more rounds for Global Esports because this is a very defensive favored map.
And talking about the defenders now, the wall being boosted, getting those early frags, and then it was all about Hellranger, and he has nowhere to escape. It was all done,
Yes.
dusted, well planned, well executed from the side of Enigma, and that is how they got their first round. Xcali is going to move in with the half armor, and RVK taking care of mid here.
Slow up. Counter to slow things down and sneak a deferred from RVK. Buying time for both the ends because both of them know it's a full buy for each other. So it's an equal contention coming through. Oh, Xkali, he is in a very difficult spot. Trying to dodge. He's able to do it, but he's barely surviving. Now he needs to rotate all around and then try to get the heal. But in the meantime, Antidote, he punishes the player who was trying to push up at B garage.
For you.
That Antidote now receiving the heal. So Xkali is barely surviving. He's just hanging by a thread.
Literally,
Oh,
he is
Antidote.
surviving.
Oh, Antidote. The timing. Look behind. How is Antidote able to survive and dodge so many things happening? And look at him. There's already players inside. Oh, he's again being saved.
Last
After
player
a 3K
standing.
is when Skills puts him down and Skills becomes the last player. I mean, he's trying to overextend, trying to find a player because he did clear
30
the sound,
seconds
but
left.
now he's himself taking a lot of sound. VK was ready. That's an equalizer.
This round was pretty unreal for Antidote. Getting the frags through the smoke, moving back and not being spotted, let alone spotted, not being taken down. Because everything that was done was very well planned. The wall, the entry, but still, Antidote was able to pull the trigger right on time, and that is exactly the timely game happening. It is now the equalizer who takes the lead. Any predictions coming in? Because on the other hand, for global esports, they are going in for the pistols.
I'm giving up any kind of prediction anymore because this match is just back and forth. And look at this aggressive try over there from Raw Fuel, but he does the damage. This because of the healing orb. Lightning Fast is good, but Raw Fuel
want
as
to
well.
play?
He's damaged
Let's
up. Previously it
play.
was Excali, but now look at the positioning. Lightning Fast full stop, and nobody was there to check that clearly. Lightning Fast. He eliminates Raw Fuel. Unfortunate Raw Fuel who did get damaged up and Rendezvous out, but there was no healing for him. Now Excali reading it that there should be somebody up close. On a weaker buy, they're able to do damage and finally getting the numbers under control. Skills on the late lock. He has an opportunity of a lifetime right now. Picked up a weapon. Hellranger has picked up a player itself. Oh, the party comes through and Excali eliminates Rossi with that showstopper, but Skills on the late lock. Now he's causing the commotion. Excali does not know what to do, and it's Thrifty being pulled right under their nose.
An impossible thrifty, and this is what global esports is about on the map of Split, the aggression, and this is their home ground. Split is the home ground for global esports, and nobody can deny that.
I mean, this shouldn't have been around that global esports should have won, but they've placed brilliant. I wouldn't say this is not traps from global esports, but it was just perfect timing. That tuning where they were able to push up from smokes, from A main was just brilliant. Operator right now, make sure they don't get further more rounds because now Enigma are understanding that if they lose any further rounds, the same thing that they did there on attacking 0.5%, it can happen to them here on Split.
A 5-stack push through mid. Not going to be easy, but they are looking forward to it. They are trying to make a move, especially Rossi is already on the move. What visuals is he going to see? How many frags is he going to get? He is seeing Rexy, but Rexy is going to save himself, going back foot, and this is exactly what you want to do. You don't want to get eliminated just like that for no cause. Being traded is still a victory, but going in on the face of 5 players against you, realizing, going back foot, side beat, under control, but look at mid. Once again, the same rope action coming in. RBK is aware about the situation and showstopper into the activity. Lightning fast taking down RBK pretty quick.
Still not given up. Rofuel is on site. He's trying to help his teammate out. Kappa is able to pull the player out. Antidote is down. Rofuel with the operator now going to plan. But look at the positioning. Hellranger read it. They knew there should have been an elbow push coming in from screens. They got the numbers under control. But Rexy, he is trying to pull things back. Now has the resurrection online. But every time he's able to get a late rotation and eliminate a player. Now it's all up to Excali again in a 1v2 situation. But this time he can isolate these fights. He finds one. Spike is planted. Hellranger is going in heaven now. He needs to stick in for a half defuse. He's doing that, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Face off. Excali loses the duel, and it's Hellranger to close that round and get the 2-round lead.
The timely showstopper saved the day, not only in terms of getting the player advantage, but on the contrary, also getting a side control time to plant the spike, and it was a 1v2 duel, which was reduced to 1 versus 1. was supposed to be doable, but Hellranger had a upper hand there. The spike was planted for heaven, and he got the opportunity to go in there. Half def was not sufficient, and now it is going to be Team Enigma. Before I say
Ah,
anything, Rossi is already picking up the action.
A spots a player. Backing off, he understands that it's not an easy battle. Marshall shot connects on Rossi, not his bullet, but Excali, he thought he could take a benefit out of that. He tried to push up, but it did not work. Rossi is again reading that there should be an aggression. I mean, there will be. Right? This is not a great buy for Enigma Gaming, but this is just giving multiple rounds. This is just increasing the lead for Global Esports. 3 players right now just withholding Antidote from doing anything. Rossi is able to pick up, get himself a 3. RVK still holding strong with his Sheriff. He's just been brilliant all the time, but look at skills. How is he able to always push up screens? The way he's able to get to this position is so confusing and surprising that Enigma have always fallen to skills. This is the 3rd round that skills is able to do the same play.
To no surprise, it was a save round for Enigma. They are able to make up for it, and Rossi in getting a double, I believe that also worked wonders. But talking about skills versus RVK, that is going to be a long going history towards the future. They are not going to stop commit against each other, and every single time we are seeing somebody has got an upper hand. But now it is a full buy for either of the sides. And why one of the player from Enigma did not go for the force?
I don't know. Now, through the force, active. Fuel, he needs to look forward to finding something. Rexy also has his resurrection. Oh, he's going to be wasting that on the Trailblazer. Jump peaks. A little bit too late. Rafiel trying to hold things off, but I think he should be put down. Yes, he does. Just before there was a star getting placed and he was about to get smoked off, he's already gone out. And now again, just by going out, all in. Skali looking forward to a duel, but Lightning Fast just trying to run away. And again, they're trying to bring this duel closer. Skali is able to fight on that aim duel, get a player out, but they're calling in for a save. They've understood that this is the round that they've lost, and there's just too many ultimates as well. I mean, leave the ultimates alone. There can be a couple of stars from because of which they can play a post plant. But this operator, which was gifted, just like previously we saw, Rossi doing the same thing that happened on Ascent, just exchanging favors now.
Exchanging favors and saving weaponaries on either of the side. Now total 7 players are going to save. The round is going to go into the favor of Team Global Esports without a doubt, and nobody gets exit flags. Now this is how important weapons are, because the economy for Team Enigma is totally shattered. Every gun is counted, every frag will be counted. They do have 2 ultimates ready into their hands, but I believe there's something that is required from side of Enigma that is missing.
It's a
They are
timeout.
getting they are okay, right about time.
Yeah. Enigma needed this to kind of put a stop to that streak of rounds that Global Esports were getting. So it gives them a chance to kind of reiterate of what's going wrong. But just like we were seeing that Global Esports Loud being aggressive, you saw aggressive positions looking forward to information that their players were taking. And that's one of the reasons they were being eliminated and taken one after another. I mean, Global Esports were pushing Enigma to take the battles, and Enigma were just falling into the trap of trying to go in for those duels, and round after round just fell apart, Tanya.
Round after round, and now they cannot afford to go it they cannot create the chain out of it. They need to break the chain of losing rounds, and
Yes.
that is how we can expect some Enigma also joining in the party of the side of Split. And this is exactly what happened on the map of Ascent as well, where Enigma did create a lot of lead, and Global were able to chase in. But I believe on the map of Split, it is not going to be very easy to do the same thing that was done on the map of Ascent. We are going to talk a little
Not at
later
all.
now. If we talk about this particular place, Rexy once again trying to peek in, walling in, and Spike is still far away, and the players are still deciding about which angle to be, which side to be pushed towards.
I really like how everybody gets alerted after a timeout. I mean, we were seeing Global going heavy utility and guns blazing, either to mid, either to B main. They were just trying to run. I mean, A main, very few attempts we've seen. It was mostly skills or other couple of players in an punch execution, just like they're doing now. Seekers come in, which will give them the information, but Raw he acts upon an information that they're using the ultimate.
And the information was fairly good to get those frags, but now the players are falling with lightning fast risking himself moving out. Raw Fuel is all set on the angle. Does he know that there is going to be a player waiting for Raw Fuel to enter? Flash is going to reveal the location, and Lightning fast joining in the party, taking him down. The tables are being turned quickly, and here we go. Scally trying to push in as well. Vulnerable right now. It is all down. Last player standing. Lightning fast. How long will he stand?
There's nowhere to run. He has to isolate the fights, but that position at the elbow to the screen was not at all good for him. Another round finally stopped from going away. I mean, Enigma would have been running in circles of losing their economy, then going on in a weaker weapon buy, again trying to fight things out, again coming in a full buy. So finally, they're breaking that chain, as you said. 3-6. But Global Esports, they kind of have what they wanted, right? Especially on the attacking half. They have 6 rounds and a 3-round lead.
The 3-round lead, the chain is broken. That is what I personally feel, because I was talking about it. They cannot continue, they cannot repeat, and a repetitive play of losses is equal to not gaining a single point. Winning this round was a must for Team Enigma, and now the scoreline with 3-6. And talking about the players right now, once again we are going to see Raw Fuel with an operator, and he is holding in Rossi as well. Now this was a supposedly fight between two Jets with an operator. That is not happening, and Rexy this time doesn't want to give any information, is already going for the wall orb, and Antidote with the paranoia is going to move out of sight because he's flashed.
Flash will give them information that somebody is speaking through ramps, but Rofil backed up and has repositioned Antidote. But they've gotten enough information that if there is an operator, just like the previous time, there might be a couple more players. And also the smoke coming through, they have the idea there should be at least 2 players holding A side. But RVK, he's found the opportunity to push up, but there is a trademark. I think as soon as he breaks the trademark, it should give away the cue that they're trying to push up from maybe Suez. So then they will get alerted and maybe go for a fast execution towards B. But already they're thinking about a B execute. And RVK has given them the information this is not an A at all because of the amount of space that he was able to grab for himself. 4 players here at B side holding from Enigma. Cosmic Divide comes through and immediately a paint shell also to deny everything in terms of an aggressive push up. Buys themselves time. Excali repositioning him, but they're still committing to this push.
Scally should be a player to grab few kills. He does get one, not sufficient enough, and Lightning Fast is going to get another one. And on the border, is also going to come into the action. Antidote is not going to sit silently. Watch the murders happening on his team. He does take 2 as well. And as soon as I say that, he is taken down as well. And here comes the complete shutdown with the proud Team Ace. What a team support.
Skills over there flexing a little bit. Like, what with the round. But yeah, the start from Excali was good. But after that, he did not pick up an immediate. I mean, if there was a spray transfer itself, he could have gotten 2 kills. But Antidote tried his best, right? There's no complaints on that. He pushed up the Cosmic Divide, got 2, and then tried to back off. Did spot a player as well, wanted to take a battle, but did not work. But unfortunate for Rawfuel, he also was pushed up. But his op did not connect, and then when he wanted to back off, it failed. Rossi reading this aggression, punishes a player. Marshall on Rexy. I mean, previously we were also talking about the Marshall on Rexy. Did not do something, I would say, something brilliant. This time also did not do good. Excali, can you just please stop? The way he's able to entry with the operator is just ridiculous.
Right now, it was Rossi getting that entry flag, and Enigma already losing 2 players. Now they have got a side control. They are going to plant the spike, and look at the movement being picked by Enigma. 1 through the mid, 1 through the spawn, and 1 through the main. And here it is. RVK is going to take Rossi down. A much needed one. And The flash is going to reveal the position, and not only that, is also going to
player standing.
take down Raw Fuel. Hellranger is also going to do some stuff for his team. Now it is all up to last man, and that last man has got the plans of saving the big gun.
He's going to be sending it off to Raw Fuel. I mean, yes, losing a lot more rounds. This will be giving Global Esports the 8-1 as well. But if they're able to close out on an 8-4 in the last one, they will be more than happy. He's reading this right. I think this should be coming through. But the way Global Esports are able to push up, there's no kind of proper retaliation coming through. Picks up one. That's all. I think he should be able to save the rifle. Hellranger trying to run as fast as possible to eliminate the operator. But I think now the time is done. Yes, he's going to be able to successfully save that. And it's going to be the last round. 8-3 is the scoreline. 4 ultimates ready from Enigma to try and make sure this round works in their favor. Rafiel just 2 kills away and also has an operator. If he starts popping off, his true force can also come into active and immediately can quickly switch into a faster operator to play around with. Hellranger also not far away, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing him up to get that ult orb and immediately activating the Seekers in this round.
You want to
And
play?
it is a good plan though. And before that, we do have any other seekers to be seen. We have Tour de Force being activated. Rockfuel has his own plans to take care of the site A. And here we go. Excali has given his position. And now he exactly knows about where the players are and how are they trying to come it in. But certainly, Global Esports are yet to decide about how to push 2 players on A side. Spike nearing to B side. Are they taking A to get the entire control?
Oh, lightning fast. The toxic screen as soon as it drops, there can be a fight. Rafiel dodging this like guiding light. But look at lightning fast. He's also ready for a battle over there. It's just the weight of the wits. To the force, finding nothing except for information. Does not do the damage as well. And immediately, every time Global Esports wanted to do some execution, they allowed Venge, but this time Excali loved to rip her head open of the SK Rossi. Oh no, Rocky with the operator is good. Antidote, make sure that Lightning Fast's showstopper as well as his life is gone.
This
30
round
seconds left.
is all about Enigma right now, but still the buffer is too much. And Rexy is having a good angle to hold on to, but he's also realizing the threat that Hellranger is waiting, but Excali is not going to wait for anyone, breaking the walls, trying to push in. Will he get the frag that is required? The Kappa going for the score, or planting the spike right on time, 10 seconds still in hand. Hellranger taking down Rexy. With that, also the resurrection is going to sleep. Excali going for the showstopper, and it is to waste. No casualties, and here we go. Players are falling one by one. Ultimately, the round in the favor of Team Enigma. 8-4 scoreline. Lucifer, what do you think henceforth?
I mean, this is again deja vu, but vice versa is what has happened. Global Esports were the ones on the deficit in Ascend. Now it's going to be Enigma on the deficit with a similar scoreline, with a similar round difference. Attack is what they'll be looking forward to right now to start off, but it's going to be difficult for them because they have no initiators. This is what we were talking about. They have to rely on their gun game and also baiting out those utilities from Global Esports or pushing them back before they can use any of them. But still, skills, I think he's going to be the major factor right now to get numerous rounds and deny Enigma Gaming from pushing up just because of that Nova Pulse as well as Gravity Well. He can buy them time.
And time is going to be the essence here because they have done a very good attacking. 8-4 is not a scoreline where you cannot match up to pretty quickly. Now, Rexy is going for the same angle, going for the same slow off pattern, but this time from the attacker's side, Kappa taking care of mid. And look, B is also not empty. B is also having a player to watch out for skills. Is going to take care of it. Classic versus the Frenzy. It is going to be mid-range battle happening and damages being exchanged, but to no result.
No result, but look at this mid push coming through. 3 players have pushed up. The spike is also going to be there. Kappa goes down. So right now, mailroom control can be taken up and pushed because they've lost a sentiment. But still, they are not going to be easily pushing up now. Rafiel hears the boombot coming through, but that was a bait. Rafiel immediately falls into that trap, and now look at that. With the wallbang, they do a lot of damage. Like immediate Which rotation coming in from Rexy. In the meantime, SK Rossi is inside, so it's not going to be easy for them to right now get up. But look at the timing! Oh, there was a jump and Xkali gets up on top of the
Spike
ropes.
down A.
Green shell could have been good, but in the meantime, side gets cleared from AVK.
The control of the spike has to
Oh,
be
backstab.
regained.
Two players.
Who is going to take down whom? Flash sent. Rexy is sticking to the plant,
10
and the
seconds left.
spike shall be
Last player
planted.
standing.
Oh, no time left now. But still, the risk has to be taken. There's nothing that
Spike
they can
planted.
avoid.
One enemy
And
remaining.
the spike is planted. Rexy is gone. 1 versus 1. And lightning fast is trying to get the information, and Xcali is not going to reveal that. And this pistol round was worth much more than they have earned. They are going to earn a lot of weapons here.
Much needed for Enigma Gaming. I mean, they could not have given up the pistol round because it would have let Global Esports come to a double digit, and then executing from there would have been difficult because the buffer would have been huge. But this play back and forth, and also lightning fast getting the player out was just brilliant. I mean, the timing was a little bit off. If he would have taken the spike carrier down, he would have won the round there itself. But still tried his best. Nonetheless, it is going to be Enigma having the advantage right now on the attacking half with Spectres to start off in this 14th round.
They are trying to push in through the sewers. Xcali is trying to reunite with his teammate, and they don't want to go 1v1 duels. Flash is revealed a lot.
Flash.
And the Hellranger is Master of Sky, coming in from Global Esports. Rawfuel has his own plans, trying to rush in through the mid. Smoke is going to give him proper cover that is required, and he's going to make him move through the ropes.
Shorty, Hellranger.
Is Rexy going to risk in walking right through the smokes?
I mean, look at Hellranger trying to make that happen. He has a shorty right now, has the opportunity, but they read it. They read right into that bait and punished him. But right now, look at that. They've gotten control of A-side completely. Nobody here. Clear side for them for the taking. Kappa's push was also red. They made sure they have control of vents and also ropes right as of now. So this is going to be fairly a round that is again in Enigma's name.
Spike planted.
I think maybe even a flawless.
Let's see if that is going to be flawless. Do you believe there is an opportunity where we are going to see zero casualty happening? As soon as I say that, I get my answers. Casualties are part of it, and so is lightning fast. And
Okay.
he switched to melee, and he was taken down with a classic. And it is all up to the last man, SK Rossi, trying to move in. Rexy putting a full stop there. And on the attacker side, Team Enigma joining in as the version of Enigma 2.0.
Enigma looking good right as now. They started off an attack, but it's still the pistol round. So conclusions will come in after this bonus that they'll be trying to play with. But Kappa with the judge. He's going to be the judge and the jury right now, passing his judgment, passing the loss towards Enigma. Let's see if they're going to be winning the verdict or not. It's going to be a tough one here for Enigma as well. One investment of a Bulldog coming through for a player who was down. But still, it's not that it has taken a dent on the economy. So they should be still good if they lose this bonus. But still, their intention will be to make sure that they win this bonus.
The intentions for either of the teams are very clear. They want to win the map entirely, let alone bonus. But winning bonus round is equal to a lot of fun already for the future rounds to follow. Lightly fast pushing in through the smokes, and he will be able to get some frags. But ultimately what happens is the spike carrier is killed, and Global Esports have got the entire control of the spike. Now it is all about defending the spike. No sights anymore. RBK trying to push in, and he is able to take down Skills pretty quickly. And Rawfuel is following the lead as well. 2 versus 2, and still a minute to follow.
That flash was pretty damn good, but after that RVK, nobody expected that. You saw Skills looking in the direction, but he did presume that okay, there should be nobody pushing up, and that's the reason he was, I think, a little bit lenient in that angle. Gets punished for it. But RVK right now, he looks in the wrong direction, gets
30
punished.
seconds left.
That was very crucial for RVK to survive, and now it's pretty sure Rawfuel knows this is not going to be a chance that he can have and clutch out on. But still, time on the clock he has. Can immediately push up, get the spike down, but they're reading it. They've understood the spike has been recovered. 13 seconds on the clock. Kappa is making sure he's
10
checking the
seconds
crossover
left.
and trying to eliminate the
One
player. But
enemy
the crossover itself, he eliminates the player. But look at this. Rossi knows there's no time. He's pushing up for eliminating Raw Fuel. That's final. And bonus coming close, but being denied from Rossi.
You call it denied, I call it snatched away. It was pretty close. Winning a duel from the heaven and from the heaven towards the side. Winning that duel was already a step closer towards it. But Rossi was aware that now he has to play it on time, and he very well timed that frag. And somehow on the defender side, they are able to regain their control. And with that control, also is going to join in a lot of big guns.
There's going to be a lot of big guns joining in. 6-9 being the scoreline. Enigma need to make sure that they make this by work. Otherwise, after this, it will be an info coming in. So the smoke is going to be good, but there's just too many players inside. He cannot grab his eyes onto one, but finds a player to heaven who makes a mistake trying putting up his boombot. RVK finds a player. That's going to be Hell Ranger. So A side can also be open and completely taken under control. They can immediately take the ropes right now and go for rotation, as RVK should be giving the call, and that will be completely right. That A is completely open, except for maybe A heaven that they need to check, and that's the reason the wait up is going to be there. As soon as Antidote reaches A main, I think from there it's going to be a swift A move and then a plant as well.
A very well plan created by you, but is Enigma planning to execute the same way as you have presented? Because what I see is they are trying to use the ropes, and somehow they are trying to do what exactly you said them to execute.
I mean, I'm not the IJ. I hope they're not hearing this. But yeah, you need not worry of that, because there is a delay between what's happening and what we're seeing. But not to you guys as viewers. You're directly receiving it here from the caster desk right to your screens. 6-9 being the scoreline here. Global Esports, are they going to be coming in for a retake? They're all playing together. It feels like they're thinking of maybe a save, because there's no fast movements, right? But if they wanted to go in for a retake, it was high time right now to start moving up towards A. It does not feel like it. And this is going to be a save with 3 weapons on their backs. But Enigma, they're finally catching up close. With this should be enabling them to get their 7th Patrol Fuel. He wants to make it even more expensive. Rossi is not looking in the right direction. He might be able to catch him. He was just about thinking to look on the other side of the pillar, and Rafuel is the one who catches him on that.
Round 1 and only 2 weapons saved. Kappa willfully trying to save his weapons and also survive this round. And here we go ahead with the 2 ultimates on either of the sides. And as soon as I say that, if we talk about the weapons, Global Esports is struggling a little bad towards the term of economy here. Now, how are they going to move in further? 2 big guns saved? Sure, but what about the rest of the 3? Are 2 guns enough to win the round and reach the double?
Let's see if 2 guns are going to be doing a lot in terms of the damage. Previously as well, when we saw a couple of saves on Ascent, it did work out, but right now it's split, so it's not a scenario as it has been a vice versa. Ultimate being used, but Rafuel times perfectly. You should be able to get this. It makes the mistake because of its skills, capitalizes, doubles down.
Go get him.
The spike.
Spike control regained. Site control yet to gain. 1 versus 1 duel. Antidote versus lightning fast. Nebula is going to delay the site entry. And Antidote is not going to risk himself push through the Nebula. That is what I believe. And now it is all open for the entry. And lightning fast is giving the footwork pretty quickly. But still, the information is not sufficient to whether to push in, or the plans have made, or the players have made a move already. But I like the way that the way they are trying to possess the entire site and not give up.
And this shouldn't have been such a close round. The party comes through. It's an immediate exchange. Skills again repositioning for his 3rd.
30
But
seconds
nobody
left.
pushes up. Antidote, he's looking in to change the direction. RVK again, he's found his way inside A. No trademark this time to check heaven, but there is SK Rossi with the 2 defoes at elbow. That's one thing that he has to clear. He has to check. And Rossi is looking in the right direction. And he gets one.
10
Now
seconds
there's another
left.
player that's going to be Antidote. I'm pretty sure the sound has been heard. The drop will also be heard. It's a 1v3 situation right now. Antidote I think he's calling in for a save for himself because he knows this round is lost. Before he can do that, skills was already there. Sees a pixel and that's a 3K. It did not happen at B8, but it happened towards the defender spawn at A. 10th round, double digits rolling in for Global Esports. 3-round difference. Global Esports not letting Enigma to cut close.
There's no room of opportunity where they are going to try and to even close. In the moment that happens, and this time they were in the deficit of weapons, still they managed to win this round. Tour de Force definitely gave SK Rossi did have the entire site control. He was able to procure those frags, and now it is a timeout. And what do you think are the changes Team Enigma will bring in? Because Team Enigma is the team who needs to bring in those changes required. They want to grab up to the pace of what Global Esports is.
3 rounds still for Enigma. They're still on the chase to get that equalizer. I think we have at a little bit of a pause, but again, we saw YB starting to sweat previously as well. He did get tense, but that's when he started to kind of decipher what Global Esports were trying to do and try to tell his team that this is your play. And I think it can happen here again. He's called the timeout. Don't know how successful it's going to be, but we'll also be looking at the ultimates, and that can also be very crucial. That can be round changing. You can see there is 2 defaults already being committed from raw fuel. So as soon as the barriers drop, you're going to be hearing the sound cue. Rexy having a resurrection to save his teammates. Excali playing brilliantly alongside Antidote and RVK as well. So no complaints anywhere. But Kappa is something missing. I mean, it's not affecting Global Esports right now.
Yeah.
But who knows? It can chime in at any time. But Kappa, he picked up the kills when it was necessary. I feel like it's just he was not presented with the opportunity. All those deaths that you can see on him is just based on whenever his teammates were dead, and then he was one of the last few players trying to go in for a retake. So no complaints on that end. 10-3 being the scoreline. One ultimate closer on RVK, so the Viper spit can come through. Even Excali can grab one for himself. So this round can incline a lot in terms of Enigma's favor, but it's all about the timing again. They need to make sure that they don't go in for those early fights where they lose the battle.
And the first picks are actually a pretty close deciders about how the entire round is going to pan out. And they can go in with patience, they can go in gradually, but looking at Excali right now, I think it is going to be a full aggressive push hopping in, and they are going to go 4 stack, except for one player who's going to be Antidote, is going to take care of B long. Might be able to get 1 pick. 2 pick is a dream to achieve, but 1 pick sure.
Picks are going to be very crucial because it can change the game immediately. But whose favor are those picks going to be? And this time you can see, right, there is no crazy assists from any of the sides, whether it be Global or Enigma. 6-6 is what you're seeing. There are 2 6s on both the ends. I feel like it's kind of somewhere inclining similar on the both ends of assist, but I think finally we should be resuming running right into the game because otherwise these destinations are going to be missed. That's going to be, I feel like, a decider coming very soon. But Enigma are making Global Esports run right now, right? They're making sure not giving them space to immediately reach
You want
match
to
point.
play? Let's
But
play.
double digits is on card for Global Esports. So there's just 2 rounds from match point and then one more from closing this map off.
Still 2 rounds to go. This round is already begun. RVK has managed to uh, get a step closer towards the side, but that is pretty risky. RVK is trying to give some footworks, and here we go with the Nebula. Realizing as soon as the players have realized that there's going to be more than one player, Nebula is going to force players away from side A. And is it going to be through the sewers towards the mid? And mid is already being taken care by one player.
Information. Now with that guiding light, Ranger is going to be. I'm not too sure because we did not hear the right call if somebody was flashed. But still, he's still playing passive. I do like that because they understand now it's going to be Enigma who want to rush up. Talking about it can be a couple of ultimates coming from both the ends. One ultimate which is there, Seekers gets used. Rockfield with his ultimate to response takes the player out. Excali right now gets his. Immediately popped out the ultimate, pushing back. Lightning Fast in the meantime did find one that was Rexy down, so resurrection is denied, but still 2 defaults being active. Hyper Split can also come online, and that's why RVK is getting the plant in. And I think
Spike
immediately
planted.
he should be initiating that Hyper Split. And maybe he's looking for it. He gets it online, and now that we take and the difficult RVK was waiting, he takes the advantage of that peak, eliminates it. Ooh, Rafuel, it's not what we see always that Rafuel misses his shot. But right now, it does not matter because the site is completely on lockdown, even though there's no killjoy, but it's working brilliantly. They're going to be getting the 8th one here. Enigma making sure they're going to be Global Esports having a tough time, even if they want to close this.
And apart from that, there's something else as well. The players have rolled out of the pattern of exit frags. They are trying to go in for the weapon saves. They are realizing that economy is something that they are pressurized on, and they want to do it. And two ultimates being activated, winning the round, and now it is going to be all about one resurrection only. On the other side, they do have a divide also joining in, but I want to see the duel between Antidote and SK Rossi. Let's see if that is going to be a case of scenario, because fight of operators is always interesting to watch.
Oh, yes. I mean, Antidote, he is ever loud, especially in the Indian region, where he's known for his duelist role that he used to play on the Jet. But right now, we can always, with love, call him as a duelist IGL. On the other end, Rossi, widely loved everywhere, and he's just brilliant. Rossi is stationed up in an aggressive position on top of box, but that Poison Cloud will be denying him the position of getting some cheeky kills on that angle. Still denied, and this is the timing they try to make their entry into side. Trademark will be immediately destroyed, so no slowdown coming through. But look at the heaven. 3 players are already there from the defense. Global Esports, they can immediately jump in for retake, but they're waiting for their teammates also regrouping. So this is going to be a 5v5. Antidote, he's late here, but Kappa is Antidote also went in for a check, but look at this push-up coming through. Antidote trying to save himself up. He's super tagged up now, but he's bought time for his teammates.
And he manages to survive once again. Antidote manages to survive every single time, and what a timing! We are seeing the trades being done pretty quickly. The flash was supposed to delay everything, but there's nothing to delay for Team Enigma right now with RVK in full force.
Brilliant round coming in from Enigma. They're chiming back in. They're making sure that they close it as soon as possible. The execution was good. I mean, they silently made their way in, and they did not freak about their plan. They had one clear thought in mind: get the spike done and then think about the post plan. And I would say Antidote also played a major part, because if Kappa wouldn't have been held up, that retake would have been come up a little bit faster from Global Esports. Now jumping into the next round here, Global Esports have one ultimate that's going to be the Cosmic Divide. On the other end, Enigma are going to be feeling super happy and strong, and not only that, have easy access to site. It was only Hellranger here with the Sheriff, but stationed at Heaven. He's called in lightning fast, and then the other players following up and putting up the spike should be planted any moment. Now look at the post-plan positioning. There is a backstab which gets red right at the moment on RVK's end. And he eliminates Kappa right now. So, any kind of cheeky moves, all getting denied.
Nothing is going as predicted for Team Global Esports right now. The Team Enigma is trying to do everything into their control, and the best part is they are trying to get an entire site control, let alone that RVK on the move. Getting those crucial frags right on time is the savior right now. And right now, what else? You know that, Lucifer, we are on the comeback storyline. 10-10.
Equalizer. It's something that we thought that Global would run away with the map, but okay, right now it's the battle of the coaches as well coming into picture. Eraser pitching in a timeout for his team. YB has done it quite frequent, both on Ascent as well as here on Split. But after that, right now you're seeing Eraser. Let's see if we can erase Enigma's strats that they have found a chance to exploit in terms of getting multiple rounds and then running in, but also YB making sure his teammates are on point. This discussion is very crucial, because after this round, I feel like one of their economies is going to be breaking. So we'll be immediately taking a quick look on their economy as well after this discussion. But what a comeback coming in from an 8-4 split up, then to a 10-10. And this time it was not match point and then to overtime, right? So it's a 10-10 equalizer that we are seeing from Enigma Gaming.
And now the equalizer is gone. Now it is the time who picks up the lead, Lucifer, because now lead is going to matter a lot. Whoever goes to 11 is going to reach out to the match point. And now talking
Yeah.
about the split, it is going to be 3-2. And 3 players are trying to push in towards side B, where only 1 player is holding. And mid is going to be taken care of for sure, without a doubt. But on site entirely is going to be only 1 player. Flash is going to reveal RBK, and the position being revealed is equal to a lot of confusion being created. Is it an entire A push, or the players are going to push into site B?
Very crucial round, especially for Global Esports. Their economy is not that great after this round, so they need to win it. And Lightning Fast gets that first pick. Excali finding a trade. Rossi getting one on RVK. Very crucial as well. And you can see how damaged these players are. Resurrection still available. But Rexy, he needs to make it count. He needs to make sure that he times it perfectly and gets a player back online. And then it's still a 4v4 situation. So a battle that can be delivered against their opponent. Excali gets the ultra, but is still not close to his
Spike
ultimate.
down, B.
Rockfuel, what was that push? Now they have the spike and Rockfuel. Here, Rossi makes sure that nobody recovers the spike and backs off a very crucial Global Esports round, and they do deliver on it. So they should be getting the 11th one here. With the resurrection, he will be able to bring back a player, but I'm not too sure, especially
30
now
seconds left.
so lost. Rexy committing a resurrection might be just going out in vain, right? 2v4, it's a little bit difficult. And also, with Spike being lost, Lightning Fast ready with... He had his ADS ready. Slightest pixel immediately connects on top of Rexy's head and bidding goodbye to him and getting around. That's going to be 11. From Tanya, giving 2 rounds, Global Esports that they got, to giving away 6 rounds for Enigma. That was a huge journey, but just because Global Esports won that, Enigma had their economy of their 6 back-to-back rounds. Ultimates, just Excali closer. He's been getting that value a couple of rounds here and there, but Kappa also getting closer to his resurrection.
That works.
Excali with a showstopper is going to prove a lot, is going to deliver a lot, rather prove would be the apt word. And now it is going to be once again with the same strat, split of 2:2:1, and before Rockfield could activate a showstopper, what? Lightning Fast with the showstopper activated is put to shut down by RVK. Disaster denied by Team Enigma.
We were talking about Excali, but Lightning Fast makes it happen. Lightning Fast uses his showstopper and then gets punished on it. Skills, he's making sure that Vence is not given away. On the other end, they are all heading over towards A. That's a good call. There's just 2 players here. One a controller and another is going to be the initiator, the flasher. Hellranger and Skills are the ones who are right now held up here. The smoke, it's going to be right now. Okay, wait, that was smoke from Antidote. So it's kind of giving them a wrong notion. They feel it's A. Yes, it is correct, but nobody's looking forward to push up smoke. Screens get smoked off. Skills is ready. One Antidote eliminates Hellranger. That was the timing they needed. They're entering. But look at this. Nobody after finally. Skills with that trigger discipline. I thought he should be good for a lot more. But immediate check coming in from another angle and then his elimination. Global Esports, they're just now with last 2 players surviving, and again, I think it's another save that's going to be called in for them, or maybe a retake. They're thinking about it a lot before they're switching in and running towards the retake. I think now it's going to be a save, no more a retake. So,
It
11
is
for
all
Enigma.
it is all about save right now, and the exit frags that Rossi can accumulate for himself.
Hope they don't give him.
It is going to happen in no time, and it was supposed to be. It was this time. The way Rossi was holding on to, it
Why
was
are you
this
giving
time.
him 2 defaults? Round deliver, an equalizer coming here for Enigma, and also now ultimate online. Oh, wait, Kappa saves a judge. Okay. 11-11 to start things off. Excali has his ultimate that we were talking about, but that round was just brilliant. Antidote. That smoke gave them access to Heaven, as well as Antidote making sure he was ready with his operator. As soon as the smoke cleared, he put up another smoke and then went for a peek, eliminating Hellranger, which opens up A side. Even though skills was there with Trigger Discipline, you know, right? When there's 4 players pushing against you, you cannot do a lot more.
Who is going to reach towards match point is definitely going to do a lot more. And here we go, Kappa with that judge. He's going to take down RBK. Now that was least of the predictions that I and you were talking about. And it is all a rush through the mid. Rossi trying to take down one player. Spike control did go away, but regained in no time. Excali with the shot can be destructive. Finally, not in previous round, but now this is the round where his destruction did deliver a lot of damage.
Oh no. He misses his opportunity with the operator. That was so good. He read it. But him moving as well as skills moving over there, he missed his opportunity. 12 HP here on Excali. He's thinking, right, that there should be somebody covering. Vance goes in and immediately judged to his face. The last player surviving, Rafuel looking in the wrong direction, but Kappa, he does not push up. So Rafuel is able to isolate a 1v1 as Skills is looking on down towards B main. So if he's able to successfully fight and win it, can have been a chance, but lightning fast. That position, I kind of like to call it as a god angle because every time somebody pushes up, they're not ready for a fight in that position.
That is something unique named God Angle, and yeah, you cannot regain beyond that, and that is a good angle to hold on to, sure. And Global Esports reaching the match point. Just in case, if you had to give any predictions, what would it be? Do you think it is going to be an easy victory for Global Esports, or are we heading for one more OT?
Tanya, I think after these many rounds, I think there is no more a word called easy in both these teams' dictionaries. That's just wiped out. So, again, it can swing any way. There are going to be 3 ultimates, one of which has been activated from SK Rossi, the Tour de Force looking at the right direction. There's going to be a Viper's Pit as well. But SK Rossi makes his Tour de Force count, eliminates Antidote. The operator gets put down. Antidote unable to deliver the second time it happens. But it was unfortunate. But the Resurrection online and give them a second opportunity. And this time there's nobody trying to counter. So Antidote back, but Kappa also has an opportunity for a resurrection if somebody falls down. But if they're able to isolate the players at A side, they should be good for it. Oh, the Tour Force again being there, but Rafuel able to contest, making sure he eliminates SK Rossi. The chamber is down. But look at this Reed coming in from lightning fast. He wanted to clear rafters, but he thought if he gets himself exposed, it would be difficult. But look at this. We're going to be checking in ramps along with lightning fast pushing up. He is able to eliminate Excali.
To play, let's play.
4v4 situation right now. Beautiful is being activated from Rafuel as well. Antidote operator delivering right now. Maybe it did not work out previously. It's doing the justice now. 2v4 situation, bringing in the resurrection again. There is the cosmic divide. You can use because this is the last round to do anything and everything. And some coming in from Kappa with the flash. Some is going to create of the reason he could not get any vision. Even if he got, I don't think he would have taken it forward. Thought he had 3K coming in for.
Switching sides.
To close it out and moving into the overtime in the second map as well.
The player least seen in terms of frags get the much required triple to still stick to the map of split, not lose the map of split. And Rexy is a man who plays better with the pressure, I believe, and the pressure was enormous and he tackled it well with the 3K.
12-12 being the scoreline right now, Tanya. Another overtime, and you can see how crucial for both these teams is for this to be closed out right here, right now. One team is going to be having a match point if they're going to be getting this first round victory under control. That's going to be Enigma. On the other end, Global Esports will be having a map point where they have a chance to push it to the decider. Can swing either ways. Rafuel back with his operator.
Rafuel is holding a good angle, but the players are hesitating to take the entry. They realize that you can expect an operator jumping in. Whenever it is overtime, you can not only expect an operator, but also expect an Odin player hopping in. Not right now, sure. And Hellranger has got some plans, trying to get the information. What information is going to be gained? Nothing yet.
Oh,
but
no.
The shot missed by Raw Fuel. How and why?
Oh no, they're still trying to push up. Elbow is still on the moving. They regain the control. Antidote and RVK. RVK doubles down. Antidote is still holding side. Playing Ring Roses with Kappa. Looking forward to an opportunity, but RVK helps him out. A 3K coming in for him. It's all up to Rossi. RVK puts him down. Match point for Enigma. Series point here to close
Switching
on
sides.
split.
Match point.
That was a chaos I love to watch every single round, and by far the most chaotic round was this one. This is going to be the match point, sure, and nobody wants to pick an operator because of the sad misses.
Yeah, they've had enough with the operator now.
No predictions working, Lucifer, but it is all about nail biting movements that I was talking about. Nail biting movements are hitting in. So are the players of Enigma trying to push in through the mid where one player is already holding in, and that player is none other than Lightning Fast. What are his plans? And there's a player in the mail room, no, just outside the mail.
Oh.
Lightning Fast with that quick frag and also a perfect escape plan.
Perfect escape plan. I agree with you over there. But Rossi, he gets tagged up from RVK. He had a rendezvous to back off and also a save surviving. That's going to be Kappa who's going to be in a heal. But look at this. Lexi had the opportunity, does the damage, but now unable to capitalize on it.
A one-man shot for Team Enigma. Nebula to even block them further towards the entry. Rexy is not going to risk himself no matter what, but his wall is going to deliver the information required. The corner is already procured and the stars are placed.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the duels, they're being lost now.
Down
RVK
A.
needs to get one, but
One
Lightning
enemy
Fast
remaining.
helps out over there for Rossi.
Flawless.
We're heading into another overtime. It's a 3K here and a flawless rolling in. This is bound to happen. Global Esports
Switching
versus
sides.
Enigma, as I said. This is
Overtime.
another match that's going to be sought after from both the sides. From viewers as well.
This is something that we were talking about. The fight of the bulls, the fight of the titans, the fight of the equals. And the fight of the equals, no doubt, 1 point ahead for Team Enigma, and Global at no cost want to lose with a scoreline of 2-0. An operator will come into the action from the side of Enigma. Rofil is going to take the responsibility there. A 5-stack nearing towards mid and B, and A is left barren. Now that is understandable.
Enigma, this is again, in Ascent, they got their overtime first, then the second time as well, they did get it. Let's hope they can find it again here. On the other end, Global Esports, after giving them opportunity and Ascent, I'm not sure that they'll be providing them one here. Operator back online from Raw Fuel. He's looking strongly towards A main, but this time there's nobody coming through. But look at this. Oh, the trademark gets destroyed because of the blast pack over there. And also, Raw Fuel gets damaged up because he had no shield. So he takes a chip damage directly to his health. But a very slow game. But look at the number of players. 3 players right now at Vents. They're looking forward to jump up very soon. Rafuel has his operator, but before that, it's going to be the game. Rafuel delivers. But immediately falls down. Antidote is there to help him out, and they're backing off. The snake bite was good. They're unable to push up, and immediately the rotations are being called off. They're delaying that. They're denying that.
30
looking
seconds
forward to
left.
pushing up mid. Still unsure about their execution. Oh, skills! This is what he was doing previously. And now he does it again. Rossi, he's also done it with one. Takes her out Rexy, but Antidote is waiting on side. He's looking forward to another one. Rexy Kali helps him out. Kali was looking forward to another one. It's a 1v1 situation. The position is already called out. 9 seconds on the clock. Rossi, he falls. A 3K for Antidote. What a round! Oh, I'm right at the edge of my seat in both Global Esports and Enigma. They're making sure our hearts are becoming weaker and weaker after every round.
Skills had a good angle. Rossi was able to pick it, and this is how I finally would want to reduce it to 1 versus 1, where Antidote not allowed, let alone planting the spike, did not even allow Rossi to enter the site and regain its momentum of planting the spike.
Mhm.
Because clock was ticking, Rossi had to make sure he had to be quick as early as possible. Attackers round one, and is this for the first time we are seeing YB smiling?
I don't think that's a smell. I think it's because he has his hand on his eyebrows. It kind of looks like it's a. He's worried. Now you can see once is lifted. YB, what is this man plan? Because whenever we have seen YB, right, and it's a timeout called, we are not seeing YB talking, right? He just has a face and just looking at the screen. And with that, if he's able to do so much for his teammates, I understand his teammates are going to be talking through, and I'm pretty sure YB trusts them, right? And that's the reason.
No, I believe he has got some teleconnection power. He is a
Sixth
teleconnector. He is
sense.
able to immediately connect it with his players, with his team. And with 1 point of lead on the side of Team Enigma, this can be a match point. This can be the win map for Team Enigma, with the global being 2-0 taken down. 4-stack push towards A looks a little crucial to me, and there is going to be a fake for sure. They're not going to give in to all 4 players. Trailblazers sent not even a single bit of information.
Every time global esports have lost rounds is because Enigma are able to take A heaven control, and this time he makes sure that he checks that first. But now Lightning Fast has given them the call that they have passed. I did just see one player at least trying to contest me. I saw another player right now. Will he be able to still make sure he baits a couple of players, or is he going to be losing the battle? He loses it. Lightning Fast is down now. It's all up to Hellranger to hold it out. Rossi is going to be there, but Rossi is going closer to his teammate as he gets pushed by the Boombot as well as Twin Shell.
1 player lost on the side of Global Esports. A good room of opportunity to Team Enigma. They have to make the most use of it if they want to win it. And now here comes a rotation, a quick rotation from the side of RVK. The responsibility. What do you think about RVK? Now you're getting me nervous as well. Astral it is one followed by a quick one from RVK.
There they are.
Gets put down, but it's a situation. Raw Fuel immediately takes Rossi down. That's a trade, but it was a little bit later. Now it's all up to Hellranger to clutch it out. A 1v4 situation for him, a 4v1 on Enigma. They have everything that's going on in this map, and round it was all RVK. Skali closes it out, and it's going to be a 2-0, and the revenge is served. Skali, Antidote, and Raw Fuel, all of them making it happen, but the man of the round was RVK. The way he was able to push from A Heaven to a defender spawn and then hit them from B backside. Wow. Nobody would have ever read that. Rossi, he was looking in that direction, Tanya. But just because of that smoke from Antidote, he had no idea. He had no vision. Winners, Enigma Gaming, they're going to be now flawless, still pristine in their group stages, and they are going to be the ones, I think right now, highly probable being the seed 1.
For sure, and the only team to not face a single defeat by far. And they deserve everything they have played, trying to drag the match to overtime where the scoreline was 8-4, and we did discuss for a while. It is doable, isn't it, Lucifer? I just asked you, you said these are the Bulls and anything is doable, anything is achievable, and I believe Team Enigma achieved a lot today, which is the only team who has not even faced a single loss into the entire phase 2 period.
What a show coming in from Enigma. Unbelievable was this matchup. I mean, we were just talking about it. How are they going to make their zero initiator lineup work? They just made it work. I mean, you might talk about it that, okay, they did not have an initiator, but still they were able to pull up. That's just because they were able to push back Global Esports and pull so many rounds where they were able to isolate fights as well. But yes, it got a little bit too intense and closer when we were getting to that equalizer spot, right? When there was a scoreline of 10-7, it got too intense at that moment, but there were very crucial players who started stepping in. We saw Antidote once he did go down, right? But afterwards, immediately his operator, he gets that resurrection, it gets back online and he starts eliminating players. RVK helps them clutch around. Skali with his unbelievable movements and also make sure doing damage. And even one round where Lightning Fast was ready to fight him out, he pulls out the showstopper and Lightning Fast immediately runs away. These were the situations that Enigma were able to push back and also kind of cause chaos on global esports mind, right? Every time, especially in the post-plant positioning, Enigma were all over the place, and global esports had to check every angle before they were dropping down. And because of that, they were eliminated one after another. Even if they were able to find one player from Enigma, they were just trades and crossfires brilliantly set up. And especially A site was their, I would say, uh, kryptonite, which worked, right? For global esports, it was a kryptonite. They were just failing there.
But still, the question remains, the rivalry battle, do you think here comes the
It's
end?
gonna continue,
Enigma winning
no?
it out? Now it is time for global
Continues.
esports to climb up above them. So it is going to be continue. And this is, since phase one until now, Lucifer, I really wanted
Mhm.
to witness this match about what happens next since the land scene. So now the next is right in front of me. It is a 2-0 created coming in. And rivalry is yet to continue. We both know it. But revenge definitely taken.
Oh yes, Enigma will be more than happy. But again, global esports, they'll be looking forward to this match being lost, but still having another match under their belt that they can win and qualify into the phase three, which is going to be LAN, and then another opportunity which rose for them in the previous LAN to eliminate Enigma with a 3-0 fashion, right? So there can be a situation where we can see these two titans clash again in the grand finals. But we thought today at least this matchup should be a long series. It should go all the three maps. But Enigma, they were making sure that every round they were prepared for. I mean, unbelievable was the fact that Enigma on both the sides of Ascent as well as on here on Split, 8-4 there, 8-4 here. This time Global Esports had the lead. Previously it was Enigma, but both of them were unbelievable leads, right? Global Esports on their attacking half with a 4-round lead, Enigma on their attacking half of a 4-round lead, and still making it happen was just a sight to be witnessed. And I'm pretty sure our viewers would have loved what just happened. Global Esports at the precipice of winning the map, but not letting it happen. Enigma, what kind of a brilliance did we just witness from them?
The brilliance, and for the last round in particular, RVK, we had no clue
He
what were
stole the show
his
in that
plans.
one.
Yeah, we really were clueless. What are his plans? And the moment the clue was a question mark, I started getting my answers with the frags, and those two
Oh,
frags,
yes.
but because those were still potential frags, RVK
Hmm.
was just planning in and turning the potential frags into the permanent ones, getting the control over the site all the way from A towards B. That was all Team Enigma required to not bow down, at least not yet in phase two. And they are the only team to procure the score of 4.
Oh yes, they're going to be the first team, and especially they're in the Group A and also leading and holding their heads high right as of now. But we did talk about it, right? If you're a team who have been having a flawless run, you're going to be putting yourself on the radar of all the other teams to make sure they watch out for you and prepare for you, specifically for you. So it's something that we'll be looking forward to how it's going to be happening. But just quickly jumping into the scoreboard of how much of both these teams fought against. Again, it was a close score line, so the difference in terms of the kills are also not going to be a lot. But MVP, AVK deserved it, man, hands down. Even though Excali, Antidote, Rexy, Rofil were brilliant, AVK, after pulling that last round and making sure he wins it for his team, he turned the tide completely around over there.
Talking about the tides, lots of ebbs were also spotted there by ultimates being wasted out. The lots of operator misses, but at the end of the day, Team Enigma stole the show away in terms of not only on the leaderboard but also that the duelist sometimes are over pressurized, and that is where the socks are pulled, the belt is tightened, and for the very first map we did witness a good play coming in, but for here we got the RVK controller pulling all the tricks that he had, particularly in the final decider round where the team was led towards victory. But talking about global esports, lightning fast then, lightning fast now, very well planned, very well executed strategies. Team support was also pretty good, except for Kappa getting those crucial frags. That was a little bit of a miss.
I mean, when we started off, I was worried specifically because of Kappa. But I think they kind of had ready, they were ready for what Kappa can do on Split. He did not get the opportunity at all. And when once he got, you saw, right? He took 2 kills with the judge. He was looking forward to a lot more, but they never that opportunity itself never presented, especially because he's a sage, right? He cannot set himself up for success.
Correct.
He just needs to be there for a surprise. And that surprise was never there because Enigma were very, very cautious. I mean, yes, defense was weak from them, but can you blame them? Because Global Esports were also good on their attacking half.
Now, how do we conclude the day about Global Esports playing on the map of Ascent with 3 initiators and Enigma winning on the map of Split with
No
zilch, zero,
initiator.
nil initiators? So now the meta is yet to be decided. And talking about the entire day for tomorrow, please, Lucifer, walk us through.
Yep, we are going to be having 3 brilliant matches on stream again for viewers who kind of are missing out on the previous ones. Looking forward to them. Their matches are going to be happening on a PoE stream on Router simultaneously. But starting it off, it's going to be Revenant versus Valor. Revenant will be looking forward to making sure they confirm their spot in the group stages to phase 3 after this. And if they are able to win this, and I think they should be easily grabbing onto the spot and also qualifying. But yes, if they miss that opportunity, then they'll be giving an opportunity to open up for Valor, but I think it's going to be very tough for Valor because they have another matchup that they have to win after that. On the other end, Velocity, they're looking forward to climb up, and this is what we said. Group B is super intense. Velocity win tomorrow, Full Power also can win tomorrow, Orangutan. These three are not going to be having a match with each other. So there the points are going to be just rumbling up and down. Whoever wins, whoever loses, I'm still confused on who's going to be qualifying. Reckoning are also going to be one of those teams who are looking forward to qualifying. They're just at the brink and they'll be having a match tomorrow as well. Kumbu Esports will have a match against Global Esports. Global Esports, after the loss, will be making sure they confirm their spot, not missing on any opportunity. But for our viewers to let you guys know about the other matches that can and will be happening, as I said, the POV streams tomorrow is going to be kind of a decider one. Revenant Valor, Velocity, XLE, Kumbu, as well as Global. It's going to be happening on stream. But the POA streams, as I said, Reckoning versus Full Power and Orangutan versus Union Gaming. These two teams is I'm looking forward to how it's going to be working out. Tomorrow, if Valor win against Revenant, they have a chance to fight against Prime 5 and then maybe pushing down Revenant and them being the third team to qualify. So Valor, they have to come out with everything that they've got tomorrow. Velocity will be fighting it out to make sure that they are the ones who are on the top seed. And for the other team that we were just looking at, Global Esports, who just lost, it's going to be difficult in their group for them to get to the top seed. But again, just making sure they check every corner as they are jumping into phase 3, just because the prize also gets unlocked. And also on top of that, Tanya, it's not only the fight for the prize. They surely will be walking away with 15,000 USD out of the 30,000 prize pool. But the team which will be getting to the first position, becoming the champions in the phase 3 of Skyesports Champions Series, will be getting a ticket to the VCT Stage 2 of APAC Challengers in the group stages directly. So they don't have to have a lot of hustle when they're jumping into the APAC Stage 2, APAC Challengers. But on the other end, whichever team comes as the runner-up of the Skyesports Champions Series, they have to start from the plane. So they will have to go through a lot of teams just to jump into the group stages. So either way, it's up to them. But also, there are some individual prizes, Tanya, that I'm looking forward to. Which players are going to be grabbing it?
For sure, the prize is going to deliver you something to fill in the pockets, but the name is going to get you something that is called fame. And with fame comes several
Bragging rights.
possibilities. And let's see how the things do pan out, because how quickly SCS is moving in phase 1 and
Oh,
they
yes.
got an end in no time. Tomorrow we are going to wrap up phase 2 as well. So viewers, be excited about top final 3 matches for tomorrow. But not only that, be super hyped up about the LAN happening. And the announcements are going to be very quick. As soon as the teams are finalized, as soon as the players are finalized. But talking about the day entirely, it has been an exciting day with Team Velocity losing a point. Finally, they had to face one loss, but Team Enigma reigning supreme. Nobody to take them down. And talking about them, we do have Group A standings right in front of us. The team with a score of 12 points plus 53, and the score line, the win points, 4 with 0 losses, does looks like a dream to me.
I agree with you. That just looks too pristine. Enigma have been on a great run here in their group stages after they started off. And standing tall to why they were here in the Skyesports Champions Series, looking forward to represent globally. But still, it's the phase 2. Phase 3 is going to be complete tipsy-turvy stage, and especially being LAN, anything can happen. Now with Global Esports losing, they have toppled down to the 3rd position. So there is a chance for Valor to make it happen that they have a chance to push up, but for that they have to win tomorrow against Revenant and then win the consecutive match against Prime 5. Global Esports, they also have a chance to grab a point that is going to be against Kumbu, who are not having a good time. Unfortunate for them, they've been trying, but it's just not working out for them. Group A, this is how it stands. So Enigma are the ones who have nothing to be worried about as they're jumping into the line, and as we said, it's going to be them jumping in as the seed one. Now that conclusion can be made. Previously, if Enigma would have lost this, then it would have been a different story altogether. They have 12 strong points that they'll be looking forward to. But I'm also looking forward to the updated standings, but I do have it with me of Group B. Viewers, I'm pretty sure we are going to be jumping into that. We already saw today's matches. Orangutan still on top with the 3-1, and they have 9 points under their belt. Velocity with the 2nd position with 9 points for themselves as well. Full Power also 9 points. So the teams in Group B are very close up, Tanya. They're just about to make sure that toppling each other down, win the next upcoming matches. But the most interesting part, as I said, is that these 3 teams, they are not having a match against each other. So Orangutan, Velocity and Full Power can be worry free that they're not going to be battling against each other itself.
Absolutely. What you said makes totally sense. Now, tomorrow, the question is, will Team Valor be able to match up to Global Esports with a scoreline of 2-2? And not only that, they also have to win one more round into their name. Now, here we move ahead, which you already explained a little while ago, but on the screen, Velocity with a score of 3 wins with 1 losses and 9 points in total. Orangutan sharing the lead here with 9 points as well. Full Power with the same scoreline. So, we did not have Group of Death in the start, but now certainly the Group B is turning a little more scary.
I agree with you. I mean, when we started off, it felt like, both the groups look very familiar in terms of being equal. They should have a good chance for all the teams. But now, at the brink of who's going to be qualifying on the top seed and the next 2 teams who will be qualifying, there's still a question mark. Reckoning still up for the battle. Reckoning can put down Full Power. Reckoning can have a chance to put down Orangutan. Reckoning can have a chance to put down Velocity as well. But for that to happen, Velocity, Orangutan and Full Power have to lose their upcoming matches, and Full Power have their match tomorrow itself, as we said, against Reckoning. And that's a match to be witnessed. Full Power, after losing their first matchup, they've come out super strong. They have been undeniable on every matchup. They took down Velocity as well. That tells us that they're prepared for everything. Orangutan was the only team who were able to take them down. But I did say on that day itself, it was just the start for Full Power. They are a question mark for us, but that day we saw the strength of Full Power of how they were delivering. But Reckoning, you know how good and great of a team they are, right, Tanya? They have come so close to victory, but yes, at the end, missed the opportunity. So Reckoning, tomorrow they know it's a do or die situation for them. They cannot waste the opportunity. They're done with their 4 matches. So they're looking forward to their last.
Absolutely. They are going to look forward to the last and try to qualify, try to do the best of possible from both the groups, not only one. Let's see how the groups are going to perform tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Tanya, alongside me, Lucifer. Just in case if you're not following the social medias of Sky Sports, make sure you do it now because you don't want to miss any extra action or any extra knowledge. So do it right now, right away, and gain the extra knowledge about the schedules, about the seedings. And this is the time that we are going to say bye-bye. But before that, there's one word. You're going to catch us tomorrow. So see you tomorrow soon.
Take care. See ya.
Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors. Those who know performance know AMD Ryzen. Get the latest gaming laptops powered by AMD Ryzen processors.